Showing a man with his eyes closed, the plot told that people have a soul. Presenting the image of the spiritual embodiment of man, the plot added that idia is the essence of the soul. Visualizing the outstretched hands, the plot said that one day people learned about the idia of the soul and learned to manifest their own. A guy in a red sweater with a smile on his face stated that when he showed his idia, a sharp sword appeared, and his friend asked to show it. Showing us a man who recreates a blade with the power of the soul, and his friend who is surprised by this. The plot explained that the word of idia became firmly embedded in speech, and eventually people learned to wash and implement it. Placing his blade on his shoulder, the guy in the red jacket asked the man in the jacket what kind of idia he had, and he replied that he had earth fragments. At the same moment, he was hit, and the plot explained that then people began to distribute each other according to ranks. Towering over the man who had just been his friend, the guy in the red jacket asked if he really had rank E, and the plot noticed that the once equal souls began to divide into ranks. Turning his back on his friend, the teenager declared that he would never associate with an E-rank weakling. Showing a list of students of the school, the story said that the educational institution became a tool for raising the status of the country, and during the hostilities, people with the highest rank began to be sent to the front line. Immediately after that, the narratives of the story are transported to a large school with 4 floors, while the plot explained that it is no exception, and it is Hyundai's special training high school. Schoolchildren surrounded the guy and said that he needed to be caught. Noticing this, he grinned mischievously. Suddenly, the guy sharply approached one of the opponents. A moment later, the student of the school recreated a huge iron axe from his soul. Jumping up, the guy asked if this was really all 10th graders could do. As the red-haired guy looked up dumbfounded, his opponent asked to see what else they were capable of. A moment later, the student of the school raised his hands above his head and recreated a faint tone from his soul. The same man with an axe was struck at the enemy. Taking the attack, the red-haired guy could barely hold it back. Immediately afterward, the disciple with the axe began to scatter his opponents around as they tried to stop him. Because of everything that had happened, the red-haired guy gritted his teeth of displeasure. Suddenly, he turned back and called out to Park Jin-soo, who was standing there. The guy with glasses just stood still while his classmate asked what he was doing there, and asked him to do something. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, the protagonist explained that he doubted that he could help in any way. Looking furiously in front of him, the orange-haired guy called him a useless fool. From the scene of the battle, his voice could be heard, saying that they would talk when they were done with this. Suddenly, the narratives of the story are transported to the moment when the guy in glasses was kicked. His classmate stepped on him and asked if he was going to continue to cause trouble for them, while another noticed that they had lost because of him. Looking in displeasure in front of him, the student of the school stated that he could not believe that they were in the same class with such a worthless freak, and they were definitely unlucky, and his friend clarified what he expected from the last one on the list, because they seemed to have stepped on a cake. Removing the leg of a classmate, the guy in glasses asked for forgiveness and asked what was true, what could be expected from the last one on the list. Very angry after hearing this, the guy with orange hair called him a jerk. Then he struck, wanting him to burn in hell, and his classmate abruptly dodged. Looking away in puzzlement, the protagonist asked that perhaps the death wish was too much, and just wanted to admit guilt. Unbuttoning his shirt, a student of the school remarked that they were tired and would now receive 10 for each injured team member, and another asked how he dared to dodge at all. Looking in front of him with displeasure, the guy with glasses wondered that maybe if they were tired, it was better to rest instead of beating him, because they would be punished if they beat him. Looking at the crumpled locker door, he realized that he would be beaten all the time, and there was no way out. Immediately after, the protagonist began to run away from his classmates and screamed for help. At this time, the other students sitting in the classroom laughed and called him running away like a slaughtered bug while the others begged to catch him. Suddenly, they all stopped in place. Noticing that he was surrounded, the guy with glasses was very frightened. The classmates around him said that they would try not to overdo it, just give him a little so that he wouldn't be able to complain to teacher Yanhua, and so he didn't even have to think about using idia, because he knew that it was forbidden to use it at school. Then someone kicked him in the chest. The other students watched their classmate being beaten up and wondered why they were studying with an F-rank loser, noticing that he just wanted to hit him. Looking in front of him with dissatisfaction, the student declared that he was ashamed to study in a class with this misery, and another asked why he had come to school at all, because nothing would help him anyway. At this time, the protagonist clutched his chest in pain. Smiling at his classmates, the guy with glasses assumed that their team did not lose because of him at all. At the same moment, a man in a red suit came into the office and told the scoundrels to take their seats, because he had good news for them. Immediately after that, the students took their seats with dissatisfaction and said that the teacher had come at the wrong time, but they would still finish with him. Then the students of the school with wide smiles on their faces asked why the teacher was so happy today and whether he was really getting married. At the same moment, all the children in the class began to laugh, and the teacher told them to shut up. The protagonist sat down at his seat and did not understand what was happening, noticing that he was not well. Suddenly, the teacher slammed his fist on the blackboard and told him to listen carefully. Throwing his hands to the sides, Jan stated that their school was marked by the state. Hearing this, the guy who put his feet on the desk called out to the teacher. It was Byun Jiayan, a typical school bully with average fighting abilities, who was asking if there was probably some stupid offer from a dubious organization again, and remarking that it never ended well. After his words, the teacher took a step forward, saying that the break was over, so he should put his feet down. With displeasure, Buns slammed his fist on the desk, asked if it was enough to participate in this nonsense, and Jan replied that it was not for him to decide, so he just had to put up with it. Pointing his finger at the student, the teacher stated that this was all due to the achievements of the elders, and the latter asked what it meant. Leaving him, Jan said that from that day on, their school became a platform for military exercises. Turning sharply back, the teacher added that this meant that they would now be divided according to military ranks. Hearing this, all the students in the class were greatly puzzled. Spreading his hands to the sides, Jan asked if it was clear to them that now they were all comrades in arms. With a big smile on his face, the teacher stated that all the teachers had been given their rank, from lieutenant to commander, and now they had to call him the commander of the 10th platoon. Putting his hand out in front of him after what he had heard, Bun asked if it was the 10th platoon, because it was the 10th grade, and what would happen to the students. Looking in front of him, the teacher asked to stop complaining and explained that this was a government initiative, so there was no need to slack, and during the training, they would have to salute, and now there must be many people willing to take someone from their school. Pulling his hand aside, Jan concluded that they were all soldiers now. Hearing this, Park folded his arms to his chest and thought about his military training. With his serious gaze forward, the protagonist asked the teacher what to do if he did not want to be in the military. Looking at him with dissatisfaction, the teacher suddenly began to think. Putting his hand in front of him, Jan explained that, of course, no one was forcing them, and if they did not want to take part, they had to send petitions to the authorities for transfer to another school. Directing his serious gaze in front of him, the teacher said that he hoped that Park, the reader, would consider this possibility, because he was sure he himself understood everything. Looking ahead, puzzled, the protagonist asked what he meant. At the same time, other students raised their hands and asked why they were suddenly made a military school, and asked to name at least the reason. Holding an incomprehensible box in his hands, the teacher repeated that he had already said this, that the 11th graders had shown themselves well. As he poured something out of the box, Jan explained that they were the ones who had helped give the school military status, and everyone had been promoted to the rank of sergeant. Looking at the shoulder straps lying on the table, the students asked if all the 11th graders really received the rank of sergeant. Patting his student on the shoulder, the teacher said that their 11th graders were the hope for a bright future for Korea, and they were noticed by the state. Handing out shoulder straps to all his wards, Jan stated that only the best 10th graders would receive the rank of corporal, and the rest the rank of junior corporal. At this time, the protagonist watched the teacher walking through the classroom in surprise, as he explained that the platoon commander could reassess the rank at any time, and if anything, they should contact him to help in any way he could, because the future was in their hands. Then Puck would raise his hand and call out to the teacher, and he would go on saying that until they had the decorations on their uniforms, they should try not to lose anything, and later there would be a teacher's journal in which their rank would be marked, or better call it a military journal. Puzzled by the examination in front of her, the protagonist told the teacher that he did not understand something. Turning his back on the students, the teacher stated that there was only one student in the entire school who could not get the rank of private. He then looked at Puck sharply. With a look full of contempt, the teacher said that the protagonist would be just a rat. Hearing this, Puck was very dumbfounded. The narration of the story is transferred to the teacher's room, where the student called out to his teacher. Sitting at his workplace, Ian said that he had finally come, and Park wondered why he had called him. Looking at the documents in his hands, the teacher explained that there was nothing special about it, and they just had to talk about his future. Looking at the protagonist with displeasure, Ian stated that he would not be able to pull him out, and asked if he wanted to change schools. Hearing this, Park was very puzzled and asked how to change the school. Continuing to sort through the documents, the teacher asked that ordinary studies were not easy for him, and whether he really thought that he could cope with military training, noting that he would definitely not survive. Taking his hand aside, the protagonist told the teacher that he could help him reach his potential, and asked if he might succeed. After his words, the teacher looked at the student in surprise. After a moment, he began to laugh loudly, saying that he was good at making people laugh. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, Park couldn't believe that the teacher had paid attention to him for a laugh for the first time. As the protagonist looked sadly in front of him, Ian told him that the rank system would make it even more difficult for him at school and asked that he wouldn't be able to help everyone while they mused that they knew the teacher was aware of the bullying. Looking at the broadly smiling teacher, Park reasoned that he simply didn't want to have an F-rank student. Glancing sharply in the direction of the protagonist, he realized that he must think that he would give up on his own because of the constant insults, because a student of such a low rank is simply useless. Suddenly, Yan was very surprised when his disciple said that he wanted to ask something, wondering if he thought it was possible to divide souls into ranks. Immediately afterward, the teacher laughed again and asked if he was joking, explaining that of course he was. Hearing this, Park clenched his hand into a fist of displeasure and said that he understood everything. Looking menacingly in front of him, the protagonist noticed that he did not agree with this. Suddenly, the narration of the story is transferred to the moment when the teacher enters the classroom and tells everyone to take their seats, because the bell rang. Starting to write with chalk on the blackboard, Jan explained that since they were now divided into squads, each sergeant had to report on attendance. At the same moment, the girl with orange hair turned back and said that in the 10th platoon of the first squad there were a total of 10 people, and there were no absentees. A guy with red hair raised his hand, said that in the 10th plant of the 2nd detachment there were a total of 11 people, and there were no absentees. Puzzled, looking away, Park did not understand what all these army games were for. Leaning on the department, the teacher asked where the report from the 3rd squad was. Raising his hand in displeasure with displeasure, Bun asked the teacher if it was absolutely necessary, and he told the sergeant of the 3rd squad to put aside his dissatisfaction. Touchily turning away, the school bully said that the total number was 10 people, and 2 absent, and 1 loser, noting that it would be better if he did not exist. While all the students in the class began to laugh, the Red Jacket announced that there were only 8 people present, and the calculation was over. Pointing their fingers at Pak, who was sitting in his place, his classmates said that he called him a loser, and did not even consider him a person, while others noticed that there were 9 people in the 3rd squad. Continuing to point the finger at the protagonist, the student asked the teacher what they must include in the calculation of losers, because it does not count. Holding a book in his hands, the teacher said that the main thing was that there were no problems with attendance. Looking seriously in front of him, Jan announced that today there would be an event on the field instead of lessons, and state intelligence officers were hiding in the school, although they did not know exactly where. As the students walked through the courtyard of the school, the teacher added that they would observe how the children reacted to such sudden changes. Hearing this, the student raised her hand and asked to move closer to the point, and the other guy agreed. Imagining in his head a man in a green suit striking a guy, Jan said that there would be fights among the high school students. Visualizing how people in business suits were watching the battle progress, the teacher told them that they had already been distributed. Putting his hand forward, the student asked that maybe the 11th graders would fight among themselves, because they would not be interested in them, and the teacher calmed him down. At the same moment, Park clenched his hand into a fist and realized that he would be able to pass the time by watching. Glancing sharply to the side, Jan asked Bun what he had a C-rank idia. With dissatisfaction, turning away after what he had heard, the captain of the 3rd squad asked what was going on again. Looking at him, the teacher asked what rank his fighting abilities were, and his student asked why there were so many questions, and stated that he would kill anyone. Putting his hand on Bun's shoulder, Ian stated that this was excellent, because then his first battle would be against the 11th graders of the 1st squad of the 1st platoon. Hearing this, the guy in the red jacket jumped up from his seat in fright. He didn't understand what was going on at all until his teacher told him that all but 3 squads had to go to the field, and they had 20 minutes to prepare for battle. Leaving the office, classmates wished the 3rd squad good luck, and the Salaga not to die, noting that it was a pity for the soldiers who did not get a normal grade because of him. At this time, the school bully held his head in fear while his classmates said that they were doomed, saw that they were the best among the 11th graders, and couldn't believe what was happening, asking how they would win with an F-rank warrior. But since they would lose anyway, maybe they should at least try. Bun trembled with frustration as his friend asked what they could do about this squalor in the crew. At this time, the protagonist was lying on the desk and thinking that he was very tired and could not believe that he would have to fight with his elders. Suddenly, a guy in a red sweater approached him and called out to him, calling him trash. Looking at him, Puck asked why the sergeant was calling him. At the same moment, the commander of the third squad hit his subordinate on the head, calling him a worthless bastard. Holding him by the hair, the school bully said that he was infuriated by this manner of communication. As close as possible to him, Bun asked what he really wanted to get in advance. Throwing the protagonist aside, the guy in the red jacket stated that Sun Ho was just a monster from the first squad. Standing opposite Puck, the school bully explained that it would not be easy for them to object even with everyone's efforts, and he was taking the place of a normal war, and now the result was obvious. Puzzled, looking in front of him, the protagonist asked what was the point of him if they lost anyway. Pulling on his tie, Bun asked if he didn't see the difference between shame and ordinary defeat at all. Pointing his finger at Park, the guy in the red sweater said that he would be the one to blame if he went down in the rating. Turning away, the protagonist remarked that he did not think he was so tall to worry. Very angry after hearing this, the school bully asked what he had just said. At the same moment, Park waved his hands, saying that he did not say anything at all. Scratching his head with displeasure, the commander of the third squad called him a bastard and noted that he could not even be beaten, he was still needed on the battlefield. Hearing this, the protagonist smiled broadly, asking what difference it made if he got hit on the head in the end. At the same time, Bun got up from the floor, leaning on his knees. Grinning mischievously, the guy in the red jacket was about to entrust him with some important task. Putting his hand on Puck's head, the school bully asked if he could do it, and he declared that he would do whatever the sergeant told him to do. Then the commander of the third squad grabbed him by the scruff of the neck. Lifting his subordinate from the floor, Bun stated that he would now be his personal shield and asked if he understood. Immediately after that, the narrative of the story is transferred to the moment of the battle, when the guy in the red jacket was hiding behind the protagonist. The teacher began to speak into the microphone. He was standing in front of a huge number of disciples gathered around. Looking at the gray-haired guy staring menacingly in front of him, Yang called him the leader of the third squad of the first platoon. The teacher then glanced at Bun, who was chirping in displeasure, saying that he was the leader of the second squad of the third platoon. Placing her hands on the shoulders of the students, the teacher asked if their troops were ready. Standing in front of Song, Yang addressed him by name. Looking at the men in business suits standing behind, the teacher told me to show what they were capable of, because they were being watched by scouts. With a look full of seriousness, the gray-haired guy explained that their squad would try to do their best, and the teacher noted that he was sure they would do just fine. Immediately afterward, the 11th graders moved forward while Yang gave the order for everyone to take their positions. At the same time, the children from the 10th grade were very dissatisfied with what was happening. Standing between the two teams, the teacher said that it was necessary to start a battle of squads, and the leader of each squad had to receive a bracelet. At the same time, a guy in a red sweater grabbed Park and told him to go to him, and the teacher said that this bracelet uses the power of idia for protection, but you need to take into account that it will break from damage. Removing this very bracelet from the protagonist's hand, the school bully explained that this would help them last longer, and Ian stated that when the bracelet broke, they were out. The commander of the third squad gave the artifact to the other students, while Puck asked the sergeant if it was necessary to grab him like a cat by the scruff of the neck, and the teacher said that this time, given the difference in the experience of the teams, something had changed. Bun looked at the protagonist with displeasure, saying that he should shut up and not whine, because he was just his shield, and he noticed that he was not even an animal, but just some kind of thing, while the teacher announced that additional requirements had been introduced, and the victory would be counted for the team that could hold out for 5 minutes. The task in front of them after everything they heard, the students said that they did not think that this was possible with their composition, and they would covet in front of everyone. At the same time, Park set a timer of 5 minutes on his watch. Looking at Ian standing in front, the protagonist wondered if he would reconsider his transfer to another school if they won, and he said to greet each other. Saluting, Song declared that he would disobey the order. At the same time, a guy in a red sweater with dissatisfaction in his eyes said that he understood the order. Smiling broadly, the teacher announced the start of the battle. Immediately after that, the commander of the third squad abruptly dragged Puck with him. Dragging along the ground, the protagonist asked the sergeant to wait, and the sergeant told him to be quiet and not to say anything. Looking at the frightened school bully, Park thought that he only needed to hold out for 5 minutes. At this time, the students who remained on the front line asked their commander what they should do and what formation to use, saying that the opponents were approaching. A moment later, the 11th graders approached them, and the 10th graders declared that the sergeant should give them orders. Hiding behind the protagonist, Byun told them all to shut up and just protect him, because they would win if they held out for 5 minutes. At the same time, the girl kicked her opponent. Song, in turn, printed his opponent in the ground. Then the guys began to remove the bracelets from the hands of the enemies. At the same moment, the girl soared into the air above the guys. Suddenly, she looked menacingly in front of her. Noticing this, the guy in the red sweater was very frightened, saying that she looked at him. The 11th grader was approaching the guys at great speed. Putting Puck in front of him, the school bully told him to interfere with her and cover him as soon as possible, and he asked how he would do it. Looking at the student, who was rapidly moving towards them, the commander of the third squad told him to do at least something. Turning back in fright, the protagonist intended to run in the opposite direction. Watching everything that was happening, the teacher smiled broadly. He gave a thumbs up, saying that he would help him change schools, and when Park saw this, he said that it all him off. At the same moment, a girl in glasses approached him, who asked if they had a conflict. With a deft movement of his hand, the protagonist grabbed her hand. Noticing this, the disciple was greatly stunned. Suddenly, she noticed Puck's menacing gaze. But immediately after that, the girl activated her armor. A moment later, she was wrapped in metal armor. The disciple was completely covered in armor that emitted a bright blue light. Watching it in admiration, Puck noticed that this armor looked incredible. Its idia was not only strong, but also beautiful. Standing in front of him, the girl told him not to play the fool and noticed that he was keeping up with her. Pointing his finger at Bun, the protagonist noticed that their leader was running away. He then looked at his watch, knowing that he should check the time first. Gritting his teeth after what he saw, Puck realized that there were still 3 whole minutes to go. Standing in front of his opponent, the protagonist realized that he needed to hold out as long as possible. With a frightened look, Puck asked if he could call her sister, and just asked not to think that he was flirting. Looking puzzled in front of him, the protagonist asked if he had angered her, and suggested calling her just an acquaintance. Looking at him with dissatisfaction, the girl asked him to stop wasting time and open her idia. Pointing his finger up, Park noticed that fate itself had brought them together, and offered to at least get to know each other, and the student said that if he continued like this, she would not wait. Waving his hands, the protagonist asked to wait a minute, and his opponent ordered to open the idia, because he looked stronger than his comrades. Sweating with fright after hearing this, Puck asked where she was in such a hurry, because she should be well aware of the importance of consistency. Because of his words, the girl was very angry. She then furiously headed in his direction, while the protagonist noticed that his father always said that when he argued with his mother. A moment later, the apprentice stopped where she was when Puck announced that he was about to show her his idia. Smiling broadly, the protagonist said that right now he would reveal his essence. Releasing the blue energy from his hand, Puck began the countdown. As he continued to count, the disciple was very wary. A moment later, the protagonist summoned a dagger in his hand, and the system announced that it was an ordinary dagger without the advantages of F rank. Puck showed the dagger in his hand with a smile on his face. Holding her head after the incident, the student asked if he was the one. Shuddering sharply after hearing this, the protagonist asked his sister why she suddenly turned pale and if she was not well, suggesting that she go to the first aid post, and she clarified that he was the same F rank loser. A moment later, the girl brought her hand to her face when she received the answer that he was the same newcomer. Admiring the dagger in his hands, Park stated that he believed that his weapon was no worse than S rank. At the same moment, the protagonist stretched out his hand towards the girl who was leaving him and asked where she was, and she replied that she thought he was special, but it seemed that he dodged by pure chance. Looking after her with displeasure, Puck asked not to leave and noted that she wanted to see it herself and now she could not just leave. Clenching his hand into a fist of displeasure, the protagonist stated that if she didn't stop, he would sneak up and attack from behind, and this was the last warning. At the same moment, the disciple abruptly turned back, saying that she didn't see the point in wasting time on an F-rank loser. Suddenly, she noticed Park attacking her in front of her, which surprised her greatly. Looking menacingly ahead, the protagonist thought that at first he thought she would continue to ignore him. At the same time, his dagger was already approaching the girl's face. With a deft movement of her hand, she managed to repel the attack at the last moment. She restrained the dagger with her armor. Being near the surprised student, Park noticed that he was really sharp. After a moment, he was very scared and just smiled. The disciples watching from the stands began to laugh, saying that this was what was expected from an F-rank loser, and she was even scared of that, but he didn't hurt her at all. Puck stood in front of the girl, frightened. Suddenly turning away from him, the disciple noticed that he had a good reaction, but it wouldn't help with such a rank. Leaving the protagonist, she noticed that she had already made sure of everything, so she needed to end here. Scratching his head in puzzlement after everything that had happened, Park asked that he had gained at least a little time. Looking at his watch, the protagonist was surprised that there were still 2 minutes left. At the same moment, Bun noticed a girl in armor approaching him and called his subordinates jerks who couldn't even hold out for 5 minutes. Coming closer and closer to him, the student noticed that it was not for a coward like him to say this. Slowly stepping back, the guy in the red jacket said that he was just giving in, so she had better stop, and thought that she should definitely buy into this trick. Grinning mischievously, the girl stated that he might not give in. Suddenly appearing near him, the student was going to see what he was capable of, and told him to prove that he was better than Song. Taking a step back, the school bully realized that he was very unlucky. At the same moment, he felt the huge rock under his foot that was under the ground, and realized that it was just in time. Smirking mischievously, the leader of the third squad reasoned that he was very big, and it was good that they were everywhere there. Looking at him menacingly, the armored girl asked how he would prove his superiority. Opening his mouth a little, the sergeant said that since she was so interested, then all right. Having abruptly released a huge amount of internal energy, Bun announced that he would show it now. At the same moment, the student was very surprised. Suddenly turning back, Puck wondered if his commander was hiding the rank of his idia. Stretching out his hand in the direction of the student, he shouted to her that it was dangerous. At the same time, a guy in a red sweater, putting his hand on the stone, used extraction. Then it began to break out of the ground. A moment later, the school bully erected a small mountain under him. With a snide grin, the commander of the third squad used a swing. The system's notification window announced the extraction and swing with Idian rank C+ and combat power C. Dumbfounded, watching everything from the sidelines, the students noticed that it was clearly stronger, and did not understand what would happen to him, although his stone was quite huge. Looking happily in front of her, the armored girl said that it meant he wasn't just running away, and asked if he was waiting for a suitable stone to appear. Lifting the cobblestone above his head, Bun noticed that it was amazing. Throwing a huge boulder in the direction of an 11th grade student, the guy in a red sweater sent her. While in the air, the school bully declared that he would trample it, and show everyone the power of his idia. Looking smugly in front of him, the commander of the third squad asked if she really thought that the class meant anything, and declared that he himself would be the winner, while someone behind his back asked him for forgiveness. Hearing this, the sergeant turned sharply back, noticing that it was a familiar voice. A moment later, Song slammed it into the ground. Looking up in fright, Bun asked how he dared to sneak up behind him like that. At this time, the armored girl held back the stone with her barrier and thought that it was stronger than she thought, but with her idia, she would be able to hold out a little longer. As the student stared in surprise in front of her, someone used the skill "I'll catch you." At the same moment, a stone broke in front of her. It was the work of its commander, who destroyed the cobblestone. After everything that had happened, the armored girl gritted her teeth in displeasure. Looking at Song menacingly, the student stated that this was her opportunity to manifest and asked why he intervened. Standing in front of her, the commander of the 11th class noted that it was dangerous, and his duty was to protect his soldiers. Directing her displeased gaze forward, the student asked if he really thought that she could not cope on her own. Looking at her menacingly, Song said that he was sure that she would have coped with this block herself. Glancing sharply at Bun, who was behind him, the 11th class commander concluded that this idiot would not stop. A moment later, he threw his opponent over his shoulder using the skill "I will catch you." The system's notification window alerted you to the skill "I will catch you" with idia rank B and total combat ability A+. Puzzled by everything that was happening, Park noted that they had been tricked. At the same moment, the protagonist was greatly frightened when he noticed that Song was staring at him menacingly. Trembling with fear, Puck said that he was giving up. Approaching him, the leader of the 11th class wondered why he had warned you even before their sergeant activated the idia, and the protagonist explained that the sergeant can sometimes go too far, and he decided to warn her because he didn't know what to expect from him. Slowly approaching him, Song noticed that he did not know how to lie at all, and Park asked him to stop, because he had already given up. After grabbing his opponent abruptly, the leader of the 11th grade was about to use the skill "I'll catch you." He held the protagonist by the scruff of the neck and arm. A moment later, Puck caught the dagger that he had released from his hands and told him to listen. Then, with great speed, he pointed his weapon towards the enemy. With a deft swing of the dagger, the protagonist broke free from the opponent's grip. After all that had happened, Song was forced to step back. Looking menacingly in front of him, the leader of the 11th grade turned to the 10th grader. Taking a fighting stance, the guy with gray hair asked who he was. Looking at him in fright, Puck mused that his spirit was simply incredible, and claimed to be a warrior from the 3rd squad of the 10th platoon, revealing his name and EDI rank. Fixing his menacing gaze on his opponent, Song said that he meant he was a weakling, while the protagonist asked if the time was not up yet. With an expression full of self-confidence, the leader of the 11th grade asked what he was looking at. Scratching his head in puzzlement, Park noticed that his intentions were a little alarming, and thought that there was only a minute left. Pointing his fingers to the side, the protagonist said to look at the huge crowd that was just waiting for him to make a mistake, and noticed that it was terrible. Grinning mischievously, the guy with gray hair wondered if he was trying to buy time, and said that they hated such people. Waving his hands, Park asked what he could do alone, and noticed that he went overboard with insults, and Sun didn't understand why he didn't want to at least try to win. Spreading his hands to the sides, the protagonist stated that he would not succeed, because he was in F rank, and the leader of the 11th class said that this was advice, not a warning. A moment later, Park was greatly stunned when the guy with the gray hair noticed that they said that at the end of the battle, the scouts would choose the best students and send them to another school, and he thought that this was why the teacher looked at him like that. Hearing this, the protagonist gripped the hilt of his dagger tightly and asked to listen to him. Approaching his opponent, Park stated that he did not want to go to another school at all, and he asked to be introduced properly. Taking a step forward, the protagonist called him his opponent. With an expression full of seriousness, Park stated that he could not guarantee that he would survive. After a moment, the protagonist raised his head up. Then, the veins in his face began to show from the strain. Immediately afterward, Puck's entire body was surrounded by an incomprehensible red energy. Suddenly, there was a notification window and a system half-colored red, announcing the idia of an F-rank dagger. At the same moment, the protagonist grinned mischievously, while the system announced that his physical stats had tripled, and now he could determine the enemy's idia and weaknesses. Then Puck put his hand on his face, and the system continued to send an alert that with such abilities, he could easily deal with the enemy, and the skill would only be disabled if the opponent was killed or his idia was completely destroyed. At the same time, the protagonist stared furiously forward, and the system announced that he was seized by the desire to kill, and his S-rank perfect massacre. Puck emitted a huge amount of dark red energy. Noticing this, Song suddenly became alert. Standing in front of the protagonist, the Class 11 leader suggested that it seemed that the F-rank dagger was only part of his idia. At the same moment, the guy with the gray hair released his inner energy, and the system announced his skill. "I'll catch you!" And that he can move within the set limits, and the time will not matter. Squinting sharply, Puck noticed that he was B rank, and it turned out that his abilities were worse than he thought. Hearing this, Song was extremely dumbfounded. Directing his menacing gaze forward, the leader of the 11th grade could not believe that he was seeing other people's idia. After his words, the protagonist grinned mischievously. Pointing the dagger in front of him, Puck begged for forgiveness, saying that he couldn't take it anymore and asked if he would be stopped. Continuing to smile madly, the protagonist asked if he could definitely do it. Looking warily in front of him, the gray-haired guy mused that he had an unbearable killing intent and noticed that he thought he had already outgrown the emo stage. With a sudden grin, Puck asked if he could handle it. Twisting the dagger in his hand, the protagonist asked if he could rely on it. The orange-haired girl stared at the scene in surprise and asked why he was standing while the guy assumed that maybe he didn't want to waste his time on him. At the same moment, a student with red hair with a disgruntled expression on his face asked why he was not doing anything, because he had come to see how he was beaten. At the same moment, Song stared in front of him in a puzzled way, thinking that he was in an unprotected position. Being opposite his opponent, the leader of the 11th grade realized that he also did not have exposed body parts. Ju, watching what was happening, was also very dumbfounded and didn't understand what this strange energy was. Despite Puck twirling a dagger in his hand, the armored girl mused that he didn't look like the loser she'd seen before. Looking forward in surprise, the student didn't understand what kind of atmosphere it was, and knew that they wouldn't be able to stop him. Looking at the snidely grinning protagonist, Ju noticed that this was very creepy. As her entire body trembled, the armored girl was about to give everyone an order. Suddenly, rushing towards the enemy, the student gave the order to attack. At the same moment, Ju gritted her teeth from overexertion, while the other guys were very surprised by her actions. A moment later, she pinned Puck, who was laughing and saying that it was hard for him, to the ground. Looking at his subordinate with displeasure, Song asked what all this was for. Looking back at him, Ju declared that she had the same duty as he did, to protect his squad. Standing in front of his soldiers, the commander of the 11th class concluded that he did not need protection at all. A moment later, he was very surprised when the girl asked if he was sure of this. At the same moment, the student remembered the moment Park deftly turned around, striking at her, and realized what it was like when they attacked him. Ju then imagined how her classmates were also exposed to the protagonist's attack. The armored girl visualized Puck rushing past them at great speed. At this time, the guy with gray hair was dumbfounded in front of him, and the student realized that he reacted so quickly that not everyone would be able to keep up. Adjusting his tie, Song replied that, to be honest, he wasn't sure about it. Suddenly, the 11th class commander smirked. Noticing this, Ju was very dumbfounded and couldn't believe that he was laughing, and the guy with the gray hair was asking her to open the idia before she got hurt even more. Paying attention to her hair, the girl was very surprised. A moment later, the armor on her head shattered. The disciple was extremely stunned when her equipment was destroyed, and couldn't believe that she had caused so much damage with a lightning attack. At the same time, the other students of the 11th grade noticed that their bracelets were destroyed, and did not understand what was going on, assuming that since everyone's bracelet broke, then perhaps they accidentally turned off the idia. After everything that had happened, Ju silently clutched her head. Song, on the other hand, just looked down sadly. Standing opposite Puck, the 11th grade commander addressed him. Looking puzzled in front of him, the protagonist laughed, noting that it was excellent teamwork. Hearing this, the gray-haired guy stared at him silently. With a look full of incomprehension, Park asked what he wanted from him. Abruptly looking away, Song asked if he had come to his senses. Continuing to lie on the ground, the protagonist told the guys that 5 minutes had already passed, and invited them to get off it. Suddenly turning back, the commander of the 11th grade said that next time no one would interfere with him. Waving his hand, Puck explained that this time was enough for him, so there would be no next one. A moment later, the protagonist was very dumbfounded when the guy with gray hair advised him to practice a little. Holding out his hand after him, Puck repeated that he had already said that it was enough for him. Immediately afterward, the rest of the 11th class also left the protagonist. When it was over, Puck plopped down on the ground and said it was hard. At this time, the teacher, who was watching the course of the battle from the sidelines, was extremely dumbfounded, saying that the 3rd detachment of the 10th platoon had won. Then the narration of the story is transferred to the director's office, from where the voice of a man was heard, who said that he was glad to greet the gentleman. Throwing one leg over the other, the man noticed that his arrival was a secret. With a smile on his face, an unknown man in a business suit asked if he had prepared the data that he had requested in advance. Hearing this, the school principal held out the papers in front of him and said that here they were. At the same time, an unknown person began to leaf through the documents in his hands. Suddenly, he stopped on the page with Song on it, and noticed that it was a fairly famous disciple. Sitting across from him, the headmaster explained that he was just a brilliant student, and the best among the best, and was also the pride of Hyundai School. Hearing this, the man looked down and thought that there was not a single award in middle school. Looking through the history of awards in the document, an unknown person reasoned that in high school all the victories were with him, and, apparently, he came to his senses. Continuing to look at the papers, the unknown person heard the director say that he would have a higher rank, and then it would be great, and he himself noted that he was able to go so far precisely because of the rank B. Suddenly, the man noticed someone's personal file at the very end. Looking at the headmaster sitting in front, the unknown person asked if they had a newcomer. Very frightened after such a question, the principal replied that he had a lower rank than the 9th graders, and after much discussion, they had to place him in the classroom. Hitting his forehead with his finger, the inspector thought that he was interested in his ranks, because it was very interesting. Continuing to examine the documents, the man asked what was behind the description, to which he received a positive answer and explanations that it was not even worth reading. Looking at the document, the inspector read the special circumstances related to the protagonist. Directing his menacing gaze forward, the unknown person asked that idia usually does not manifest itself at the age of 8, to which the director replied that usually children experience it at this age. Looking at the information in the documents, the man reflected that he had survived a burglary at the age of 10 and had revealed his identity that day. The headmaster looked at the inspector puzzled, who couldn't believe that the idia that appeared later due to life circumstances was only F rank. Holding documents in his hands, the man asked that his fighting abilities had not changed since he was 10 years old, and the director explained that he could not say for sure, but he had such a rank when he came to school. Continuing to examine Park's personnel file, the unknown speculated that his overall combat abilities were also of low rank, and suggested that he was deliberately hiding his powers. Putting the papers on the table, the man stated that he would like to talk to this student in person. Folding his hands together, the headmaster said that he would most likely change schools soon because of such a rank, which greatly surprised the inspector. The man kept his hand on the documents, and said that he was listening to the director. While the inspector was leafing through the personal files of the students, the school principal asked why he decided to introduce military training for them. Hearing this, the unknown person became sharply wary, and the director who saw this thought that these were ugly questions, and perhaps it was a secret government project or a military plan, so he shouldn't know anything. Waving his hands in fright, he begged for forgiveness, saying that he shouldn't have asked this question. Suddenly, the man grinned mischievously, saying that they were preparing for attacks from the north. After looking at the personal files of the students, the inspector explained that it was with such a system that they hoped to do something. With a look full of enthusiasm, the man added that they wanted to help the students change. Looking at the alarm clock that rang at 6 a.m., Park reflected on the fact that his every morning starts the same way, and he gets up very early. The protagonist would then get out of bed and stretch. Adjusting his tie, he thought that next he would have to get ready for school. Standing in front of the mirror, Park said that he had to do his best today, and thought that then he left the house at 7:30. Closing the door behind him, the protagonist said that he had gone. At this time, the sun was shining brightly outside. Park walked down the street of the city and reasoned that he came to school so early because he was assigned to clean up. Several guys looked haughtily in front of them, calling out to the 10th grader. The students were standing in front of the protagonist and saying that it was not worth wasting time with him, when suddenly one of them asked that he was not the same rookie, while he replied that there was no problem with that. Scratching his head awkwardly, Park declared that he was flattered that he had become so popular. Looking at him haughtily, the students noticed that he was even dumber than expected, and it seemed that the guys from the first platoon simply lost their vigilance. Taunting the protagonist, the teenagers asked if his idia was an ordinary dagger, and it was just worthless, so they did not understand how he managed to resist Song, although he also tends to make mistakes. Then the narration of the story is transferred to the moment when two sponges collided. Park removed the chalk from them through the window and said that it did not erase, wondering that the school was supported by the state, so why they couldn't hang marker boards. After that, the protagonist began to wash the floors in the office. He walked with a mop on the floor. Puck cleaned out the entire office at great speed, wondering what had happened. His classmates looked at him with displeasure, saying that it seemed that his attempts to do at least something did bring some benefit to the team, and he did not behave like that with them. Putting his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, the guy noticed that he surprised him. While the rest of the guys were laughing, his classmate added that they did not expect such a result from him. Spreading his hands to the sides, the guy noticed that it seemed that everyone was against them, while Park reflected that after the fight with 11th graders, people began to perceive him differently. At the same moment, Bun struck the protagonist's desk with his hand and told him to get up. Abruptly rising from the table, Puck asked why he had called, and wondered that he would be beaten again. With his arms crossed over his chest, the guy in the red jacket said that he couldn't get the math handout, so he had to get it for him and do it right away, because he needed to rewrite the answers. While Park was washing the floors in the office, his classmates said that he had to do his social studies homework for them, as well as take the notebooks to the office. Sighing heavily, the protagonists reasoned that they began to use him for their own purposes. The narrative of the story is transferred to the second room of the 10th grade. Abruptly raising her hands up, the girl was glad that the lesson was over, and the teacher told everyone to be quiet. Looking at the student, Ian asked if everyone remembered that today was the last day to join the unit, to which he received a positive answer. At this time, Park was looking at a piece of paper, and the teacher said that it was mandatory for 10th graders, so they should hurry up with the choice. Sadly looking down, the protagonist wondered which units he would choose and whether he would be taken at all. Looking seriously ahead, the teacher explained that those who did not choose the unit would have a personal conversation, and asked Park if he understood this. After Yang's words, the guys began to laugh, saying that no normal unit would accept an F-rank fighter, and they needed to conduct an entrance test to make sure that they were worthless. With an expression full of calm, the protagonist mused that they could laugh as much as they wanted. After a moment, he was extremely dumbfounded, noticing something on a piece of paper. Reading the vast number of names of different units, Park wondered what it was. Studying the list dumbfounded, the protagonist reasoned that all units were directly related to the army or idia, and his classmate asked his friend what he had chosen. Standing next to his classmate, the guy noticed that he would go to the team battle units. He asked what the rating was, while the girl offered to go there together. Without leaving the room, the disciple said that there was a fairly high rank, and therefore everyone was excited, and now they would go there. In the end, Park was left alone in the office. Clutching his head, the protagonist asked what he should do, and hoped that the rank restrictions would be lifted. Looking at the list of departments, he noticed that this was just a division of students according to their abilities. Then he managed to find a unit sharpened on training, which has no connection with idia. Noticing this, Puck was very happy. Slowly moving forward, the protagonist reflected that there are no rank restrictions, and it seems to be just training, so he doesn't think there will be many people. As he walked down the corridor, He reasoned that it was really strange that such a unit had been given an entire hall. The guys stared at each other furiously and argued as Puck mused that there should be no problems. Stopping in front of a crowd of students, the protagonist realized that the lesson was not related to Idia, so everything was fine, and asked why there were so many people. Trying to see something ahead, Puck wondered if he had come to the wrong place. Looking sharply at the piece of paper, he noticed that several times he was convinced that this was the right place for him. Suddenly, a guy in a green sweater pointed his finger at him and stated that it was an F-class high school student who had come. The student looked at him puzzled, noting that he was a high school student, but a beginner in abilities, and asked his friend if he thought it was not worth standing on ceremony with him, and Park reflected that almost all of them were 9th graders, and they did not have to join his unit. With his hands folded in displeasure, the protagonist wondered why they had gathered there, when suddenly the guys announced that the leader was in front. Making his way through the crowd, Park asked who this leader was. After a moment, the protagonist let go of the piece of paper out of his hands out of fear and could not believe what was happening, thought that he needed to run while someone noticed that it was unbelievable, and the rumors turned out to be true. The guy in the gym looked sharply to the side, then he headed for the front door, calling out to Puck. As Sun approached the protagonist, the 9th graders said that he looked amazing in real life, and they were all his fans. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, Park asked if he was the leader of the training unit. Smiling broadly, the commander of the 11th class noted that he did not expect to see him there, so he was very surprised. Park stared in front of him puzzled and pondered that he needed to run while Sun told the recruits to pass and prepare. Turning sharply to the side, the protagonist realized that there would be a fuss if they grappled with him, when suddenly the commander of the 11th class asked where he was going. Suddenly smiling, Puck noticed that he seemed to have come to the wrong place. Waving his fingers, the protagonist said that he would go look around and immediately return, and the guy with gray hair said that there was nothing else there. Looking menacingly forward, he asked if he would not go anyway. With a serious expression on his face, Song asked that he had come expecting that there would be few people. Adjusting his tie from emotion, Puck thought that this was true, and noticed that a huge crowd had gathered there. Putting his hand on his belt, the commander of the 11th class asked his guests to come in. It was not so easy to get to them, and the protagonist concluded that he knew that his skill was below average. Immediately afterward, a guy with gray hair grabbed Park by his clothes. Sensing this, the protagonist was greatly stunned. When Sun dragged him to the gym and announced that he would now conduct an entrance test, and he would take it with everyone else, and Park repeated that he had already said that he would not do it. At the same moment, the doors to the gym were closed. Looking at the recruits, the commander of the 11th grade asked if everyone was in place, and said that this year there are also a lot of them, and then you need to start testing, because it is not difficult. With a menacing expression on his face, the guy with gray hair said that they would just need to repeat a few exercises after him, namely 30 burpees, 30 push-ups, 30 burpees again, and then 30 squats. Hearing this, the disciples were delighted that he would also be doing these exercises and said that he had great strength and an alluring voice. The other guys were full of enthusiasm and could not believe that it was all for one attempt, but they believed in their strength. A moment later, Park clutched his head when he heard Sun say that the one who could make 10 sets would pass, while he himself stated that he could not even be counted on. The narrative then shifts to the moment when the students were doing squats with the last of their strength, and Sun was telling number 2 that he was too slow to drop out. Looking at the guys who fell to the ground from exhaustion, the commander of the 11th grade stated that numbers 5 and 6 did not perform the exercises correctly, so they dropped out. Jumping up sharply, the guy with gray hair explained what to do as fast as he did. At this time, other teenagers also fell to the ground, saying that they had lost their strength. Dumbfounded by all that was happening, Park thought that he needed to do 30 burpees, 30 push-ups, 30 burpees again, and then 30 squats in one set. He then looked at Song doing push-ups at a tremendous speed, and reasoned that he did it so easily that even the muscles of his face did not tremble. Watching the students try to keep up with the commander of the 11th grade, the protagonist wondered what kind of monster it was. Immediately afterward, the last guy fell to the ground from exhaustion. All the applicants were lying on the floor and saying they were giving up, while the guy with the gray hair was saying that the first group was dropping out. Glancing sharply to the side, Som was about to start testing the second group. Hearing this, the guys were very scared and did not understand what to do, because they did not think that they would cope. Well, this is cool, although scary. Pushing each other aside, the disciples argued about who would go first and were about to send an F rank first, and he explained that he didn't want either. Suddenly, the guy pushed him with his foot and called him a loser. At the same moment, Park was in front of the commander of the 11th class. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, the protagonist noticed that he was not tired at all, and asked if he was really human, because it seemed that the age difference was nothing in his case. Directing his serious gaze forward, the guy with gray hair noticed that it was not worth saying that. With a sharp start, Park said that he did not understand what he was talking about, and Song stated that the second group could start the task, while he added that he did not want to do it. The sounds of classes were heard in the gym. The whole floor was wrapped in drops of sweat. The protagonist did tasks with the last of his strength, thinking that he was not ready to put up with this. Remembering how he did pull-ups at home, Park reasoned that he trained alone to be able to stand up for himself. Looking menacingly in front of him, he realized that this was why he was not so bad in sports. Watching Song jump out, Park knew that an ordinary person couldn't do that. At this time, the guys from the second group seemed to be giving up their breath from fatigue. Looking at them, the commander of the 11th class noticed that their group was not so bad, so they needed to speed up. Shuddering with dissatisfaction after hearing this, the protagonist stated that he could not do it. At this time, someone was biting off a piece of chips. The girl who had given up and was now just sitting on the sidelines looked in surprise in front of her, saying that the 10th grader still hadn't given up, and her friend had noticed that it was surprising. Watching Park try to imitate Sun, the boys wondered if he was really that tough and couldn't believe that his fighting abilities were indeed F rank. At this time, the protagonist was doing squats with the last of his strength, saying that he had already trained at home. With an expression on his face full of calm, the commander of the 11th class told him to be silent and concentrate. A guy who liked him and his girlfriend asked how many sets they had already made, and she replied that she went 7. Looking dumbfounded in front of her, the girl stated that it was unbelievable, and that was what everyone expected from a guy with gray hair, and her friend noticed that the F rank was not so bad either. At the same moment, Song sneered mischievously, remarking that this was quite good. Sweating from fatigue, Park thought that it was very hard. Looking seriously in front of him, the 11th grade commander claimed to have learned that his reaction speed was not just a coincidence, and his stamina allowed him to keep up the pace. At the same moment, the guy with gray hair became even faster, which the girl noticed and wondered if the newcomer would be able to keep up with him. Very angry after what he saw, the protagonist asked if he was really serious. Continuing to eat chips, the guy explained that it was too much, and his girlfriend stated that he was doing well. The guys watched the two high school students doing squats at great speed, and said that the F rank was keeping up with Sun. Immediately after that, the students began to rejoice and shout that he could and he would definitely succeed, because there was still a little left. At this time, Park, gritting his teeth from fatigue, while the guys were declaring that he was almost there, and had already done 27. Descending to the floor again, the protagonist heard the students say that it was the 28th and 29th attempts. Looking happily in front of him, Song stated that it had been 30 times, which meant that a great job had been done. Hearing this, the protagonist fell to the floor, and the students who saw this rejoiced that he succeeded, asking if he was the only one who passed. Sitting on the floor, Park said that he was going to die. Suddenly, the protagonist looked towards the junior students, who said they were very surprised, and congratulated him on his successful completion. After their words, he completely lay down on the floor and noticed that it did not turn out so badly, because he was even praised. At the same moment, someone approached him. It was Song, who stretched out his hand in his direction and welcomed him to the training unit. Holding his hand, Park expressed his gratitude, but noticed that he was very tired. Helping him to get up, the commander of the 11th grade said that there was no need to wait, and he could come tomorrow. At the same time, the protagonist became very angry and asked the leader of the unit if he had not heard him. Sharply approaching him, the guy with gray hair stated that training together was much more effective, and he had been waiting for a worthy opponent for a long time. Pulling his hand away, Puck explained that he would have died if he had added that one more set, and asked if he wasn't annoyed by such weaklings. With a mad expression on his face, Song replied that it had taken him a whole year to find a member for his unit, and the protagonist realized that he could not hear him at all. Looking frightened in front of him, Puck mused that he just wanted to join their smallest unit, but now he was in a mess. The narrative of the story is transferred to the moment when the protagonist lifted chairs after classes. Sighing heavily, Park stated that he did not want to train today. Squatting down, he declared that he had accidentally got there, and now all the attention was on him, wondering how Sun could have chosen his unit at all. Clutching his head, Strani again repeated that this was a division of the same person. Remembering how the garbage was cleaned up in the office, Park reflected that now he was being poked at every day. Imagining in his head classmates who asked how he got to Song, The protagonist reasoned that he was haunted by envy and daily questions. Visualizing the 11th class commander scolding him, Park knew that if he didn't go, he wouldn't be left alone. Taking his backpack, the protagonist thought that maybe he should just break his arm. Waving his head denially from side to side, Park said that he was just taking him to the medical office, and after the treatment, everything would start again. After a moment, the protagonist flinched with fright, saying that it would be better to choose him when he saw a girl standing at the entrance. Then he looked away in surprise. The student looked in front of her and asked if he was studying there. With an expression full of incomprehension, Park couldn't believe that there was such a beautiful girl in their class. Standing in front of her, the protagonist gave a positive answer. Showing him the shoulder straps, she asked the unknown if it was customary for them to get acquainted there. Looking at the things in her hand, the protagonist realized that she was a corporal. Looking at him in surprise, the girl asked if he did not have a title and why he did not take out his book. A moment later, Park shuddered sharply as he was ordered to give his name and rank. At the same moment, the protagonist saluted and said that he was a newcomer to the 3rd squad of the 10th platoon of the 2nd squadron, giving his name. Then, he was very surprised after everything that had happened. Looking at him, the unknown asked if he was a beginner, and Puck mused that they were forced to memorize it, so he said everything automatically. Shaking his hand, the student noticed that it did not matter, and was happy to meet him, saying that she was Corporal Kim, and the protagonist asked why she called him. Taking her hand aside, the girl asked that he was already from the 10th platoon, and explained that he would join its ranks from the next day, and Park clarified that she had transferred from another school. Smiling broadly, the protagonist remarked that it was great, and hoped that they would get along. As he opened the door, he noticed that he still had something to do, so it was time for him to go. At the same moment, Kim grabbed him by the backpack and told him that he had to wait. Then she pushed him with her hand. A moment later, the girl pressed the guy against the wall. Looking at her dumbfounded, Puck told the corporal that he really had to go. Looking in front of her, the student asked to show her the school. At the same time, the protagonist began to cry in his heart, because he did not understand that Sun could come in at any moment. Opening his mouth, he said that he had had enough. Looking menacingly at the girl, Park explained that he was in a hurry, and told her to ask someone else, to which she replied that he suited her. Hearing this, the protagonist was very puzzled and asked when she had noticed him in the first place. Looking at him furiously, Kim stated what she needed now, and Park thought she was crazy. With a frightened expression on his face, the protagonist agreed to show her the school and asked where she needed to go, and the girl asked to take him to Sergeant Sun. When he heard this, he was very pleased, saying that she would have said so right away. Pointing his finger upwards, Park stated that he was just heading towards him, when suddenly he was behind him and called him by name. At the same moment, the protagonist shuddered sharply with fright. Looking at his friend, the commander of the 11th grade asked that he was not going to skip training, to which he replied that he was just going to it. Folding her arms to her chest, Kim asked if he was the same Sergeant's son. Looking at her, the commander of the 11th grade asks if she is from the 10th grade, and noted that the elders should be respected, and the girl said that, as she heard, they have a distribution of ranks there. Taking him by the tie, the student asked if he was stronger than her. With a haughty expression on her face, Kim noticed that she thought they were about the same level. Adjusting his tie, the guy with gray hair asked if she really needed to make sure of this. At this time, Puck covered himself with his backpack from the flames that broke out between these guys, and said that they would crush him like that. Looking ahead seriously, the student asked if Song had a girlfriend, and he was startled by the suddenness. With an expression on his face full of calm, the commander of the 11th grade gave a negative answer, and the girl noticed that she understood it, because he trains day and night. With a snide grin, Kim noticed that she could see everything from him, and she hated such stiff guys, and the leader of the unit replied that he didn't like her either, while the protagonist asked what was going on. Taking her hand aside, the girl said that she did not care even if she became a bride, and could come up with something for decency. Looking at her, Song asked why she was saying this, and the student told her that her family was quite conservative. Looking sharply to the side, Kim explained that she was saying this for his own safety, so he had to listen, and Park did not understand what was going on, where he was and who he was. Suddenly, moving towards the protagonist, the girl said that it was good that at least he did not like her, and asked the newcomer if he wanted to date her. Hearing this, he was very embarrassed and asked why so suddenly. The student only smiled, saying nothing in response. Keeping her hand near her head, Kim noticed that they were the same height, and she liked it when her gaze was on the same level. After her words, Park shuddered with embarrassment, and said that he did not know what to answer. At this time, the girl looked at him silently. After a moment, she smirked, remarking that it was quite cute. Suddenly, approaching the protagonist, the apprentice asked what rank his idia was, and he replied that he had F rank. I looked at him with dissatisfaction, who I said that he was lying. With a puzzled expression on his face, Park explained that this was true. Taking a step towards him, the girl noticed that this was impossible, and asked that such people existed at all, to which she received the answer that he was a living example of this. Looking at the protagonist in surprise, the student asked him to stop joking, and Song said that it was time for them to train. Hearing this, the guys looked at him, while the 11th grade commander asked her to leave. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story is transferred to the gym. The puck was hanging on the horizontal bar, dripping with sweat. Doing exercises on the horizontal bar, Song said that this was the last time. Standing in front of the guy who landed, Kim said that at first she thought it was just an excuse, but they really went to play sports, and that's amazing. At her feet, Puck wondered why she had gone with them, and the girl asked if he was okay. Looking at her pitifully, the protagonist asked her to help, since she had come, and the student noticed that she did not ask him for help. Bursting into tears after such an answer, Park reflected that she had asked to show her the school. Lowering their heads down, the protagonist stated that this was too much, and Kim asked the sergeant why he was training with him. Then, it was as if Park was struck by the words that he was just a beginner, while Sun explained that in his classes, skill was more important than rank, and he had been looking for a partner for a long time. Hearing this, the disciple suddenly smirked. Taking a step towards him, Kim didn't understand why she spent so much time on him, and asked if he saw any potential in him. After her words, the commander of the 11th grade looked menacingly in front of him. With an interested expression on her face, the girl asked to tell what the secret of this guy was. Bringing her hand to the side, Kim asked what he had seen, what he was capable of, and then asked him to answer immediately. Standing in front of her, Sun stated that he did not understand what she was talking about at all, because she herself had built expectations about Park. Approaching him, the girl asked what it meant that he would not tell her anything. Then she ran towards the protagonist, and stated that then she would ask him herself, and asked the newcomer if he heard their conversation, and asked for an answer. At the same moment, he laughed, saying that she was wrong, and called himself just a useless F-rank rookie. Hearing this, the two guys looked at him with displeasure, and just remained silent. Immediately afterward, Song closed his eyes. Then he grabbed Park by the shirt. The commander of the 11th grade dragged the protagonist behind him and said that enough of this non-deity, because he needed to start training, and he asked what he was angry about, and asked Kim to help him. The narration of the story is suddenly transferred to the office, through which the voice of the teacher was heard, which attracted the attention of the students. Standing at the pulpit, Jan declared that they had something new. Looking in the direction of the front door, the teacher told her to come in. Immediately after that, the girl took a step forward. Then she stopped in the middle of the office. The guys looked at her admiringly and asked why she was new in the middle of the school year. Well, they noticed that she looked just gorgeous. Looking at the teacher, Kim asked where she belonged. At this time, Puck stared in surprise in front of him as Yang explained that she was sitting at the end with one squad, but she had to introduce herself first. Hearing this, the girl silently stared ahead. Suddenly smiling, the student stated that she liked the third squad, and the teacher tried to stop her. Passing by the desks, Kim asked to be placed in the third squad. At this time, the students were surprised to observe what was happening, and the teacher said that there was no place in the third squad now. Pointing her finger in front of her, the girl stated that she wanted to sit there, and asked if she could change seats. Hearing this, the protagonist and his neighbor at the desk were very dumbfounded. The guy looked at the student in surprise and explained that whatever it was, this was his place. At the same moment, Kim slammed her hand on the table. Looking furiously at her new classmate, the girl asked if he could sit down. Immediately after that, the student got up from his seat and said that he would go to another desk, and the student thanked him. Kim was then sitting next to Park when someone called out to her. It was Bun, who looked in front of him with displeasure and asked who she thought she was, and explained that he was in charge of the third squad, so she had to give her name and rank first. Folding her hands to her chest, the girl asked if his rank was higher than her, and noticed that, as she had heard, the highest rank among the 10th graders was corporal, and she was. Puzzled, watching what was happening, the teacher noticed that a strange girl had come to them, and said that since there was strength, there was nothing to be done. After everything that had happened, Park covered his face with his hands. Noticing this, Kim was very dissatisfied. Poking him with her finger, the girl asked if he didn't like her, and why he was acting so indifferent. Hugging him with her arm, the student explained that she thought they got along, so she sat next to him, and asked what she should do, and if they would not communicate, and the protagonist said that he would like to be friends. With obvious fright on his face, Park was explaining that it wasn't that he didn't like her, when suddenly the teacher called out to Kim. Hearing this, the girl smiled broadly and asked what he wanted from her. A moment later, the student was very displeased when Ian asked her to introduce herself, and explained that she had already sat down. Getting up from her seat, Kim said that so be it, she would introduce herself from there. Looking at her with dissatisfaction after the incident, the guy in a red sweater said that it was necessary to stand in front of the class, because these were banal rules of decency, and the girl said that she did not want to. Everyone could hear her view from there perfectly. Immediately after that, the student smiled broadly, said that she was glad to welcome her new classmates, and gave her name, noting that from that day on she would study with them. Listening to her, the guys looked at each other and did not understand what was wrong with her, because she behaved too impudently, assuming that she was popular in the last school. After a moment, the other students were greatly stunned, saying that they no longer liked her bad temper, and Kim was telling her that her rank was a corporal, and Idia was a white jade goblin. Taking her hand aside, the girl noticed let her parents help her transfer there. Well, she hopes for productive joint study, and asked to take care of her. When she finished, her classmates looked at her dumbfounded, asking if she was the same white jade goblin. At the same moment, there was a buzz in the classroom, and everyone asked if she was really lying, while the teacher told everyone to be quiet. Kim, in turn, stood still with a calm expression on her face, while the rest of the guys said that it was just incredible, and could not believe that such a person was studying with them. Imagining the mask of the white jade goblin in his head, Puck mused that this was the only inherited Idia. Visualizing the sun shining in the sky, the boy reasoned that Idia is not usually inherited and has never been repeated since the beginning of all time. Imagining the picture of the mountains, the protagonist thought that the fact is that the engraving of the soul cannot be the same. Remembering the images of people in grey kimonos, Park realized that there were people who hoped that they could pass on Idia to make it stronger. Visualizing the hilt of the blade, the boy thought that all this was needed to make it more detailed. Imagining the blade of the sword, the protagonist reasoned that it would be more accurate to make it more dangerous, and some families managed to do it. Remembering the image of a man with tree branches braided into his hair, Park thought that it was the Kim family, descendants of King Suro. Visualizing a huge number of people studying the secret teachings, the boy reflected that they had left their families and devoted themselves to education and battle. Imagining two people shaking hands in his head, the protagonist reasoned that in order to protect the bloodline, they adhered to internal marriages. Visualizing the images of teenagers against the background of lotus flowers, Park thought that all the children had pale skin, and the family was called the White Jade family. Imagining a man with gray hair with his back turned, the boy thought that in this way they had managed to get a permanent white jade goblin Idia. Remembering how a mother held her daughter by the shoulders, the protagonist realized that, however, only girls could summon the goblin. Visualizing a withered tree, Park reflected that the number of the family had greatly decreased, and the lineage was almost interrupted. Imagining a child lying on a lotus lily in his head, the boy reasoned that in the last generation, an heiress was born with a goblin wielding a sword. Visualizing a girl with a blade in her hands in the middle of the forest, the protagonist thought that the girl had adopted abilities and hidden skills that were far superior to those of men. Imagining her wielding her blade, Puck mused that she was the last person to possess the highest level of sword proficiency. Seeing the reflection of Kim in the blade, the boy reasoned that she was special from birth and recognized by the family and heaven as a genius. Leaning on the desk with her hands, the girl asked the teacher if she could already sit down. Looking at her dumbfounded, Jan allowed her to take her seat. Pointing with his hand to the blackboard, the teacher stated that from that day on he was the vice leader of the third squad, and everyone should immediately be silent. Hearing this, Bun jumped up from his seat in displeasure and asked if a newcomer could immediately become a leader. Opening his mouth wide in displeasure, the teacher told him to be silent. Immediately afterward, the guy in the red jacket gritted his teeth in displeasure. At this time, Park looked at his desk neighbor in surprise and asked that she seemed to be very popular. At the same time, Kim seemed to sparkle with confidence and declared that she was just gorgeous, that's all. Looking in front of her, the girl noticed that he was also special, because it wasn't often that you met someone with an F rank there. Hearing this, the protagonist froze in humiliation. Lowering his head down, he asked to stop these attacks, because they were allies, and the student replied that she did not want to do this. At this time, the school bully gritted his teeth in displeasure, asking how dare some girl who came out of nowhere to behave like this. Then he turned back menacingly. The narrative of the story is transferred to the school cafeteria. The student opened the front door and said that they thought they needed to change the leader of the third squad. Talking to his girlfriend, the guy noted that Kim is superior to Byun in everything, and he is generally a moron, and she has a much higher rank and overall combat abilities. Pointing his finger forward, the student stated that during the battle of the squads, he gave strange orders, and the girl noticed that he just wanted to look cool. Then the guys passed by a guy in a red sweater, and the student said that at first she thought she was too arrogant, but it turned out that she was excellent at giving orders. Remembering with admiration how Kim stepped on a school bully, the student concluded that she was unique during battles and already liked her very much. Waving her hand, the girl said that it would be better if she became the leader of the squad, and her friend noted that soon it would be so. Listening to all this, Bun gripped the glass in his hand with great force. He was beside himself with rage and called the name Kim. Suddenly, the narrative of the story is transferred to the schoolroom, where someone was rejoicing at the beginning of lunch. Looking at Puck sitting next to him, the girl called out to him. Getting up from her seat, the student offered to have lunch together. Waving his hands, the protagonist explained that he could not, because he needed to clean up. Grabbing his clothes in displeasure, Kim stated that she had no one to eat with, and Park said that she was lying, because now she was the most popular student in school. Turning abruptly to the side, the girl noticed that they hate those who communicate with her because of merit, and they only care about the outer shell, so they never come up to talk to her. Catching the menacing gaze of the student again, the protagonist said that he could not, because he was very busy. How I looked in front of me with displeasure while Puck told me that he needed to wash the board, wipe the dust and rinse the rag. Then the girl was very surprised when he continued to tell her that he also had to sweep and wash the entire floor in the classroom. Immediately afterward, the student looked ahead in puzzlement as the protagonist added that he still had to help his classmates prepare for the next lesson. Staring menacingly in front of her, Kim assumed that she thought that was too much for one person, and she was willing to bet that even the leader of the squad could not do it alone. Looking away, Park gave a positive answer. At the same moment, the girl put her hand on the desk. With an expression full of displeasure, the student asked what he didn't want to say, that he was carrying out instructions from other leaders. Then Kim became completely insane and added that he was really helping the whole class. Frightened, waving his hands, the protagonist explained that he was helping the rest of the time, because it seemed to him that there would be confusion if the responsibilities were divided, so there was no need to misunderstand him. Hearing this, the girl looked in front of her puzzled. Biting her lip in displeasure, the student asked what it meant wrong. Dragging her friend with her, Kim told him to follow her, and he asked where, because he said that he was busy. Opening the front door to the office, the girl clarified what he thought himself and stated that they would go to those bastards who hung their duties on him, and Park asked her to stop. As his feet dragged on the floor, the protagonist explained that he had said that he was fine with everything. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story is transferred to the dining room, where the dust fan is. Looking at her classmates, Kim said that she had questions for them. Seeing her, the children looked in surprise in front of them and asked what she was and what she wanted. With a look full of displeasure, the girl asked that he was responsible for cleaning the office of the 4th squad and why then he shifted his duties to a member of their squad. Spreading his hands to the sides, the red-haired guy explained that he was F rank. Covering his mouth with her hand, the student explained that she was not interested in his excuses. With a snide grin, Kim suggested that everyone do their own thing. With an arrogant expression on her face, the girl declared that it was very low to take the weak, and she would not stoop to this, asking if he understood what she was getting at. Hearing this, the red-haired guy was very frightened. Putting her hand on the search, the student said that if he did it at least once, she would not stand aside. The classmate explained that he understood everything and asked for forgiveness. Pointing her finger at Park standing next to her, Kim told her to apologize to him, and the guy immediately apologized to the newcomer, while he apologized for interfering with their meal. Suddenly, moving forward, the girls said that they needed to move on, and the protagonist asked where they were going, since the matter had not already been resolved, to which the protagonist replied that they were going to the teacher while he was trying to stop her. Smiling broadly, Yang stated that he did not even know that Park was in such a position, and appointed Kim responsible for the distribution of responsibilities. Sparkling with joy after what she heard, the girl agreed with the teacher. Leaning on a mop with her hands, the student stated that now she would distribute responsibilities in their squad. Holding it out towards the two guys, Kim stated that now he was in charge of the board, and the other would wash the floor. Hearing this, the guys were very surprised and asked why they had to clean up. A moment later, the girl hit them with this mop, while the guy with glasses noticed that all this should be done by that F-rank idiot. With a crazy expression on her face, the student asked that they were already used to blaming everything on one person, to which she received a negative answer. At the same moment, Bun, looking menacingly in front of him, called out to the vice captain. Looking at him after hearing this, Kim asked if he really wanted to help with cleaning, and the guy in the red sweater explained that she should call him the leader of the squad, and she asked what he wanted. With displeasure, taking his hand aside, the school bully asked if he really had to approach her only on business, and explained that he was just talking to his ward. Hearing this, the girl suddenly thought. Spreading her hands to the sides, the student noticed that this was true, and he annoyed everyone, so it was better for her to become the new leader. Angered by her words, Bun clarified what she had just said. Turning towards the front door to the office, Kim stated that if he didn't want anything, then she would go, and called him the leader of the squad, and he stopped her. Looking at her, the guy in the red jacket asked her to come to the roof after school, because they needed to discuss something about the squad. Their conversation from behind the wall was eavesdropped by Puck while the girl agreed to the proposal. Then the narration of the story was transferred to the moment when the student was walking along the corridor. The protagonist followed her. He slowly made his way up the stairs after his girlfriend. Watching her go out onto the roof, Puck thought that she had been expected to go there. Then he began to climb after her. Directing his menacing gaze forward, the protagonist thought that something was wrong there. As he continued to climb the stairs, Park assumed that their leader would be in trouble today. Looking out from behind the door, the protagonist heard Kim asking what he wanted to discuss. Standing in front of her, Bun asked if she didn't understand herself. When a man appeared behind him, a guy in a red sweater wondered what maybe she would understand. Then a few more guys appeared behind him. Watching everything that was happening with a smile on her face, the girl noticed that their leader was not a mistake. Standing in front of a huge crowd of students, Kim noticed that he seemed to be quite popular at school as well. Folding his arms to his chest, the school bully noticed that she was still a member of his squad, and he was not going to let his hands go after this conversation. Moving her hand to the side, the girl asked if he really wanted to say that he could not talk calmly without a horde of friends behind his back, and if the leader had always been such a loser. Hearing this, Bun looked at her with displeasure. He then smiled broadly and began to laugh. Surrounded by his companions, the guy in the red jacket said it was time to teach their vice leader a lesson. Kim points at herself and asks if Byun is really going to teach her a lesson. She moves her finger and repeats the question. The blonde man stretches his fingers with a grin on his face and declares that he will have to explain it in an understandable language, after which he adds that he will make Kim regret his behavior. The girl crosses her arms and asks what the problem is. The guy stands in front of her and claims that she must obey the sergeant's orders. Kim smiles. She takes her hand to the side, asks why this is all of a sudden, and then asks if the guy is stronger or smarter than her, to which he is surprised aloud. Park hides behind the door. Kim reveals that strength is measured by rank and adds that Byun is either stronger than her or more farsighted. The girl combs her hair with a smile and claims that the blonde must fit in at least 1 point to be considered cooler than her. The guy makes an angry face and calls Kim names. He waves to his subordinates and orders them to reveal their idia. The girl squints her eyes and hums. A student of the school holds a wooden sledgehammer. The corporal notes to himself that they have a lot of melee weapons. One of the subordinates holds a bat. Kim mentally adds that they do not have additional skills. Bun smirks and asks her if she feels pathetic looking at them. The girl raises her eyebrows and replies that she doesn't think so, then adds that it is more about them. The blonde smiles broadly and demands to stop grinding nonsense. The corporal stands in front of men with weapons. A school appears, and Bun reveals that the use of idia within the walls of the school is punishable. A building is shown with a sign on which it is written that this is security. Kim looks at the guy in the red hoodie, who says that this is especially true of EDI, like the girl, and adds that she will be punished anyway. The blonde man smirks at his subordinates, thinking that these weaklings can safely use their abilities without fear of being caught. He smiles broadly and notes to himself that he has gathered 15 guys. The girl's palm hangs calmly. Byun muses on the dem that the corporal needs a blade to manifest the EDI as much as possible, then notes that she has nothing. Kim runs away from a crowd of guys. The blonde says to himself that if you compare pros without EDI and losers with ability, then the latter will win. The girl is standing. The guy declares that even she will not be able to defeat such a crowd. He points his hand forward and claims that he will make her feel sorry for her impudence. The corporal touches his face and hums. She pulls her finger aside and says that Sun is popular at this school. The building of the educational institution is shown. Kim asks what thoughts arise when looking at it. Byun twists his face and asks what kind of nonsense the interlocutor is talking about. She comes closer and notes that the blonde knows the rank of her idia, then states that she has a question. The girl takes a step and asks what her rank of combat abilities can be. 2 guys with weapons move away in fright. They turn to the leader, who says that she is talking complete nonsense and adds that she cannot do anything without a sword, then adds that there are 15 people on their side and demands not to fall for tricks. The girl sighs. She shrugs her shoulders and says that Byun could have tried so hard during the battle of the troops. He calls her a wretch. The corporal touches his forehead and asks the guy if he has forgotten what they were taught in class. A white horn appears on Kim's head. She adds that, according to statistics, 1 A-rank fighter can take down 100 less powerful fighters. The girl stands in the middle of the blue glow. A window appears in which it is written about the rank, talent of the sword art, and general combat abilities, as well as that the body of the master of Idia is capable of summoning a white jade goblin. The corporal smiles broadly and reveals that when you are in A rank, the forces are always unequal, then adds that the main thing that Byun must learn to reach this level is the skill of going against the crowd alone. The students with guns make frightened faces. Kim adds that even if she only had half of the skills she possesses, their chances would still be slim. The guy with the bat in his hands is trembling. Byun taps her foot and is indignant at why they are backing away and adds that her idia doesn't even have a weapon. He raises his finger and orders to catch the corporal. The student holds on tightly to the bat and agrees. His palms tremble. He notes that the girl is unarmed. The young man jumps and shouts that they can do it. A subordinate swings a wooden weapon while flying. Kim looks at the attack and states with a smile that she likes his curiosity, and then asks if he believes in himself too much. The corporal smirks right in front of the bat. The student looks shocked. Kim grabs the weapon with his hand. She makes a throw. The guy flies away at his allies. Everyone looks at the 3 defeated guys. The girl notes aloud that it was a bullseye. She makes a dash. The corporal appears in front of another student. The jade goblin trips him. The young man falls. Kim puts her foot on his stomach. She stands in the midst of defeated opponents. One of Bun's subordinates leans on the ground and declares that the girl is invincible even without a sword. He lowers his head and declares that they are nothing against the A-rank idia. The corporal goes down to him and says that they quickly surrendered, so they will not be able to do this. The student looks up furiously and shouts that she doesn't know anything, because she has been special and chosen since birth. Kim makes a sad face. She looks down at the young man, who claims that a man with a strong idia will not be able to understand the ordinary. The corporal stands up and says that he can continue to think so, then adds that her combat abilities were originally D-rank. The blonde subordinate makes a surprised face and wonders aloud at what has been said. Byun raises a finger and states that Kim is lying, then adds that there is no person in the entire country who has not heard of her family. He waves his palm and adds that she could come up with something more interesting for her manipulations, then claims that no one will believe that someone like her does not have talent. Kim throws up her hands with a smile and says that she agrees with this, after which she adds that her idia is A-rank, but her combat abilities are D, then adds that it is untalented. Corporal looks up and states that she didn't want to draw her sword, but Idia asks for it, then continues that she will have to put up with it. Bun's subordinates make surprised faces and claim that this cannot be. The girl's hair is braided. She says that they will never recognize her efforts. Kim looks down at her palm and adds that she doesn't care about it. Her hand is covered in calluses. She declares that she will show them. Bun and his subordinates run at the girl and shout at her to shut up. The corporal stands in the middle of the unconscious bodies of the students and claims that they are no match for her with weapons. The fence of the roof of the school is shown. Byun stands in a fighting pose. Kim says that there is only one thing left to do. The students lie on the ground. The girl declares that she left the sergeant for last. He twists his face and says that garbage belongs at the garbage can. Kim touches his neck and replies that it will be over when he deals with him. The guy smiles and declares that there is nothing to be done. He spreads his arms to the sides and invites the goblin to solve everything. The corporal squints his eyes and mentally wonders at his confidence, then thinks that he has something under his sweater. She frowns. Kim approaches the young man and advises him to relax his stomach, and notes to himself that he needs to destroy it. Kim's fist approaches Byun. The blonde smiles broadly with thoughts that she has fallen for it, and adds that he knows that she deliberately avoided blows to the face, as she understood that she would be punished. The guy puts his head under the girl's swing and mentally declares that he will take this blow. The corporal makes a surprised face. The goblin's attack flies into Bun's face, who says to himself that if he pretends that she beat him, he is unlikely to receive punishment. The blonde smirks in front of his fist, and notes to himself that pain is a small price to pay for the suffering of the corporal. Someone stops Kim's shot. Puck holds her hand and declares that he barely made it. Bun looks at him in surprise and calls him a loser in amazement, to which the hero reveals that the sergeant's neat nose could have been damaged. In the palm of the protagonist there are pieces of plastic. The blonde makes an indignant face and calls Puck names, then asks what he's doing here. The hero steps on his hand with the words that there was a mistake. Byun begins to yell. The protagonist clutches his head with a smile and asks the guy in the red hoodie if he is okay. The blonde man looks up at Kim and asks loudly if she called this guy. The girl points her finger at Puck and replies that he himself went after her, to which he is surprised aloud. The young man in glasses begins to cry and is indignant that he is not welcome anywhere. Kim looks at him with thoughts that she was able to resolve the situation by shifting the focus of attention to another part of Byun's body. She turns to the entrance to the roof and wonders to herself how the hero was able to get to her from there in such a short time. The protagonist makes a dash. The corporal's fist flies forward. She notes to herself that the young man managed to open the door and stand in front of her and Bun. Puck stops the goblin's hand, and she wonders to herself that he made it before her fist touched the sergeant's face. Kim makes a surprised face. She is silently amazed that the hero managed to completely prevent the attack, then adds that his overall combat abilities cannot be F-rank. The girl clenches her fist behind Park. He declares that the sun is already setting. Kim wonders who he is. She opens her hand in amazement. Corporal looks at the shards of plastic in his hand in surprise. The protagonist's shadow falls on the roof. He notes aloud to the sergeant that it is already sunset, then suggests that he go home and forget about what happened. Bun clutches his chest and asks the young man who he is to decide for him. The blonde man points at Park and Kim with his finger and states that they are both afraid that if he complains to the teacher, then they will both be screwed. The hero raises his fists in surprise and asks what he did, after which he adds that he protected the sergeant, so he should be praised. The girl points at the protagonist with her hand and tells Byun that the newcomer really protected his ugly face. Then she adds that his pathetic antics have come to an end. The sergeant smiles madly and asks who said that. He points his finger to the side and states that he wrote everything down. A guy in a red hoodie smiles broadly and talks about the video. Kim points his finger down and asks if this is the camera he is talking about. Plastic pieces are lying on the ground. The blonde makes a shocked face. Puck reveals that he thought it was just part of the interior. The hero scratches his head awkwardly and apologizes, after which he adds that he just wanted to see something in the wall and decided to use it to soften the blow, then continues that he didn't think it belonged to the sergeant. Kim kicks a piece of the camera and states that Bayun's plans have come to an end, then says that she is interested in something else now. She grabs the protagonist by the clothes and asks how he stopped her fist. Puck raises his hands in panic and reveals that he helped her, after which he asks why she is so with him. He shifts his gaze to the blonde's henchmen, who are surprised that the camera broke because of this loser, and that even luck helps A-rank fighters. Kim stares at them silently. She pulls at Puck's clothes and calls for the students. The hero asks her to let him go. One of the sergeant's six looks up and asks what the girl needs. The goblin makes a furious face and states that it's time to stop whining about his rank, after which he advises him to learn from a beginner. She frowns and notes aloud that before it's too late, she needs to think it over carefully. The students look up at the corporal. The girl leaves with the protagonist and informs him that it's time to go, to which he agrees and adds that she was just like Sun. Kim states that she is not interested in this stupid guy. Bun looks at the closed door. He looks back at his wards and curses aloud. A young Puck is holding a knife. Someone is screaming. Blood is visible on the wall. Cries for help are heard. A boy with a weapon in his hands approaches a man on the ground, who loudly demands that he not approach him, then calls him a monster. The protagonist's bare feet are red. An unknown person calls him a monster. A bloody wall is visible. Young Puck leaves red marks behind him and tells the screamer that he and his uncle are the same. A young guy with a blade in his hand stands over his body and talks to himself. He smiles bloodthirsty and talks about his uncle, after which he laughs. The hero abruptly rises from the bed. The alarm clock shows early morning. The protagonist clutches his face. He lowers his head with a sigh and says that he had this dream again. A tree is shown against the background of the city. Kim looks at a sad Park in surprise. She raises an eyebrow with a survey about why he's so weird today. The hero raises his hands with a smile and replies that everything is fine, he is just a little tired, then asks where they are going. The students of the school are walking down the street. The corporal says that the teacher only told the sergeants about this, then adds that, however, since there will be a lesson with the first aid class, they are most likely going to them. Schoolchildren are walking along the road. A high-rise building appears. Someone asks why they are on the street. Someone answers that they don't know either. Bun raises his hand in front of the building and tells the squad that it's time to stop. The sergeant shifts his gaze to the young men who have appeared, one of them wondering if they are students of Hyundai High School. A dark-haired guy declares that he is the first to see the students of this school. The girl in a tie smiles and asks if they are late. Bun makes a furious look. He comes closer and asks who they are. The short-haired woman raises her hand and replies that they were curious to see Kim, after which she adds that she must be very beautiful and smart. The blonde man makes an angry face and reveals that the corporal is the vice leader of his squad, then says that if they want to say something, they have to tell him. The girl raises her hand to her mouth and curses with a smile and declares that she understands what this ranking system is. The student adds that their attempts to appear to be military look very ridiculous. The girl wonders who Byun thinks he is. The guy in the red hoodie raises his hand and loudly declares that he is a sergeant of the 3rd Squad of the 10th Platoon of Hyundai's Special Training School, then loudly asks who they are. The girls stand in front of him and ask in response who they look like. Byun violently opens his mouth and claims that they look like pieces of garbage, to which they are surprised. Someone touches the shoulder of a short-haired woman and says that you shouldn't laugh at other schools. The guy passes through the students and apologizes, after which he adds that the guys are worried. The dream is smiling against a light background. Someone claims that he is handsome. Someone asks who he is. The guy holds out his hand to Byun and reveals that they are from Seojung High School. The young men stand in front of each other. The handsome man declares that he is glad to meet each other. The blonde man hits Sun's hand and asks him to shut up and explain what is happening here. One of the students of Jeong High School calls the sergeant names, to which the attractive young man suggests that he calm down. Kim walks up and demands that Byun stop. She stands next to him and notes out loud that their training rating has dropped. The corporal looks at Sun and says that they are also happy to meet him, to which he is surprised by her appearance. He holds out his hand with a smile and declares that it is a pleasure to meet you. The girl looks down. Kim ignores the handshake and replies that their squad has come to a joint session with the first aid class, after which she asks what the students from Jeong High School are doing here. She tilts her head to the side and asks the guy to explain himself. The young man puts his hand on his chest with a smile, laughingly declaring that they are the first aid squad they are looking for. He stands next to his classmates and says that they are the 10th first aid class of Jeong High School and adds that they have been looking forward to this day. A bank sign is shown. Dream says that they do not know why they need to go to the bank. The students of the schools go into the building. The handsome man continues that he only heard that today is a joint lesson with students from the Hyundai school. The glass door opens, and Sun states that both schools seem to be cooperating with the bank and adds that it could easily fit 2 classrooms. A man in a jacket stands with his hands behind his back. The young man adds that this is a great place. The handsome man looks back at the man with the words that the bank is being closed especially for them and adds that there is not a single visitor here. A man in a strict suit approaches the students and asks if they have come to class. Three men in jackets are standing next to each other. The students are surprised aloud at how tall they are and note that they are like the guys from the security department. Kim takes a step and greets them, then reveals that they are from the 10th platoon squad. She stands in front of a man in a tie and adds that she is the vice leader, then introduces herself, and says that she has been looking forward to this day. One of the guards smiles and wonders aloud how smart the girl is beyond her years. The corporal looks at them and asks what they will do today. Park watches as the man in the suit laughs and declares that he likes her, and adds that he wouldn't mind hiring her at their bank when she grows up, to which Kim refuses. The hero notes to himself that they are treated like children. The bank hall is shown. The corporal says to himself that the guards do not take into account their combat abilities at all. She leans against the wall, thinking that there is not much the student can do in the bank anyway. She draws a sword on her back and notes to herself that she will have to try. Kim holds a wedge and turns to Song. The guy comes closer and asks the lady to call him simpler, to which she agrees. The building is shown. The girl asks the young man to divide his class into 4 temporary squads, after which she adds that she needs to appear in a good light in front of the bank. She observes the students and adds that she is not sure if there are any teachers nearby at all. A man stands in front of a red-haired schoolgirl and asks the children if they want to eat, to which the student asks if it is really possible, and the guy next to the raised hand declares that he wants to. Kim furrows his brows and says that they are all too careless and small consumers, then continues that no one is taking it seriously. The corporal lays down his sword, and a passing man tells what kind of coffee they are, and then adds that there is a coffee machine in the cafeteria. Kim's face turns red against the background of sugary drinks. She leaves the blade against the wall, thinking that it is unlikely that anything can go wrong, and asks aloud if anything, to which she agrees is true. The windows are covered with curtains. Puck stands around the corner, and notes out loud that everyone is relaxed. A dream with a smile appears in front of the hero. The protagonist declares that it is unlikely that something can happen. The handsome man greets him. The young man with glasses makes a surprised face and greets in an awkward way, to which the student of the school Zhong asks if he was walking with Kim. The dark-haired guy looks at the interlocutor and mentally remembers who he is, after which he mentally asks how he knows this. Park's eyes hide his glasses. He gives a thumbs up with a bright smile and says that he understands that Sun wants to ask the corporal out on a date, then adds that he can do a great job. Handsome awkwardly raises his hands and replies that this is not true at all. The hero turns out his pocket and declares that perhaps the young man wants him to buy him bread, then adds that today he is without money. Sun replies that he does not need bread. School student Jong smiles. The protagonist asks what he needs, to which he claims that he is interested in Park. A handsome man with a smile stands in front of the hero. The guy smiles and asks if he wants something to drink. The young man pointed his finger to the side and added that he saw a vending machine with drinks there. The hero took a step forward and tried to figure out whether to report it to the sergeant or the vice leader. People are standing, and the protagonist thought that everything would be fine anyway. The jar fell down. His hand picked up the drink. Puck took a sip. Sun turned around and noticed that the hero seemed so careless, and then assumed that he was hiding his abilities from all of Hyundai High School. The protagonist spat out the drink after hearing it. The schoolboy turned around, and Park replied that he didn't care about anything, and Sun thought that he didn't fit in with the class team at all, seemed superfluous. But for some reason he looked so carefree. The protagonist raised his head and added that this is his motto in life. The young man tilted his head and wanted to know what rank his fighting abilities were. The hero narrowed his eyes and pathetically stated that they were F rank. The young man approached and assumed that he was joking, to which the protagonist said that his idia was also an F rank, which meant that he was a champion among losers. The schoolboy raised his hands and thought that he was testing him, to which Park replied that he had no reason to do so. The dream looked away and thought that then it was even stranger, because he literally had the wind in his head, and the hero reminded him that he wanted to talk about something. The jar bounced off the walls. The guy turned. The young man stretched out his hand and wanted to know how he did it, because it was amazing. The protagonist raised his hand and replied that he had just thrown the jar, to which Sun said that it was incredible. The guy swung and said that he would try it too, and Puck began to cheer him up. The jar flew past the trash. The young man goes for garbage and says that it is not so easy, and the hero noticed that he has bad reflexes. The schoolboy picked up the jar and said that he was not very good at fighting, so he transferred to the first aid department. Dream goes to the trash can and clarifies if it is true that he has an F rank. The cans are in the trash, and the guy is trying to understand how such a loser can survive in the combat class. Park raised his head and stated that Kim was helping him, as well as Luck. The hero leaned over and asked what about his idia. The item appeared in front of the young man, and the system said that it was a C-class blade arm, and the general combat abilities were also C-class, and this idia turned the arm into a blade. Puck looked down and noticed that it was a good idia, because it had a lot of potential. The schoolboy looked down and said that he heard it all the time, but she hadn't changed in the slightest. The guy clenched his fist. The protagonist looked at the young man and assumed that he was interested in his rank because he wanted to transfer to the battle class. The schoolboy turned around and replied that it was so. Puck stands silently. The hero tilted his head and said that first aid is better, because he will be able to save people, and this is 1,000 times better than the development of combat abilities. Dream looked down and asked if it was true. The protagonist bit his lip and replied that of course it was true. Park put his hand on his friend's shoulder and added that he was simpler and more confident. The guy stands there and realizes that she is jealous because things were different. If only he could use the idia to save people. The hero turned around and told them to go back. The bus is coming. A man in red walks and apologizes for being late. The stranger turned and noticed that the children had already left. The person holds the paper and tells the teacher to start grading. The man leaned over and said that they hadn't seen anything yet, to which the second replied that this was the power of improvisation. The man in the coat raised his hands and explained that he should first evaluate the best students, let him think of what grade they would get, because this is still a typical activity. The teacher turned and noticed that this was to consolidate the theory, and the stranger noticed that he understood everything well. The man writes grades, and the man in the coat added that after the assessment, they can go to drink coffee. The stranger turned around and said that he knew where the tastiest coffee was, and the teacher added that they could have a cup then, and the man in the coat said that he knew the teacher from Hyundai High School would be a cool guy. The light illuminates the stand. The guy stands and says that standing at the door is tiring, and the girl added that nothing is happening anyway. The young man turned and suggested that the sergeant play rock paper scissors, and whoever loses buys drinks. The children raised their hands for the game. The red-haired man stands and says that someone is walking there. An unknown person is climbing the stairs, and someone noticed their unusual attire, and later suggested that it was cosplay. The man turned around when the guys were talking about the unusual uniforms of people. The guard ran forward. A person stretches out his hand. The disciples stood in disbelief as the man shouted for them to step aside. The guard pushed the guy away. The man in the jacket blocked the attack, and the system reported that it was a C-rank idia, with a total combat ability of B, and that she was getting heavier with each hit. An unknown person holds a sword, and the man shouted for them to run to the exit. The students turned around and tried to understand what was going on, to which someone suggested that this was a training task. A red light comes from the eyes of an unknown person who has said that resistance is futile. The guard looked to the side and tried to understand why they were standing and not running away, and the voice said that he was glad to meet him. Blood gushed onto the floor. The killer stands and greets comrades from South Korea. The man smiled and asked for forgiveness. The two remaining guards stand and try to figure out who they are. The unknown man took a step forward and noticed that he looked strong, which meant that he could amuse him. The man with the red tie leaned over and tried to figure out what dialect it was, because it looked a lot like North Korea, to which his comrade assumed they were North Korean spies. The killer is standing, and their leader replied that they are a bit of a beggar today, and if he does not want to be left without a head, he must fill this bag to the brim. The bag fell to the floor. The man bit his lip. People took a step forward, and someone shouted for them to take positions. The guards took up fighting stances. The scarred man turned around and said that they apparently didn't hear him because he told them to fill their bags with money, and then added that they should listen to him while he called them comrades. The guy raised his head and shouted for the thief to shut up. The killer smiled and tried to understand that the inhabitants of South Korea had poor eyesight, or still hearing. The unknown man raised his sword and said that it him off that they were weaklings, and then ordered them to flock to him like moths. The girl stands and understands that they are not equal to him, because his energy speaks of a very high rank and they are really just moths throwing themselves into the fire. The guard stands and tells them to disarm and twist him, and also stop him because there are schoolchildren behind. Kim reaches out and thinks the children shouldn't get hurt, then yells for them to step back. The unknown man swung and said that his comrades were interfering with him, so let them move away. The girl looks ahead in shock. The man lies in a pool of blood. The schoolchildren look ahead, and the guy realized that he had died. The corporal stands there and realizes that he killed a B-rank fighter with one punch, which means he has a very strong idia. The man with the scar turned around and said that this was all they could show him, which meant that they were so desperate for order. The unknown man swung his sword and tried to understand why these useless guards were needed at all, and Kim noticed that his general abilities were not lower than A rank. The girl tilted her head and shouted for everyone to gather. The corporal raised her hand and ordered them to cover from behind. The schoolchildren stood up and said that it would be done. The guys were running, and someone shouted that they had to run to the tables. The killer stands and jokingly remarks that they all decided to become bankers, and therefore clarified whether he needs to take a coupon. Kim raised her hand and told them to open the idia, and from now on, the sergeants were in charge of their squads. Paper flies around the office. The stranger turned around and asked if he could take some money. The young man sits and tries to understand why they are doing this. The girl looks ahead and tells them to get ready, because they need to hold out until the police or teachers come to the rescue. The man kicked the bag and told them not to be so inhospitable to their comrade, because they should support each other. The corporal narrowed her eyes and tried to figure out what to do, because she wasn't sure she could handle him alone. The soldiers are standing, and the girl noticed that his friends looked dangerous. The man with the scar tilted his head and said that their wallets were empty, so they wanted to ask for help, and then suggested that all Korean banks have such a cold attitude towards visitors. The killer stands and tries to find out the name of the brave guy, to which Kim gave her name. The unknown smiled and asked why she had been silent all this time, since she was so brave, and also how she thought he could get more money from her friends, and the girl realized that she needed to buy at least a little time. The corporal looked away and noticed that they didn't look like spies, because they wouldn't rob a bank in such suits, which meant they had escaped from North Korea. The man was standing, and the girl realized that they were not interested in money. The scarred man smiled and said that he had better introduce himself. Kim looks ahead in shock and thinks that the criminals do not reveal their identity. The man raised his hands and said that he didn't know if she had heard of them or not, but they were a consortium of the Great Sea. The girl looked ahead and realized that it was the plague. The silhouettes stand against the background of red eyes. The location is unknown, the history is unknown, the shape is unknown, regardless of race, regardless of status, regardless of rank. This is a terrorist group that is against all of humanity. An image of destroyed buildings appeared. Where their feet step, even insects do not survive. Blood spreads on the ground, they are cruel. Their only trace is piles of dead bodies, the plague. The guy turned around and said that it was the plague, to which the second realized that they were from North Korea. The man kicked the table and explained that they were a consortium of the Great Sea, but they called them a plague, which meant that they were too imbued with Western culture, which meant that if the comrades understood everything, they could start putting money together. Schoolchildren are lying on the floor, and someone shouted that they just give them money. Put everything they have. The young man looks at the light braid. The man with the scar smiled and noticed that he hadn't expected such a surprise. Kim, with blonde hair, tilted her head. The girl stands and tells everyone to calm down. The horn can be seen on the forehead of the corporal, who explained that he did not say that he would leave them alone if he took the money. The killer smiled and said that he realized who she was when he saw this horn and hair. Kim raised her hand and assumed that he had heard about her family, which meant it would be much easier, and then invited the killer to fight. A drop of sweat runs down the face of the girl, who thinks that if his friends join in, she will not have a chance, which means she needs to convince him to fight one-on-one, since he is in charge. The unknown man smiled and said that she was smart, but she probably thought that he would buy into this pathetic trick. The students look at the corporal, who suggested that they would not go in a crowd to one student. The man closed his eyes and said that he liked her bravery, and that was also to be expected. The light reflects off the horn, and an unknown person suggested that since she was from this crazy goblin family, then she was just as crazy. Kim looked up and said there was too much chatter, and then asked if they would fight. The terrorist smiled and noted that it was a nice provocation. The blade hit the floor. The man raised his head and said that he would succumb to the goblin's provocation. The killer raised his blade and told the woman to attack. The corporal smiled and said that he was confident enough to let her strike first, and she thought it was a good thing that he had fallen for her trick. The soldiers watched the scene, and Kim mentally says that he won't be able to break his word in front of his buddies, which means she'll stay alive if she can immobilize him. The girl put her hand behind her back and realized that she had to win in order to survive. The hand grasps the emptiness. The corporal stands and tries to figure out where her sword is. The blade is against the wall, and Kim remembered that she put it down during her break, because it was her terrible habit. The man leaned over and asked what the girl was looking at. The killer tried to hit the girl and said that if she was not going to attack, then let her say so. The corporal dodged the cut. The goblin stepped aside. Kim turned around and thought that if he could land even one punch, it would be bad. Pieces of tiles lie on the floor. The girl stood on a concrete platform and noticed that thanks to this attack, she had a weapon. The man raised his head in shock. The unknown man swung and tried to understand where her former courage was, because she launched an attack on the sly. The girl landed on the ground. The assassin raised his blade and sarcastically asked if she was a goblin and not a flying squirrel. The corporal dodged several attacks. Kim jumped back, and the guy said that she could stand up to a man with a great clique, and the young man added that Kim was gorgeous. The opponents stand opposite each other, and the students shout the name of the goblin. The table is standing. The hero sits and thinks that now is not the time to rejoice and tries to understand what to do. The guy turned around and said that he knew that she was so popular for a reason, because she was on the same level as this plague boss. The protagonist put his hand on the young man's shoulder and said that it was not necessary to talk about it now. Puck leaned over and said that they needed to run, and Song tried to figure out where. The hero raised his head and explained that it was best to go upstairs, to the bathroom, to the office, under the table, anywhere, but where he could not be found quickly. Kim dodged another attack and realized that she needed to buy as much time as possible. The man hit the girl. The corporal flies into the wall. The goblin fell to the floor. The killer took a step forward and said that it was time to stop playing cat and mouse, and someone shouted that Kim had lost, and the second added that there was no one stronger than her. The girl spat out the blood. The man with the scar pulled out his blade and assumed that this was all she could do, to which the corporal told him to check for himself. The killer smiled and said that this annoying woman would not let go. The guy stood up and shouted for everyone to step aside. The hero drags his friend and says that he ran upstairs. The red-haired man looks ahead in shock. Schoolchildren run to the stairs. The guys climb up, and one of them remarks that they can't fall, otherwise they will die. The man clutched his head and said that they quickly figured it out. The unknown smiled and when asked by his subordinate what they should do, ordered them to catch all these fools. The soldiers saluted and shouted that they obeyed and obeyed. The soldiers ran, and the man with the scar began to say that this girl was special. But where did these idiots run, silently watching the defeat of their comrade? Unknown people climbed the stairs, and the head noticed that they will be caught soon anyway. The girl wiped the blood and thought that he had ordered his guys to catch everyone, which meant he wasn't going to kill them. The corporal stood up and realized that she could buy a little more time. The killer smiled and said that he liked her tenacity, which meant that she was more useful than he thought. The man took a step forward and invited the goblin to join him. The man with the scar lowered his head and told her to consider the proposal, because the girls were lining up to see him. Kim twisted her face and asked that she should believe some robber. The unknown person stands and realizes that he completely forgot to introduce himself. Jong turned around and said his name. The man raised his hand and said that he was the son of North Korea. The girl looks ahead in shock. The man with the scar stands on stage, the most famous party chairman in North Korea, the greatest politician. A man in uniform bowed his head, the best military commander. June stands there and says that he is a little nervous about climbing to the top at such an early age, and he needs a talented woman by his side. And Kim realized that this is the man with the strongest in North Korea, Idia, a real monster in all respects. The corporal jumped back and thought that there was no way she would join him. The man stepped forward and asked why she backed away, as he usually didn't give out his name. The goblin leaned over and said that Jong had a good fortune, which meant he had a lot of money, and he was also known all over the world. Kim smiled and added that she would use his money to treat all of Takaki's friends. The head began to laugh loudly and noticed that she still had the courage to say something. The man with the scar looked ahead and understood why everyone was so reluctant to see him, because they were interested in it. The girl stands and thinks that the order is to rob the bank with the students inside, but no one was going to get rid of the children, and it was worth coming here. The man put his hand on his chest and said that the winner had long been known, which meant that she should be more polite while he was kind. His leg gave way to the sword, and the corporal said that it was surprising that she had determined the winner so quickly. Kim tossed her sword and added that she almost died trying to get it. The girl grabbed her weapon and said that she still had a lot to learn. The blue spirit stands behind the corporal. The goblin smiled and replied that in order to use idia, she needed a blade. Schoolchildren run away. An unknown person grabbed the guy and told him to follow him. Soldiers stand in front of the guys. The men's toilet badge hangs on the wall. Friends are standing in a booth. The hero touched his head and said that it was so clean here, because it was a bank. The guy turned around and suggested that it was better for them to go up again, if they were only on the 5th floor, and the rest went higher, to which the protagonist replied that everything would be fine, just don't worry. Puck raised his hands and said that he needed to catch his breath. The young man turned and asked if Puck was okay. The bespectacled man raised his hand and wanted to know what was wrong. Blood is spreading on the floor, and my comrade thought that if they were caught, the same part as the guards would be waiting for them, but so far everything was fine. Sun looked to the side and said that nothing. The light illuminates the corridor, and the guy added that he couldn't stay here, because they would be caught quickly, so it was better to run away from here. The young man grabbed his friend's hand and asked if they would go upstairs. An image of Kim appeared, and Song thought that she would be able to hold out for a while. The hero pulled his hand away and replied that there was no point in running. The protagonist raised his head and said that he had to fight. Sun leaned over and reminded him of what had happened to the guards. After all, even the teachers wouldn't be able to resist this group, and it was C and F rank. What would they be able to do? Park sits and asks his friend if he believes that souls can be divided by rank. Sleep was inclined to understand why he was suddenly talking about it. The hero spies on the girl and reveals that he once accidentally heard that Kim's overall combat abilities used to be D rank, and now she is A rank. The protagonist looked up and suggested that everyone had the same idia, which meant that they shouldn't be upset about their rank. The guy stands in shock. The elevator with the unknown opened. The dream stands and tries to understand why Puck is talking about it. Someone in boots stepped on the floor. The guy turned around and said that they were here, which meant they needed to hide. The soldier goes to the door, and the hero says that he has a good idea. It is much better than him, and if he concentrates, he can make it much cooler. The guy turned around and asked his friend to be quiet, because they could be heard. A hand rested on the student's shoulder, and the protagonist asked him to listen. Sleep turned and tried to understand what was happening. Park leaned over and told him to trust him and just do what he says. The light reflects off the sink. The soldier goes and says that he hears them perfectly, so let them come out. The man raised his hand and added that his boss didn't like slow people. The hero looked out of the booth and noticed that he had an interesting dialect, and then asked if he would teach him. The soldier leaned over and told him to stop fooling around, and the boss would understand him if he took away an arm or a leg. The protagonist raised his hand and noticed that without his boss he was something more talkative, and this is very magnificent. Puck took out a dagger. The hand holds the blade. The hero stretched out his hand with a weapon. The fighter tilted his head and tried to figure out what it was, and then assumed that it was his idia. The shoes began to emit a blue light, and the man told him to stop with these stupid things and just accept the fact that he was caught. The soldier made a dash at the schoolboy, and the system reported that it was a B-rank idia, with a total combat ability of B, and they also carried the user of the skill from 0 to 100 seconds after starting the movement. The hero took a step back and recalled that he had told the guy that he had to run. The man swung and shouted that they had nowhere to run, because they were trapped. A red aura enveloped the protagonist, and the system reported that it was an S-rank idia, a perfect massacre, and general combat abilities at S. Dark energy surrounds Puck. The hero bent down, and the interface added that his combat stats had tripled. The soldier swings at the blow. The young man dodged the attack and said that he was slow. The fighter turned and insulted the protagonist. Something is approaching the man's body. Puck began to cut the enemy. The hero strikes a lot of blows and asks for forgiveness, because he is very sorry. The man leaned over and said that he was just crazy. The protagonist looked away. Blood runs down the fighter's legs. Puck smiled and said that it was probably very convenient to be able to accelerate from 0 to 100 in just a second, and the system showed the information of the opponent's soul. The soldier's eyes widened and realized that he was seeing the essence of his soul. The hero swung and asked what would happen if his ankles were cut off. Blood gushed from the man's wound, and the protagonist asked what would happen if Idia's manifestation was destroyed. Puck butchers the enemy and thinks that the rank will go down. The dream looks at a friend who maniacally says that he has many options on how to hit, but he cannot decide, and the system has reported that he is filled with the death wish. The guy tilted his head and called Puck. The light falls on the bloodied hero. The young man trembles with fear. The protagonist turned and assumed that Dream was calling him. The schoolboy trembles, and the hero tried to understand what he wants from him. Blood spreads on the floor. The guy bent down and shouted for him to stop, because it was time for them to run. The protagonist smiled and said that he was wrong, and then asked who he thought was really running away here. Park stood up and told him to answer his question. Fear envelopes Sun, and the system says that the skill will only be disabled if the enemy is killed or completely destroyed. The red light reflects off the hero's eyes. The protagonist turned around and called the guy's name. Puck clutched his head. The man swung, and the hero so that he stepped aside. The glasses fell to the floor. A hand grabbed the soldier by the throat. The protagonist is holding a man. The schoolboy watches this scene, and Park yells for Song to run away. The schoolboy was standing, and the maniac noticed that his hands were turning into a blade. The young man tilted his head and added that this meant that the body could not be destroyed, which meant that it was possible. My friend looked down. The guy began to run away. Dream turned and shouted that it was time for him to run, and the hero lowered his head and said that it was excellent. The soldier twirled his finger at his temple and said that he had gone mad. The protagonist looked up and replied that it was not funny, which meant that he would have to go according to the 13th plan. The fighter turned around and tried to figure out what the 13th plan was, and then thought that this schoolboy had been hiding his strength all along, which meant he needed to report it to the boss. The protagonist killed the man and replied that he himself did not know. Chairs are in the office. The girl stands with the weapon and says that she finally got it. The man leaned down and noticed that the sword matched her pretty face. The corporal looked ahead and said that he had changed his mind after the first blow. Jong swung and assumed that she was confident that she could handle him. Violet energy envelopes the blade. The goblin blocked the attack. Kim stands. The girl smiled and said that it was obvious. The man with the scar stands and understands that she does not recognize his idia, which means that her sword has divine power. The corporal held out her hand with her weapon and said that she didn't know about his idia, which meant he wanted to tell her that the effectiveness of a blow depended not on strength, but on Idia. The assassin smiled and thought that if this were the case, he would have cut her with this sword long ago. Jong raised his head and noticed that she had a strange sword, and he thought that this sword could weaken his Idia. Kim stands and tells me that people often say that she just robbed the family by taking this treasure. An image of a sword appeared, a sword for fighting strong opponents, a slayer of 4 tigers. It is said that the constellations on the blade contain the power of the stars. Possessing high skills, the owner of the sword can destroy an A-rank Idia and above. The girl stared ahead and said that with this sword, she would be able to fight back. The corporal charged and shouted that it was Goblin Sword Mastery, and the system reported that Goblin Sword Mastery created a physical copy for the attack. The man smiled and said that she was an interesting opponent, and then asked if she wanted to join him. The goblin flies forward and says that she may be impatient, but for a jerk like him, she has one answer. The man swung and said that it would be ridiculous to kill her now. Zhong slashed and shouted that it was so stupid that he couldn't even enjoy the battle. The girl held out her sword in front of her. A purple arc flies towards the corporal. The man swung and assumed that she was not afraid of anything at all. The goblin blocked the opponent's attack. The man with the scar strikes and says that he is superior to her in strength. Kim swung and replied that this was not true. The girl rushed to attack Zhong, and the corporal shouted that this was the art of wielding a goblinia sword. The goblin swung for a blow. The blonde woman is rapidly approaching. Kim looks ahead and tells him to try to dodge. The girl fights off the attacks and thinks that he is throwing quick and strong punches. But if she should try to attack while he is fighting off the spears. The corporal blocked the lunge. The opponents crossed blades, and the goblin realized that she could not stand it. The man smiled and said that he definitely liked her. Kim turned around and noticed that he was much better at delivering a direct punch. Zhong stands there and assumes that she has at least a little idea of what he is capable of, and the girl thought that this hurts her self-esteem. But she must play by his rules to steal some time, being protected by the copies. The man with the scar raised his hand and asked if she thought his skills were good enough for him to convince her to join, to which the girl replied that it wasn't enough, and then thought that she needed to kill as much time as possible. The hand holds the blade. Soldiers drag schoolchildren who asked to save them. Corporal fell to her knees and realized that they had already caught someone, and they were also coming in from the street. The sun is shining on the city, and the goblin assumed that all the police must have already arrived at such a noise, but apparently they did nothing because of the hostages. The man turned and asked if they had gone upstairs and why they only brought children from the street. The soldier saluted and explained that they were divided into 2 squads, and the first squad was cornering the upper floors. Schoolchildren are standing at the window. The girl looks down, and the fighter explained that the second squad was waiting outside to catch those jumping out of the windows. People are walking, and the subordinate said that those who have not yet returned have gone upstairs to look for the remainder. The girl got up and shouted that they immediately went outside, and then realized that all this time, the police did not make a single attempt to help. The villains twist the schoolchildren, and the corporal mentally said that they did nothing and caution had nothing to do with it, which means that something is clearly wrong here. An aura of horror enveloped Kim when Jong noticed that everything was written on her face. The man smiled and suggested that she wondered why she hadn't arrived, and if so, then any guesses she had made was wrong, as they had temporarily closed the bank with Idia's help. The goblin lowered her head and said that they were closed. People are standing at the bus stop, and the antagonist explained that they would not make such a mess without proper preparation, and the building looks quite normal from the outside. The man with the scar smiled and said that no one had any idea what was going on inside. The girl looks ahead and realizes that not a single soul knows what is wrong with them, and she thought that she only had to hold out until the police arrived. The corporal stands and understands that if no one even reported what is happening, and she will not be able to escape either, because by the time she returns, everyone will already be dead. Her hand holds a sword, and Kim realizes that she won't last long anyway, and she doesn't know what to do. The light illuminates the room, and the killer tries to understand what is wrong with Kim. The captives were sitting, and Zhong asked where her spirit had evaporated. The man looked to the side. The soldier is standing. Blue energy enveloped the man's feet. The worker grabbed the phone and shouted that he couldn't just sit idle. The man frantically dials the number, and says that an emergency call button is needed. The man put the phone to his ear and shouted that the bank had been seized. The worker turned around and added that terrorists had entered inside. His hand clutches the phone, and the prisoner tries to understand if he can hear it. A person stands and understands that there is no connection. The bag flies towards the man, and someone called him a bank friend. The prisoner looked away. Zhong turned around and asked if he had heard his conversation with the woman. The man knelt down, and the antagonist repeated that there was a soul among them who specialized in isolation, which meant that neither the phones nor the emergency call button would work. A school holds a smartphone and understands why they haven't been working all this time. The employee sits and tries to understand why Jong needed to break into the bank in broad daylight. The man with the scar closed his eyes and replied that he was belittling his position, and then added that all professionals are equally important, because these are the ideals of great communism. The man raised his head and shouted that if the special forces found out that he was there, he would be in trouble. The antagonist smiled and assumed that he was talking about the old jerk Le Sin. An aura of anger enveloped Young, who noticed that there was such a person from South Korea. The prisoner looks at the laughing head. The blade approached the man's head. Jong stands and says it's time to learn an important lesson. The employee sits and asks not to do this. Jong swung and asked him not to be upset. The man with the scar is standing, and a voice from behind has shouted for him to stop. The head turned around and said that she had just called him a monster. The girl bent down and invited him to fight. The corporal looked ahead and asked to be left alone. The killer goes after the man and says that she has already offered it to him, and then asks if she understands what it means. Jong swung for a blow and said that she could not respond. The man cut the prisoner and explained that she could not imagine. Blood flies towards the goblin. The man with the scar stands and says that if she knew, she would never have called him that, and the worker shouted that his leg was injured. The killer swung, and the man asked to be spared. Kim closed her eyes. The head flies past the girl, who understands that the difference in skills is too great, and she can buy some time, but she will not be able to protect everyone. The corporal stands in front of a blood stain, blood dripping from the blade, and Jong began to say that if she dared to challenge him. The man stands and says that he will cut off his arms and legs and carry them with him in his bag. Jong stretched out his hand and told her to take it as an honor. Someone opened the door. The terrorist turned around. Sun raised his hands and said that he did not want to draw attention to himself. The killer stands and asks who he is. The soldier turned and shouted that he would catch him immediately, to which the head asked him to wait. The guy closed his eyes and greeted him. The young man raised his head and laughed unequally. The schoolboy looks ahead and remembers Puck. The guys are sitting on the floor, and Sun realizes that this is worse than hell. Blood spreads on the floor. The hero took a step forward and said that there would be hell below. When he activated, he would have to run to the first floor and tell everyone that he was here. The guy leaned over and asked what would happen to him. The protagonist smiled and told him to trust him, because he believed in Sun. The schoolboy lowers his head and thinks that he did everything as Park said. The man with the scar came up and asked his friend to introduce himself, to which the boyfriend gave his name and explained that he was a 10th grader from Songjun School. The guy stands and says that all the money is on the 5th floor, and the man incredulously assumed that the safe is located in such a strange place. The young man raised his head and explained that his friend had transferred everything there. Jong's eyes widened and clarified that it was his friend who did it. The head stands and tries to understand why the comrades who went to the top have not yet returned. The man with the scar turned around and irritably noticed that they had a child walking around the floors, and they were standing idle. The subordinate fell to his knees. The soldier raised his head and shouted that he would go and check. The blade landed near the head of the fighter, who begged for another chance. A hand touched his shoulder. Jong sat down and said that he was lucky that his hands were already stained, which meant he had to bring him the last disciple and grab the money. The soldier saluted and thanked the commander. The man turned and said that the others would go too, because he would not forgive a single mistake again. The killer looked away maliciously. The guy was standing, and the head reminded that this comrade was from the upper floors. Jong tilted his head and asked if he was going to go, or if he was going to do it. The young man looked intently ahead and replied that he would go. The assassin lowered his blade and said that he was a smart boy. Someone is walking, and the antagonist added that while his comrades are busy with his friend, he will have a little fun. The unknown took another step. The girl is standing, and the man asked if they saw the goblin. An aura of fear enveloped the corporal as the man with the scar declared that he would let alive whoever brought him her arm or leg, and then wanted to know what they would do. Jong raised his hand and repeated his previous statement. Kim stands. People look away. The schoolgirl's hands are trembling. The girl looked down and said that they would go against the corporal. The killer smiles. The redhead raised her head and said that she couldn't say that, because she had been fighting for them from the beginning. The captives sit in front of the man and say that the winner has been known for a long time, because someone's life is being decided. The young man bent down, and who noticed that there was no clock here, and Jong said that he would start the timer, because he was tired of waiting. The man in the yellow jacket stood up and said that they had no way out, and the second added that Kim had a wealthy family, which meant that they were giving her a normal life without one part of her body. The girl lowered her head, and someone began to call her by name. The guy looks at the girl and says her name. The corporal turned and wanted to know what he wanted. Sun leaned over and whispered that she should not worry, because there was still a little more time to hold out. The goblin stands in disbelief. The schoolboy smiles, and Kim tries to understand how he managed to get so close, and why he did not hide, but came here. The girl turned and said that she should have sat in the shelter, because now they had another hostage, to which the young man replied that he had come to help. The boys look ahead, and Sun assumed that he had come at the wrong time. The corporal lowered her head and asked if he wanted her hand as a thank you. The goblin looks at the guy gloomily. The young man smiled and said that now he and Park are best friends. The man hit the floor. Jong scratched his neck and said that he would kill everyone if they continued to stall for time. Former friends go to Kim's side and ask for forgiveness. Gloomy figures approach and say that there is no other way out. Jong raised his hand and assumed that this comrade was on the woman's side. Sun scratched his head and replied that apparently it was so. The killer smiled. The head closed his eyes and added that then he needed his body part as payment for another life. The schoolchildren are sitting, and the antagonist said that now 10 people can survive. Sun turned around and said that it was unbelievable, and then assumed that Kim would protect them. Jong tiredly closed his eyes as the goblin called him a North Korean puppet, and later asked if he was required to be called that. The corporal raised her hand and asked what would happen if she just killed everyone, then if he would let her and Sun live. Kim turned around and explained that they too should have a chance to survive. The man smiled. A maniacal aura enveloped Jong, who shouted that it was very amusing, and then added that in that case, he would let them live. The girl raised her blade. Schoolchildren are trembling with fear. The corporal stands and says that there is no other way out, and her ex-girlfriend asked her to stop. The redhead looked away. The antagonist smiles and tells them to choose either her leg or their firebrand. The woman gritted her teeth. She raised her head and said that in such a situation it would be fairer to save the majority. The girl staggered back and wanted to know that she was really going to kill them, for the sake of saving only 2 lives. The corporal used the art of the goblin's sword. Illusions are approaching in the redhead. The schoolgirl used a percussion glove. Kim dodged and told the sergeant of the first squad to fight with all her might. The blade approaches the redhead's face. The corporal dodged the blow. The sword and the hand collided. An illusion appeared behind Kim. The girl raised her head and assumed that she was attacking her opponent's clone. The corporal grabbed the officer by the throat. The goblin leaned over and whispered for her to listen carefully. The redhead looks ahead. The girl's eyes widened after what she heard. The corporal threw her opponent aside. The schoolboy approached the sergeant and tried to understand if she was okay. The guy looks at his comrades, who noticed that her copy simply dissolved, which means that sooner or later she will run out of steam. The dream is smiling, and someone has suggested that it is easier to slay the loser behind. The corporal closed her eyes. The goblin stands and tells Dream to stay behind. The man leaned over and said that everything was fine. Jong raised his hand and shouted that it was very exciting. The schoolchildren raised their hands, and the killer added that this was an incredible show, which meant they should start the fight as soon as possible. Kim raised her blade. Something flew into the head of the head, who shouted for them to kill each other. The man turned. The jar is lying on the floor. Jong looked to the side and tried to figure out what it was. The door opened. The hero looks down. A dark silhouette is smiling. A hand picked up the garbage. The man examines the jar and tries to understand where it comes from. The guy covered his mouth and happily noticed that it was a jar. The tin flew through the door, and Jong repeated his question. The murderer looks through the passage and assumes that his comrades said this about him. A bunch of objects flew at the antagonist, who began to describe ways to deal with the young man. The head covered his face with his hand. The man turned around and insulted the unknown man. Jong stands there, trying to figure out why he doesn't say the name of his idia, and dares to throw something at him. The mask lies on the ground, and the antagonist realized that it was the object of the comrades from the consortium of the Great Sea. The head looked out of the doorway. The scarred man twisted his face and tried to understand what was going on here. The man swung for a blow and assumed that he was underestimating it. A purple aura enveloped the antagonist. Jong swung his sword. The stone slab began to fall. Schoolchildren look up. The girl summoned the goblin clones. The ceiling collapsed on people. The goblin holds the platform. The students look at Kim. The corporal raised her head. The head raised his head and said that she was strong and she needed to be patient longer, because he needed to see her comrade. The girl gritted her teeth and called him a North Korean monster. The man turned around and said that if even one person moved, everyone would die, because his guys were waiting for them outside, so they shouldn't think about running away. An aura of fear enveloped the people. The antagonist smiled and added that now was the perfect moment to cut off her limb. The girl looked away in horror. Jong stands and tells them to think about it. The corporal holds the stove and says that she will not stand and wait for this to happen. The head raised his hand and said that if everything were different, she would not be standing now with the ceiling on her shoulders, and he would step away for a while. The energy spreads across the floor. The man jumped up. Illusions hold the ceiling. The girl tilted her head and said that she didn't know how long it would last, which meant that if they didn't want to die, they had to leave the ceiling. Sun turned around and said that the guys had to get out first. The man looks ahead and says that if they come out now, she can kill them. The bespectacled man turned and assumed that he was proposing to stay here and be crushed. Red hair goes and says that she said she would kill them, and they know that they will have to kill June or Kim sooner or later. Dream raised his hands and noticed that she had saved people, which meant she was not going to kill them, so they had to break the ceiling and run to the exit, because no matter how many enemies revered them, they could survive if they united. The young man approached and asked what would happen if Jong heard and returned. The redhead stood up and asked them to stop, and then turned to Kim. The goblin looks down. The hero turned and greeted the man. Jong looked around and assumed that he was alone here. The antagonist is in the middle of the corpses and asks him to take a look at this mess, and the protagonist said that he had fun with them for a long time, because they came out of nowhere. Puck smiles and says that he would have dealt with them faster if they came at him in a crowd. The head looked ahead and said that he was surprised by the goblin girl on the first floor, and then tried to understand where such a monster came from. The hero touches the blade, and the man suggested that he liked killing the antagonist, stretched out his hand and invited him to join, because if he joined the consortium of the Great Pestilence, he would put him in a good position. The protagonist closed his eyes, and Jong asked him to consider the offer. Puck smiled and said that he would have to go the ninth way. The maniac rushed to the side. The hero approaches the enemy. The man raised his sword and said that it resembled an insect. The protagonist dodges and says that he is having fun, and the antagonist notices that he did not get hit by a single swing of the sword. Jong looked to the side and thought that he would have to show his advantage. Hands hold the hilt of a sword. The head struck the ground and asked in his mind how he felt it. The maniac stands behind the man with the scar. The man intercepted the blade. The antagonist swung and mentally said that he had no idea what kind of idia he had, which meant that he was caught, and the system explained that he would be able to set the swing, since he was holding a great sword retrieved from the tiger cave of Bektusin. The blade dragged across the floor, and Jong remembered that the sword went through surfaces. The hero approaches the enemy. The protagonist smiled and said that his idia had such a long name. The man with the scar looks up in shock. Puck pushed off the blade. The maniac flies and asks why it is so long. The hero landed and said that it was incredible, and then wanted to know how he made it so big. The man stands and thinks he dodged, and then assumes he sees his idia. The antagonist turned around, and Park replied that he was right, and the system began to show Jong's stats, and the maniac tried to understand why his rank had so many pluses, as well as what the gain factor was, and where he got it. The hero twists the blade, and Jong realized that he was almost caught, and then asked the name of the protagonist. Park smiled and said his name 3 times. The man with the scar smiled and said that he had special vision, and then began to talk about the benefits of joining their ranks. The maniac leaned over and revealed that he thought he was the strongest man he had met in a while, and the head suggested that he wanted to join him. The hero looked ahead and explained that he could only see 9. The line comes from a man trying to figure out what he sees, to which the protagonist replied that he sees 9 ways to kill him. The antagonist covered his face with his hand and said that he was jealous of his abilities. Puck prepared to attack and said that 1 way would be enough for him. Jong raised his sword and assumed that the negotiations were over, and then added that he would beat him to a pulp and use the ability of his unique vision. The hero rushed forward. Violet energy spreads across the floor. Opponents fly at each other. The monitor is on the table. The guy is lying on a chair and says that the elevator is broken, so it will take him a long time to get up, and the loser will buy some time. The buildings were standing, and the young man added that they were in a building in the middle of the city, so all they had to do was make a call and the police would be there. Bun closed his eyes and said that he would get in trouble too soon if he got out too soon, so it would be better to sit there a little longer. The hero rushed forward. The protagonist dodged the attacks. The antagonist slammed the ground. Puck jumped up. The maniac stepped on the sword. The man raised his head and shouted that he was a petty coward. The hero approaches a man who shouted that he only knows how to dodge and tells him to attack. The blade approaches Jong's face. The head ran behind the enemy. The man with the scar turned and thought that he had almost been caught. The hero swings for a blow, and the man tried to understand when he managed to get so close. The protagonist slashed Jong's body. Puck smiles, and the antagonist mentally calls him a coward. The man with the scar blocks the attacks and realizes that he has been just having fun all this time, and he is just a toy for him. The hero approached the chapter and tried to understand when he would wait for a retaliatory attack from him. The protagonist swung and shouted that it was time to finish. The man smiled and said that he could die if he continued to hide it. A dark hand approaches the guy. The young man looks at the purple limb. Puck dodged the attack. The maniac looks ahead and tries to understand who it is, as well as how he did it and where he got it from. Dark energy envelopes Zhong's body, and the system explained that it was the monster's left hand, but its stats were unknown, and the hero said that he had 2 EDI. The man raised his head and said that speed would no longer help him. The protagonist looked ahead and wanted to ask the antagonist what kind of hand it was. Zhong raised his head and tried to understand why he was interested, and then added that he thought he would see someone more serious here, and then said that the gates to hell would open to him today. Puck smiled and realized that he had become stronger with this hand, which meant they could finally play. The head turned around and told him to stop fooling around, because if he continued to fight like this, he would not be left with a scratch, to which the hero assumed that he was running away. A dark aura enveloped Zhong, who revealed that he hadn't heard those words for a long time. The protagonist bent down and realized that he thought he would be able to escape. But how? The man turned around and replied that he didn't know, and then tried to figure out how he could escape. The antagonist raised his sword and said that he remembered Puck. The head raised his blade. The energy outlines a circle on the roof. A stream of aura punched a hole in the ceiling. The man raised his sword. Smoke billows near the hole. The guy went into the room. The young man looked down and realized that it was unlikely that it was Kim's doing, which meant that Zhong had done it, so it was time to run. The hero looks at the fleeing Zhong and assumes that they are playing hide-and-seek, and then shouts that he will finish him off. The protagonist smiled and said that he needed to speed up. The man turned around and told him to stop his jokes, because he would never be able to do it. Park approached the antagonist and said that this was not a joke. The head lowered his head and thought that he had gone mad, and perhaps he would suffer today. The guy looks down and shouts the man's name. The man raised his head and said that he still had hope. The young man looks ahead and tries to understand what happened there. Bun raised his head and asked what the hero was doing there. The protagonist swung for an attack and shouted that there was another one. Puck looked away, and a voice inside shouted no. The silhouette swept past the guy. The maniac fell to the floor. The hero is lying. The young man came up and tried to understand where he came from. The man stands and says that he saved him. The schoolboy turned around and said that June had fought Kim. The head looks down, and the guy tries to understand what happened here and calls Puck. The guy looked to the side, thought that Kim had brought Zhong to that state, because the hero could not do it. The young man lowered his head and thought that this was some kind of nonsense, but based on Zhong's words. Bun stands and asks the protagonist to tell what happened here. Puck stood up, and the schoolboy tried to understand what was wrong with him. The man sat down and thanked the guy, because thanks to him he got rid of this leech. The young man turned around and tried to understand what he meant. The maniac looks ahead. The antagonist smiled and said that Zhong always remembers kind gestures. The man lowered his head and added that he remembers them, even if the assistant himself does not realize that he has done him a favor. Fear enveloped the young man. The man with the scar looked down and wanted to give him advice, because if he wanted to live, he had to run to the first floor as soon as possible, because then maybe he would survive. The schoolboy raised his head inquiringly. Byun looks at the fleeing man and says that he will not go downstairs because his friends are there. Zhong turned around and wished him good luck, and he thought it was good that he listened to himself and went to South Korea. The guy looks at his friend, and the antagonist noticed that the goblin girl and this maniac were hidden here. Bloodlust surrounds the hero, and the man with the scar added that he could not have imagined that he would meet such a bloodthirsty psycho. The head looked down and said that Zhong always remembered kind gestures. The man began to leave and added that if he wanted to live, he should run to the first floor as soon as possible. The guy stands there and realizes that he ran away, and then thought that Zhong ran away from this loser. The young man turned around and added that it was pointless. A dark aura envelopes the hero, and the schoolboy remembered that he is F rank. The protagonist goes and asks if the leader of the squad is there. Park smiled and said that thanks to him, the man managed to escape, which means he should play with him. Bun looks ahead in horror. The young man closed one eye and noticed that he had a blank stare, which meant he was dangerous. The hand is holding something, and the schoolboy tried to understand what was happening at all, and what happened on the first floor. Byun began to fall and mentally said that he understood that this garbage was not himself. The guy flies down and realizes that it is better for him to run. The hero stands and calls for the leader of the squad. The protagonist looked down and assumed that he wanted to play catch-up, but he was driving again. Puck leaned over and called for the leader of the squad. The maniac approaches the young man and tells him that he has already driven, which means they should play something else. Bun waved him off and asked him to get away from him. The hero looked slyly ahead. The lines enveloped the body of the guy, who cannot understand how he dodged. The protagonist smiled and called out to the leader of the squad. Puck swung and shouted that he was caught. The maniac holds a young man who asks to let him go. The hero took out a dagger and tried to understand what they would be playing, and then offered to play cut off the arm, or cut off the leg. The guy raised his head and shouted that he was not himself. The schoolboy waved it off and added that he should play his own games. The protagonist touched the ceiling and said that it was somehow not very good. Puck pushed off and said that it would be better if he took care of his squad. The guy flies down. The maniac hugged the young man and explained that it was a bit hard to grab, because he was so nimble, but now he was definitely not going anywhere. The schoolchildren fall down, and Byun asks him to let him go, and the hero reminds him that he used to hate him. The guy tries to remove the protagonist's hand and shouts that they will both die. Puck turned around and replied that he would not die, and the schoolboy realized that if they fell now, only a stain would remain of him. The guy turned around and thought it was that voice again. The young man looked down and mentally sent his pride to hell. The schoolboy swung and said that there was no chance anyway. Kulak approaches the maniac, and Ben explains that he is not going to die at his hands. The hero pushed off and said that the sergeant was too slow. The blade flies towards the protagonist. The blade approaches Puck. The maniac knocked off the blade and assumed that someone else wanted to play. The weapon is flying, and the guy noticed that he managed to dodge, although now he is worried about something more important. The young man rolled over and shouted for everyone to step aside. A schoolboy is holding on to the stove. Bun raised his hands. The guy pushed the platform. The young man fell to the floor. The hero landed. The protagonist looked to the side and offered to play. Puck looks at the sword. The maniac smiled and realized that the game was starting again. Everything was as he liked. Someone holds the ceiling, and the voice tries to understand how long she is going to stand like this. The goblin holds the platform and assumes that the leader of the first squad lacked that blow. Her hand holds the ceiling, and the corporal realizes that she is pretending that everything is fine, but she is at her limit. The veins swelled in Kim's legs. The girl raised her head and realized that she couldn't take it anymore. The redhead charged her shock glove. The officer goes and tries to issue an order from the leader of the first squad. The woman raised her hand and shouted that they were the first. The guy turned around and reminded her to stop, because they were all classmates, and she was trying to save them. The young man stands between his rivals. People look ahead and ask him to get out of the way, and Sun replied that there is no way he will not move. The schoolboy raised his hand and tried to understand how they dared to do this to someone who had fought for them, and then he wanted to know if their conscience was tormenting them. The woman put her hand on her chest and explained that he was still very young, so he did not understand anything, because she had her own, and the second one asked not to act good, because they had no other choice. The girl looks ahead. The guys grabbed their heads with their hands and shouted that they were to be crushed now. The redhead goes and says that Kim is running out. The officer took a step forward and said that there was no time and Sun had to go away. The guy raised the weapon and asked her to stop, otherwise he would use force. The redhead closed her eyes and said that she had no choice. The officer turned to the first squad of the 10th platoon of the Jane Battalion. The girl stands and orders them to rescue people under the ceiling, and she will protect their comrade Kim. People look ahead in surprise. Comrades are coming. The squad is standing. The goblin raised her head and asked her to stop showing off and helped her get out, because it was hard for her. The woman raised her hand. Someone goes and offers to sacrifice 2 people and that's it. The officer stretched out her hand and asked not to come closer. The redhead clenched her fist and explained that if she approached, she would have to use force, as they had to help the leader of the 3rd squad and the high school student Seo Jun, and she wouldn't attack first, but if she took another step, she would be killed. The schoolgirl raised her hands. The squad stands and reports that they have taken everyone out, and now they need to carefully get rid of the ceiling and help Kim. The energy enveloped the platform. Cracks spread across the ceiling. Comrades are standing near the wreckage. The girl is coming. The goblin shook herself off and said that she had finally come out. The guy leaned over and tried to figure out what it was. The corporal smiled and explained that she had simply trusted the skills of her comrades. The redhead looked up nervously as the young man tried to figure out what it meant. The girl approached her friend and told her to do what they were taught at school, namely, to pretend that she was deliberately frightened. The goblin pushed the redhead away. The officer sits on the floor and tells what she forgot because she was really scared because they were taught this, and then added that their opponent is the plague, and the plague never leaves witnesses. The phone with the news is on the table. The redhead covered her face with her hand and added that she had made the wrong decision out of fear, because it was completely logical, because even if they killed Kim, then June would never leave witnesses. The guy approached his girlfriend and tried to understand if she was okay, to which the officer wanted to tell him something, and the narrator said that Kim did not quietly listen to the instructions of the enemy. The young man turned around, and the redhead explained that it was an order, and the girl summed up that they should be like Kim. The corporal tilted her head and explained that she had said she was pretending to be scared rather than showing off, to which her friend replied that it didn't matter when it came to the art of persuasion. An unknown jolt knocked people off their feet. The goblin raised her head and assumed that it was Joan. The schoolboy turned around and shouted the name of the hero, to which the girl wanted to know what was wrong with him. The guy leaned over and asked why Joan went upstairs, and Kim replied that someone was trying to lure him in. The young man grabbed the corporal by the shoulders and explained that it was Puck. The goblin twisted her face and asked him to stop joking, because he has poor stamina and is also an F rank. Sun put his hand on his chest and tried to figure out who it was, if not Puck. The schoolboy jerked to the side, and the girl thought that only the protagonist and Byun were missing, but Byun couldn't do that, and then said that it was impossible, and the guy shouted that there was no time. The young man ran. The schoolboy goes to the exit and shouts that he will go alone then. Corporal stands and assumes that Puck is fighting, because judging by Sun's words, this is not a joke. The goblin tilted her head and realized that it hadn't been so loud even when she had fought Joan, but Puck couldn't stand up to anyone. His hand trembles, and Kim mentally says that June instantly smashed him to smithereens and killed him. The horn glowed on the girl's head, who thought that he could not die like this. The corporal turned and addressed the leader of the first squad. The goblin looked ahead and asked for a favor. The light reflects off the stairs, and Kim realizes that she will not be able to resist now and whether it is worth going there. The partners are climbing the stairs, and she realized that at least she and Sun can help. The comrades are standing in front of the door, and the girl realizes that June and Park are behind this door, and it is too late to give back. The goblin turned around and said that she was opening. The corporal looks ahead. People entered the floor. The schoolboy looked down and realized that they were all dead. Kim looked away and assumed that it was all Park's doing. The light illuminates the chips on the floor. A crack creeps across the tiles, and the girl notices that there are many traces of the great sword, which means that Joan has made at least 30 swings. The girl goes and realizes that they have been fighting for a very long time, but they are not here. The girl raised her head. The corporal stands and realizes that the hole on the first floor is no match for this tunnel. The sun illuminates the room through the opening, and the goblin tries to figure out if Joan has always been so strong. The guy approached his girlfriend and asked what kind of hole it was. Kim looks up and says that she thinks so, but they're both upstairs. The girl grabbed her sword and shouted that something was falling. The corporal looked up and suggested that it could be Joan or Puck. The guy brushes off the hero, and the goblin tries to understand what Byun is doing here. The protagonist flies after the young man, and Kim notices that someone is chasing him. Park smiles, and the girl mentally says that he is kind of strange. Sleep looks up and tries to figure out what's going on, and the corporal shouts for him to step aside. The goblin raised her sword and assumed that Byun was in danger, and then added that she would deploy the blade to hurt badly, and then tried to understand what was going on here. Kim launched her blade and shouted for the squad leader to be careful. The girl looked away. The corporal grabbed the guy's arm. Comrades are running. Something hit the floor hard. A schoolboy is lying on the floor. Bun stood up and called the hero a jerk. The corporal approached the guy and tried to understand what was going on, to which the latter sarcastically remarked that the goblin was still alive. Kim looks ahead and asks why Park is chasing him. The schoolchildren turned when the hero called the leader of the squad. The protagonist smiled and noticed that Sun and Kim were there. The maniac raised his hands and invited them to play. Puck stands in front of his teammates. The hero smiled. The guy turned around and suggested that he shouldn't have come up here, and the girl asked if he was really Puck. A murderous aura envelopes the protagonist, who tries to figure out who else is there, and then invites them to play with him. The goblin leaned over and asked if he was Puck. The maniac smiled and noticed that she had an interesting idia, very smooth. The partners are shocked. The hero goes forward and says that her idia is cool, but useless, to which the corporal asked him to answer. Bun stands and explains that this is no longer the loser they knew. Kim turned around and tried to understand what he was talking about, to which the guy said that he was chasing June. The schoolboy looked back and in return gave her advice to run away while he chatted. Fear enveloped the schoolboy, who wanted to tell that recently, having finished speaking, he interrupted and added that if she did not want to die, she should run. The girl looks into the empty opening and asked me to explain it normally. Sleep turned and noticed that he seemed even crazier now, and the corporal realized that he had seen him in this state before. The partners look ahead, and the guy explained that he did not go so far, because it was possible to talk to him. A murderous aura envelopes the hero. The lines run through Kim, and the protagonist tries to figure out how to kill her, and then realizes that something else will suit her. Puck covered his face with his hand and shouted that he couldn't take it anymore. The goblin smiled and assumed that he would not be far away with such patience. The corporal turned and told her that it was not so easy for her to like her, which meant that he believed that he could claim something. A hand clutches the blade. The maniac touched the blade and asked why he didn't just kill all the candidates, including herself, because he couldn't wait any longer. The goblin lowered her head and turned to Sun. The girl rushed to attack and said that she would buy some time, so he had to run. The corporal runs at the hero and realizes that there is no blade, and her strength is running out, which means she can last 30 seconds. The protagonist swung for a blow and called Kim his favorite. The goblin dodged the attack, remembering that Puck's idia was fast and accurate. Blood gushed out of the girl's wound, who thought it was strong but difficult to control, like hers. The cut appeared on the goblin's leg, which realized that everything was much worse for him, which meant that it was much more difficult for him. Kim stopped and turned to the newcomer. The girl smiled and assumed that it was very difficult for him, but Park did a great job. The hero stands in shock. The protagonist smiled and said that she, too, did a great job. The maniac stabbed the corporal in the neck and then said goodbye to her. The girl began to fall in front of Puck. The hero smiled. A sign hangs on the wall. The boy looks forward, and the protagonist said that a short time after he went to elementary school, he lost his parents. The doctor turned to the people, and Park added that they died due to the robber's attack. The corpse is lying, and the hero said that the bodies of the parents were so mutilated that it took a long time to establish the identity, and the little one was left all alone. The child stands in front of the graves of his parents. A man and a woman look at the boy, and the protagonist explained that he went to his uncle. The hands are tied by a child who asks for forgiveness, and the system explained that it is a rotting F-rank rope, and Park explained that the uncle and wife were F-rank losers. The adult stood and the man said that whoever was to blame should get what they deserved, and the interface said that it was an F-rank rotting wood battle. The boy is in prison, and the hero remembered that every day he was beaten, called names and ignored. The child looked down, and someone addressed him by name. The girl stands in front of the young man and tries to understand why he is sitting in a sweater, and then tried to understand if he is hot. Someone appeared in the aisle and wanted to know what she was doing there, because they had to go. The child turned around and said that they would go to the store, and she called him with her. The boy lowered his head and said that everything was fine, to which the classmate said that next time they would go. Puck looks down, and the girl says that he has no money and walks around in dirty clothes, which means it's better not to approach him. Someone kicks the guy. The high school students beat the child and ask him to show Park to the EDI, to which the latter says that he does not have one. The bully raised his hand and replied that he knew it, and they wanted to help him, because she would probably wake up if he gave him a good shake. The hero is on his knees, and the young man added that they are very kind, and the protagonist remembered that at home, and outside his walls, he was constantly beaten. The sun illuminates the playground. The child is walking down the street, and Puck remembered that in order to earn less, he returned home late. The boy looked away. The young man turned and tried to figure out what it was. The beaten puppy ran out of the bushes. The child stroked the puppy, and the hero explained that once he met a stray dog. The child hugged the animal and noticed that he was so dirty. The puppy licked the boy, and the protagonist said that they became friends, and every day until late, he played with the puppy on the playground. The sun illuminates the dial. The clock shows evening, and Park said that after all, one day, his uncle went to look for him, afraid that he would be considered a bad parent. A man goes to the child and asks why he doesn't go home. The child raised his head in horror. The puppy began to bark. The uncle stands and tries to understand what kind of wild dog it is, and then he realized that because of it he comes so late. People look at the man in shock and realize that he is their neighbor, and the child seems to be afraid of him. The uncle raised his hand and said that if he came late because of the puppy, he could take him home. The boy raised his head and thanked his guardian. The light is on in the window. A puppy licks a guy who says he's ticklish. The child and the dog looked down when someone wanted to know why Puck wasn't sleeping. The hand turned off the light, and the boy apologized and wished Poppy good night. A book with a drawing is lying on the table. The houses stood under the blue sky. The uncle, sitting on the sofa, replied that he could do whatever he wanted, and added that the boy could play outside with the puppy. Jin Song, looking at his uncle, said that he was very grateful to him. The hero, looking at the puppy, invited him to go for a walk. The playground stood in the middle of the houses. The boy, sitting on his knees, made it clear that he had a friend. Jin Song, hugging his puppy, admitted that he loves to play with the puppy on the playground. The little protagonist, turning his head on the puppy, noticed that it was always next to him. The little protagonist, stroking the puppy, made it clear that his friend is always ready to share the joy with him. Jin Song looked at his watch and suddenly exclaimed that he didn't know what to do. The main character, looking ahead with surprised eyes, said that it was too late and his uncle would kill him for it. The guy, standing near the puppy, shouted that they needed to run quickly. The uncle, turning his head on the boy, asked why he had come back so late after dinner, and said that he had no respect for them at all. Jin Song, looking down, proclaimed that he was very sorry and had completely forgotten about time. The uncle banged the beer can on the table, exclaimed that this was not an excuse, and added that he had treated him with heart, and Jin Song had done so. The man looked at the protagonist with displeasure, and clarified that he had to run around looking for the boy and the neighbors, and added that Jin Song should apologize. The dog barked menacingly at the character. Jin Song went down to the dog and asked what was going on with Poppy. The man, looking at the puppy, proclaimed that this mongrel had confused something and could be made into a stew. The main character, hugging the puppy, said that he would scold him, and asked him not to get angry. The uncle, hitting the boy with a swing, exclaimed that he dared to answer him. The man looked at Jin Song menacingly and clarified that he was too soft, and ordered the puppy to be tied up to teach the boy a lesson. The girl held a rope in her hands and said that their child was unleashed. The dog looked ahead and barked. The uncle grinned and shouted that the mutt should know his place. The man leaned over to the dog and ordered him to shut up. The boy looked up at his friend with confused eyes. The dog flew into the closet from the impact. The man sneered slyly and proclaimed that it had finally closed. Jin Song, seeing the dead puppy, asked what had happened to him, and the woman stated that Poppy was fine, and added that the guy was disturbing with his jerking. The boy gritted his teeth in anger. The uncle, taking a stick in his hands, asked what kind of look it was. The man, beating Jin Soon, said that he was sorry, but he was completely crazy, and asked who taught him this, his mother or her brother, and added that the guilty should get what he deserved. The boy crouched on the floor and begged for forgiveness. The uncle, standing in front of the boy, proclaimed that his weakness and arrogance had been passed on to him from his parents. The man smiled cruelly. The uncle, continuing to talk about his parents, repeated that Jin Sun's weakness and arrogance had been passed on from them. The hero opened his surprised eyes, and the man clarified that this was why he had beaten them to death. The aunt, turning to her husband, said that it was not worth talking about him in front of the boy, and the man said that no one would believe a child who did not even have an idia. Jin Song bowed his head, whispered that it was mom and dad, and clarified that they had been killed by a robber. The uncle, standing with a stick in his hand, made it clear that he was angry and beat them to death because they didn't want to share the money, and added that some idiot had sneaked through the window. The uncle broke into a broad smile and proclaimed that it was amusing to watch him justify himself in court, and exclaimed that it was simply hilarious, and said that he remembered the grimace as if it had been yesterday. Jin Song raised his head, whispered that this was what his parents had done, and clarified that it turned out that they had been killed by their uncle and aunt. The uncle, turning to the dog with displeasure, asked why his eyes bulged out so much. The man's face changed dramatically. The dog clung to the murderer's hand. The boy, looking at the puppy, ordered him to run. The uncle raised his weapon and shouted that it was a crazy mongrel. He looked at his hand and said that he hoped there would be no scar. The boy was crying and he said that he just wanted to play with the dog and apologized to him for it. Tears flowed down his cheeks and he proclaimed that if the dog had not met such a loser as him, this would not have happened. Poppy licked the cheek of the main character. The wounded dog looked happily at the boy. The light illuminated the room. The protagonist and the dog ended up in a white room. The man, looking at the dead puppy with dissatisfied eyes, clarified that the mutt had died, and added that not all the anger had spilled out yet, and the aunt said that she was going to feed the dog and eat it, to which the killer replied that this dog was not even good for stew, and ordered to throw it in the trash. Blood stains covered the screen and Jin Song asked why they were killing everyone he cared about, and the uncle made it clear that he wasn't listening at all and probably didn't learn his lesson well, and the boy asked if killing was so easy, couldn't it be that killing was so fun, and the animal killer made it clear that if someone died, then let him die. The protagonist furrowed his brows and proclaimed that he was very angry. A knife appeared in the guy's hand. The boy rushed forward. The hero tilted his head. The uncle turned around and asked in surprise what kind of dagger it was, and where Jin Song had taken it from. The man, looking at the dagger, said that it was his idia. The uncle laughed at the boy and loudly proclaimed that this was all he was capable of, and said that Jin Song was an F-rank loser like them. The killer poked the boy with a bat, and claimed that the F-rank child from unsuccessful parents was repeating after them. The protagonist smiled cruelly. The main guy hit the antagonist in the jaw, and he made it clear that his parents would be proud of him. The man grabbed his bloody face and began to scream. The guy was looking at his knife, and the uncle shouted that it was his hand. Blood splashes scattered to the sides, and the soldier began to shout that his son should forgive them. Blood splashed in all directions. Jin Song, standing over his uncle's bloody body, repeated his words with mockery and asked him to say it again. The man stepped forward, and his aunt continued to beg him to stop, and the protagonist proclaimed that he would not kill her. The character stuck his blade to her eye and added that it would be too easy, and they themselves were no better. Jin Song threw his head up and asked why they had done this to mom and dad, and said that they must have had a hard time restraining themselves from killing them. The soldier stood with his head up. The boy was holding a knife in his hand and said that everything was fine. The guy opened his eyes in confusion. The main character was lying in a bed. The doctor, approaching the patient, clarified that he had regained consciousness. Jin Song looked around, asked where he was, and the doctor said that he was indeed in the hospital. The doctor, pushing the patient, sternly clarified that he could not get up yet. The doctor smiled at the protagonist, advised him to rest a little more. Jin Song stuck out his hand and complained that his head was splitting and asked why he was here. The palm was covered in blood. The guy abruptly got out of bed. The doctor, looking at Jin Song, made it clear that he should follow the regimen. The girl threw up her hand and exclaimed that he could calm down. The hero, grabbing the doctor by the robe, began to insist and ask what happened to those who were in the bank, and where his classmates, especially Lee Sunhwa, were. Jin Song looked up and said Kim's name. The protagonist, falling to the floor, said her name again. The doctor, leaning over to the patient, announced that he needed to take a breath, and the fighter added that Kim was here, next to him. The protagonist looked up at the doctor, and he asked not to worry and asked where Kim was now and if she was okay. Jin Song raised his head and said that the last thing he remembered was Kim's punch. The doctor, looking at Jin Sung sitting on his lap, clarified that he needed to stay calm, and added that Kim was alive and would come soon, but the protagonist did not understand why she would be in the hospital if she was not injured. Jin Song, rushing out of bed, exclaimed that he should go and see for himself. The guy flew out of the ward on all fours. The girl followed the fleeing guy with her head. The doctor, following Jin Song's gaze, quietly proclaimed that it would be better for him to lose his memory. Jin Song, tilting his sweaty face, complained that he felt bad. The protagonist ran down the stairs and proclaimed that he had brought himself to such a state and got into trouble, and asked why he couldn't stop. The hero ran with wide strides and made it clear that his was a roller. The girl walked with a bag and sang a song. The heroine walked forward and sang to herself. Jin Song, looking ahead, muttered Kim's name, and was relieved to clear that she was alive, not injured at all, and added that he hadn't slit her throat. The protagonist got up from his knees and exclaimed that thank God, and he said that he was very glad to see him. Jin Song, falling to his knees, proclaimed that he was glad that she was really alive. Kim, looking at Jin Sun's behavior, asked why he was falling to his knees. The character patted the trembling protagonist on the shoulder, and clarified that he could already run and had recovered. Jin Song, kneeling, exclaimed that thank God. Kim, noticing Jin Sun's tears, asked why he was crying, what hurt, and what had happened. The woman leaned over and said there was no need to cry and said that people might think she had hurt him, and she was grateful that he was okay. An image of a grate appeared. After their encounter with the plague, the high school temporarily closed. The guy grabbed his opponent by the scruff of the neck and asked him to borrow his phone. On the day of the incident, Byung Kyun posted a rumor about Kim Il-young's escape. Researchers walked around the room. This disaster took the lives of 17 security guards and 13 bank employees. The monitor showed the news. All the high school students survived, and the attention of the press was attracted by a white goblin who fought Kim Il-jun. Kim, pulling back the curtain of the ward, said that giving interviews is more difficult than fighting, and decided that she needed to talk about Park Jin-sun. The protagonist, lying in the bed, made it clear that journalists would not believe her words, and noted that there was no point in trying to revive a person who had been unconscious for several days. The hero closed his eyes and said that he himself could hardly believe what had happened. The girl stood in the dark. The heroine swung at the enemy. Kim, looking ahead, asked what it was. The soldier smiled and she exclaimed his name. The guy narrowed his eyes. The man bit the woman in the shoulder. Kim stopped him and loudly asked him to listen. The woman bowed her knees. The woman took him by the hand and proclaimed that if he cried, it was time to get up. Jin Song raised his tear-stained face. Kim, looking into her friend's eyes, said that she had stopped crying, and added that he had not hurt her and there were no problems with Idia. The character, looking at Jin Song, asked if this was not enough for him. Tears flowed down the hero's cheeks. Jin Song, wiping away her tears, said thank you, and the heroine explained that the doctor would think that she was crazy if he saw her in such a state, and said that it was time to go. A week later, the school building stood under the blue sky. Everything returned to normal. His classmates, turning to the side, clarified that now they look at the 10th grade differently, because they were the ones who fought the plague. The girl stood not far from the protagonist and proclaimed that it was so cool, and said that she should have such an opportunity. Jin Song, tilting his head down, said that he didn't understand how it was possible to be so inhumane, and added that the criminals had originally intended to kill them, but he thought he could contain his idia. Blood flooded the entire floor. The hero walked through the corridors of the school and said that he was mistaken, and many people died because of him. The protagonist gritted his teeth angrily, and clarified that she had narrowly escaped death because the idia had shut down. The guy stopped at the wall and proclaimed that he had to make sure that this would not happen again, and that he needed to study his idia. The protagonist leaned his hands on the walls and made it clear that only someone who has seen her in action and has sufficient knowledge can help him in this. Jin Song, looking at the athlete on the horizontal bar, said that perhaps it was Song, who had pushed his EDI to the limit, who knew what was going on. Song, noticing Jin Song, was surprised and asked if he shouldn't rest this week. Jin Song raised his head to his interlocutor and clarified that he needed to ask something. The man narrowed his eyes and grunted. Song jumped down from the horizontal bar and asked what he was talking about. The hero stood on the floor and said that Jin Song could ask. Jin Song tilted his head and asked if the other person thought it was possible to divide the souls into ranks. The soldier looked at the questioner puzzled. The chief warrior tilted his head and explained that the position in the ranking is determined by idia, and all strength depends on rank. Song raised his hand and asked if the protagonist was interested in whether the letter of rank had any effect on the soul. Jin Song, drenched in sweat, proclaimed that yes, he thought so. The guy looked up and the interlocutor explained that no, the letter of rank does not affect the soul. Song looked ahead and said that rank unlocks skills but doesn't affect the soul itself. Tears welled up in the hero's eyes and the athlete explained that souls cannot be divided by rank. Jin Song lowered his head and reported that Song Ho also knew this. The warrior glanced sharply ahead and shouted that strength depended on the rank of the idia. Song sharply tilted his gaze towards his interlocutor and explained that although strength depended on rank, it did not affect the soul in any way. The hero looked at his interlocutor and interrupted his speech. The main character scratched his head and the character made it clear that he was trying to make sure that his guesses were correct with his help. Jin Song stood in a pool of blood and reflected that he had always believed that souls could not be divided by rank. The protagonist looked around and realized that this was all because his soul, thirsty for murder, should have the highest rank. The main fighter smiled mischievously and talked about his id. An image of a man appeared in the reflection of his eyes, and the guy added that the factors that provoked the emergence of idia made us think about dividing souls into ranks. The main character fell down into a lake of blood. Jin Song looked around and said that it could be assumed that his soul's destiny was to be a murderer. Human figures surrounded the protagonist and shouted at him that he loves to kill people and is a real devil in the flesh, a terrible soul and a murderer. The character stood with his head down. Song, as he removed the pancake from the power plant, clarified that when he first saw Jin Song, he had advised him to start working. The man stood with his back to the protagonist, and clarified that at that time it seemed to him that Jin Song was not one of those who liked to work, that despite the constant whining, he continued to come to training. The main character stood in the doorway and shouted that his muscles hurt, and the coach proclaimed that not everyone could cope with his training, and said that he himself barely survived. The protagonist looked sadly at the floor and the man added that he was keeping up with his training. The guy stood with his head down. An image of two human figures appeared, explaining the principle of rank, and the trainer said that the higher the rank, the higher the combat ability. This is how the rank system works. The karateka fell on the training mat, and the fighter asked if it was possible to get a level of combat abilities with idia. The fighter stood over the defeated opponent, and the voice declared that he won after the defeat of all opponents, and the hero himself added that in this case, the idia loses its original meaning. Song squatted with weight and admitted that he understood why Jin Song had come to him not because he was forced to, but because he wanted to make sure of something. The hero closed his eyes and clarified that the protagonist wanted to make sure with his help, who had a higher rank of combat abilities than the rank of idia. Jin Song looked down at the floor and the coach said that there was no such thing as an EDI and there were no ranks. The main character stood inside a dark room and admitted that as Song Ho had clarified, He was simply denying his EDI, and revealed that there were no ranks. The man was doing a squat with a barbell, and the fighter made it clear that such an idia could not be recognized solely for rank, so he was interested in Song. The man narrowed his eyes and asked if he had answered Jin Song's question. The hero crouched and the protagonist proclaimed that he had managed to increase his combat abilities to a plus rank while having a B rank idia, and said that he had always convinced Jin Song that with effort, a person could achieve anything. The protagonist lowered his gaze and added that he, Song, was an example of this. Jin Song raised his head to his comrade and said that he wanted to talk to him about something. Song did a bench press and made it clear that the condition arose during the battle. He stared at the ceiling and assumed that this was Idea Jin Song. Jin Song shifted his gaze to the other party and asked if Song would believe that an F-rank fighter could actually be an S-rank, and added that he was the one who fought back against the plague. The man put the weights back in place. The trainer turned to the hero and proclaimed that he didn't see any reason why Jin's son needed to lie. The protagonist looked down at the floor and thanked him for his trust. The interlocutor looked up at the hero and asked if he really did not want to be controlled by Idia. The protagonist sat down on the surface and clarified that he thought he would be able to stand up to the Id, but after he hit a member of the faction. The protagonist brutally killed his opponent and said that sanity had left his body. The warrior stood in the midst of bloody corpses. Jin Song sat next to the other person and made it clear that he no longer wanted to lose control because of Idia. The main character turned his head and asked what Sun Ho would do in his place and how to take control of the Idia. Song closed his eyes and said that he needed to create a body and a mind, and this could only be achieved through training. Jin Song jumped up from his seat and retorted that he had been training all his life, but nothing had changed. The coach looked at the indignant interlocutor and proclaimed that people who are unable to cope with their powers have something in common. The man got to his feet and explained that they all did not love themselves. Song looked at the protagonist and made it clear that someone who does not love himself cannot admit his efforts, and added that Jin Song is working hard and should be proud of himself. The guy grabbed the man's hand and asked what love was. Jin Song stood in the middle of the red room and said that love is not about a murderer who takes pleasure in suffering. Song turned to the protagonist and asked if he had worked to become a murderer. The coach smiled and proclaimed that you need to love yourself. The main character was cutting the opponent, and the fighter made it clear that he was not obsessed with killing. The character looked away. The protagonist's bloody alter ego slashed him with a knife. The fighter held the blade in his hands, and the trainer reported that he was the one who worked to suppress the thirst for blood. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion. The guy went downstairs. The coach looked ahead and said that he wanted to be the best. The man stood with his back in the frame and said that his idia was not so good. The coach flew away from the blow and made it clear that he could not succeed, no matter how hard he tried, and could not move a single step up the mountain of success. The warrior was lying in the ring and added that in all 3 years at school, he never managed to get to a fight. The hero covered his face with his hand and made it clear that he was devastated by his weakness, hated his rank, but nothing changed. The warrior looked ahead and said that he had once wondered how well he knew his idia. The coach stood in front of the punching bag and said that he had studied his soul and realized his limits. The warrior grimaced. The warrior abruptly rushed to the punching bag to fight and shouted that he was using his strengths and protecting his weaknesses. The fighter looked at his glowing hands and proclaimed that he had collided with his idia. The hero's opponent was levitating in the air. The man attacked the enemy and said that it was thanks to this clash that he managed to change. He grabbed him by the clothes. The hero threw his opponent over the thigh and made it clear that he managed to surpass himself. The guy threw his clothes down on the floor and noted that even now he continues to improve. A pumped-up fighter stood in the frame and said that he would continue to improve to become the best. The protagonist looked ahead and the warrior asked what about himself, Jin Song. Jin Song took off his glasses and made it clear that he too was eager for change. The soldier peered into the glasses. The protagonist threw his glasses on the floor and added that he also wanted to develop. Jin Song rolled up his sleeves and exclaimed that he would surpass himself. As the sun beat through the windows of the building, the instructor explained that they all needed to know that firearms were useless against idia. So many weapons were useless when idia manifested. People were standing in a smoke-filled room. The hero, standing in a protective mask, added that it will take life at the same moment, when the idia turns off and the person returns to his normal state. One of the cadets fell to the floor and said that if they were going to die anyway, then why train stability at all? The girl knocked on the door. The cadet, hitting the door, began to shout for them to open the door. The man in red looked around and noticed that the cloud of poison gas was too dense, and even if the 10th platoon eventually increased its strength, it still didn't justify the risks. Vaughn frowned in displeasure in his masked eyes. The instructor, pointing with his hand, ordered to sing the anthem and promised to give points to those who finished the song, and the cadet again demanded to open the door. The protagonist rose to his feet and sang that until the waters of the sea dried up and until Pictou was wiped off the face of the earth, people again begged to open the door. The door opened. People began to run to the smoky door, and the instructor shouted that the third squad needed to leave immediately, and the man wondered why the gas cloud was so dense that nothing could be seen. The main character walked out of the cell. The speaker came out to the teacher and said that all the officers had fallen, so he would act as a speaker. The man covered his face, and the character said that out of the 11 people of the third squad, 10 were out of action. Bodies were lying on the floor, and the protagonist reported that 10 people had dropped out due to training in the gas chamber, and 1 was present. The guy frowned and reported that he had finished his report. An image of an announcement appeared on the wall. Jin Song, standing around the dark corner, made it clear that no one would be able to object now. Frame shows platoon recordings of the protagonist's abilities. The character was lying on the ground and decided that he should get a badge, and the results of the rounds were displayed, where Jin Song took all the first places. The protagonist ran forward and made it clear that he would surpass himself. The main character was holding a piece of paper in his hands. The headmaster, looking at the sheet and the results, repeated several times that Jin Song had taken the first place again. The observer turned over the sheets and asked where the F-rank fighter got such physical indicators. The instructor looked around in confusion and said that the other students had also received good grades. The director frowned and clarified that this was not enough. The guy looked at the interlocutor and was surprised by his words. The man put his hand to his forehead and said that he had been informed that the 998th Brigade had been sent to them. The notebook fell, and the soldiers said that they probably did not like that their school had enlisted the support of the state, and they would be disgraced. The principal looked at the calendar and said that they did not know what to do with the 9th grade. The hero scratched his chin and said that it was necessary to strengthen training for the 10th grade. The instructor raised his eyebrows and asked what he was talking about. The director banged the calendar on the table and explained that the training was meant to increase combat strength. He crossed his fingers and exclaimed that this was the base. The boxes stood in the corner of the room. The cadets, grabbing the load, began to ask how much more to carry and what was inside. Kim, looking at the newcomer, asked why he was carrying 2 boxes. The protagonist smiled and reminded that they were training, and added that she herself wanted to pump up. Kim stopped on the spot and said that he trained even during lunch, to which the guy replied that it was different. Kim moved on and proclaimed that he was no longer a novice, but a master of excess. The girl walked in front of everyone around, and the character made it clear that she was always being looked at, and she replied that this was not news to her, this was her reality. The warrior turned suspiciously. Jin Song looked around and said that he had brought it up because he felt like she was being watched. The heroine glanced at her friend and clarified that this time everyone was looking not at her, but at him, and asked if he understood. Jin Song opened his surprised eyes and asked why people were looking at him. The character stopped in place and made it clear to the hero that it was because he was handsome. Jin Song suggested that maybe because he was handsome, and asked why again. Kim made a disgruntled face and said that she would pretend that she had not heard anything. The character in red pushed the hero, and he made it clear that their views were burning. The guy began to fall down. Jin Song looked around and declared that he had stared. The soldier began to laugh and clarified that it was the leader of the squad. The blonde character looked around. He turned around and rudely advised the protagonist to look down at his feet. The protagonist looked after him and assumed that he had changed somehow. The girl scratched her head and asked if he didn't understand why no one was climbing up to him lately. The heroine covered her face, and the warrior suggested that it was because he was spending time with her, to which she replied that it was because he had changed. Kim flew out of the room and made it clear that he was making her sad. Jin-soo caught up with the girl and said that he wanted to talk about something important. Kim asked again and asked what, where, when and why he wanted to talk. The woman turned around and the character asked if she was interested in his eid. Kim picked up the boxes and declared that she wasn't interested. Jin Song looked after her and promised to explain everything. The heroine smirked and made a remark that the gentleman should not say such things to girls. Kim turned to face the hero and added that she restrained herself because she was her. But another girl in her place would have already fainted, and asked if he understood that it was only about girls. Jin Song looked around and clarified that he had already told about Idia Song. Kim indignantly approached the protagonist and exclaimed that he had revealed everything to the sergeant. The girl grabbed the hero by the scruff of the neck and asked why he didn't go to her first thing before she was giving him a scold. The woman bared her teeth and called Jin Song a scumbag. The guy in the glorious one stood in the middle of the room and remembered how scared she was when it seemed that he would kill her, and how June ran away from him in fear. The hero scratched his head and asked at what point everything went wrong. The warrior walked away and said to himself that until he figured it out himself, he would not admit anything. Kim held the main character by the clothes, and he made it clear that he would tell her when they were alone. She dusted off her palms and warned him not to tell the other girls about it, because he was holding back just because she was her. Jin Song pointed his finger at the items and asked why they were carrying these boxes. The hero recoiled and the girl clarified that this was preparation for training, and the guy asked what other training she was talking about. Kim opened the door and said it was a gorilla. The man pulled the stick to the side. The disciples passed behind them. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that here's the hell. Why should they do this in the first place? Lowering his gaze, the hero asked that maybe it was worth taking 5-kilogram weights, to which the student asked that he had sunstroke or something. Looking at her, he replied that he didn't, to which she added that then why the one who had previously tried to avoid training with all his might. Closing her eyes, Kim said that now he suddenly hit sports so much. Turning her head, she continued that why him. Smiling, the protagonist said that if he thought about it, if he were Sung, he would already be carrying a 10-kilogram kettlebell in each hand. The girl looked at him in bewilderment, and replied approvingly. She gritted her teeth when she heard about the 10-minute break. A sealed building appeared, and the student wondered that this was where she understood their intentions. But how could one be so insensitive? Looking to the side, the MC asked what it was. He looked bad. Standing in front of him, the girl replied that she should ask him. He was fine. Pointing to the side, Park asked what was the reason for this. Looking at him, the student thought that she was worried out of nowhere. Standing next to her, the man asked that she was Kim. Yes, a real white goblin. People lined up in front of her, saying that the future of Korea, so young, but so talented, he keeps his fingers crossed for her. Let her autograph. She is much more beautiful in person than on TV. Smirking, the student thanked them for their support. Looking at the building, she thought that yes, it was because of the school. She was sure that this was the idea of the director. He deliberately arranged a break in such a place to advertise the school. The students looked away, and Kim reflected on the fact that right next to the bank where the plague incident took place, there were only students talking. A news release appeared, and she added that it was already a good impetus for the school's rating. In addition, residents can express their dissatisfaction right here and receive an instant response. The guys approached the store. The thought arose that the owners of the stores were happy, even if they closed the aisle. The man looked at the envelope with the money, and the student thought that probably the teachers had agreed on everything in advance. An advertisement plus a reason for pride. They killed 2 birds with 1 stone. The guy clenched his teeth tightly. The students clutched their faces, and Kim thought that this was simply inhumane to the injured platoon. Smiling, the instructor said that thank you all for your support, but it's time for them to go. Everyone get up. Looking at the girl, the hero asked that she was not allowed to rest at all. She was fine, to which she replied that she should not talk to her. Her neck hurts. He raised his head up. With his eyes wide open, the protagonist thought that he would be lying if he said that he did not feel anything. Going forward, he added that but he had decided. Smirking, the MC thought that he was above his soul. There were no ranks, he would change. Holding the phone in his hands, Hayan asked that Kim must be fine. A great plan. Opening the doors, he added that it was ingenious to bring them to that place on purpose, although they had already gone 5 kilometers. Pressing the car key, the man said that he was ready to move out. Sitting behind the wheel, he said that it was the task of the battalion commander to share words of enthusiasm with students tired of training. Putting away the phone, the man added that therefore the work of the school is impossible without it. The car was driving rapidly along the road. Loud laughter was heard. A path appeared, and someone asked to stop. Putting his hands behind his back, the instructor said that the next trail is very steep, so you need to take a long break. They can sit, but don't let them relax too much. Turning her head, the girl turned to the hero, to which he asked that he could stop calling him that. The protagonist raised his hand when he heard the question that he wanted a chocolate bar, to which he thanked her. Sitting on the ground, Kim said that he should hold it. Suddenly, MC looked away in bewilderment. The car suddenly slowed down in front of them. Coming out of it, the man said that it was hot outside. Putting his hand to his temple, the instructor greeted him, to which he responded in the same way. Hayan smiled and asked what she was doing here, to which the student replied that yes, there was no problem. Closing his eyes, he added that she could be relied on. No wonder from her. Looking at the hero, the man asked what he was, to which Park introduced himself. He narrowed his eyes and mumbled. Putting his hand on his side, the director asked that he had not been told to call him the battalion commander, to which the hero replied that he took back his words. Frowning, Kim thought that his bias was obvious. Closing his eyes, the commander said that he looked somehow more cheerful than all the others. Smiling, the protagonist replied that yes, they are usually in training, to which he added that he should open the backpack. He looked at me in bewilderment, and asked again. Leaning against the car, the director said that they were conducting an inspection. Let him bring a list, to which the platoon leader replied approvingly. Things were stacked in the bag. The thought arose that he was trying to find a reason to eliminate him on purpose. Crossing her arms, the girl thought that he was not one to forget something if he accidentally missed something. Marking the items on the list, the commander said that everything was in place. The man frowned and said that he hadn't left anything that way. Smiling, he added that but he still had something left in his backpack. He had taken something else with him. Putting his hands in his backpack, the MC asked what he had to say about it. Putting the equipment on the ground, he said that he had taken sandbags to train during breaks. Park raised his hand up after hearing that he knew what the activity was, to which he replied that yes, guerrilla training and endurance building. Suddenly, the platoon commander stood in front of him and addressed him, to which the student thought that he was so desperately trying to frame him. Raising his hands, he said that it was time for them to go, to which Hayan replied, well, okay, let them go then. Standing near the car, the young man said that he should be careful on the way. The girl looked at them in bewilderment. Leaning against the railing, the man said that they would come soon. Standing beside him, the instructor asked that Kim, the most worthwhile among them, the white goblin, could test her. Looking to the side, the coach asked that he was about the guy with the dagger. She knew that he had a high opinion of him, but, closing her eyes, she added that she was not sure about something. The protagonist grabbed her by the arm. It was heard that he had good stamina and reaction speed. He waved his hand. MC stabbed with his dagger, and Ju said that but the idia did not meet these parameters. Was it really worth attention? Looking at the guy, she heard that of course. With a smirk, Ju asked why he didn't rate him so highly just because he was in his club. He seemed to think he was cooler than the first squad. Frowning, Song said that he deserved this title. Ju's eyes widened as she heard that he wasn't just better than the first squad, he was much cooler than the rest of the platoon. Turning around, she said that she should repeat who was cooler than whom. Standing next to the guy, the instructor said that he should repeat it. Squinting, the platoon commander said that her attitude towards him was based on the previous battle of the units. She did not take into account his later successes at all. Smiling, the girl replied that he had joined the club only 2 months ago, because it was also important to take into account the long break. Lowering his gaze, the young man said that he should see for himself how much he had changed during these 2 months, assuring her. The hero silently walked forward. It was heard that this lesson would eventually turn into his solo performance. The entrance to the barracks appeared. Looking away, the protagonist asked why they had built a new corps in a military spirit. He opened his locker. Looking at the number, the MC said that there were only 300 people. His number was 300th. He was at the very end. The students turned around when they heard that attention was paid to all the barracks. General student registration. Let them report everything to the departmental center as soon as possible. Raising his eyebrows, Park asked that it was Song's voice. It seemed that the rumors were true. On his knees, the young man said that they were doomed. Guerrilla training. The hero looked at them silently. Standing in front of the people, the instructor said that all the 10th graders were in place. He tucked his hands behind his back and added that he was glad to greet him. He was conducting guerrilla training. Before starting to eat, he had to make a couple of important announcements. The students looked to the side when they heard that the fighters from the first numbers would be placed in room alone. The hero smirked when he heard that the rest would be distributed among the remaining 9 rooms according to the number. The number of the hero appeared. It was heard that they must already know, but their number is the rank of general combat abilities determined by the school. Song narrowed his eyes and said that but during the training, their performance would not depend on the number. This guerrilla training would ultimately have quite a significant impact on the final score. The student looked at her in amazement and asked again. The young man lowered his head when he heard that depending on their effort in training, the rank of the overall combat ability could change significantly, to which he replied that he had not heard of such a thing before. Looking at his watch, the instructor said that it was 12 o'clock, let them remember that lunch was until 13 o'clock, and rest time until 14. A little later they would be told about the schedule. A view of the building opened up, and he asked that everything was clear. Lying on the bed, the guy said that he was so hungry, and the other asked what to do. Empty containers of food appeared, and he added that those who had come before them had already eaten everything. Only leftovers remained. A half-empty plate stood on the table. A phrase flashed by that kimchi and burnt rice were not enough. A member of the squad furrowed his brows when he heard that he didn't want to hurt himself on purpose and fly out of training, to which he replied that there was a nurse here, so don't do stupid things. Holding the bags in his hands, the hero said that they would start eating. The food fell to the floor. The student smiled and then asked what it was. He was Park from the 10th grade. Yes, where did he get it? The protagonist opened the package and replied that he did not steal anything. Let them not worry. It would be better to eat as soon as possible, but let them keep it a secret. Putting his hand to his temple, he said that he was very hungry, to which the guy replied that he should call him an instructor. Smirking, Song said that he heard that they decided to inspect him during training. He thought he had already warmed up enough, to which the MC replied that yes, when he was full, he was ready to give his best. Entering the room, he asked how much he needed, to which Park replied that it would be enough for 15 people. The young man opened his eyes in amazement when he heard this. Smiling, he asked what it was. The man looked at him in surprise and asked him to stop. Song turned his head when he heard that this was the food that the teachers gave them, to which he replied that the instructors were given a special lunch, and he said that he was hungry. Raising his hands, the guy said no, let him take it. Taking the packages, the hero thanked him, and the young man added that he missed him. Empty snack packs appeared. It was heard that he felt like a man again. This bread was so good. Smiling, the protagonist asked what they had eaten. Looking at him, the disciples replied that he was their savior. Thanks to him, they felt much better. MC narrowed his eyes as he heard that he would probably have to starve next time. But now it was better than nothing. They were very happy to have such a hearty meal. He would definitely repay him. He pursed his lips. Sitting on the bed, Park said that if they wanted to thank him, they should promise him something, to which they asked again. Clenching his fist, he said that he would give his best in training. Leaning against the bed, the young man said that they were from the 10th room, and the other added that they were the 15 worst of the 10th class, even if they gave their all. Frowning, the hero replied that he knew, to which he was asked that he was aware that they had a terrible idia. Turning his head, he asked what was worse than his. The guys froze in bewilderment. Stretching out his hand forward, the disciple said that he had changed a lot recently, and the others added that yes, he was not at all the same as before. He also wanted to change like this. They looked at each other. Raising his hand up, the guy asked if anyone wanted him to be their leader, to which the squad members replied that they did. Smiling, the protagonist asked that everyone agrees, no one opposes. The man held the whistle in his mouth. The nurse rushed forward. Students squatted on command. Squinting his eyes, the young man asked who these guys were, to which the instructor replied that they had fought with him at the beginning of the semester, and he added that this guy was F rank. Frowning, Ju asked why he was laughing. Closing his eyes, Song said that as expected, the members of the physical training club distinguished themselves, to which she replied that more than that. The guys looked angrily. It was heard that this applies not only to Puck, all the participants in the last room stand out. The coach froze in bewilderment, and asked what was going on in general. Putting his hands on his side, the curator said that the training was over for today. The disciples were lying on the ground, listening to the fact that they had posted the schedule, so don't forget to check the bulletin board. Frowning, the instructor turned to number 300. Closing his eyes, the protagonist responded. He shouted loudly when he heard the question, what was it? Smiling, the guy said that great, as he had said during lunch, all the residents of the 10th room, including number 300, would receive additional points. The disciples looked at each other happily. The young man raised his hand up and said that they had succeeded. A view of the mountains opened up. MC walked silently through the forest. Looking at his watch, he asked that he had left too early. Suddenly, an image of a man appeared in front of him. The girl's hair fluttered in the wind. Putting her hand behind her head, Kim asked that she had been waiting for a long time. She was walking towards him. The girl smiled broadly. Closing his eyes, Park replied that it wasn't that late, so it was nothing, to which she replied approvingly. Turning her head, the student asked, well, it turns out that number 1 and number 300 are gathered here. Okay, it's not so bad when he's about to leave the last place. Putting his hand to his face, the hero said that after partisan training, to which she asked again that he was so confident in himself. Smirking, he replied that he would see, next week he would receive a rank badge. Closing her eyes, the student asked if it was only personal or also a colonel, to which the protagonist said that well, maybe they would be promoted to colonel. Giving a thumbs up, he added that or even a sergeant, to which she said that she should dream. Putting her hands behind her back, Kim said that well. Walking next to her, the MC asked what she said, to which the girl replied that yes, nothing at all. A view of the training center opened. The disciples ran forward exhausted. Frowning, the young man asked what kind of nonsense it was, early in the morning. Suddenly, someone swept past him. Looking at the hero, he asked what was going on again. Leaning against the railing, Ju asked that he was 2 laps ahead of the group. Standing beside her, the nurse replied that everyone else looked like some kind of dead, to which she added that they were rotting dead. The guys were running forward. It was heard that he remembered yesterday. Yesterday no one dropped out of training. Smiling, the doctor said that none of the guys had used medical care or endurance rehabilitation, and then asked what she understood what that meant. With her eyes wide open, the curator asked that after this wild training, no one had regained their endurance. They really were real dead. The students ran at the same pace. Crossing his arms, Song said that a whole horde of dead men was a great name for a team. A list of morning extra points appeared. The man took a step forward. The guys followed the instructor. He turned his head and sighed. Looking straight ahead, the coach thought that these guys were really from the 10th room. It was the weakest, and someone had turned to him. He walked forward silently, and thought that they had a murderous look. Suddenly the hero took him by the shoulder and turned him. Turning around, the guy asked what it was. Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that he was curious about something, to which the guy thought that he seemed quite adequate. The guys behind seemed to have already gone far away. He would unwind after talking to him. Stretching out his hand to the side, the assistant said that there was no one nearby, so he could not hesitate to address him. He knew that this was his first such training. Smirking, the MC thanked him and said that then let him tell him how to quickly overcome the obstacle course. Frowning, the young man replied that he would not advise it. Puck looked at him in bewilderment and asked why, and shouldn't he have been given extra points for completing the tasks quickly, to which he said that he would, but only after completing the entire training. Raising his finger up, the guy said that the instructor would meet him in physical training classes and give additional tasks for the time, while the rest of the students finished the obstacle course. Turning around, he added that since their group was doing too fast, it would take a long time to train, so the hero laughed. Smiling, he replied that he understood, and then asked that everyone had heard him. Stretching his hands, the protagonist said that the faster they finished, the higher the score they would get and the longer the training would be. The young man looked at them in amazement and thought that damn, he was at the head of these psychopaths. The man held tightly to the rope. Standing in front of him, the coach said that he would slide down so quickly. Holding the binoculars in her hands, the girl asked that he had instructed them correctly. They could not complete the task so quickly, to which the assistant replied that he should take a look at the progress report. Holding the papers in his hands, the man asked what it was. Everyone passed the obstacle course, each of them. Putting his hand to his face, the mentor said that she would never have guessed. After all, she did not see them at the very beginning. The young man flew through the pit, and when the number 300 said to jump, all 14 people jumped. The students climbed the obstacle. They were climbing over the fence, and the guy said that if he says to climb, they climb. If he says to run, everyone runs. The girl turned her head and said that this was the same guy. He still ran away all the time during the battle of the squads. Looking up, the protagonist shouted that he could. The guy gritted his teeth as he looked at him. Suddenly he fell down. Hugging him, the MC shouted that great, everyone did it. Crossing his arms, the assistant asked what she saw, and now they would go to training. Raising his hand up, Puck said that now for training, everyone is full of energy, to which he was answered approvingly. Putting his hand to his face, the young man asked what could change, to which the instructor replied that he had good luck. Standing in front of the disciples, Song said that they would now train their abilities. Putting his hand on his side, he added that this training was scheduled for another day, but due to the extreme heat, they made a rearrangement. After the training they would go to rest. The disciples looked at each other when they heard this. Closing his eyes, the instructor thought that the weather had disrupted the entire schedule, but this was not critical. In such heat the limit of endurance became more obvious. A sphere appeared on the man's body, and he added that the purpose of the training was to make sure that everyone could continue to fight using skills, even when her abilities were at their limit. A glow radiated from it, and the thought arose that the guys had used idia only in its normal state before, but in training they would be able to reveal their secret potential. Frowning, Song thought that after the training was over, students with good willpower would be more interested in their idia's abilities. Raising his hand, he said that then they would begin. This training was aimed at using skills. Looking to the side, the guy asked what those boulders see, to which he was answered approvingly. The disciples looked at them in amazement when they heard that they had to use all their strength to break them. Raising his finger up, the curator said that everyone would try their hand depending on the serial number. During the disclosure of the power, let them try to give their best. People who could not open it should pass the turn to the next one. The young man put his hand to his face and said that it was quite realistic, to which he was told that he had a cool idia in general, he had bad skills, how he could break a boulder. Standing in front of the people, Song said that he was sure that many of them considered themselves unworthy. Turning around, he added that most of them had heard about his abilities. The hero frowned and thought that he had a special combat idia called he would definitely catch him. The guy was standing in front of the stone, and he added that if he tried his hand at this boulder, then it would be possible to break it only with help. Suddenly his hands lit up. It was heard that he would definitely catch him. Song abruptly moved to the stone. He dug his hand into the stone. The hero smirked and said that he really was. The stone rose into the air. The man was holding a huge boulder. His eyes burned with blue light. A moment later, the stone broke. The instructor looked away. The protagonist furrowed his brows and thought that his idia had indeed improved. A notification about the skill appeared. The trainer dusted off his hands, and the MC thought that he could ignore the weight when he applied the skill. He put his hand behind his head and laughed, and the guys behind him said that his finger had gone through the boulders, and that he was a man at all. The guy looked at them and told them to do this, and if everything was clear to them. He knitted his brows and asked if they had heard him. The disciples exclaimed in fright. The girl looked at the lists, and Song said that they would start with number 1. Kim introduced herself as a white jade goblin. She confidently walked forward. Then she took her weapon in her hands. She swung at the command. She used the art of the goblin ball. A moment later, the stone broke into 2 pieces. The girl laid down her weapon back. The guy enthusiastically said that she was incredible, and the other replied that it was the idia of the jade goblin family. The instructor's gaze fell on the girl, and thoughts flashed through her mind that, as expected, her inclinations were of a completely different rank. The coach looked at the list and called the second student. The leaves were flying in the air. The young man carried a huge tree in his hands and said that this was a guy, and that they were striking him. He gritted his teeth and added that one day he would prove his point. Then he picked up a tree and said he would kick their asses. The trunk hit a stone. Bun beat the stone and shouted for it to break. Watching what was happening, Ju thought that he looked like her. The trunk fell apart in the guy's hands, and he said that he chose a rotten tree. Song looked at him and told him not to worry, and that he wouldn't forget about his EDI when evaluating. The man looked to the side and shouted what was next. The stones stood on the ground. The coach looked at the list and called the next one. The hero narrowed his eyes when he heard that he was the last. He was looking at a huge boulder. Watching him, the students said that he had chosen this block, that there were other boulders, and whether such a test was not intended for someone like Kim or Sung. People brandished a gun. It was heard that, but he was the leader of the 10th room. They did not see the guys from there. Their eyes fell on the knife, and they said that this guy did too. The students froze in bewilderment. The protagonist turned to the instructor and turned his head on him. Then he pursed his lips. The coach nodded to him. MC closed his eyes. Red smoke appeared around his arm. Bun grinned and said that this bastard was back for his own. Kim frowned and called him Mr. XS. The coach held the list in his hands and told him to get started. Puck braced himself to strike. He struck many blows. Fragments flew from the stone. Then the hero grinned. He froze when he heard him stop. Ju opened her eyes in surprise and said, "What the hell was this?" The instructor looked at his watch and said that there was still a little left. The protagonist fell to his knees in front of a broken stone. He grabbed his hand and thought that he knew he wouldn't be able to turn it off so easily. MC turned around as he heard him report if necessary, to which he thanked him. He bit his lip and thought that he couldn't rely on others every time. Holding his hand tightly, Puck continued to think that he wanted to at least be able to partially turn off the idia. Lowering his head, the hero heard what had happened, and where the boulder had gone, and that this was not possible with a dagger. Song smiled and said that it seemed that he had succeeded this time. The protagonist raised his hand and replied that it was all thanks to his help. A notification about the rank of EDI appeared. He smiled when he heard that control was under the control of the skill user. The more body parts were involved, the lower the control became. Approaching the girl, the MC grinned and said that it didn't turn out perfectly, but he did, to which she replied that he made her worry. The disciples ran up to them and shouted that it was incredible. They had always believed in their boss. The guys took him in their arms and began to throw him with shouts that he was the boss, to which she replied that Mr. XS and his ward is the same berry. The girl smiled condescendingly and said that she would leave it to them today. The sky was covered with clouds. Puck knocked on the door and asked if she was there. He turned away and said that the nurse had gone somewhere, and then thought that since the guys from the 10th room had never dropped out, they hadn't gone to regain their stamina. The hero raised his hand for another knock and added that he was proud of them, but there was a limit to any recovery. He needed to ask a nurse for help. He looked to the side when he heard the question of who was there. The protagonist looked at the teacher when he heard the address. The man froze in bewilderment and asked why didn't he know that you can't come here without permission? MC stared at him silently. The coach took a step forward. Puck looked frightened when he heard that he didn't know exactly why he had come, but he raised his head up and shouted. Frowning, the guy said that he would be punished if caught. Looking around, he added that he should return as soon as possible, before the teachers found out, to which the hero asked why he behaved like this. Suddenly, someone came out of the office and asked what was the noise, what had happened, to which the young man replied that it was nothing, to which the protagonist wondered what was happening, the teachers at the meeting, then the nurse. Smiling, the man asked who they had here. Stretching out his hands to the sides, he added that the unique F-rank Park from the Haynes school, or he was so unique not only in his school, but in the entire country. Looking at the hero, the teacher asked what brought him here, came to complain that the training was too difficult. Suddenly the instructor stood in front of him, and said that he did not hear him, let him return to the barracks as soon as possible. Hugging the hero, the teacher asked why he was so harsh with the child, so they had to survive the incident with the plague. Entering the office, he added that since everyone was assembled, it was worth having a little drink. Looking at the teachers, the protagonist heard that for 3 days he had already missed the delivery. There was a good Korean restaurant nearby. They would drop in. Since the choice fell on Korean cuisine, they would take only 100 jibimpam. That's the number of 300 F rank, to which he thought that the meeting, well, of course, is some kind of bazaar here. Hugging him tightly, the man said that there were no instructors here, so he could not be shy. Lowering his head, the MC thanked him, to which he added that it was a hard training, song is so strict. Closing his eyes, Park thought that they were overdoing something. They thought they could discuss the elder, and then said that he would not say he liked training. Looking at him, the young man asked that it wasn't time to go to the barracks, he would take care of everything, let him go back, to which the teacher replied that there was still time, which he had made. Narrowing his eyes, he added that so what brought him here, to which the hero replied that he was looking for a nurse. Putting his hand on his side, the platoon commander said that they should just look at him. His bar was clearly not of the F rank, this guy was to her, to which the doctor asked that he was wounded. Stretching out his hand forward, the hero replied that no, he came to talk about restoring endurance to the guys from the 10th room, to which the teacher replied that it must have been difficult for the guys from the 10th room, the weaklings did not rest. Current estimates appeared, it was heard that this is Park, in the first place. The man froze, and he was asked what he said, the student number 300 is in the first place. This is some kind of mistake, to which he replied that yes, he can be at the first level only because of fatigue. Smirking, the protagonist wondered if they hadn't looked at the scores once in 3 days. Turning his head, the teacher asked what he paid Sun, and the teachers added that he didn't go to his classes, he probably gave an indulgence to his ward, Kim II. Could it be that all the others were forced out of the 10th room? MC frowned upon hearing that it was some kind of group bribe or something, to which he replied that he was not the type to buy into the money. Pointing to the screen, the man said that but the 300th number had overtaken the first, it would be assumed that he was the same unique F rank who was physically stronger than all the others. But today he had taken first place in the idia training, just as an F rank disciple could take first place in such a training, and all the guys from the 10th room had taken the best places. Clenching his fist, Puck shouted that all the results he and his comrades had obtained were honest, to which he replied that he had been courteous to him because he felt sorry for the F rank asshole, and the instructor said that enough was enough, he would see him off. The guy looked amazed when he heard that he was protecting him, because the teacher of the 10th grade, decently, so he could not protect his children from the attack, he will have to start monitoring them from tomorrow. Here is a splinter, they are faking the results. Hugging the hero, he said that they were leaving. The hero clenched his teeth tightly. Standing in front of the door, he shouted what if. The teacher looked at him in bewilderment, and asked that if anything, there was an idea that in life everything should be treated calmly. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that if in front of all the teachers, the entire 10th room would take up the top 30. Smiling, he asked what if such a miracle happened. The man froze in bewilderment. He laughed and said that it was surprising that he could talk such nonsense with such calmness, and the teachers added that damn, and he was good, he didn't think of becoming a comedian. Closing his eyes, the MC said that let him believe, this is not a joke, he speaks honestly, to which he replied approvingly. Looking at the teachers, the mentor said that well, if such a miracle happened, he would react accordingly. What about promotion to corporal? To which he was told that it sounded great, and if at least one person was out of the top 30, then everyone would be demoted. As he left, Park said that he hoped they would keep their word. Looking at him, the curator thought about what he was going to do. A view of the building opened up. I heard that he should stop. The nurse approached the hero, hearing that he should forgive him for making such a commotion, to which she replied that she should apologize. He frowned when he heard that if she had taken him out earlier, to which the protagonist replied that it was fine, she had heard about the deal, he would need her help as a nurse. Yun smiled and said that okay, We need to restore their stamina, yes, to which the MC said that yes, if the 10th room is restored, they will easily get to the top. Looking at him, she said that he was so confident in his abilities, they would go. A phrase flashed by that he thought, it would be better if she came after a little cleaning, they had not washed yet, and it was dirty somehow. There was a view of the entrance to the barracks, and someone asked where he had gone. Kicking, the guy shouted that he was talking about their boss. Where was this idiot with the number 300, F-rank bastard? Did he really think that he had conspired with the instructor in advance? The student was lying on the floor. Gritting his teeth, the young man said that there was no collusion. Suddenly he was hit by a kick. Putting his foot on his head, the guy said that he should not contradict him. They were so proud, of course. Putting his hand to his face, Park thought that they were making him angry. But now was not the time. They would deliberately run into a fight if he called the teacher. Looking to the side, he added that they would most likely not come again. Maybe it would be better to call the elder. The student fell to the floor, and someone shouted that they should call their leader as soon as possible. He shuddered when he saw the hero. His body trembled. The hero looked frightened when he heard that he should not approach. Looking to the side, the bully said that the deceiver himself had finally appeared. Looking at him, the protagonist asked what they were doing, to which he replied that he began to act like the boss as soon as he came out of hiding. The guy leaned over when he heard that if he left now, he would keep silent about what had happened, to which he asked that and if not, he would make a fuss and call the teachers. He made a face and added that Song was covering him. Yes, the first place winner was starting to lose ground. Turning around, the bully said that yes, he was not capable of anything without cheating. Red smoke appeared from the hero's mouth. Putting his hand to his face, he thought that this was their opinion, that he had to resort to cheating. Raising his hands up, the young man said that he should prove it, or not, a deceiver. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that he was just a stupid beanpole, on the back of his head or something. Slamming the door, he added that if he wanted to fight, then why not try his hand at training tomorrow? Why do he need to show off now? Standing behind the bully, the disciples shouted that they should show him rank 7 strength. The protagonist put his hand to his face when he heard that he should show these losers. Gritting his teeth, he thought that he needed to control himself. He would lose much more than he would gain from this fight. A memory appeared, and the thought arose in my head that this was a chance for the 10th room to be noticed. Standing in front of the guy, the MC thought that even if he restrained himself, the nurse would still come sooner or later, and he asked that he was scared, yes, what to do. Smiling broadly, the disciple said that he was not going to feel sorry for him. Stretching his arms forward, he added that he would catch him, to which Puck thought that he would immediately go to Idia. He gritted his teeth when he heard that it was too slow. Embracing his body, the young man said that checkmate. Smiling broadly, the hero said that he should look at his hands and feet, but he was not a stick insect, but a worm. Looking at him, the student asked that he still had enough strength to open his mouth. Gripping his body tightly, he added that why don't he cheat again, as he had done in training. Raising his eyebrows, the guy said that so far he hadn't broken a couple of his bones. The protagonist writhed in pain and thought he couldn't breathe. Looking at him, the bully asked that he wasn't going to do anything. Well, obviously, he wouldn't be able to pull out any trick now, to which he thought that he just had a short temper. If he let him do whatever he wanted, he would just be satisfied and leave. The nurse would come soon, so nothing. Looking at them, the disciples heard that their leader, no one without their tricks, understood. The young man looked frightened and shouted that he should let him go. Turning his head, the guy asked why they wouldn't run to save him. Suddenly, people rushed forward with a shout. Looking at them, the MC thought that no, if he let him do what he wanted, he would stop sooner or later. The guys were hit by blows. They fell to the floor, and the bully said that he should remember that if he was weak, he should sit below the grass. Lowering his head, the guy said that they had lived like this all their lives, but their leader was different. He probably did not remember. But Park asked again in bewilderment when he heard that he was also on the day when Byun called Kim to the roof. The boys gritted their teeth, and it was clear that he was stupid and full of strange beliefs. The hero grabbed the disciples. A phrase flashed by that even when the leader stopped them, they continued to consider him worse than them, because he was in F rank. Lowering his head, the young man said that he had also been there. Frowning, the student said that but he was wrong. Unlike them, who only supported Byun's cruelty, the leader tried to stop the fight. The protagonist opened his eyes in amazement when he heard that this was why their leader. Rushing forward, the young man shouted that he was much more amazing than them. Grinning, the guy asked what kind of scene he was playing. Turning his head, he added that perhaps it was necessary to show with a specific example. Gritting his teeth tightly, the MC thought he was wrong. Looking at the squad, he added that he was the one who told them to never surrender, suspecting that it would be possible to say goodbye to the rank if they got into a fight. Smirking, Park said that he would see, next week he would get a rank. Standing in front of the girl, he said that if the 10th team recovered, they would easily get to the top. The thought arose that if he wanted to get a badge so much, it didn't mean that the crowd wanted it. A memory from the barracks appeared. Looking down, the hero thought that the crowd did not want to give up. It was he who convinced them to change. He was so pathetic. Suddenly, a dagger appeared in his hands. Looking at him, the student said that it was not the first time he had seen this weak idia. And what would he do? He was captured. The guys froze when they heard the appeal. Looking at the bully, the protagonist said that if they fight only with their idia, they will not be able to defeat even such a vile insect as him. Gripping his body tightly, the disciple said that he was going to feel sorry for him, but he was already going overboard. Frowning, the MC said that he was acting too important, relying only on his abilities. Suddenly he broke free from the grip and added that he had not trained at all. Holding the weapon in his hands, Park said that amazing abilities were not needed at all. Taking a step forward, the young man asked what was his strength. Swinging, the hero said that his legs were also weak. Blood suddenly spurted from the wound. Falling to the floor, the guy screamed in pain. Looking at him, the protagonist said that he didn't even know how to endure pain. He only scratched a little. Stop exaggerating. The student looked frightened and said that he should stop. He was sorry. Standing in front of him, the MC replied that he was such a pathetic jerk. Lying on the floor, the guy exclaimed. A shadow appeared on the wall, and a loud cry was heard. Puck gritted his teeth. Looking to the side, he said that they too could handle them without the use of idia. Averting his gaze, he added that and more. Grinning, the hero asked that this was a specific example. The young man shouted in fright. He fell to the floor abruptly. Putting his hand on his side, the protagonist said that there was too much chatter for someone who had disconnected from such stupidity. Shaking off his hands, he added that where were the friends of this worm, insect, or whoever he was. Smiling broadly, the MC asked that they could get rid of this pile of garbage. A view of the school opened. The student was breathing heavily. Suddenly, someone swept past him. Frowning, Bunce said, "Damn, that idiot again." Suddenly he shuddered in surprise. Looking to the side, the guy wondered who these guys were. They weren't tired of running after this idiot. They were all losers. Leaning against the railing, Ju said that this was how it would end. Looking to the side, she asked what student number 7 was doing. Looking at her, the nurse replied that she had difficulty recovering his condition, but he had suffered emotional turmoil, so it would not be easy to return to training. Putting her hand to her face, she added that she had barely healed the guys from the 10th room after the fight. Because of this, they had not been able to fully regain their stamina, so they would have a hard time today. The instructor narrowed his eyes. Standing in front of the hero, he turned and asked what he knew why he had summoned him, to which he replied approvingly. Frowning, Song said that because of what had happened, he was in first place, but after subtracting the points, he ended up in 300th. Puck's eyes widened upon hearing this. Gritting his teeth, the coach said that this was all, let them go to the canteen, to which the hero thought that he had managed to avoid expulsion, but he was the last one again. Looking down, he added that it must have been the senior or nurse who had stepped in for him. The protagonist looked to the side, hearing that this was too much. Hadn't he heard about what had happened? The guys from the first room were the first to start. Disciple number 300 just wanted to protect them. Turning his head, the guy replied that they should not appear and go to the dining room. MC stretched out his hand forward, hearing that why was the leader being punished for trying to protect them, wasn't it too cruel? To which he replied that let them calm down. The squad looked surprised to hear that everyone would receive penalty points for refusing to obey the order. Grabbing himself by the jacket, the young man shouted that no, he had had enough. What was it all about? Throwing the number on the ground, he added that no matter how hard they tried, they remained betting for everyone else. Looking to the side, the instructor turned to the 10th room. Puck closed his eyes and responded. The curator turned around and narrowed his eyes. The students froze in bewilderment. Taking a lying position, the hero said that everyone in the 10th room was ready to accept punishment. Gritting his teeth, the young man said that their leader must be very angry, they would accept the punishment. Crossing his arms, Song asked what they were dissatisfied with. The protagonist raised his head when he heard that on Friday afternoon there would be a contest using EDI among the best fighters in guerrilla training. Frowning, the guy said that there they would show what they were all capable of, let them prove that they were not just betting. MC gritted his teeth tightly and replied approvingly. The man looked at his watch. Looking down, the coach thought about lunch in 20 minutes, he needed to send them now, and then said that the 10th room should go up. The guys abruptly stood up and responded. With a slight grin, the instructor said that they had enough strength, let them go to the canteen. Walking down the corridor, The young man asked if they had any food left at all, to which the one in front replied that probably only dry rice and kimchi, and the hero offered to divide it among themselves. Looking ahead, the master said that this was the same F-rank disciple. He smiled and asked if they were having lunch, to which the protagonist replied that they did, and asked if he was full. Waving his hand, the man said that he did not like it, it would be better to eat ramen. MC laughed when he heard this. Pointing to the side, the teacher said that by the way, this morning they were the last, probably that time he used his tricks. Putting his head on the back of his head, Park said that he thought he had no strength left because of hunger, they would go to eat now. Approaching him, the man said that he had heard that one lanky man had been knocked out yesterday. Raising his head, the hero thought that damn, this insect must be in this teacher's class. Smiling broadly, the teacher turned to him and said that he had heard that it was the work of an F rank. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he laughed and asked if it was funny. Standing with his friend, the teacher said that this idiot was always good at jokes, asked how a fighter from the 7th room could lose to a rookie in the 300th place. Looking away, the protagonist heard that it would be better to come up with something more believable. The nurse was too nice to the students, to which he thought that he simply did not believe that he could win, so he made up his own story. The school staff approached, having heard that, as already mentioned, now in the morning teachers will train with them. This is problematic. But this is the only way to prevent cheating, to which the MC thought that let them do whatever they want, his lunchtime is running out. The instructor looked at the teacher and said that lunch was about to end, and the girl added that the guys should hurry up with lunch. Raising his hand up, the man laughed and said that they would see each other later. The disciples walked forward, saying that he had finally left. They had less than 10 minutes left, begging if only there was food left there. Squinting his eyes, Puck said that he had a bad feeling. There was a view of the entrance to the school. Someone said that damn, it's not like that again. Raising a thumbs up, the guy said that he was able to sit out, and the other added that he was getting old. The teacher looked at the curator in surprise. Raising a finger up, he said that as expected from a physical education teacher, he was doing an excellent job with the exercises, to which the teacher replied that he was flattering him. Frowning, Ju thought that today was not the best mood. People communicated with each other, and she added that the teachers were trying to observe them, but since they were not training well, the general mood had deteriorated. Turning her head, the girl thought that the students had not been able to regain their stamina. So many were sitting out, especially. The guys were lying on the ground, and she added that the 10th room, these zombies were now trembling. This deprived the others of motivation as well. Looking straight ahead, Ju thought that these guys were more useful than she thought. Looking at the guy, she added what the leader of the squad would do with this atmosphere. Looking down, Song said that he should tell everyone that. Leaning against the railing, the instructor said that he understood that they wanted to leave their energy for the competition, so they would choose one person from each room to participate in the training competition. The hero raised his head when he heard that the room with the highest score would go to rest. Let those who are confident in their abilities rise. He walked slowly forward. Frowning, the man said that as a representative of the teachers, to which the teacher replied that he would feel sorry for the children if he went. The thought arose that he hadn't boasted a couple of days ago that he was part of a partisan detachment. Raising his hands in the air, he asked that it was worth testing their disciples. People stood at attention. They lined up in a row. The hero's leg trembled and he thought that getting the first place and then resting was not so bad. Lowering his gaze, the protagonist added that but if he overdid it and spent all his strength here, he would not be able to show himself in the competition. Bending over, the teacher said that they would compete, to which he replied approvingly. Song furrowed his brows and said that the students who finished one exercise moved on to the next. Those who did not keep up were eliminated. Those who had already sent their representatives should return to the training. Looking down, the MC thought that damn, he couldn't hold back anymore if he wanted to regain his strength. Then, the students raised their legs up. It was heard that the instructors would evaluate the accuracy of each exercise. Let them start. Number 8, 4 times. The teacher sat down and said number 1, twice. Turning around, the girl said that he was too nimble, to which the young man replied that if they left behind, they would be out. The man raised his leg and exclaimed. Smirking, the man said that their muscles were only for show. How weak. He looked at him in surprise and wondered if he was faster than he thought. While doing the exercise, the teacher added that okay, he was just an F rank, he would easily surpass it if he tried. Putting his hands behind his head, Park said number 11, 4 times, to which he asked. Kim looked away and wondered that it wouldn't end so quickly because of the teacher. Putting his hands behind his back, Song said that the first room was being eliminated, to which she added that she would give up in an attempt to keep up with Master Excess. The platoon commander gritted his teeth tightly when he heard that number 4 times, to which he thought, damn, they'll see how it ends. Raising his hands up, the hero said that number 1 twice. He sat down and repeated the command. The protagonist jumped up and said that number 9 3 times. Turning his head, the teacher shouted that he couldn't sit and watch his room rest, to which he thought he was rude and worthless. A view of the mountains opened up, commands for exercises were heard. Leaning on the ground, the man sighed. Falling to the ground, he said that he was a monster. Frowning, the instructor said that the teacher's room was eliminated. Let the 10th room go to the shade and rest until the end of the training. Let the rest prepare for the 6th round. Looking at the hero, the guy asked that he was fine, to which he replied that the teacher lasted longer than he expected. MC sat down near a tree and said that they could relax the muscles, to which he was answered approvingly. His legs trembled. Standing at the microphone, the man cleared his throat. Standing on the 2nd floor, the man said that then they would begin the last stage of partisan training, the competition of idia. The young man gritted his teeth when he heard that some disciples would be displeased because they didn't possess anything special. Looking at his hand, Song said that but there would always be surprises waiting for them on the battlefield. Clenching his fist, he added that he believed that they would find the strength to get rid of their shortcomings. Standing at the microphone, the guy spoke about the shortcomings, and someone said that he was just in time. Putting his hands behind his back, the director said that he had done a great job. Smiling, he added that since this competition was the last stage of preparation, he, as the battalion commander, wished to be personally present. Heian narrowed his eyes. Bowing, the commander of the detachment said that he had arrived. Raising his head, he added that he had said that he would leave the partisan training to him. Raising his hand, the man replied that after all, the competition was the last part of the training. He thought that he should be personally present, since he was the battalion commander. Stretching out his hand to the side, the guy replied that he understood. Okay. After handing over the documents, he said that these papers contained a plan for the competition and a schedule, to which the man said that he was still diligent. Looking at the papers, Heian said that it was amazing. He did not lose when he entrusted this matter to him. Giving the list to the teacher, he added that but it was too confusing, he would make everything much easier and more reliable. From the speaker, I heard that it was a good job. Puck raised his head when he heard that he was welcome to the last part of the preparation, the competition, hoping everyone would show their best. Holding the microphone in his hands, the man said that they would begin the briefing. There was a glow around the man. It was heard that the competition would be held with Idia, and without her, let them follow the instructions of the battalion commander, that is, him. A man fell off a cliff. It was said that the fighters who left the battlefield were dropping out. The student raised his hands up. A phrase flashed by that those who raised both hands are also eliminated. He was lying in the mud. It was heard that this was all. Frowning, Heian said that the briefing was over. Looking at him, the instructor asked how he was going to divide the participants. Smiling broadly, the battalion commander said that he had forgotten something important. Looking straight ahead, he added that all 10th grade students will take part in the competition, 300 participants at a time. The students looked at them in disbelief when they heard that each participant would be assigned their own rating in the battle royale. Stretching out his hand forward, the director said that the longer they held, the more points they would receive. If they contributed to the elimination of other participants, they would also receive points. It was a very simple rule. The strongest survived. Standing behind him, the nurse asked what about the safety bracelet and the rule regarding those who break it, to which he replied that he had completely forgotten about it. Clenching his fist, the battalion commander said that everyone should get a protective bracelet from the nurse. It is designed exactly like the one used in the previous competitions. The bracelet absorbs the damage received and breaks. Smiling, he added that usually breaking the bracelet meant defeat, but if they wanted to continue fighting, he would accept their persistence with respect and allow them to compete. The girl looked at her in amazement and exclaimed, and then thought that he had put aside all the plans of the squad leader for his stupid ideas. Looking at his hand, the hero thought that there was no choice. He needed to try to hold out as long as possible and score more points. A memory from training seemed to me, and he added that although he managed to contain the idia yesterday, it could be difficult in his current state. Stretching his arms to the sides, the man said that they looked surprised. They should learn to remain calm in any situation. The time seemed to me, I heard that it was 13 o'clock and 58 minutes, perfect. Smiling, Heian said that they would start the competition at 14:00, and they would start. Raising his hand, he added that from the competition with Idia. Gritting his teeth, the student asked that he wouldn't even give them a little time to get used to the dirt, to which he was told that they had such rules. The protagonist raised his head up. The instructor stood at attention. The time on the clock was 14:00. it was heard that the competition would begin. Stretching out his hand, the young man shouted that they should leave the rest of the boys from the first room and deal with the unarmed bun first. The guy looked angrily when he heard this. Rushing after him, the disciple shouted that where he was going, let him come here. Holding the weapon in his hands, he added that he would deal with it before he could find an object for the use of idia. Grinning, Bun said that this garbage, they are collectively. A glow appeared around his arm and he asked that they were blind when they huddled together. The guy grabbed the pipe. Holding a piece of metal in his hands, he asked what dared to look down on his abilities. Turning his head, the young man shouted that they were running. Waving the metal, the disciple said that it was too late, let them die. Putting her hands on her side, Kim said that they were fighting so fiercely there, and they weren't going to join. Looking to the side, she added that either they were going to keep her trapped until the end of the EDI contest. A horn suddenly appeared on her forehead. Jumping up, the girl said that they should try to catch her. The hero crossed his arms when he heard what to do, because the director loves people with unusual abilities. Looking down, he thought that Song would first give them time to get used to the competition, then divide the competition into a format, and then assign a point to each according to their skill level. The protagonist lowered his gaze and added that he was going to score a lot of points with these zombies from his room in the non-skill competition, and then try not to drop too much in the ranking during the competition with her. But with such a system, it would end up with students with advanced abilities simply drawing all the attention to themselves. He looked in surprise when he heard that he should look there. Stretching his hand forward, the guy said that he would forgive me, but they would have to disappear before they started competing without abilities. To which the MC replied that this was how it would end. Holding the knife in his hands, he added that let everyone get ready for battle. Rushing forward, the opponent shouted that they should get rid of the guys from the 10th room before the end of the competition with idia. Turning his head, Puck shouted that they should try to hold out until the start of the competition without abilities. Crossing his arms, the director said that they were doing well. Looking at him, the instructor said that the students hadn't even warmed up yet. The owners of abilities were getting too much of an advantage. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the teacher said that although he was a guerrilla instructor, he was a battalion commander. Waving his hand, Heian said that it was fine, he should consider the fact that Song had also worked hard to prepare for the competition. Wasn't that the teacher's main task? Standing behind him, the teacher said that he was right. Putting his hand to his face, the man asked that well, it was worth giving them more time. Standing at the microphone, he said that the announcement was from the battalion commander. In 30 seconds they would move on to the competition without the idia. The participants of the competition fought. It was heard that he repeated, in 30 seconds they would move on to the competition without idia. Looking to the side, the hero shouted that they should be patient for another 30 seconds. Standing in front of the students, Kim asked that there were about 30 people. Grinning, she added that they understand that they cannot just leave of their own free will. Rushing forward, the girl used the art of wielding a goblin sword. The guys flew to the side screaming. Holding the piece of metal in his hands, Bun said that damn, he had to deal with a few more people before the end of the competition. Swinging, he shouted that he should die. A blow flew to the person. Smiling, the battalion commander said that Kim was as amazing as always. Byun was also surprising, he wanted to watch the competition with abilities again. Standing behind him, the guy turned around, to which he replied that okay, he was also impatient. The participants fought among themselves. It was heard that they should disable their skills. The young man turned his head and said that there was no point in fighting them during the competition without the idia. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that they had managed to survive. He froze, wondering if his stamina would be able to hold out to the end. The disciples stood in front of each other, and the guy said that he had to wait for the skill competition. He would not be defeated in hand-to-hand combat, in a battle without ability, even if the entire first room united. The disciples ran one after another. It was heard that it would not be so easy to catch them. Turning his head, the guy said that they would not stand during the battle. With her eyes wide open, the girl shouted that it was now. The young man frowned and replied that they should keep their word. They suddenly pushed the allies. Turning around, the student asked again. The soldier was grabbed by the arm and asked that they would seriously go against their comrades. Smiling, the student said that first it would be necessary to get rid of competitors, to which the young man replied that yesterday, while they were resting, they managed to negotiate with other rooms. Raising his hand, he added that he didn't know that all the 10th graders would be involved in a huge scuffle. A man was stuck with his face in the mud. The guy looked frightened and said that the competition without abilities had come. What next? And the other asked what to do. People stood knee-deep in mud. The thought arose that the bodies of his zombies were already at the limit. If the skill competition began again, they would not last long. Gritting his teeth, the MC thought about what he needed to do to hold out a little longer. The squad looked at him. Puck's eyes widened as he heard the address. Standing in front of him, the young man said that they knew that he was wasting stamina because of them. But right now, their zombie squad could only do one thing. The hero looked at him in bewilderment and asked again, to which he was told that he should go ahead and prove them wrong. Looking to the side, the guy shouted that he would not take a step back. The student looked frightened and asked what they were doing all of a sudden, and the girl added that she thought they no longer had the strength. Grabbing his hands, a member of the squad shouted that they were tired of holding back, and the other added that they should grab anyone and pull him out of the crowd. The student looked frightened and said that they no longer controlled themselves, and someone said that they were running. If they got caught, they would not get out. The people's eyes lit up red. The protagonist froze and turned. Looking to the side, Bun asked what was wrong with them, imagining that they were starring in a zombie movie. Raising her hand, Kim asked that she was saving her chips for later. Frowning, the guy said that he should leave. He froze in front of her. The student smirked when she heard that she had brought so many people with her, to which she asked that she was jealous of her popularity. Frowning, the young man added that she had taken them with her on purpose. Stretching out her hand to the side, the student replied that she thought it was time to go. He had already scored enough points. Looking at them, the contestants shouted that the two had conspired, that they would not be able to win if they united with the idia during the contest. Let them stop them. Turning around, the teacher turned to him, to which the battalion commander replied that they had stood out again. They were not bad in a battle without idia. He looked in surprise when he heard that they had dropped out. With his eyes wide open, the director said that it could not be, to which the instructor replied that he thought so. Turning his head, he asked what he had said. Images of disciples appeared. It was heard that these two could easily go against the crowd during the ability competition, but in an ordinary battle, it would not be easy for them. They were standing in front of a huge squad. It was said that this is why the guys decided to group up to get rid of Kim and Byun. Crossing his arms, Sun said that when it comes to competitions without the use of skills, obviously they will be the main target for all participants. Looking at him, the director said that as expected, he thought the same thing. Well, he hoped it would help them become better, to which he said that yes, he was counting on it too. The thought arose that the press had not yet arrived, and they had already dropped out, but there were still guys in the first room with good skills. Leaning on the railing, the teacher shouted that people had been knocked out of the first room, to which the battalion commander asked. Standing next to them, the guy heard a question about what was happening, to which he thought that Kim looked like she was full of strength to fight back. Smirking, he added that it was because of Puck. Looking at the phone, Hayan thought that he thought it would be a quick brawl after which the strongest would remain, so he told the reporters to come back later. Grabbing the microphone, he shouted what the hell. Looking at the competition, the man said that in 30 seconds, they would return to the ability challenge again. The participants of the competition stood in front of the hero. The protagonist smirked and thought that he wanted to help them, but it turned out that he was the one who was saved. Stretching out his hand forward, the young man shouted that even though he was in the song division, pointing to the squad, he added that they were stronger in skill competitions. Standing still, the MC replied that he was worried that his idia would get out of control due to a lack of stamina, wondering if he would be able to hold back his energy in such a bad state. Smiling, the student asked what he was muttering to himself. They turned around when they heard that they should leave him immediately, to which the girl asked what was wrong. Frowning, the guy shouted that he was dangerous alone. A memory seemed to me. The thought arose that his fight with the lanky man, if this was his true potential, then it was better to stay away from him. The young man put his hand to his face, thinking that he wanted to force him to spend all his energy trying to protect the zombies, so that he himself would be eliminated. But where had they all gone? The student looked in surprise when he heard that the mode was activated. They could use their powers. Turning his head, he said that it was time for skill competitions. He would have looked at their abilities from the outside. Suddenly, a blow flew into his face. The man turned his head away and screamed in pain. Looking at him, a member of the squad asked what was just one blow, taking into account the protective bracelet. The hero struck with his fist. Holding the weapon in his hands, the fighter said that there was some kind of dull sound. Rushing forward, he shouted that let them catch him. The protagonist froze in place. He deftly dodged their attacks. MC looked to the side when he heard that he missed the target. Swinging his weapon, the guy shouted that he was trying to run away, and the other added that they should not let him leave, they should catch him immediately. He opened his eyes in surprise and asked again. Standing beside him, Puck turned. Squinting, he said that let them. People raised their hands up and said that they were surrendering. The student looked at her in surprise and asked what had happened. The hero's eye lit up. It was heard that he was very dangerous. The hero held a knife in his hands. Looking at the guy, the student said that in fact, they had agreed that he and the girl would deal with the high-ranking guys, and then they would not touch them. Turning around, the young man shouted that since when is this number 300 high rank? Standing in front of him, the participant of the competition replied that he had not heard that he had taken first place during the partisan training. The girl smiled and asked why he was trembling. This was a battle with abilities. They were much stronger than 300. Frowning, he asked if she hadn't seen what he had done yesterday. Watching them, the young man heard that he was dangerous. They turned when they heard the address. The protagonist looked at him angrily, and said that they should stop wasting time and come to him. He began to go forward. Swinging his whip, the student shouted that to hell. Holding the dagger in his hands, the MC spoke of his right hand. Frowning, he asked that he was not allowed to kill them. I see. Gritting his teeth, the guy wondered what was wrong with him. He was talking to his hand. Park deftly deflected his shot. The young man grinned and exclaimed. The hero deflected his blows. With his eyes wide open, the student asked what kind of nonsense it was. Smiling, the protagonist asked that this was all he was capable of. Putting his hand to his face, he thought no. Deflecting the blows, MC added that he needed to hold on. The student opened her eyes in amazement, and thought that he was parrying all his blows in such a strange stance. Waving his whip, the guy shouted that they were going to continue to stand aside, let them help him as soon as possible. To which they replied that he was crazy. If his whip hit him, he would be expelled. The headmaster looked at him in amazement, and said that this student, he did not remember his name, he was in 5th place among 10th graders. Watching the battle, Ju thought that it couldn't be. Yesterday he had been chaotically hitting the cobblestones, and now he was dodging the whip perfectly. Looking to the side, she turned. Song silently stared ahead, and the girl wondered that he wasn't surprised at all. Waving his knife, Puck asked that he would continue to swing his whip to the side. Deflecting the blows, he added that then he would come up himself. Standing in front of the guy, the student shouted that she would protect her baby and then used the shield of love. Stretching his hand forward, the guy said no, to which she replied that everything was fine, she would show the strength of her love. Suddenly, the hero struck the shield. Cracks appeared on it. The student exclaimed in amazement. Suddenly, someone grabbed her by the face. They flew aside. Frowning, the girl said that no, her love had been destroyed with an ordinary dagger. The bracelet on her arm shattered. She looked down and asked again, and then thought that the protective barrier had broken even under the barrier's protection. Taking off the bracelet, the young man said that they were surrendering. Standing in front of the hero, he added that they were leaving. That's it, they had lost. The participants looked in surprise when they heard that they would be leaving here. Looking at his hand, the protagonist said that today it is easier to control himself. Maybe this is because the name has changed. Clenching his fist, the young man said that to hell with this sweet couple, they did not touch him with a finger, to which the other replied that he did not expect anything else from them. Standing in front of them, the MC said that there was not much time left, so let them attack already. Heian looked frightened and shouted that they couldn't handle the F rank. The opponents jumped up and shouted that damn, let them confuse him with numbers. Looking to the side, Park thought that it was a cloning idia. Averting his gaze, he added that they have different idias, they are twins. The disciple swung a huge pipe and shouted that it was even bigger. The hero deftly dodged his blow. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed. The guys froze when they heard that a speck of dust got into the eye. Smiling, the young man said more. Suddenly he waved his trumpet. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said that it was not so easy to remove. He sharply deflected the dagger blow. The opponent looked at me in surprise and asked how he was able to deflect the blow without looking. Grabbing his weapon, the MC asked if it was a good pike. Yes. He turned his head and exclaimed. Suddenly the soldier rushed forward. Looking away, the protagonist said that well, he would play by his rules. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked again. Part of the pike flew to the side. It flew up. Suddenly the pike fell into the water. Looking at the young man, the MC said that he should borrow the pike for a little longer, to which he shouted that he thought he would let him, would not give it to him. Grinning, he replied approvingly. Puck began to swing his pike. Gritting his teeth, the student shouted that he should turn off his idia. People crashed into each other. A glow appeared around the hero's hands, and he said that he wanted to have some more fun. Holding the dagger in his hands, the hero asked that well, he should get ready. Raising his weapon, he added that he did not know when the director would make a move. Standing in front of him, the rivals shouted that the number 300 idiot was up to something. Let them surround him, there were more of them. The instructor looked at him in bewilderment, and thought that he didn't know he would go that far. As he sat at the computer, he thought he knew he had been training a lot lately, but he ignored his efforts. A statement appeared on the screen, and the man reflected on how because he was an ordinary F rank, he didn't pay attention to him, thinking that he would be leaving school soon. Lowering his gaze, he added that he couldn't understand how he had managed to become such a strong F rank. He didn't know if it was effort or hidden talent. He had completely ruled out the possibility of him becoming stronger. Standing next to him, the hero asked what he thought souls could be divided by rank. Smiling broadly, the teacher replied that of course, he was serious. The thought arose that he should help the students become better. But even after his words, he did not give up his prejudices. Grinning, the protagonist said that he realized that he still thinks that he can't, to which he replied that he is stupid and his jokes are ridiculous. Putting his hand to his face, the teacher thought that he did not even want to help, but The director looked away in surprise when he heard that he was sorry, to which he asked what he was doing all of a sudden. Clenching his fist, the man shouted that he should hold on, show them what he was capable of. Stretching out his hand to the side, the battalion commander said that he should do something with him, to which the leader of the 6th platoon replied approvingly. Taking the teacher away, he asked what he was doing. The commander said to stop, to which the teacher shouted that he should prove to them that souls cannot be divided by rank. Heian gritted his teeth tightly and wondered what the hell was it. The outstanding disciples who were supposed to be the center of attention were instantly eliminated. MC brandished his weapon, and he added that now some upstart was pulling the blanket over himself. It couldn't be, he needed to be out before the journalists arrived. Frowning, the headmaster mused that for some students, the ability competition was more beneficial, and it was not easy for participants with melee skills to deal with all of them at once. It was because the ranks differed. Grabbing the microphone, he added that yes, no matter how high his stamina was, and then shouted that the mode was without idia, and then thought that facing so many people should have completely drained him of his powers. Song looked at him as he heard everyone turn off their abilities. Smiling, Park asked that now he wouldn't even give 30 seconds, well, he knew that he would do so. Looking to the side, he wondered that the wall from which the leader of the squad had pulled out the pike was quite thin. He didn't know if it had been made in a hurry or if the developer had just decided to save money. But, suddenly, the hero struck the wall, and added that it was easier to break than boulders on the training field. Cracks appeared on the wall. The protagonist watched the destruction. Suddenly, the wall began to fall. Hiding his face from the light, the young man shouted that he was completely crazy, broke through the wall to blind them for a couple of seconds and escape. Stretching out his hand to the side, the MC asked again and said that he was not going anywhere from here. Jumping up, he added that they were the ones retreating. The disciple looked at him in amazement and asked again. Water began to pour into the hole. I heard that they were being sucked in. With her eyes wide open, Ju said that this building had just been built. A hole in the wall appeared. People were sitting on the ground. It was said that 104 disciples had dropped out of the battlefield. Puck took off his shoes. Standing in front of the participants, he said that there was still a lot left, and someone shouted that let everyone gather, they need to immobilize him. The hero rushed forward after hearing that he couldn't lift his legs, to which he thought it was because his shoes were full of water. The headmaster looked furiously and shouted that damn, nonsense, they couldn't handle one guy. Frowning, the instructor reflected on the fact that the guerrilla training was carried out to teach the guys to make decisions and work in a team, but because of the system of individual assessment, everyone began to put their own safety in the first place. The protagonist fought with rivals, and he added that reducing the ability to get out of a difficult situation with a numerical advantage. Haeyoung gritted his teeth tightly, and the young man thought that the headmaster's non-standard change of competition modes would bring even more chaos. Sitting on the floor, the girl said that she was cold, to which the student replied that then they would remain in each other's arms. The thought arose that moreover, number 5 recklessly sought to get rid of only Puck. People ran in the direction of the hero, and Song reflected on the fact that in these competitions, all participants are evaluated according to personal contribution. The desire to collectively get rid of it is a mistake. MC was cleaning the floor, and he added that the prejudices against him, whom they had looked down on all their lives, prevented them from making the right decisions, since his past abilities did not coincide with his current ones. The guy fell to the ground. The thought arose that the training could end in a nightmare. Smirking, the instructor thought that thanks to him, the 10th graders would receive an important lesson. Standing around the hero, the participants said that someone should take the first step, to which he was asked why not him. Puck opened his eyes wide and exclaimed. People rushed in his direction, shouting that he had lost his vigilance. Everyone was on him. Suddenly they pounced on him. Standing in a circle, the guy shouted that this idiot could barely stand on his feet, and the girl added that the end of his games had come. The hero clenched his teeth tightly. It was heard that there were 5 of them, as he still held on without abilities. Turning around, the young man shouted that he needed help here. The disciples began to squeeze him. Smiling, the battalion commander said that yes, like this. Looking at the phone, he thought that the editor-in-chief seemed to be in place. He was still holding on, but in this state. Clicking on the screen, the man added that he would lose before the editor arrived. Holding the phone to his ear, the director said he could come in, and then thought it would be cooler if he showed them how they use idia. Grabbing the microphone, he said that let them turn on the skills, they can use them. Raising his eyebrows, the man added that they are starting the second part. He expects amazing results from the remaining participants. He sincerely supports. Suddenly, the students shuddered. The battalion commander asked in surprise. Raising his head up, the young man shouted that more people were needed, and someone added that this idiot held out until the start of the competition with idia. Wide-eyed, he asked what they were going to do with as well. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that they had loosened their grip. Gritting his teeth tightly, he added that if they were as friendly as his zombie squad, he would have been out long ago. Pinning the hero to the ground, the student shouted that he should get up, let them push him down. Black smoke appeared around his arm, and the MC thought that he had suspected that the strength of one right hand would not be enough. Suddenly he spread them out and exclaimed. Puck lowered his head down. Holding the dagger in his hands, he said that they were just a bunch of garbage. The man opened his eyes in amazement and asked if he was a zombie. Looking to the side, he exclaimed. Grinning, the editor greeted him and addressed him. After shaking his hand, he added that he was sincerely grateful for the opportunity to capture such a significant event, to which the battalion commander replied that he was grateful for showing interest in the high school. Closing his eyes, the reporter said that it was hardly a responsible gesture, but they would try to film the outstanding abilities of the school's students. The guys shook hands with Principal Lee in high school, thanking him for the invitation. The man smiled, asking the editor that if he had come this way here, he would like to drink tea. The interlocutor abruptly ran to the side, wondering about the fact that so many people had already dropped out. At first he wanted to film these competitions from the very beginning, but then the students would be distracted by the cameras. The editor looked at the headmaster, noting that he was selective in relation to his students. The man clenched his hand into a fist, confirming that the guy was talking about the need to capture every moment of the second part of the competition, ordering to lower the cameras. Guys in red caps were passing by. The editor ran up to one son, saying that he was an instructor in these trainings, asking if he remembered him, and said that he had interviewed him last time. The guy held out the microphone, asking how he thinks there are still worthy participants on the field. Song narrowed his eyes as he replied that all of the 10th grade students were doing well, but if you had to choose one, the headmaster chimed into the conversation, addressing the editor. Lee Hyun stood between the two, saying that unfortunately, the outstanding disciples had long since dropped out. The guy asked about what had happened. The director thought about the need to stall for time until this F-rank jerk was ruled out. The man turned his back, assuming that they had become a little more confident during the great hand-to-hand combat, and as their mentor, he only hoped that with this opportunity, advanced students would be able to look at themselves from the outside. Lee Hyun put his hand to his face, reasoning that in this way, they would become even smarter. The editor stood behind the man, applauding, remarked, as expected of the inimitable headmaster of Heian High School, he would like to pay tribute for such exalted educational values. The cameraman held the camera, addressing the editor that this student was insane, and thought the recording would come out cool. The man stretched out his hand, listening to the apologies from the departing guy. The editor wondered where he was. The young man brandished his weapon, throwing arrows to the sides. He calmly parried the arrows shot at his back. The archer turned to the other, exclaiming that those with a tame idia should go fight back, to which he asked if they thought they were completely stupid. The guys would fall under his attack and be expelled before they even got to him. The editor asked the director with admiration who this student was, saying that with such a talent he had at least B+, and maybe A rank. Heian wiped the sweat from his face, laughing at the fact that he had B+. The guys on the side shouted that it was F rank. The guy asked the teacher if he was joking about the F rank, and received a negative answer. The teacher looked at him, convincingly exclaiming that Park had achieved everything on his own. The headmaster pushed the teacher out, asking why he was looming in front of the editor, and what the platoon commanders were staring at. The platoon commander was taken by the arms. When he said to pay attention to Puck, he was immediately asked to stop. The editor clenched his hands into fists, telling the director that he wanted to know more about Puck. Heian narrowed his eyes, cursing in his mind over and over again. The protagonist looked away, contemplating the fact that it seemed as if his body was about to break. His spirit was also running out. The young man continued to fight, reasoning that it was strange. He twisted the knife in his hand, realizing that even after the expansion of the zone of violence, the main character swung a knife, reasoning that his idia allowed him to easily control the desire to kill. The opponent leaned back, wondering what it was. The partner clarified whether he felt it too. The two looked at the young man, realizing that this guy was dangerous. Puck smiled, asking where they were going. He looked sharply to the side. His knife was shrouded in magic. A bright red light flashed in an instant. The knife changed its appearance. A blood dagger notification has appeared, stating that it absorbs the victim's blood and allows the user to forcibly move the target's body. The hero laughed, holding a weapon in his hands. The new message said that if the body characteristics correspond to the minimum indicators, then the user can use the skill indefinitely. The young man threw his head up, laughing, realizing that he was able to take control of not only his idia, but also become stronger, and finally did it, thinking that his efforts were not in vain. The guys stared without taking their eyes off. The guy wondered if they were watching. Song crossed his arms. The hero wondered if he had seen. Kim was holding a handkerchief in his hand, Park wondering if he could see it. The corporal raised his hand to his mouth, saying that Master Excess should finish them off. The main character smiled, accepting the order. He took off from a standstill. The rivals, standing in a row, looked at each other. A young man with a knife in his hand rushed forward. The bracelets on their hands began to break. Shrapnel fell to the floor. The guys looked at their hands. One shouted that he even cut himself. The other was already giving up. Puck looked at his weapon, heard the shouts of surrender, said what a suitable idia was right now. The director was terrified, hearing the screams, thought that this was a real nightmare. The editor smiled as he said that one person beats 60 students. Song walked up to the young man, noting that if you count everyone he had struck down earlier, Disciple Park had killed more than 150 people. The editor turned around in surprise, clarifying that this was true. The teacher lowered his gaze, saying that everything would end. Around the young man lay the bodies of rivals. Song added that he would end up with a number exceeding 200. In the night, the building was shown. The man opened the door. He saw that a stranger was sitting. The terrorist smiled, reminding them that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guy frowned as he recognized him as Zhong. He sat down in the chair opposite, offering to say what he wanted, and could accidentally take his life as soon as he finished. Zhong spread his arms to the sides, asking if it was necessary to be so rude. He was sad to remember the good old ones. The man objected that he had begun to mock him. The terrorist touched his chin, specifying what he had started, suggested that it meant little to him. The young man slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming that there was no need to pretend to be stupid because he had planned an escape across the east coast. Zhong crossed his fingers, smiling, and asked what kind of fool would make such a ridiculous attempt to escape. Thick smoke spread on the coast as he revealed that he just needed an excuse to call him after all this time. The ship was wrecked in the waters. Lee was holding an injured Zhong, who said that the leader was calling him. The guy explained that he wanted to see him in Panmunjom at dawn. The man looked at his opponent in surprise. He frowned, asking what he wanted to say after getting rid of dozens of his subordinates. The two were sitting at the negotiating table. The terrorist explained that when he was in the south, he met very interesting guys. A question was raised about whether they were students of Heian High School. Zhong raised his hand, saying that he had heard that the old man was training children, so he decided to check immediately. But when he came to say hello, he got his ass kicked. Lee frowned, wondering what he was talking about. The man threw up his hands, asking questions about whether he could help a little, whether he should say that he was forced to run away from the child. The guy was dumbfounded, asking again. He put his hands on the table, wondering what he knew. He burst into the bank and then retreated. But was he really so cornered that he had to run away, wondering that it wasn't even a ruse for an ambush? Lee clenched his fists, not understanding who it was. Zhong laughed as he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming that he understood. The old man didn't know. The man looked in surprise, asking again about what he did not know. The terrorist smiled, saying that he knew that he was not lying well, and asked what he thought. He was his secret weapon, but it turned out that he was a surprise for him too. Lee jumped up from his chair, ordering him to answer. The scoundrel just leaned back and began to laugh back. He put his elbow on the table, saying that if the old man didn't know, then the man had to make the first move. Zhong's eyes lit up red as he said that he had called him to talk for a while, but it seemed that there was an unexpected harvest. Day 5 of partisan training, evening. The young man asked where he was. Kim looked down, wondering if he was finally awake. The hero lay on her lap, listening to the fact that next time he should warn how much he was going to sleep. The young man opened his eyes, recognizing the girl. Park touched Kim's face and wondered if it was a dream. She asked again, "Mr. is excessive?" He tugged at her cheeks, noting that they were soft. Kim tensed as she looked at the young man. Puck grinned, continuing to knead his cheeks. He jumped up abruptly, clutching his head in pain. The lady replied that she hoped it had awakened him from sleep. The two were sitting on the couch, When the main character began to remember that he was not at the competition, Kim asked if he remembered anything. The corporal held up a finger to remind her that after he had dealt with everyone, he looked at her and screamed if she had seen it, and then began to jump. The young man narrowed his eyes, noting that he remembered it. The girl grabbed him by the cheek, saying that he passed out as soon as it was over. The hero did not believe it. Kim clarified how he was going to get married, if such a sissy. The lady squeezed the guy's cheeks when he asked that he had just woken up, and she was already mocking him. Pak turned away, tried to fight back, shouted that he was not going to marry anyone. The corporal noted that a happy life with her awaited him. He noted in response that if he agreed to this, the girl would begin to make fun of him. Kim raised her hand to her face, asking if he believed he was awake. The guy bit his nails, reasoning that she seemed incredibly beautiful even when she was sleepy, and it would be great if she stopped making fun of him. The girl held up the object, saying that since he woke up, let him take it, exclaiming that it was the rank of a guy. The hero was happy, grabbed the subject, began to understand that he was no longer a beginner. The lady added that the teacher would give him a certificate later. She put her hand on the guy's shoulder, congratulating him on the first place in partisan training, for which he was grateful. Kim was surprised, asking why he had such an indifferent reaction, to which he did not immediately find an answer. The young man looked at the award, asking why he was a private. The lady raised her finger up, clarifying that he was just surprised that he was promoted by 2 ranks, and the fact was that his efforts were noticed. The guy objected, saying that he had argued with the teacher. After asking what he was arguing about, the hero told what he said: if he and a squad of zombies get high scores, he will make everyone corporals. The girl looked in bewilderment, asking the question that they broke up because of the deal. She slapped him with a slap that made him scream. Kim raised her hand, telling her that he had made everyone except the hero corporals, so she didn't have to worry. Puck held his head, looking at his interlocutor. The corporal pointed with her palm, saying that because of him, the nurse had a lot of work. Let him not forget to thank her for her work. The guy covered his mouth, saying that he did not think about the nurse at all. The girl offered to thank her together later. The young man narrowed his eyes, protesting that he wanted one. The lady laughed, saying that she offered to go together. He closed his eyes, saying that Kim had done nothing wrong, just that the hero should go alone. She grabbed his cheeks again, causing him to scream. Puck asked the girl what it was. The lady held her cheeks, wondered why he didn't like spending time with her so much. The hero did not understand why they should go together. Kim shouted that it was true, he was a scoundrel. The guy put a mug of tea on the table, asked for forgiveness, said that the battalion commander had left. The man reached for the mug, assuming that the rank system was not yet fully organized. He put his foot on the other, asking that the commander of the other battalion had contacted him in advance, and the lieutenant answered. The young guy lowered his gaze, saying that he was sorry, he was alone on shift today. The commander laughed, saying that the fact that special military training was organized on the basis of their school did not mean that they would be able to organize such a perfect military system as 988. Realizing that it was in vain, he was expecting something at all. The guy bit his lip, thinking about the 988th Special Training Brigade. The soldiers saluted. It was said that the brigade was created by the Korean Army to train future fighters, which is an alternative program of special military training to higher education, who recruits students with combat eti. The building is depicted. The teachers at the base are assembled from the educational elite. The students absorb many years of military wisdom through an organized curriculum. He reasoned that it was the strongest military base in Korea, specializing in idia and being an alternative to a higher educational institution. The man put the mug on the table. He threw up his hands as he asked about when Principal Haein High School would arrive. The young guy frowned, wondering if the man was waiting for the director so much to belittle him and boast of his own successes, answering that he would be there soon. The commander, smiling, looked into his eyes, noticing his displeased face. The guy replied that he was afraid to seem a little presumptuous, asking if he was too disrespectful for a representative of another block. The commander grinned, repeating about the other block, asked for forgiveness. He closed his eyes, saying that since he was an enemy who had come to declare war, he allowed himself a little rudeness. The young guy asked again about declaring war. The man smiled, saying that he was sure this was no longer news, specifying that his information network was so weak that no one had heard of it before. The guy recalled the conversation with the director, talking about how he thought. The commander closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, asked questions about the fact that there are students like Sun and Kim in high school, right, and perhaps they have a couple of big names, but who cares? There were magazines on the table as the young man suggested that he hadn't heard the recent news about the strength of one of the disciples. The commander reached for the magazine, saying that he was from partisan training. He opened the hero page and clarified if he was an F-rank assassin, confirming what he had seen. The man threw the magazine on the table, wondering if it could be an F-rank, and how an F-rank rookie could survive in a high school specializing in idia. The guy looked at the outstretched hand when the commander said that it was better not to overdo it with details if you wanted the story to look believable, and thought that it seemed that the 988th Brigade did not receive all the detailed information regarding the preparation of the 10th grade. The school principal opened the door, apologizing for being late. The man jumped up, shook his hand, said that everything was fine, calling him the battalion commander. The guy looked at what was happening, thinking about the fact that he used to call him just director, announcing that he would go. He closed the door behind him, saying that he was tired. The guy looked ahead questioningly. The young man looked out the window, wondering if the second recruitment to the team was today. The building was shown when the count reached 100. Tired students looked in different directions. The hero approached the teacher, clarifying how. The guys silently looked at what was happening. The platoon commander narrowed his eyes, wondering what else he was asking. He put his hands on his belt, exclaiming that all the students from the zombie squad had successfully entered the club. The guys looked at the other in surprise. The young man smiled. A cry of joy was heard throughout the courtyard, reflecting off the building. The guy looked out the window, saying that he was rooting for Park. He walked down the hallway, saying under his breath that he should stuff the face of those mad assholes. The director put his hand on the folder, noting that he had heard that everything had been approved in advance by the commander of their brigade. He had been ordered to get a seal after reading the contents. Haeyoung opened the magazine, laughing. He thought about how this was an imitation of invasion wrestling training, and the contract was unfavorable for their side, but he was unlikely to be able to refuse. The man bowed, thanked for the time, said that it was time for him to return to the team. The director thanked in return for his hard work. The door in the office slammed shut. Haeyoung slammed his fist on the table, calling it humiliation, and promising to pay for everything. On the screen there was a freeze frame from the training of the main character. The editor looked at the monitor, thinking. He carefully studied the record, saying that the F-rank killer is the jackpot. The guy looked away, touching his finger to his mouth. He was holding a sticker in his hands, saying that to think that the video was not accepted. The editor got up from his desk, wondering why the state needed to suppress the A+ rank. He looked out the window, reasoning that the times when it was only possible to entice the reader with text and pictures are long gone. Most people would say that it was filmed from a script or that there was an advertisement for Haeyoung High School hidden somewhere. There was a picture of a young man on the magazine. The editor was thinking about who would believe it, who would even believe that the worst student with an F-rank idia would kill 200 people. He crossed his arms, thinking that if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have considered it nonsense too. The guy clenched his fists, looked to the side, asked himself about why they were hiding the talent of this student, and the school had the military support of the state, whether they were protecting an outstanding student. The girl stood surrounded by microphones and cameras as he continued to think that no, if he hadn't, they would have gotten rid of the interview with Kim, who had killed the plague. It dawned on the editor. He wondered about the plague. The guy quickly rushed back to the computer. He, standing, looked at the screen, saying that among everyone involved in what happened in the bank. The editor smiled, realizing that he knew it, and from his guesses. Someone turned to the guy, to which he replied to come in. The young man came close to him, beginning to know that this was secret information, but 988 school and Haeyoung High School. The editor smiled, saying that this was a great opportunity. The building stood in the middle of the night. The young man looked at his friends, noting that today, as always, they did a great job. The young man raised his hands, saying that the boss too, and he was the first time he was so loyal to someone. A classmate said that no one bullied them now because of the rank of corporal, and this was all thanks to the boss. The main character laughed, saying that he was still a private. The young guy looked at Park, asking if he continued to train even as they left. The hero replied that what they were doing with Sun was just a warm-up. The guy remarked that they still had a lot to learn. The classmate looked around, saying that today he did not see the favorite at all. He held up a finger, noting that Kim had said to call her that. The young man objected that everything was completely different, asking again. The guys said that there was nothing wrong with it. In his memories, Puck was doing push-ups, saying that the girl was waiting for him until he said that he was going to do another set, so she left earlier. The friend put his hand on the young man's shoulder, telling him that he should not behave like this with his beloved. She is so beautiful. Another comrade asked if they go on dates on weekends, strong and beautiful, showing envy of the boss. Puck clutched his head, shouting for them to stop. Suddenly, he saw someone's legs in front of him. Lee stood in front of Park, who clarified whether he was a private. The hero thought that he had not noticed him at all. Lee smiled, assuming they were very surprised by his sudden appearance, and asked for forgiveness. The young man opened his mouth wide, saying that everything was fine. The man grabbed his chin, saying that he was glad that he recognized him. The guy noticed that anyone who did not know him could be regarded as a spy, although no, a spy should know him better than anyone else. He noticed that he was funny. Classmates were perplexed when they asked if they were his friends. The young men were tense, shouting that he was their boss. Park reflected on the fact that he was now called the boss. The main character was burning with shame. Closing his hands, he thought that it was embarrassing when behind his back the man confirmed that the wards were in a good mood, receiving the answer that it was all thanks to their boss. Lee looked at the children, saying that he needed to talk to their boss. The guys accepted the order, replying that they would move away. He began to say that since they had seen him today, the young men had said at the same time that they would be silent. Lee smiled, noting that they were quick-witted. The schoolchildren rushed away around the corner. The man said that a bright future awaited these guys. They needed to move to another place. There was too much open space here. The two were standing in the square when Lee apologized for appearing so suddenly on the way home. The guy wondered what such a respected person could have to do with a schoolboy like him. After the man said that he had come to take a look at him after watching the tape from the competition, the hero replied that he was glad that he liked the video, but he was surprised that such a busy man decided to personally visit a student who had just reached D++ rank. Lee raised his fist to his mouth, thinking. He frowned, asking Park if he thought it was possible to divide the souls into ranks. The hero was stunned, chasing thoughts in his head about why he was asking such a question. The man covered his face with his fist, saying that it was just a random question, and to get back to the point, he was the one who chose the Heian school to carry out military training, the young man asked. The interlocutors were standing alone on the platform when Lee explained that it was cruel, but he hoped that a student like him would be able to become stronger even in the most difficult conditions, and relied on Sergeant Song. But things didn't go as smoothly as he expected. Park raised his palm, protesting that it wasn't. Song had an incredible influence on them. Without him, they wouldn't be here now. The man closed his eyes, laughed that he had made a mistake, and he hoped that the disciples would start working even harder looking at Song's efforts. But the one who had lured them in their place. Lee put his hand on the boy's shoulder. He stared into his eyes, saying that he had finally come out into the world. The man smiled, noting that he was glad. His naive speculations were confirmed after a personal meeting with him. Lee kept his hand on the shoulder of the guy who was talking about being embarrassed, and thought about how he was a student. The same secret weapon Joan was talking about, a weapon he didn't even know about, remembering that he was amazed by the videos of guerrilla training. The man thought that only thanks to this, Joan would not be defeated. Lee continued silently, looking into the young man's eyes, reasoning that looking at the student's aspirations, it could be understood that he would become even stronger, and he was the one the man was looking for. The guy was illuminated by magic, trying to get through to the man, who was thinking that he no longer felt such strong energy. He removed his hand from the hero, asking for forgiveness, said that he had gone a little off topic. Lee frowned, wondering if Joan was trying to outwit him, or if this was his next plan, knowing that he wouldn't be able to make sure of anything now. Park touched his hair. After the man stated that he was done, thanking him for his time, the guy replied that it was nothing. Lee headed for the stairs, begging for forgiveness. He turned around, adding that it would be great if he won. The hero stood in bewilderment, asking again about what and whom. Lee raised his hand up, laughed, assured him that he would find out soon, asking him to be careful on the way home. The young man looked after him, wondering what he had said. There were 4 pancakes on the bar. The sergeant was making an approach, crouching. He put the vulture back in its place, wondering if it was only 11 o'clock. Song looked at his hand, exclaiming that he had become much faster at fulfilling his quota. He went to get his clothes, thinking that thanks to Park and the guys from the zombie squad, the intensity of the training had increased significantly. The abs of a guy who thought that his muscles had not been in such a state for a long time were shown. Song put on a shirt, saying that the main character was shocked. He went out of the fence, reasoning that if he wanted to be an example for his comrades, he had to do even more. The sergeant turned in the direction from which the scream could be heard. In the alley, there were unknown people who asked to play with them. The girl was squeezed by a villain when she asked for help. One of them said that she was dramatizing everything, and who said that they were going to kill her. The criminal tried to come closer to her, saying that he just offered to play a little. In the darkness, the silhouette of a guy appeared, who asked to stop. Song frowned as he said that this was his advice. He walked closer, talking about the need to stop, and this is a warning. The villain held out his hand in front of him, asking if he was defending it just because you were from the same school, and he seemed to think he was some kind of character in the book. The guy's hand flashed with energy. Song grabbed the culprit in an instant, saying that he would definitely catch him. The scoundrel raised his hand, thinking that it was like teleportation. The guy brought the criminal to his knees. The girl recognized him as Sergeant's son. He held the villain's hand, saying that he would deal with these idiots, suggesting that she run to a crowded place. The student fled, thanks to the guy. The second bastard tried to grab her by the arm, asking where she had soaped up. The sergeant laid the second one down, saying that he would definitely catch him. The guys behind him, looking at what was happening, clarified that he thought he would get away with it so easily. Song raised the two of them, saying that he had warned them. He launched criminals at the rest of the guys. They lay at his feet, making sounds. The sergeant shook off his hands, ordering him to stop his stupid things. They had originally just intended to lure him into this alley. The guy shouted into the dark corner to see if he was wrong. In the darkness, the man smiled, asking if he found out. Two men appeared around the corner, asking him that he hadn't even thought of hiding his idia. Song frowned as he said that he hadn't seen Kong for a long time. The scoundrel and the fat man were standing opposite. His partner took a step back as he pondered how he raised his palm, asking that he had grown a little. The sergeant looked on with contempt, asking why he was going so far as to cause trouble. The scoundrel smiled, turned his head to the side, asked what he was talking about, claiming that he was just walking with his comrades and chatting with a pretty schoolgirl. The sergeant asked about the fact that it really seemed to him that they belonged to 988. Kang's eyes narrowed. He clutched his chin, noting that the guy was smart, not understanding how he understood. Song lowered his head, saying that first of all, that 10th grade student was in the uniform of their school, but called him a sergeant. The scoundrel didn't understand, clarifying that he was a sergeant. The guy replied that their school had recently switched to the military system, and not everyone was yet familiar with the rank system, especially 9th graders. They often just said Song. The commander looked attentively, reasoning that in such a situation what he was more used to came to mind. Kong scratched his head, replying that he thought he had found out because she was a terrible actress, and everyone from Heian High School was a real rabble. Song pointed his hand at the two of them, saying that he had called this idiot a comrade, not a friend, but a comrade, so he was used to army nicknames. The scoundrel raised his palm, clarifying what he was wrong about. It seemed that he was just used to it. The sergeant stated that he had heard that 988 School and Heian High School were organizing military training. The guy looked at the opponent sternly, adding that if any students used army language, they were obviously from School 988. Khan laughed as he adjusted his hair, noting that he was really pretty good at guessing, quite astute for some jerk crawling at the feet of high school. The scoundrel tilted his head, saying that he was annoying, wondering if he should be flattened again. The fat man stepped forward, asking if it was Song in front of him. Kong asked if he could see it. The guy replied that it was so, and who was he? The big guy pointed his finger at himself, laughing. The scoundrel put out his hand, calling this bastard a hick. The fat man raised his palm, introducing himself to Hua, and said that he was glad to meet him. He asked the fat man how he was doing, who replied that he would go. Ho stretched his fingers, saying that he just wanted to hit him. Kong turned away and concluded that he would not have to get his hands dirty, asking the fat man to investigate. Hua said that Sun would never defeat him. The sergeant narrowed his eyes, saying that he greatly underestimated him. The scoundrel grinned, declaring that he could not defeat their big man. The fat man said that he was not the only one who was gaining weight here. The guy raised his hand, shrouded in energy, starting to say that he was for sure. Hua stared in disbelief. Song rushed to attack, grabbing the big man and shouting that he would be caught. The sergeant was dragging him aside when he noticed his strength, but reminded him that he had already said. Hua looked down, saying that I wasn't the only one here gaining mass. Song opened his eyes wide. The tall building stood in the sunlight. The hero entered the classroom, wondering. The guy sat down next to Kim, asking about the strange atmosphere in the classroom. Something happened. The girl looked at him seriously, saying that he had not seen anything yet. The lady clutched her neck, saying that she thought he already knew everything. In the morning the news channel simply exploded. The young man asked again what was the matter, if the plague was involved again. Kim poked the girl with her finger, asking her to show what she had been watching recently. The girl turned, asking about what he didn't know. Because he went to Sun for a lesson, the corporal asked just to show him. The main character took the tablet in his hands, wondering what Sun had to do with it. He was told to look at it himself. Puck stared at the screen. The recording showed a guy with a villain. The young man wondered what he was doing in the alley. The sergeant was carrying the fat man on his back. A bright energy appeared around them. The guy was trembling as he lifted Ho above him. He clenched his teeth at the weight. Puck opened his eyes wider, watching what was happening. A bright glow as they both fell. Ho rose from his knees. Sun was lying bloody on the cracked asphalt. The hero brought the tablet closer, asking about the fact that the teacher lost, and who these idiots were. He got angry when he heard that it was School Unit 998. A flag appeared behind Kim as she talked about a military school with which they would have friendly training in 15 days. Ju stood at the blackboard, claiming that everything seemed to be in place, adding that she was sure that everyone had heard about what happened to squad leader Sun. The girl said that 9 people gathered here represent the best students from each class. The 2 guys listened attentively as they sat at the table. Ju said that while the 11th graders would probably be dealing with most of the issues, she hoped that the others would be able to share their thoughts as well. Children were sitting at the table. The girl was looking away. The protagonist raised his hand, addressing the girl, about what Song had said. Ju lowered her gaze, replying that the leader had been given a suspended sentence, so no one from the squad had access to the ward. But even if that wasn't the case, he still wouldn't be able to visit him for security reasons. Puck lowered his eyes, saying that he understood. The disciple clutched his head, wondering how this idiot Song had even come to such a point. The man put his fist on the table, wondering what they should do. After all, the leader who was supposed to take care of everything had sadly ended. The disciple looked at the girl, asking if there was anything they could do until Song fully recovered. Ju crossed her arms, answering that due to the suspended sentence, he would not be able to see anyone even after being discharged. She gathered them to at least determine the further plan of action. The student raised his hand, clarifying that it turned out that only he was nominating his candidacy for the position of leader. The girl asked if he really could pull the whole school. Bun leaned on the table, asking for forgiveness, asked they had gathered here to argue who was better. The girl replied that 10th graders, they had gathered because the situation was urgent. They should just listen to the instructions. Kim was adjusting her hair, wondering if it was strong enough to issue edicts, saying that it didn't seem to be very smart. The man slammed the table, asking again. He stood up, asking that she was the same white jade goblin. The lady replied that he seemed to be a nobody, and there was no way to call him. Chan got up from his seat, shouting that this is a small one. Ju slammed the table in an attempt to stop the arguments, saying that if they didn't stop these useless arguments, she would report to the headmaster. The man sat down, calling them idiots. The girl leaned on the table, appealing to the 10th grade to stop too, to which they agreed. She pressed the remote control, telling her that she would first share the information that the school had received. A diagram with 2 flags was shown, where the girl explained that at each end there is a container with a button. The rules are quite simple. The one who gets to the opponent's button and presses wins. Ju pointed to the screen, saying that as they knew, Heian's school had approximately 900 people, while their opponent had 998. The lady frowned as she announced 3,000 people. The young man put his hands behind his head, said that it was 3 times more. The neighbor asked how they could defeat them. Ju clutched her face, asking 9th grade to be calmer because she hadn't finished. 2 bases of rivals were shown as the girl continued to talk about how there are 3 times as many. But Heian High School has a better position to defend, saying that to break through a reliable defense, you need to be 3 times stronger. She looked sternly ahead, saying that besides, if they held out for 5 hours, they won, so they could just defend themselves. A fat man was shown as Ju began to talk about Song's fight, saying that the first name of the disciple who knocked down their leader was Hua. The lady pointed to the screen, saying that he was from the 11th grade. His exact idia is unknown, but judging by the video, it has to do with weight. Ju tilted her head, saying that he hadn't done anything outstanding, but Puck bowed his head, noticing that this was Song's worst fight. The fat man was hovering over the leader with all his weight as it was said that Song had used his idia to catch Hua, but he couldn't get over him and fell under the weight. And if someone with such an idia knocked him to the ground with all his weight, he would obviously lose his strength. The young man looked down, reasoning that he didn't think that was the reason for his defeat. An image of the villain appeared on the screen as the girl began to say that she would tell more about the student standing behind Kong, and although he did almost nothing in the video, he is the trump card of 998 school and their main target, because Kong is an enemy with a high combat value. Shown as the villain is awarded, the girl explained that he went through a special transfer procedure to 998 high school right before the start of year 11, after graduating from grades 9 and 10 in Australia. In addition, in high school, he took 2nd place at the National Sports Festival. The protagonist raised his head after hearing that Song had 5 wins and 5 losses against in middle school, reasoned about how he was the one the leader couldn't defeat in middle school. The young man looked at the girl, asking if anything was known about idia. She replied that there were no details, but it was known that idia enhanced physical abilities when he was angry, and that was all she knew. A discharge of energy passed through the guy as he realized that the villain's idia was similar to his. Moments of the incident were shown when he reasoned about Kong, who defeated the squad leader Manhwa. Thanks to these two main characters of 998 school, manipulates the press to climb the rankings in order to convince everyone that Sun from Heian High School is nobody. The young man clenched his hands in anger, saying that this was some kind of nonsense. The city was shown from above. Ju said that there is also information about the person who posted the video, pointing to the place from where the video was filmed. After a little investigation, it was found out that it was an empty building. Park and Kim looked in bewilderment. The young man asked about the empty building, wondering what it meant by a trap. The girl lowered her head, putting her hand on her belt, confirmed that they had found the leader of their squad to lure him into their trap, and that was the conclusion they could come to based on all the information they had received. She clenched her fist, adding that even if this is a trap, you can't understand it from the video. The media pay attention only to the most interesting, to the defeat of their leader. Chan drew attention to the main character, who said that no one knew what tricks they used to incapacitate Song. Maybe there was another reason why the leader could not show everything he was capable of. The man turned to a 10th grader. He raised his hand, clarifying that this was the F-rank assassin young man, asking him to stop reacting so violently to any news about Song. It slowed down the work. The guy began to say that he was sorry, but the student interrupted him, clarifying that he was Private Park. He pointed his finger, saying that at first he did not recognize him, so he sat wondering who it was. The disciple spread his arms to the sides, saying that everything was exactly as Sergeant Chan said. Perhaps it was not worth paying so much attention to Sergeant Song's defeat, and to be honest, he was unremarkable except for a surprise attack. The main character fixed his gaze on him. He frowned, telling the 9th grader to watch his words. The boy laughed, asking that what had happened was not a vivid proof, because his strength was only in the ability to block the blow, asking that he did not think that they overestimated him much. He only covered his weaknesses with physical superiority. Puck clenched his fist, reminding him to watch his words. The student replied that he was only a private. The boy narrowed his eyes, claiming that he was a B+ rank corporal, and asked what was the point of listening to him, whether he was right. The hero lowered his head, asking the 9th grader to introduce himself. The apprentice raised his hand, asking the private why he allowed the corporal to be treated like this, and they weren't even in the Tang Dynasty army. The boy repeated to introduce himself. The boy exclaimed that he was higher than him in rank, and was not going to do anything. The boy smiled after another request, noticing how persistent he was. The student closed one eye. The guy's face changed as he looked at the 9th grader. He was shrouded in magic, repeating that he had told the bastard to introduce himself. The boy trembled as he began to speak. He clenched his teeth and said that he was a corporal. The young man looked at him, assuming that he still had enough pride, calling him a narrow-eyed jerk. Park stood up, addressing Sergeant Chan, saying that he seemed to have taken what had happened to Song too closely. He frowned, asking for his gracious understanding. The man raised his fist to his face and replied that it happens. Everyone in the office fell silent, turning away. The young man raised his hand, asking Ju if the leader had made any plans in advance. The screen showed 3 dots near the flag. The girl explained that there was a sketch of its location, 3 in the middle, 1 on each side, but it did not go into detail. The young man put his hand forward, wondering why such a strategy, what he was going to do if the sides were displaced. The hero noticed that the sides were already in the middle. The interlocutor pointed his finger to the side, claiming that it was still too much. The enemy could use the advantage in the middle to focus on the sides, then the middle would be attacked from the flanks after displacing the side lines. Whether he understood if he understood. Park raised his hand to his face, thinking that the leader had chosen such a formation, and said that because the enemy would strike at the center. Ju approached the guy, asking why he thought so. He asked again about the fact that it was School 998 that requested the competition. She confirmed. Song lay unconscious on the ground as Park talked about what happens, given the advantageous position and the condition of winning at the end of time. They tried to get them to focus on defense. They decided to lower their morale by defeating their Trump leader, Sung, and High School 998's goal is to publicly destroy Heian School. The hero looked away, saying that instead of following the leader's plan, they should concentrate the greatest force in the middle, and fill the sides minimally according to the residual principle. The young man gritted his teeth, asking if he was in the middle that there were even more people in the middle. He spread his arms to the sides, assuming that he was right, and the idiots from School 998 want to pile on the middle. If that's really the case, they can close the enemy through the sides. They need to place enough forces on the sides if they decide to make a breakthrough, at least in the amount that Song suggests. Ju leaned on the table between the two guys, agreeing with Shin. Changing strategy because of the assumption was too risky. The hero lowered his gaze, realizing that they were right. He looked down, reasoning that judging by Kang's behavior in the video, this idiot likes to humiliate his opponent. The villain was shown with a smile when he wondered what the hero knows, because he himself has a similar idea. This bastard is not guided by common sense. Park put his fists on the table, stating that he hoped Sun would stand on the back line for protection. The girl clarified about the back line. Shin said that it sounded good if the idiot who disgraced the entire battalion lost again on the front line. They would completely lose heart. Ju looked at the hero, asking if he thought that the leader of the squad would be defeated again. The young man replied that there was no need to worry. Song would not lose again. The lady clarified why then it was necessary to put him back. The guide turned his head to the side, calling the leader the strongest. Ju stared intently, not understanding anything. Shin lowered his head down, saying that whatever the reason, he agreed that it was worth putting Song back. Chan also agreed with that. Kim closed her eyes, saying that she couldn't agree that Sergeant Song was the strongest, but she was sure that Mr. Excess had a plan. The girl was standing at the blackboard, saying that the main task today was to convey information, and they would meet a couple more times to approve the plan, so if they had any ideas, let them not forget to share them. She exclaimed that it was a great job. The guys were leaving the office. Chan said that he didn't like to think. Shin told him not to worry. If they followed his instructions, everything would be as it should be. Byun talked about how even lessons were not so boring. The main character turned around when a 9th grader called out to him. He looked at him, asking what it was, calling him a narrow-eyed corporal. The young man was looking at him, saying that he dared to assume that he had frightened him with his aura, and now he wanted to speak out because his pride had been hurt, wasn't it? The girl came up from behind, clarifying what they were doing here. The hero replied that it was okay. It seemed that Hugh needed to be taught a lesson. She looked at his back, warning him not to overdo it. No one should get hurt. The young man closed his eyes, asking why he looked down on him, being an ordinary private. He put his hand on his chest, exclaiming that he would become the strongest in Heian High School, and surpass Sergeant Song and Corporal Kim. Puck stared forward, assuming it was time to teach a lesson. The building was shown when the narrow-eyed man talked about how since he was a corporal, and was the best among the 9th graders, he saw the difference in level. He spread his arms to the sides, saying that he would allow the first blow. The guy stared, squinting. The young man stood in front of him smiling. There were notifications about the eyes remembering the trajectory, that he was focusing on the target within sight and determining the kinetic energy, determining the reserve of strength and the potential for its accumulation. But the skill user would not be able to identify the energy that was out of sight and existed for more than 2 seconds. The main character thinks that the young man wants him to attack first, because his trick is to avoid blows. Puck narrowed his eyes, agreeing to be the first. He rushed to attack, the narrow-eyed man thinking that he was faster than he expected. The young man was smiling. He dodged the blow, realizing that he could foresee his actions. Puck made a completely different movement during the attack, and he did not understand what was happening. The 9th grader moved away from the attack, thinking that the guy had changed the trajectory of movement, overcoming inertia. The hero looked away, thinking. He turned the knife over in his hand. The young man dodged back, thinking that he could still see his every move. The blow fell on the cheek of the 9th grader. He jumped aside. A cut appeared on the narrow-eyed man's face, realizing what a force. His blow was dangerous even without a dagger. His movements did not correspond to the energy trace. The young man looked at his opponent, wondering if he had concentrated too badly. This time he would need to take a good look at him. The guy asked if he was good at dodging, whether to complicate the task for him. The 9th grader saw the trajectory of the future attack. He closed his eyes, clenching his teeth, knowing that if he just looked closely, he could dodge. The narrow-eyed man looked at the opponent carrying out the attack and wondered if the 3 energy trails resulted in his movements 3 times faster than his projections. After the attack, the hero heard her screaming and falling to the ground. The young man opened his eyes, thinking that the blow should have already been made. Puck stood with his back to him, saying that since he started a fight, he should not ask him to pay for everything. Cuts were visible on the chest of the 9th grader. He clarified what to repay. The hero recalled that he said he wanted to be the strongest. The back of the young man's head was shown. Park leaned over his opponent, claiming that people who rely only on their idia without putting proper diligence into training will never be able to defeat Song, or even him. He stared menacingly at his opponent, asking if the narrow-eyed corporal understood him. Someone came to the cliff. The guys stood on the edges. The hero said that there was no choice, and you just need to give your best. He recalled the meeting with the disciples, reasoning that he had not been able to convince his comrades at the subsequent meeting. A map was shown, The young man reasoned about how Shin had chosen Shin's defense plan as a strategy. The 11th grade on the left, the 10th in the middle, and the 9th graders on the right, he and the zombie squad. The students surrounded the young man. The guy reasoned, the 10th and 9th grades are on the defense, and the 11th grade on the left consists of the best fighters, so they will try to exhaust the 998th school. The young man touched his chin, chasing away the thoughts in his head that since they were outnumbered, it would be rational to prepare for a full attack. But the problem was in Kana. The hero restrained himself during the meeting, because his assumptions were only a hunch. But this idiot would sneak up behind the third line, not paying attention to the location of the main forces of the 998th school. A scoundrel is shown behind him, who thought that Khan would want to reach victory again and destroy Sung. Puck clutched his head, reasoning that they didn't have many people, just him and the zombie squad. A 9th grader appeared from behind and called out to him. The young man was surprised, not understanding who was calling him. The boy put his hand to his head. After the hero asked what the narrow-eyed corporal was hiding in his sleeve, he said that he would greet first. Park stared at the 9th grader, not understanding what was wrong with him. He smiled, saying that he was stupid, could not distinguish between false rumors and truth, and realized how good he was too late, asked to forgive this inept Hube. The hero looked with surprise, asking about the rumors. Hube held up his finger to give an example of him sucking up to the leader of the Song squad to get the first place in guerrilla training, or that he had dishonestly obtained grades by taking advantage of the teacher's weakness, or that he had bribed the press to give them a 1 to 200 headline. The hero put his hand on his chest, reasoning that he thought no one would believe it. The 9th grader clenched his fists as he continued to say that after he, being completely uninformed, had taken up the matter and found out the whole truth, and was amazed at how Puck had quickly achieved success, saying that he wanted to be just like the guy, would follow him, the boss, asking to be allowed to be his assistant. 2 guys stood behind the young man, asking who he was. Narrow-eyed saluted, exclaiming that it was the same zombie squad, saying that he welcomed them as a rookie Hube. The guys came closer to the hero, asking about the fact that they already have 9th graders. Their boss is incredible, isn't it? As expected from a person with amazing charisma, the guy asked that there was no need to turn everything upside down. Hube raised his hand, exclaiming that he wanted to work with them, a squad of zombies. The hero clenched his fists, shouting to be listened to. He put his hand to his ear as he spoke of the narrow-eyed corporal. Park spread his arms to the sides, explaining that if he became his boss, he would have to join the zombie squad, which meant that he would have to visit Sun's club, which he despised so much. The 9th grader put his hand to his chest, replying that he was still ashamed of these stupid words, asking him to guide this inept Hube who had fallen for the bad rumors. The main character listened attentively to the interlocutor, saying that if so, then let him behave in accordance with his instructions and training. Narrow-eyed raised his fist, exclaiming that he only needed to give an order. The entire 9th grade was under his control. They would follow any boss command. Puck put his hand on his shoulder, thinking about what was very good, told the narrow-eyed man that he would accept him as a temporary zombie in the squad. Hube was happy, thanking him. He said that he would do his best. The hero looked at the guys, reasoning that the chances were increasing, and he would try to turn his luck in their direction. The guy crossed his arms at the entrance to the container. Song narrowed his eyes as he looked down. The leader burned with energy, silently staring in front of him. Delta 1 Special Forces. In the tent I heard a voice from the radio, and appealed to Alpha. The soldiers were at the radio, listening that a preemptive attack on the target from Delta 1 had been confirmed. The signalman informed the Roger, according to the Delta 1 plan, receiving the order to launch the attack. He looked to the side, saying that the connection was bad, asking me to repeat Delta 1. The guy turned to the signalman with a question about what was the matter. They used an eddy that affects the electromagnetic signal. He replied that he did not know. It was not about the devices. The young guy concentrated listening to the interference from the receiver to see if he could hear it. He switched the toggle switch. The signalman looked at the radio, saying that it was the Alpha, asked who was speaking. Park from the 3rd Detachment of the 1st Company of the Hyundai Special Training Unit, 10th Platoon, was heard on the radio. The soldier clutched his chin, reasoning that he had already heard this name. His partner said that this was the one who spread the fake that he had defeated 200 people. He sat down at the table, saying that today was the last day of the company on the front line, asking that they had decided to quickly knock down the connection with the help of a high-speed idia. The signalman laughed, suggesting that the guys from the high school weren't good if he moved to the enemy camp alone. From the turned-on receiver there were screams that someone was running faster so that the assholes would leave him, and that they were fucking zombies. The 3 at the radio looked at each other. The girl was tense when she heard that it was somehow noisy there, and he thought he understood what was going on. There was talk of a request to send help. The guy pointed his finger, shouting that the main thing was to sensibly assess the situation. Contact Delta 2 to confirm the information. Bravo 2 began to be heard in the receiver. They said they were waiting for an answer from the Alpha. The signalman moved the receiver towards him, answering, asked to continue. The radio reported that Bravo 1 was retreating and the Idian attack was confirmed. The girl jumped up, wondering what was on the left too. The young man asked about the attack, claiming that there should be no players with a strong idia among the 9th graders of Heian's school. Fragments of structures and concrete lay before my eyes. Bun picked up a large piece, saying that these low-level scum worked well together. A young student lifted a huge block, exclaiming that it was time to make a decisive move. A notification has appeared to remove the item and swip. Anything stuck in the ground can be retrieved and used as a weapon. He threw the debris forward, shouting for those bastards to die. The man looked ahead, shouting that one more approach. He needed to dodge as soon as possible. A concrete block flew over them. The guy claimed that if they were hit, they would immediately go to the hospital, and the protective bracelet would not help them. Bun shook off his hands, saying that he was relieved. The girl behind asked about it, reminding her that she had said that his idia was most useful on the battlefield. Ju smiled, noting that there were debris defenses in this field, but their usefulness depended on being used correctly. The guy turned around, saying that she kept complaining that he was put on the 9th graders, but he would turn a blind eye to this, because he was able to see enough of the suffering of the idiots from School 998. The lady noted that she thought he would be even cooler if he learned to talk politely. Bun grinned, looking back, said that he would see how they coped, and he would relax and stand aside. A suit appeared on Ju, saying that it was time to show what 9th grade was capable of. A notification popped up about shining armor that boosts the morale of players surrounding the EDI user. Soldiers were standing behind the girl when she announced that the 3rd company, 1st platoon, 1st squad, even if there is no leader in their ranks, they will show where the crayfish hibernate. The opponents were behind the rubble as they shouted that the advanced squad of Heian High School was approaching, and everyone was in their places. Ju flew up, blinding everyone around her. It landed on the enemy. The school boss stretched his fists, ordering to fold the combat company. It was necessary to strengthen the front line that Song had broken. The young man looked away, telling the ranged company to go to Bun's hiding place and prepare to help. Ju pointed to the side with her hand, ordering the 1st platoon, the 1st squad, to stand in the 3rd position. The lady stared menacingly ahead, exclaiming that these cowards from School 998 would show the full strength of Heian High School. A drone was flying over the guys when the girl reported that School 998 had retreated to the previous runway. She pointed her finger, claiming that they needed to line their front line and go forward. Behind her, someone teleported. The man stood in front of her, calling them idiots, because it was a shame to retreat in the first fight. Kong swung his fist, asking if she was from a company where there was a soldier with the nickname Stumbling Block, didn't he, advising her to get out quickly. Ju tried to block the blow when he ordered the real stone to be brought. The lady flew away from the powerful attack. Bun looked at the girl, asking if she was okay. She assured her that this attack was nothing against her armor. The scoundrel smiled, declaring that it would be interesting to compete with her. Ju walked up to Kong, remarking that he was indeed as aggressive as the report described, and he replied that up close, she was very cute to some fearful person below the stumbling block. The scoundrel smiled, exclaiming that she had a boyfriend. The girl exhaled, answering that everything was clear to her from one conversation. Kong stood in front of the girl, asking her not to talk like that, wondering what she thought. So he treated ladies well. She noted that if she continued to listen to these useless speeches, her ears would rot. Ju frowned as she addressed the guys behind her for everyone to take up positions. It was time to avenge the defeat of the squad leader. The guys came closer to Ken, who clarified that they were all working for the stumbling block, advising them to know their place, and let them bring a real stone. The scoundrel clutched his neck, saying that their attempts to seem cooler than they are simply lead him out. He used magic to radiate energy. There was information about anger not released. The smoke shrouded, rising higher. Byun said that it was better not to joke with the heat. They would simply burn if they touched. The girl replied that it was better to duck until the steam dissipated. The enemy looked in their direction with contempt, saying that they backed away because of such a trifle. It infuriated. The soldiers looked at Kong, noticing that the steam had dissipated and he still needed to recharge. The students looked at each other. They rushed forward, Ju shouting after them to stop, because they needed to assess the situation better. The guys flew at him, saying that he might need time to recover steam, and if they attacked now, they could do damage. Kong got angry, shouting about being infuriating, calling them jerks. The fighters grabbed the opponent's hands, shrouded in energy. There was a bright flash. The school children lay imprinted in the ground, one of them moaning about his hand. The young man looked at his opponent, wondering if even a bracelet that absorbed pain shock could not save him from fractures, because he had accumulated, released steam in his hands and used it to attack. The scoundrel stared at his fist, full of energy, as someone speculated about who he was. Ju leaned forward, ordering all the men in the company to rescue the wounded. He thought that it doesn't matter if you are wounded or eliminated at all, he will attack anyway. Khan looked at the girl, wondering if she was going to save these idiots. The scoundrel waved his hand, releasing energy, shouting for a good time. The lady stared, wondering if he had thrown off steam with his fist. Ju was moving from place to place, dodging steam, flying into the attack when Khan noticed that he liked the way she was acting. He turned to her, smiling, asked if she wanted to become his. The girl asked again that she really needed to answer these dirty words. The scoundrel swung his red-hot fist, exclaiming that he felt sorry for her. A bright light lit up all around. The enemy was disoriented. Ju pulled the soldiers out of there, shouting that it was necessary to transfer the wounded to the rear, and everyone to prepare for battle, and be on the alert. Khan held his eyes, talking about what him off. The lady turned around, looking at him. It lit up with powerful energy, asking the question of whether to beat her to death. The character ended up in a protective dome. The girl gritted her teeth in anger. The enemy, attacking the heroine, asked that her protective dome was so strong. The bodies of the schoolchildren were lying on the ground, and the hero noticed that all their children from the 11th grade had suffered because of some idiot, and decided that he needed to hold out until the wounded were evacuated. The young man, looking at the protector, exclaimed that he was by how long she would block him, and demanded that this slapstick and son-ho be brought here. The woman narrowed her eyes and asked ironically if the warrior thought that their leader would mess with a freak like him. The enemy, striking the dome with rage, ordered to close his filthy mouth. The ally, looking out from behind, informed Ju that the evacuation was over. The girl got into a fighting stance and added that she would no longer have to look at this face, since it was time for her. The dark-haired character looked ahead in surprise and asked what she had said. The woman was standing inside the protective dome, and the antagonist asked where she was going, and proclaimed that he did not think of letting her go just like that, and she thought that she felt her legs cramping, and did not understand when he managed to do so. The warrior swung his fist and wondered what would happen to her if he started beating her. The woman parried away the opponent's blow. The heroine, analyzing the whole situation with her eyes, realized that her feet were stuck in the ground, so her position was violated, and realized that she could no longer stand it. The dome cracked sharply, and the lady explained to herself that no, she had to. The antagonist, noticing a crack in the armor, asked what was wrong, and added that a crack had been made. An antagonist named Khan approached Ju and noticed that everyone else had already run away. The enemy, sparkling with his menacing eyes, asked what she thought would be faster, bury her in the ground or break this damn barrier. The adversary, demanding an answer, asked what to do, and said that she must answer, and the girl thought that she had to do something. The guy pounced on the dome and ordered the woman not to him off. Something was flying towards the heroes in the air. The blow landed between the characters. The ally looked ahead, and the hero commanded to come out, Songbi, and the heroine thought it was the same voice. Stones scattered in the air. The opponent, looking at the girl with disappointed eyes, exclaimed that he was almost there. Boulders fell to the sides. Clouds of smoke began to rise into the air. Stones fell to the ground. The heroine, turning her head to her ally, said that she was grateful. Thanks to him she managed to get out, and asked where the courage of the 11th grade had gone. The ally, explaining the situation, explained that he threw everything there that was. A guy named Bun was trembling in pain and moaning that he had thrown everything there at first, and added how much it hurt. The woman averted her eyes from him and proclaimed that he was the best she had met on the way, and now offered to rest. The ally, rolling his eyes in pain, replied that come on, it was his duty. The heroine, grabbing her fallen comrade, noticed that it was only necessary to correct his character a little, and he would not be priced. A guy came out behind the girl and asked if she was okay. There were a pile of stones, and she noticed that the path was blocked, and the guy offered to gather the rest and join the center, to which she objected, because they had no guarantee that School 998 would not move to this barricade. Ju held back her tired ally and stated that their plan was now at an impasse and asked what they should do if Kong was there too. The woman stood up and explained that with his abilities, he might well dodge, and he would probably take a different path. The ally raised his hand and asked where he could go, to which the heroine replied that if he could not understand where their leader was, then there was probably only one way. The hero, looking up, said that this was the center. The guy stood with narrowed eyes. The hero bowed his head and suggested that he might come to them as the weakest detachment, and his comrade explained that the enemy must have already realized that they were on the left path, and Sun Ho and Songbainam were in the rear, and since he had already defeated the first unit, he would not worry about the difference in strength between the second and third. The warrior closed his eyes, and his comrade decided that in this case, the enemy most likely went to the center, because he was not far away. The protagonist threw up his hands in disappointment, and shouted that they managed to move forward a little thanks to the attack, but help arrived from the other side, and they were at a dead end, and time was running out. The guy turned around and hummed hesitantly. The comrade turned around abruptly and explained that they could only break through this stalemate with the first-year forces and move the battle line, and the military support of the 998th School would head back to the center, and in order to prevent this, it was necessary to get out of the impasse. The ally narrowed his eyes and asked if they could go to the center, and the guy replied that it was on the condition that the 9th graders withstood the onslaught. The hero, expressing understanding, hummed vaguely. The comrade clenched his fists with joy and said that they had to try, and they would do their best. The character, turning away from the warrior, thought that even if this dunce was trying so hard, then he, too, as the gathering of the first company, should also make every effort. The red-haired girl stood behind the heroine and assumed that it was the same Byun Kyung, but Kim added that it could be misinformation, and still, if it was their leader, then maybe it was time for him to die. The ally raised her sword and said that if the plan failed on the left path, then everything should work out in the center, and they should try hard to defeat them before Kong came. The soldiers stood in a group. The fighter poked Donghua and exclaimed that he should quickly figure out how to disarm her, and the boy proclaimed that it was too much for him. Kim punched the fat man and he shouted that he was going to advance, but she changed her position and struck, and the woman made it clear that if she used her idia, she would use twice as much force and cut him into pieces. The hero furrowed his brows and asked that if they said that the case had stalled on one person, then Khan would kill them himself. The heroine stood in the distance, and the guy noted that this girl single-handedly destroyed 200 people. Kim raised her sword belligerently and explained that it was natural that they were fighting the strongest of Heian's school, the White Jade Goblin. The ally, squinting his eyes in fear, suggested that perhaps he should retreat for a while, and then join Ji No. Kong, looking at the retreating man, sternly asked where he was going. The heroine looked ahead and exclaimed that Kong was already here, and thought that she assumed that it would take him a little longer to get here. Kong, turning to the heroine, asked if she was the famous goblin. The antagonist, expressing contempt, asked what it meant that she was the strongest. The guy rushed to his opponent. Kong, baring his teeth, said that he was by upstarts who called themselves the strongest. The hero hit the girl with his fist. The heroine flew back and thought that she would be able to repel his blow, but just flew to the side. The girl looked at the enemy and realized that after this blow, she realized that this guy had A-rank combat abilities. The monster was grinning, and she thought that there was nothing she could do. She did not want to resort to this method because of the cameras. Turquoise color enveloped the room. The heroine dressed in her battle armor and thought that if she continued to receive blows, then it might be somewhat expensive. Kong, standing in front of the opponent girl, asked if all the girls in Heian High School should wear armor. The fighter narrowed his eyes and noticed that he had just destroyed someone in cool armor. The girl smirked and added that it seemed to be Ju Yi. She swung her sword and stated that perhaps they were both wearing armor, but it was on a completely different level. The man smiled and said that she was wrong to talk about another level, because her armor would bend from the blow anyway. The heroine, looking at the enemy, recalled that she had warned him. Kong, dodging the blow, could only say what was happening. The guy flew back. The opponent slowed down and admitted that she was fighting back with her hood, and then attacking with a blade, and proclaimed that it was not bad. The heroine smiled and explained that she had not developed it to surprise him. Kong, glancing at his opponent with angry eyes, noticed that she had a knack for infuriation. The hero lit the flames and exclaimed that it was infuriating him. Damn it. He threw fire at the girl and sarcastically asked why she didn't try to use her cape against his punch. The heroine stood with her back to the frame and thought that an attack with a radius of destruction and the highlighting of a cloud was dangerous. If she tried to dodge, the guys behind would suffer, and she could not allow this. The woman's cloak fluttered in the wind, and she firmly stated that she could not allow this to happen. The smoke did not allow the fire to break through to the defender. The heroine, turning her head to the enemy, said that he probably offended the 9th graders in the same way, but it would not work against her. Kong, gritting his teeth, exclaimed that she was a. The opponent attacked the protagonist and ordered not to him off. The warrior slammed into the ground and shouted that she had to surrender immediately. The heroine, staring at her opponent's idia, thought that his idia was powered by the energy of anger, and if he maintained this momentum, he would be able to attack without wasting strength. Bose frowned and decided that in this case, there were only two ways to destroy her. The woman swung her sword and decided that it was possible to either stop his anger or destroy it with a single blow. Khan waved off the blow and asked why there were three of them. Cheroi stood in a pose and shouted. The girl was holding a sword in her hands and asked what had happened to it, since it had only been possessed by a goblin. The ally, looking at his comrade's condition, exclaimed that Khan was not okay, and the antagonist wondered how this was possible. The fighter turned his head and called out to Hyuk, and the guy added that it was still dangerous now, and he needed to drag them around for a while. The ally, gritting his teeth, irritably remarked that he did not hear him at all. The fat man shook his head in confusion and explained that okay, he understood and should contact the ambush team. The woman looked ahead and clarified with which team. She widened her eyes sharply. The warriors were standing on a rock, and the heroine noticed that this wall was too far away for the range team, and realized that the enemy was using ambush tactics. The stones began to crumble. A crowd of warriors surrounded the girl, and she said that the enemy was using the difference in the landscape and the idia, who was able to manipulate nature, to separate the center from them. The red-haired heroine looked at her comrades and ordered everyone to flee, not allowing the enemy to break through to the rear. The heroes in black began to move forward. Kim, looking at the speed of the enemy's descent, noted that the speed at which they descended was too high, and warned that if all forces were directed to the rear, then their fighters would run out of steam, and they would be losers. Kang, jumping on top of the heroine, mockingly asked what she was looking at, and offered to play with him. The clones quickly flew up to the woman, and the man laughed curtly that they were clones. The antagonist punched her and mockingly remarked how nonchalantly she had become weaker. The girl held out her sword menacingly, and he proclaimed that the armor seemed to absorb a lot of her power. Khan threw his hand at the heroine, said that he was in front and the ambush team was behind, and asked what she was going to do, because it was useless to pretend to be tough, and the girl asked that if he struck her and her friends, then the victory would be hers. The woman narrowed her eyes, and he added that judging by her expression, she clearly wouldn't last even a couple of minutes. The heroine pulled out her weapon and thought about what to expect from a military training squadron, and decided that she needed to at least finish off this idiot. She turned around, and someone exclaimed what crazy scum they were. The ally, raising his hand, firmly stated that they would not pass. The heroine smiled and thought, well, then it's just a matter of small things, and the warrior asked who these weaklings were. The woman turned around and explained in a menacing voice that he should be careful with his words, because these guys were friends of her potential fiancé from the front lane. Khan gritted his teeth in anger and noticed that the high school girl had decided to play adulthood by mentioning her fiancé. Bose turned around and firmly stated that he had had enough. Khan stood with his back to the frame and said that she seemed good to him at first, and he felt sorry for her, but just wasted his time. The fighter narrowed his eyes and proclaimed that there was nothing to be done, and offered to complete everything. A pop-up notification of forgotten anger appeared. The ally opened his eyes and noted that the atmosphere had changed dramatically, and was surprised that the steam had turned to ice. The surface began to crack. The boss was near the heroine. The guy swung his leg at the girl. The heroine, looking at the kick, thought that the opponent had changed tactics, and strength and speed were also different now. The woman flew aside. Kang, standing in a belligerent posture, exclaimed that he would soon be done with it. He struck. The hero, lowering his head, thought that there was no point in fiddling with this robes, and it was better to try to block the blade. The warrior jumped back. The girl closed her eyes and remarked that he should practice more in armor, and added that everything was already clear. Kang, looking ahead at the girl, asked if she would admit his victory, and who would allow her to escape. The heroine, lured by the sword, clarified what he meant by the word who. Magic enveloped her body. The sword began to blaze with icy flames. The heroine's weapon began to glow with a blue aura, and she firmly replied that she herself. Kang, looking at the heroine's attack, sarcastically asked if she was going to make an attack and if she really thought that such a blow would hit him. The woman smirked and remarked that he didn't seem to be learning anything at all, and proclaimed that he had already seen the trick, hadn't he? The woman's clone stood nearby. 3 beams of light enveloped the guy. Kang, looking at the heroine, explained that he kept thinking about why she was like this, and added that it turned out that she was hiding this trick. The girl leaned over and warned that he should get ready to get hit on the neck and go to the hospital. 3 beams of light headed towards the antagonist. Kang, having received an unexpected blow, cried out in pain. The woman looked down wearily. The allies, running up from behind, exclaimed that she had dealt with the trump card of the school 998, and his brothers with 1 blow. The heroine, standing not far from her comrades, said that, Unfortunately, they were mistaken. The woman turned around and explained that if Kong had blocked her blow, the guys behind would not have been hurt by the wave. The guy was falling down, and she proclaimed that there was no way Kong would have bothered about his friends. He would have just jumped off to avoid the blow, and given his stats, jumping from that height wouldn't have done him anything. The ally closed his eyes and exclaimed that he was a real bastard, and added that together they would have been able to block the attack. If their leader had been in his place, he would have put his life in danger, but would have repelled the blow. The girl turned around and asked where, by the way, this idiot was. Kong, standing after the jump, said with relief that it was dangerous. The antagonist looked at his comrades and decided that he just needed to deal with this idiot and pressed the button, as they had planned. The hero, looking at the fat man, exclaimed what he was doing and why he was still here, and added that he hadn't thought at all about how much time he had won them. The guy was sitting on the stairs and asked in surprise what he was doing here. The protagonist looked at the opponent, and noticed that he was already thinking that he would not appear until the end of the competition. The heroes fought. Kong, looking at the enemy's identity, asked if it was the same F-rank assassin and proclaimed that perhaps he wanted to avenge those idiots. Puck, standing with a dagger in front of the enemy, explained that who knows. The antagonist, turning to the enemy, noticed that he had guessed their plan to attack through the gorge, and added that he had a good sense of smell, and the man asked if he was tired of chatting. This is not such a strategy. The man frowned. The warrior scratched his head and proclaimed that the noise would not reach the bottom of the gorge, and said that it would be logical to get rid of Puck now, and then make it a case. The protagonist glanced ahead and suggested that he try to kill him if he could. Kong rushed into battle and explained that of course. The antagonist swung his fist. The main character restrained the blow. The opponent flew into the air. He attacked Park with his foot. The man took out his blade and said that he was so pompous, and that he was not worth a penny. Kong stood in a belligerent posture and called his opponent an idiot. The protagonist threw up his hands for a fight and said that he should not slack, because he had a hidden skill. The antagonist, throwing up his hands in irritation, made it clear that Puck knew how to get on his nerves, and promised that he would make him regret his words. Kong stood with his back to his comrades and ordered them to get away and stop, adding that in order to move on to the fourth stage, the fat man explained that for this he needed to get the permission of the instructor. He scratched his forehead and explained that it was better to complain, because this guy was not an easy shot. The ally raised his hand and exclaimed that he was really going to move on to the fourth stage, and added that everyone had to run, otherwise they would be blown away in an instant. The protagonist held the blade and explained that if the company of the 998 school was going to run, then it could not run in that direction. The ally stood opposite and said that this was the way to the rear guard, and the protagonist explained that if he did not want them to go there, he could fight them. The allies, rushing into retreat, exclaimed that they were already coming. The antagonist raised his hand and proclaimed that he did not know what he was up to, but it was too late, and advised him to try not to die. His eyes flashed. The man threw up his hands and began to scream. A notification about the forgotten anger of the hero appeared. Kong activated his abilities and screamed loudly in exertion. He was a warrior with an aura. A notification has appeared about the status of enemies who cannot touch energy. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Kong lunged forward and laughed ominously. The character threw his leg over his opponent. His foot flew past the knife, and he exclaimed briefly. The antagonist lowered his foot down. The man flew away from his opponent, and thought that the level of his punches had changed dramatically. Kong swooped down on the enemy and laughed loudly. He raised both fists above the hero. An explosion thundered. The soldier flew away from the clouds of dust. Kong stepped out of the dust and continued to laugh. He was waving his arms and shouting. The protagonist stepped further away and exclaimed that he was trapped. The antagonist waved his hand. The fighter held back the blow. Clouds of smoke covered the space. The protagonist flew away from the opponent and thought that his energy appeared as an impulse, and if he used this skill above, then S.A. Young would not be able to resist him. Kong appeared in front of the hero and exclaimed loudly. The antagonist smiled, and Park thought that Kong liked to dominate with cruelty, and if he was in his right mind, he wouldn't fight like that. The fighter smiled and exclaimed that he had found someone who wanted to play with him. An aura emanated from the main character's dagger. The character grinned and laughed briefly. He waved his weapon. The man raised his hand and explained that then they would play. The ally, going forward, said that he needed to hurry up and finish everything before Park started having problems because of the fourth stage, and the comrade asked if this was not strange. The guy turned his head and asked why he didn't send a squad up, and noted that the opponents might not have a strategy. But their situation was even worse, and the fat man admitted that he didn't understand the situation himself. The hero looked ahead and exclaimed in surprise. The warrior narrowed his eyes and proclaimed that he had not received news that the front line had been destroyed as expected, and added that the students of School 998 had been ahead of everyone and had come up with an unexpected move. The ally, looking at the opponent, reported that it was on Sun Ho and explained that they had put the player at the end to inspect the area with the help of EDI and warned that an ambush was planned. The protagonist stood in front of the enemies and explained that he was alone there, that there was no ambush, and the bots sarcastically asked if they thought they would believe him. An Sun Ho snapped his fingers and said, "Let them decide for themselves whether to believe him or not." The guy, turning to his opponent, said that he had been waiting for him. The man stood in the crowd and asked if there was no one there, and stated that his idia did not find anyone in the vicinity, after which he concluded that there was no problem then, since An Sun Ho would not defeat him. Bose looked at his hand and declared that he would catch him. A man flew near the enemy. The bodies of the warriors lay on the floor. Dong made a face and said that he would not touch him, as long as the guy with the dagger was put here. The character stood with his back to the frame and asked about the dagger. The fat man poked his chest and shouted that if he defeated him, victory was theirs. The antagonist jumped on the hero and shouted that he was a heavyweight. A notification about the heavyweight's characteristics appeared. Dong attacked the protagonist. The guy looked ahead in surprise. The hero looked at the enemy and explained that on the day he lost to him, he couldn't stop thinking about why it happened. Bose was lying in bed and admitted that he was exhausted from training and was not up to the level of his opponent. He put his fist up and replied curtly that he didn't. The guy slammed his fist and again replied that he didn't. He slapped the fat man and said that these were just excuses, and added that he was just weak. The warrior lifted the fat man above his head. He was standing with his feet on the ground, and Dong exclaimed that he had lifted him into the air, and proclaimed that it was impossible. The guy's eyes flashed. Dong Ho flew off into the distance and uttered a drawl, "Fr." Kong stood in front of the protagonist and laughed. The head warrior was covered in a red aura. The enemy was standing in front of the hero, and Park explained that he wanted to restrain himself. He clutched his face and exclaimed that no, he couldn't. The guy rushed to the enemy. Smoke enveloped the forest. Magic burst out of the clouds of dust. The antagonist gritted his teeth. Kong struck a pose and exclaimed. The man swung his sword and said that he knew he couldn't. The hero flashed his eyes and added that if he was contained, he would not kill him. The warrior took off. The fighter rushed forward. Schoolchildren flew into each other. There was a bright explosion. The antagonist flew into the sky. He gritted his teeth and shouted. Bose was flying in the air. The fighter ran in zigzags. The enemy flew down. The guy raised his head at his opponent. The chief prince looked up and laughed. The enemy was flying in the sky. Their faces were close, and he wondered how he could amuse himself without taking his opponent's life. The warriors fell to the ground. The antagonist was lying in a funnel. The guy looked at his opponent from cover. The hero looked ahead and noticed that the opponent was already done, and it became boring. The enemy looked away in puzzlement. The guy was lying on the ground, and the protagonist shouted at him to scream, and reproached him for where he was going and why he froze. Puck raised his knife and said that he could not even use his pathetic tricks anymore. He grinned and suggested that we finished the fight. Hero raised his dagger. Kong, looking at the knife, exclaimed loudly again. There was an explosion. Hero covered his face in fear. Puck, holding the knife in his hand, explained that he had finally got rid of his opponent's idia. Puck withdrew his hand from the weapon and explained that he couldn't do anything about the idia when Kong was agitated, and added that if he didn't lose the impulse to fight, he would have been dead long ago. Kong, looking ahead, could only ask what it was. The guy stood up and exclaimed where these wounds came from and why his idia had turned off. Puck scratched his head and noticed that in the fourth stage he lost his memory, and declared that he was jealous, since he himself always remembers all the trash. The warrior raised his head, and the protagonist claimed to have heard that Kong had defeated An Sun Ho. He stood with his hand on his belt, and said that was why he was looking forward to fighting him, and admitted that he was disappointed with Kong. Kang's face twisted and exclaimed how dare he compare him to all sorts of slapsticks. Suddenly, the hero lowered his head. The antagonist began to tremble and wondered where she was from, and the guy added that it seemed that despite the loss of memory, he felt something. Park turned his head and explained that since he was done, Kong could go about his business. Kong, looking at his opponent, laughed briefly. The guy climbed the stairs and warned him that he would regret not ending it now, and called him an F-rank assassin. Puck, calmly turning, said that who knows, I don't think so. The guy was going up. Bose went up after him. The warrior in the SRXNY turned around, and the protagonist muttered that he needed to be finished, and that was Sanbinim's task. A blonde guy named Seonho looked at his friend, and he exclaimed that it was with his brother, and reproached him for what he had done. Seonho turned around and proclaimed that Kang could see for himself that he had fought Seok Dong-ho and won. Kang grinned as he explained that he couldn't win, and demanded to know what trap he had used. The guy lowered his eyes and replied that he didn't use anything, he just turned out to be stronger today, and that's all. The antagonist waved his hand and exclaimed how dare he cheat, and added that he was sure that Seok Dong-ho had made some kind of mistake. The guy looked ahead and noticed that Seonho had one arm injured anyway and asked if Seonho could stop him. Kang looked at his opponent and said that he was a jerk and he couldn't defeat him. The guy straightened his clothes and thought that it would be hard to resist in such a state. Kang, looking at the vest, asked what kind of vest it was. The guy took off his sweater and replied that it was a vest with sand. Vaughn raised his fist and said that if he took it off, nothing much would change. Kang looked down and wondered why there were any noises coming from the vest, and he told him not to tell him that he had taken over Seok Dong-ho's idia with this vest. Seonho raised his hand and explained that they were both wounded, and suggested that it be considered an equal fight. Kang dodged and exclaimed how dare he say that. Kang looked down. The warrior was thrown back. Kang, breaking after the opponent's blow, realized that this freak wanted to test what he was capable of. The hero abruptly rushed forward. The antagonist hit the guy with his knee and shouted for him to die, and called him a jerk. There was an explosion. Seonho grabbed his leg and asked why Kang didn't do anything during that fight. Holding his leg, the character said that looking at his skills, he began to understand that he had become stronger over the past 3 years, and he had not done anything. Kang, gritting his teeth, exclaimed that he meant that he had not intervened out of fear. He grinned and added how dare he say that. The guy looked ahead. Kang threw the guy back. The sun shone on the canyon. Seonho raised his head and explained that this was the key to his Eid, a combat move that deprives him of awareness and increases his strength. The guy went to the enemy and noticed that it was Kang's mistake. The warrior dodged the blow and advised him to familiarize himself with his skills. The hero grabbed his opponent by the clothes. He threw it against the wall. The enemy, spitting out blood, exclaimed in surprise and cried out loudly in pain. The antagonist stuck to the wall, and the guy explained that this was a judo technique that deprived the opponent of all strength, and added that since Kang, fighting against him, relied only on force, then it would be possible to collapse him in 1 or 2. Seonho glanced at the enemy and said that he had defeated Kang, and proclaimed that it was not a fight, and remarked that since it was over, it was time to end. The figure peeked out from behind the rock, and the guy explained that he could go out, and called him by his first name Puck. The protagonist scratched his head and asked how he had noticed him, and the warrior replied that he knew he had gone after Kang. Seonho looked ahead and asked what was at the end, what was the plan. The main character raised his finger, and replied that he had to press their button. The heroes were standing in the gorge, and the man explained that this was expected, and judging by Puck's actions, he immediately realized that he would not do it. The hero looked back and explained that according to the rules of the game, he had to be eliminated due to the injury that Seok Dong-ho left him, and if Kang came here with a bracelet, he would have to let him pass. Bose turned around and explained that okay, he was retreating. He turned around and added that he would let Park finish. Park, saluting with his hand, explained that there was no choice left, and he would end everything and then return. The heroes fought. The opponents, looking ahead, mockingly replied that they would not move until everyone was dead. The guy looked at his enemies and exclaimed that damn, there is no time, and proclaimed that if they cope with these zombies, only all kinds of gnats will remain. Something exploded from behind, and the soldier ordered everyone to get ready. Puck, looking at the enemies, reported that the small midge was in place. The allies, rushing to the leader, called him like a boss. The chief Pernage examined the bodies and explained that the zombie squad had lasted so long, and had done a great job. The guide turned to his comrades and asked what had happened here, and the fighter explained that the mistress had retreated, so they had been pushed back, and that if they held out for another half an hour, they would win. The hero looked into the gorge and added whether he would be able to break through. Puck, thinking about the time, asked if it would be possible to break through them in another half hour. The ally, throwing up his hands, asked if they really needed to break through them, and the boss said that Sun-ho had instructed him to finish everything, but it would be something they would have done somehow. The guy looked ahead and said that if they had more time, maybe they would, but there was only half an hour left. An image of a battle of warriors appeared, and the fighter explained that nothing could be done without a thirst for blood, and suggested that it would be better to think about what else could be done. Puck stood still and wondered if it was necessary to expand the control range, but whether it was worth accelerating. The warrior clenched his fists, and wondered if he should use his hand to increase the power of his punch. The main character lowered his head and proclaimed that no, now he does not need them. Puck looked ahead and added that he needed eyes that could foresee the outcome of the fight. An image of a partial kill notification appeared. The character lowered his head and noticed that the guys from Heian did not budge, and the heroine replied that they would win if they just held out for another 30 minutes. The girl turned around and said that without the help of the warriors and Dong Ho, they would lose, and since defeat was inevitable, it was worth trying at least not to get hurt themselves, and he asked what was running there. The ally, looking ahead, exclaimed what a fool he was. The main character's eyes flashed, and she asked who this mad asshole was. The man lowered his head and asked what he thought of him. The guy held the cup in his hands and explained that he was confident in his victory. The container was open, and the man proclaimed that the weapon that Puck was using was a dagger, and he simply could not lose. The elder looked to the side and thought that he should understand who exactly he could entrust his daughter to, and added that one sword was not enough, and armor was stupid. The main character's eyes sparkled, and the man explained that the Jade Goblin family was not suitable for him. The antagonist tilted his head and said that his master should not be worried. Park raised his banner and explained that the Heian High School squad was the winner. The hero looked up. The man put his hand to his chest and said that he was taking responsibility for Miss S.A. Young. The end of the first season. A bloodied Song lay on the debris of concrete. 998th School began training to infiltrate school circles with a surprise attack on Sung. The blonde guy gritted his teeth, Byun, who showed his abilities to the fullest. The black-haired girl held out her hand in front of her, Ju, who possessed superior defensive skills and the ability to boost her squad's morale. The young man stretched out his hand in front of him with a protruding finger, the disciples who had repulsed the enemy's attack, despite the unequal forces. The girl with the horn on her forehead raised her blade above her, Kim, which demonstrated the strength of the white jade goblin. A tall guy stood with open palms, Song, who had managed to win the rematch and regain the title of the strongest. Someone's hand held the flag high, a complete victory for forces 3 times greater, but the highest level of attention was attracted by the zombie army, where the average score was D+ rank. A crowd of people rushed to attack. The actions of students who were considered lagging behind attracted the attention of others. The main character has put a sword in front of him, more, its level, F killer, Puck. A crowd of schoolchildren stood next to each other. The rank F student, who was considered the weakest, single-handedly broke through the surroundings of several hundred B rank people. Looking at him carrying a victory flag in his hands, the low-rank students who had already given up on their future perked up. The protagonist closed one eye. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He was held by the shoulder of the school principal and resolutely stated that Park was the pride of their school. The excellent preparation of their school had made him who he was. The guy thought how embarrassing such behavior of the headmaster was. The school principal, who discriminated against students by rank, took advantage of the situation. Students ran to school, and a sports boom began in the school itself. At the entrance to the school, there was a guy with his arms crossed on his chest, and the beginning of this boom was the training unit. Song looked around at the crowd of schoolchildren and noted how disgusting this park was. Thanks to him, the school began to receive a lot of support. The main character walked next to the girl. He justified that he wanted to be quiet, she asked. Now he understands her pain. They are on an equal footing. The only thing left is to get married. He scratched his temple and asked why the conversation suddenly turned to this topic. She put her finger in front of her and replied that she would be a good wife. They would try to live amicably, running away from reporters. The main character looked at her in bewilderment and clarified what she was talking about. He did not want to walk beaten every day. She noted that if he did not want to live, he could finish him off. The girl took him by the t-shirt. Someone's voice shouted, "It's Puck." There was a crowd of students near the exit of the school. Someone noted that it was indeed an F killer, and next to him was a white jade goblin. The young man and Kim looked at each other. He said that no, it was his training time. She noticed that her husband was so popular. 2 schoolchildren approached the guy. He asked that they also took the exam. They looked at him exhausted and replied that he had just gone crazy. The red-haired youth looked at his hands and added that he was confident in his abilities. But he didn't even make it to the second round. They say he gave up immediately, and they didn't even know how much he tried. 2 guys bowed low in front of the main character and asked him for forgiveness. They looked at the ground. One said that he understood that it was too brazen to ask for forgiveness for all the bullying, but they also wanted to become like him. Let him give them a chance. This time they failed the exam, but they would try again. Park looked at them pitifully, who added that he could do to them what they did to him, as long as he taught them how to train. He replied that he understood their intention. He would personally see how they trained. they raised their heads happily. The guy looked at them menacingly and added that they would try together. Everyone opened their mouths in surprise. They ran away from him abruptly and shouted after him to forgive them, and it seemed that he was angry. The guy asked what was wrong with his smile. Kim put her elbow on his shoulder and noted that after all, she was the only one left by his side. Let him give up and be her husband. A girl came up to the two of them from behind. He noted that she got it. The girl called Puck. He turned to the girl and asked who else was left here. What was it? She clarified what kind of relationship he had with Kim. They were dating. The girl looked at him happily. He replied that she was just joking. There was nothing between them. She replied that it was true. How good it was that she asked. Kim looked at him menacingly. The girl closed her eyes and said that she understood that this was unexpected, but she wanted them to meet. Kim covered the guy's ears and noted that what to do. He was so busy, it was better for them to talk next time. The girl looked at them pitifully and said that it was too much. She saw Puck every day, and she was waiting for him today and hardly dared to speak. She just wanted to say that she liked him. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. She let go of her hands from the main character and replied that for sure, let her forgive, she was wrong. The girl walked away from them and added that he was a loser. She wanted to talk to him. She would go and let him come later. The protagonist looked after her and asked what was wrong with her. He turned to the other girl and asked what she was saying. She looked at him angrily and shouted that he was standing. Let him quickly follow her. Hurry. He ran after Kim abruptly and asked what they all wanted from him. She exhaled heavily and said that they were not dating, and he himself had such an expression on his face after her departure. How she can confess her feelings, hates Kim. Clouds flew over the building. The guy on the horizontal bar called Puck and asked if he could say that it was with her. Somehow it was getting scary. He replied that he himself would like to know it. He closed his eyes and added that he had caught up with her and asked what had happened. He could not understand. The girl was sitting on the bench offended. The guy asked why she was like this. She replied that he did not talk to the cute schoolgirl. The main character came out on the hand and said that of course he was sorry that the conversation with the cute schoolgirl did not work out, but a drop of sweat was running down the guy's cheek. She asked again about the sweetheart. She slapped him on the arm and asked why he had come. He should have listened to her confess her love. He justified himself that this would not happen. It was more like a dream. Kim looked at him menacingly and added that she talks about it every day, which he was distracted by. She put her hand on the back of her head and said that she had a neat appearance, attractive, sweet, and also strong, and he did not pay attention to such a bride. The guy scratched his cheek and replied that judging by these jokes, she wasn't particularly angry. Well, then she would go to train. He was still on the horizontal bar and noted that he did not understand what he had done wrong. His comrade thought to himself that if he judged, then the commander was to blame. Kim looked at the phone screen and asked what was wrong. The message from her grandfather would grumble again. She opened her mouth sharply in horror. The girl pointed her finger at the phone and noted that it was coming here. She grabbed her briefcase and asked, "Loser, he lives alone. She can live with him for a while." The whole company of Puck looked at her in shock. Then he held on to the horizontal bar with his hand and replied that he had only one bed. The whole company opened their mouths in shock. She approached him and asked him to help her. Soon a strange man would come here and look for someone. Bratislav came up from behind and replied, "What a strange person, even a shame." Kim hid behind Park and replied that this was not the case. He added that he was upset. She was also hiding behind another guy. He looked at the main character and clarified that this is Park. He came for Kim. What luck that he met him. A drop of sweat slipped down the guy's cheek. He asked him again that he knew him. He put his hand on his heart and told her that he had forgotten to introduce himself. His name was Bratislav. He could just call him Bratislav. He had heard a lot about him from the Jade Goblin family. Puck asked why the Kim family was talking about him. Bratislav narrowed his eyes and replied that because he understood, it was impolite to say such things at the first meeting. But did he want to fight him? He put his hand on his chest again. Bratislav looked at Puck and asked if he wanted to fight him, who asked him again. The guys stood aside from them. One clarified, "This is not the same Bratislava that won the European youth competitions." His friend replied that it was true, but why was he in the uniform of their school? The main character turned to Kim and noted that it seemed to be her acquaintance. She replied that no, this is not at all true. He thought that he did not know for sure, but it seemed that he was very famous for what was happening to Kim. She looked at him and added that it was some kind of mercenary who had been sent and asked her again. Bratislav looked down on him. He said that first let him calm down. He didn't think he had any reason to fight him. It was better just to talk. Drops of sweat ran down the protagonist's face. He said that no, he really came for Miss Kim, but he certainly wanted to fight him once. Song resolutely walked towards them and asked what the noise was. He walked over to them. Sun and Bratislav shook hands. The guy said that it was very nice. He was Sun. He came from Slovakia. His name was Bratislav. He replied that he knew. The guy clarified that he already knew him. It was an honor for him. He pointed his finger at the main character and asked what he wanted. He saw. He had something to say to the future leader of the training unit. The guy asked again. So he was the future leader of the training unit. Bratislav put out his hand and said that he would like to fight Pak, who replied that it was forbidden to use idia inside the unit. It was necessary to get the permission of the senior. The guy looked at him casually and noted that there was just a senior here. It was him. Song rubbed his chin and said that then they would do so. He grabbed Puck's arm with his hand. The young man bent his elbow. He pulled the two of them to him and noted that it would be a one-handed wrestling. He closed his eyes and replied that he could not even think. Song, he thinks differently from the others. He looked at the main character and added that they would consider that they both agreed. The guy put his hands out in front of him and asked what it was. He replied that he had to win. The honor of the unit was at stake. He clarified that so much was put on this fight. Kim grabbed Park's right ear with her fingers. She looked at him menacingly and ordered him to win against him, who grabbed his forehead and noted that he had some kind of bad feeling. Bratislav folded his hands and said that he hoped for a good game. Kim looked at him dumbfounded. He stood not far from her and said that he would certainly win for her sake. Let her watch carefully. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Song took out a stopwatch and said that they would start. There would be only one round. There were no restrictions. They were ready. Bratislav looked at his opponent and replied that he would show Miss Kim his abilities. The protagonist was standing in front of him. The guy poked his finger at the stopwatch screen. Bratislav did not take his eyes off Puck. He abruptly threw his hand back from the opponent's blow. He looked at it and noted to himself that the blows were fast and sharp. The opponent held out his hand in front of him and asked if he believed in the existence of ranks. He waved his hand and asked again what he had said there. He continued that there was such a thing as ranks in the world, even in a fight like this. The young man looked at him in shock and wondered if he really thought that souls also had ranks. He held his hand in front of him and replied that he did not consider those who possessed a weak idia to be weak. Bratislava dealt a blow to its opponent and added that we should also not forget that the elite has its own special path. Park held out his hand in front of him and pointed out that after hearing this nonsense, he couldn't lose. His opponent looked at his hand in shock. He attacked him sharply. A drop of sweat ran down Bratislava's cheek, and he noted the power. The main character narrowed his eyes at him and said that he did not succumb to this. Bratislav stood in front of him and asked if this dirty aura belonged to him. He replied that if he did not surrender, his palm could shatter into pieces. The opponent lowered his hand. Song waved his hand and said that enough was enough. He leaned his hand on his waist and added that they both could be in trouble if they went too far. Bratislav rubbed his palm and asked if this incredible power was his idia. The guy looked at him angrily. He said what this dirty energy meant, too. He put his hand out in front of him and asked if he wanted to fight again. He replied that he knew that he was not an easy opponent, but he didn't think that much. He looked at his hand and added that he didn't really want to absorb this energy. Bratislav walked away and said that they would end it today. Song looked at him and asked him to wait. He stood in front of him and asked if he had a place to train in Korea. The guy closed one eye and asked what he wanted to offer him to join their unit. He stretched out his finger and noted that if he had nowhere to train, then he could use their simulators. Let him come at any time and train. Bratislav looked at her. You thanked him for his concern, but it's strange. Does he really look like a person who needs training? Song walked away and replied that Bratislav, judging by his estimates alone, was a genius with incredible idia and fighting sense, and thought he didn't need to train. He grabbed his arm. He put his hand on his chest. The guy added that even geniuses should try. He likes it when people try. The young man opened the doors and noted that he was quite an interesting person. He turned to him and added that it was not in vain that he had come to Korea. There was a sign with a number on the wall. Someone said that he was interested in Kim's opinion. He would like to hear her thoughts about the owners of the EDI of high rank. The main character entered the classroom. Kim called him. She waved to him and said what to do. Their loser should sit here. Maybe he would make room. He put his hand on his neck and replied that he was fine, just about to train. The girl hit the desk with all her strength. The young man approached the desk and asked to give up his seat to Bratislav, who objected that he had said that he was going to train. He noted that it made no difference. He looked at the girl and said that it was difficult to understand. She did not think so to Miss Kim. There she threw her hands up and shouted that she should not speak in such a sugary voice until she had beaten him. Her eyes widened in surprise. A voice from the speaker announced that the second company, the 10th platoon, Corporal Kim, was asking her to go to the hospital. Tears flowed from her eyes. She noted that she was saved. She abruptly left the classroom and added that she was being summoned. She had to go. Puck walked away and said that he would go to practice. He asked him to talk to him. The guy looked at him out of the corner of his eye and replied that it looked like he wouldn't be able to train. The girl went into the room and clarified that she had been summoned. The red-haired woman sat on the chair and replied that she should forgive her for calling her during dinner. They could eat dessert and talk at the same time. Kim looked at her in shock and asked about dessert. She sat down on the chair. She asked what cute. Let him eat and not be shy. The girl put her hands together and added that if it wasn't enough, let her just say she had more. She waved her hand. She asked what she always eats so hearty. She replied that she bought more to communicate with her. She usually eats about 30 pieces. The red-haired woman took a bite out of the donut and clarified what she thought. Kim carefully took one donut. She abruptly waved her hands. She noted that let her forgive. After all, it was the first time she had received such an offer. It seemed to put pressure on her. The girl replied that no, she, on the contrary, should thank her. She lowered her eyes to the floor and added that it was a great honor for her. The red-haired girl looked at her and stated that she could become an excellent master, so she suggested that she join the maestry. She held out her hand. An image of a masquerade mask appeared. A maestry, this is a group of Korean masters that only the best can get into. The girl with the horn on her forehead held out her hand to the right. Unlike other alliances where representatives of the same clan gathered, the White Goblin lured talented masters of different directions here. A man of strong physique folded his arms on his chest, the greatest figure of Korea, called upon to respond to emergencies. Lee Sin created a special squad, which includes the best masters in each of the directions. This is maestry. The red-haired girl stretched out her hand and invited Kim to join their maestry squad. She would be an excellent master. She desperately lowered her eyes and replied that, as she had said earlier, she was an intermediate-level swordswoman. The woman took a bite out of the donut and said that she advised her to join maestry because of her outstanding defensive abilities, a skill she valued higher than her mastery of a sword. The girl put her hands on her knees and noted that she knew that she had to succeed as a swordswoman. She said that she understood something when she asked her for advice on the aura. She put her hand on her forearm and added that they could make a better one out of her if only she wanted to. Kim turned to her and said that she was a goblin related to the sword. She needed to become a better swordswoman. The red-haired girl looked at her questioningly and remarked that they were not suggesting that she stop improving in this matter. It would be nice if she became a swordswoman who could repel attacks perfectly, wouldn't it? Kim lowered her head down and thought to herself that after all, she didn't understand what's what. As a child, she wanted to have no swordsmanship abilities. She didn't want to be the best to cripple others. Even when she didn't try hard while swinging her sword, Idia grew and managed to reach the level of an expert. The guy scratched his head and asked where she was. Again she left the sword. Kim held a sword in her hand. She looked at the red-haired girl and told her if she knew. She interrupted her and said that she understood that her family was very worried, because the people of the White Goblin clan were not quite ordinary. She looked up at her and added that she was stressed that she would have to act secretly. Surely, she could join the maestry, learn the essentials, and then go back to her clan. The girl looked at her sadly and noted to herself that she was a maestry master who had reached the top. She calmly ate a donut. She added that usually their self-esteem and desire for improvement are not the same as others. For sure she strived to become the best, so she was able to reach such a level. She could not understand her, who has absolutely no desire to be the best. Does Idia really not change? As Park would answer. She bowed low and said that she would forgive, but she needed time to think. Kim sat on Park's back, thinking that he was trying to prove his abilities to those around him with the help of Idia, which they considered a pointless thing, and he had put in a lot of effort to learn how to control it, which was why she was so glad when she first had the aura bowl. The girl with the horn on her forehead opened her mouth and added to herself that, however, when she saw Kong running away, she realized. The girl held a sword in her right hand. She stood on the edge of the cliff and thought that she could deal with him with a simple aura confront, but the aura's power field made him flee and helped defeat the army of the 998th school. She opened the door slightly and added that if the strongest experts in Korea couldn't change anything in their education, then even defense would turn into a technique that harmed others. She held on to the door handle with her hand and noted that she did not know what to do. Bratislav stood in front of the main character and told him to abandon her. Kim is not suitable for him. He scratched his cheek and wondered how he could give up something that had never belonged to him. He held out his hand in front of him and added that he thought his strength was amazing, but that Kim was not allowed to communicate closely with people like him. The main character waved his hand and replied that it looked like he had misunderstood something while watching Kim tease him. He looked at him and noted that the elite had its own path. He put his hand out and added that he would not be able to make Kim happy. The protagonist waved his hand and told him what he was talking about happiness. He roughly understood. He should have guessed earlier when he started talking about abilities. The guy looked at him resolutely. Bratislav stood in front of the young man, who noted to himself that he knew that for Bratislav it was not the person who was more important, but his skills. The guy thought that for Puck the person came first, and not his abilities. Park looked at him and asked if he thought souls had ranks, and he replied that of course. He looked menacingly at the main character and added that while a person whose rank is lower should act, he should grovel all his life. The guy spread his arms to the sides and said that origin obliges. There are certain obligations behind high social status and power. He looked at the protagonist and added that it was necessary to take care of the elite. He clenched his hands into fists and noted that this was not enough. He held out his hands in front of him and continued that there were no ranks in souls. How could a piece of the rating system with a long name speak of the future? Bratislav stood in front of him and replied that he would never have a girl like Miss Kim with such abilities. He noted that it was not worth limiting the capabilities of others. He thought to himself that he did not care that, in his opinion, idia determines people's lives. Park walked over to him and added to himself that he shouldn't attribute or limit people like Kim who are trying to change on their own. They stood opposite each other. He noted that he could not look at it silently. Bratislav looked at him and said that this role should be entrusted to someone who had the same outstanding abilities as Miss Kim. The main character stood in front of her and replied that he ignored her own preferences. The girl held a sword in her right hand, which explained that Miss Kim's aura achievement was amazing, but she shouldn't waste her energy on it. The guy put his hand out and said that she had her own life. Whether she wanted to become a swordswoman and use idia, or be a cook, it all depended only on Kim herself. He looked at him contemptuously and told him that her abilities were predestined from birth. She was chosen to become the strongest swordswoman. Park walked away from him and followed him, saying that they were completely different. He noted that he understood so when he saw him on the video. The main character stopped and added that he spoke right away. Souls have no ranks. He wondered if he was talking too rudely. He bent his arms in front of him and stated that, as he had already said, he was very strong. But this strength was not perfect. It would be difficult for him to reach the level of those who had abilities. A dagger appeared above the palm of the guy's hand. He noted to himself that he did not know what kind of idia he had. But one thing was for sure, it was not yet fully neglected. He underestimated it. He gave him a sarcastic look. The guy abruptly rushed to attack him and said then he would test the strength of the elite. He watched his movement attentively. Bratislava blocked Park's shot. He held his hand and asked if he was joking, where that mood had gone. The protagonist watched him, who added that either he thought he could defeat him half-heartedly. The guy jumped back sharply. He looked at him and thought that he had thrown him away, using his usual strength, unexpectedly. He held out his hand in front of him and said that he had tried to attack him with the hilt of his dagger. It seemed that he had not yet realized that he risked getting hurt if he did not use his full strength. The guy looked at him and noted that he did not think that his physical abilities were so developed. Outwardly he did not look so athletic. He replied that he had never really trained. He did not need it. The main character stood in front of him and said that he annoyed him. He retorted that there was nothing to be done. Such was the difference in their skills. He took a knife in his hands and reasoned to himself that he was physically superior to him, in this case. The young man jumped abruptly off the floor. He brandished his weapon and said that if he was taken to the hospital, let him not complain later. He asked that now he was ready to fight for real. Bratislav dodged his attacks and clarified that he was trying to use B-rank power with his D rank. He was even beginning to understand what attracted Miss Kim to him. The protagonist swung his weapon and noted to himself that it was now. He looked intently at his rival and said that he would immediately take him to the hospital. He could be calm. He repelled his attack and replied that it was a pity, but there was no need for it. He took out his sword and explained that he had been waiting, hoping to see the power he had displayed in the hall. He held out his sword in front of him and said emphatically that it looked like he had no intention of doing so they would end it here. Bratislav and Puck fought on the roof of the building. The guy looked at him and clarified. It seemed that he was not going to fight normally. He bent his arm and noted to himself that he was excellent at blocking an attack, as well as his offensive tactics. The young man swung his sword and said that he wasn't really fighting. He was disappointed. The main character jumped away from him. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He thought to himself that he was deliberately copying his attack technique. He was able to catch and immediately apply what he saw. He drew his sword and asked him to end the fight as soon as possible. The protagonist grabbed his forehead and replied that it would be nice to win with a single dagger. He looked menacingly at his opponent and added that it was a pity he was standing opposite him. He stretched out his hand with a sword in front of him and said that it looked like he was finally in the mood for a normal battle. An image of the information window about the skill appeared. Bratislav looked at him and noted that this aura was even more poisonous than last time. The guy stood in front of him and replied that he was the only one who was poisonous here, because he was trying to repeat his own techniques. He put his hand out and explained that it seemed to him that if he did this, it would stir him up. The guy asked if he was too presumptuous. The young man looked at him and asked him what he was talking about. Did he look presumptuous? An image of the information window with the characteristics of the skill appeared. An information window with additional characteristics for the skill has appeared. The main character looked at him and noted to himself that they are completely incompatible, and said that, no, with such skills you can be presumptuous. He put out his hand and continued that he had physical characteristics that allowed him to control this skill. Bratislav looked at him and noted that he spoke as if he knew all his skills. An image of the information window with the skill appeared. The protagonist clutched the dagger in his hand and thought that it seemed that he had noble strength, judging by the fact that he was not affected by his killing power. His life was not so easy either, but he would not back down. He abruptly rushed to attack him. The guy grabbed the hilt of the sword with both hands and said that he didn't seem to like that he was copying it. This time he would show his abilities. The sword glided through the air. The sword attack hit Puck. He slid a few meters back. The guy stood up and said that he was late in the attacking stance, but still pushed him away. He swung his sword and replied that this was only the beginning. He held out his sword in front of him to attack. He looked at him and thought that he had just taken a different position, but the situation had immediately changed. At first glance, it was just a sword strike stance. The young man held his sword in front of him. He continued to turn so as to narrow the vulnerable area, and took a position to parry the blows. The protagonist held out a dagger in front of him, and realized that the attack zone that Idia would show was narrower than usual. He said that it was an incredible ability. Bratislav held a sword in front of him, and asked why he was delaying. In that case, he attacked sharply with his sword. The guy barely blocked his attack. He covered his face with his hand and noted to himself that the next attack was coming. Puck flew away from his punch. He slammed into the wall. The young man looked at him and asked what he was hiding. He narrowed his eyes and asked what it was. What was that nasty grin? He leaned his hand on his knee and declared that it was the first time he had seen a man who surpassed him in all directions. He sneered slyly and continued that he was even a little ashamed that he looked so arrogant. The main character stood up to his full height and said that he thought that he could cope without this strength. He clutched the dagger in his hand and added that he was far behind. The protagonist put the weapon in front of him and noticed that it was amazing. Bratislava looked at him and said he was finally using the same power he saw then. He held out his sword in front of him and added that he had been distracted in the training room. This time it would be different. His blade glided through the air. He jumped to attack Puck. He blocked his attack. The guy looked at him in shock and clarified that he coped with one hand. Incredible. He stood in front of him and replied that he was more incredible now. He thought he was doing well, but without this strength, it was not interesting to fight him. The latter threw away his sword with a blow. An image of the information window appeared. The protagonist put aside his sword and said that he was now responsible for his actions. Bratislav barely blocked attacks. He added that this was what he wanted. A drop of sweat slid down his face. He asked what was going on. He continued to maintain his strength, but his right hand had become stronger. Wasn't his skill to concentrate the power on one point? The main character looked at him and noted that he thought so. He opened his mouth slightly and added that he had not yet. The young man stood a few meters back. His eyes widened in surprise. He held a dagger in his hand and said that now he would show something interesting. Bratislav parried his shot. His sword rose up from the blow of his opponent. Puck held out a dagger in front of him. The young man raised his hands up. The dagger was close to his face. He struck a series of blows at him. The guy put his hands out to the sides. He stood in front of him and asked him why he had reached such a speed, and just before the blows stopped, incredibly, he looked at him and asked him what he wanted to do again. A drop of sweat slid down his face. He noted that he was much more capable than he thought. This ferocious right hand was the basis of his idia. He put out his hand and replied that he could also imitate with a dagger. Although not so perfectly, he said that even he could not keep up with such a technique of his right hand, and was even more surprised by the repetition of the technique. The main character pointed his finger at himself, and asked that he did not absorb his idia because it was dirty. He looked at him and replied that he had ways to analyze other people's idians, Let him forgive me, but he only ate real delicacies. The main character stuck out his finger and noted that if he eats it, he will be upset. He looked at him in shock. He replied that the idia that he could absorb had already been determined. Bratislav stood opposite him and added that then he would empty his stomach in advance. He watched him intently. Puck put his hands out to the sides. He looked at him angrily and said that he warned him not to touch Kim. He stretched out his hands in front of him and replied that this was the choice of the head of the clan. The guy lowered his head down and noted that he could not interfere in the affairs of the family. He stretched out his hand and said that he could intervene. To be honest, he wanted to see him, so he asked him to pass it on. He asked why they fought. He said that he just wanted to see his real abilities before taking him to the head. A drop of sweat slipped down his face. He said that since he won, he would give him one piece of advice. He would not be able to persuade him. It was even more difficult with him than with him. He looked at him in shock and thought that he was even more arrogant than Bratislava. He stood in front of him and asked why he obeyed the head, who replied that the head of the clan would teach him this personally today. As beads of sweat slipped down his face, he asked him again what it was today. Incheon International Airport. There were planes on the runway. Lee got out of the car and said he was speechless. A huge monster smashed planes. He opened his mouth wide and growled that he himself had told him to get up and eat as much meat as possible. He looked at him and noticed that Idia was talking. He was standing in front of him and added that there are those who can summon Idia in the form of a monster, but he is just huge in talking. The guy narrowed his eyes and thought, pecked, or this is another group, we need to hurry. People ran past him. Someone said that it was military advisor Lee. This person was Lee. The monster turned on him and asked who he was. The guy approached him and introduced himself. He noted that he smelled strange. Lee looked at him and said that it was the first time he had seen a talking Idia, who was his master. The monster opened its mouth and replied that the master had ordered him to get up and eat meat. The advisor noted to himself that he was speaking, but he clearly lacked intelligence. He closed his eyes and said that his mouth stinked, advised him to rinse his mouth with sea water after lunch. The guy looked at him menacingly and added, of course, if he was still alive. The huge bear covered himself with his hands. Lee's armor sparkled in the sun. He noted to himself that like the white jade goblins, he had worked hard to create a special idia that resembled various heroes of legends and tales, and said that they lived few and died quickly. First stirred on his sleeve, he added that most of his attempts had failed. Only a few were able to keep the legend in his soul, and said that if he said to die, he would live. If he said to live, he would die. Lee stood with his hands down, and among them was someone who possessed the soul of a hero. An image of the information window appeared. The young man held out his hands to the sides and summoned a double dragon sword. He held a blade in both hands. An image of another information window appeared. Lee sharply attacked the monster's paw and said that it was enough to swing it once, and rivers of blood would flow. The latter looked at him dumbfounded and asked who he was. In a fit of rage, he opened his mouth wide. An image of the information window with the skill appeared. The monster lifted its head up. An image of the information window appeared. The guy raised his head at him and asked him not to make noise. His ears were already hurting. The latter ran away from him and said after him that he did not want poisonous meat. He advised him not to go to the sea. In the distance, there was a huge splash in the sea. The guide put his sword on his shoulder and said that he wanted to find out something about the owner. He clutched his blade in his hand and added that the longer he remained at sea, the less dangerous he seemed, both in other countries and in Korea. The military advisor raised his blade above him and declared that he was swearing an oath to the sky while the mountains and rivers were moving. Lightning shot in the sky. She struck a huge monster. An image of the information window appeared. He began to drown sharply in the sea and said that it was hot. He would no longer eat meat. Enough was enough. The guy abruptly rushed to the attack and thought that he was suffering a lightning strike. He clutched the blade in his right hand. The bear looked below him and asked what it was. He squeezed his eyes shut and added how hot, how difficult it was to swim on. Lee looked at him and noted his incredible endurance. He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself that the talking idia, the amazing endurance, the clumsy attack into the Korean Sea, all this haunted him. He wanted to take him prisoner. The guy crossed his blades and noted that there was no point in fighting further. He opened his mouth and summoned his skill. An image of the information window appeared. A whole fleet appeared above his head. An image of the information window appeared. The gun on the decks of the ships fired a shot. The bear took cover with his hands from the shells. He opened his mouth in pain, noting how hot it was. The guy watched him and thought that he was just amazing endurance. He hadn't met such opponents for a long time. He waved his arms and asked him to leave him alone. He should live long and eat his favorite meat. Lee crossed his swords and replied that he would decide when he would eat the meat and let him disappear for now. The ships have surrounded the bear, the Kabuxian, the crane's wing, the Kobuksong's ships surround the enemy, taking up a position in the shape of a crane's wing. The guns on the decks of the ships fired shots, a tenfold increase in fire, the total combat capability of the SSS. Bolts of energy rushed at the enemy. He floated on the surface and noted that he did not want to die. Lee's armor evaporated from his body. He was standing on the shore and noted that his head hurt. He looked into the distance and wondered what the owner of this bear would do. The light was burning in the windows. The guy was walking down the corridor with his hands in his pockets and asked that, by the way, his eyes did not hurt from such darkness. He narrowed his eyes and added that although he was glad that he liked it. The hooded person turned his head back and inquired that he had returned. He put out his hand and replied that thanks to him everything went smoothly. He noted that he had something to say about it. The robes guy turned around and stated that in this place he was talking about, the second one was missing. Jong put his hand out in front of him and said that it was quite possible. After all, he had sent him to fight this old man Lee, who replied that if he died, his body should have surfaced, but he disappeared. Then he asked if the old man was keeping the bear. The hooded guy turned around and said that then his presence should be felt, but he had completely disappeared. He put his hands out on different sides and noted that he didn't know that the old man had such abilities. He said that soon the first one would appear in the south. He looked at his interlocutor out of the corner of his eye and added that he was afraid that the same thing would happen to him as to the first, otherwise his plans would be disrupted. Jones scratched his head and said that they couldn't just fight that old man, even though the appearance of the former would distract him. He stood in front of him and asked if there was really no way to bring the second one back. The guy said that this stupid bear had forgotten that he was told not to go into the sea. He was of no use. The outlines of a pentagram burned on the slabs. He noted that there was nothing to be done. If only there were other ones. The main character lifted his head up. The servant asked him to come in as soon as possible. He was standing in front of a huge gate. The butler escorted him to the entrance. He bowed and said that he had brought Mr. Park. The voice replied that he could come in. The protagonist and the servant went inside. An elderly man was sitting at the table. He began a conversation that his name was his. The old man looked at him and noted that he had come quickly. Fool. The guy was standing on the other side of the table and said that it seemed that they were too far apart to speak normally. Maybe he should sit closer. He ordered him to sit there. A drop of sweat slid down the young man's cheek. He thought how hostile he was. He sat down on his knees in front of the table. The old man was sitting at the opposite end of the table. The protagonist lowered his head down and noted to himself. He did not say anything, only looked at him. He looked up at him and asked if he could eat it. He replied that he had left it on purpose for him to eat. The grandfather stretched out his finger and said that he would ask directly. Because of him his granddaughter had empty hopes. The protagonist chewed on food and asked again, empty hopes, what exactly he was talking about. Then he slammed his fist on the table with all his strength and shouted that because of him she had taken the wrong path. He looked at him calmly and clarified that he meant the aura bowl. Kim had gained this ability through his efforts, which he did not like. The old man knitted his brows and said that he didn't understand anything at all, so he was the one who pushed her to do this. The young man put his hands out in front of him and asked him not to rush to get angry. He had a question. He wanted to ask him something. He clenched his hand into a fist and noted, unpleasant kid, he will let him talk when he is done. The main character looked at him and asked what he wanted to know, since he called him to his place. He was sitting at the other end of the table and replied that he was uncomfortable that he was hanging around his granddaughter. But he heard that he was also at the scene of the attack, what his granddaughter was doing there. Park sat at the opposite end of the table and asked again, in the bank, as shown in the news, she was trying to save people. The old man looked at him and said, what a stupid guy. He thinks he asks about what everyone knows. He saw if she managed to pin Jong down. He sat across from him and added that the best were superior because they always showed themselves. He wondered if her victory was worthy of the title of a sword goblin. The guy looked away and said that Kim's battle with Jung was the longest. He didn't hear anything. He looked up at him, and he asked him to answer his question properly. Kim was holding a sword in her hands. He thought that she had really fought with June for the longest time, but only Kim, Byun and Wan knew that he had defeated him. Jong looked down at the protagonist. A drop of sweat ran down his face. Ellen thought that if he told the truth, KTM might have problems. He said that she chased him away and saved him from danger. The old man crossed his arms over his chest and replied that he understood. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. He added that if she had lost, he would not have been able to call her his granddaughter any longer. He put his hand on his leg and wondered if his words were too out of bounds. Kim could have died in that battle. The guy looked at him, and added that even if she possessed an A-ranked, she was still a schoolgirl. Here he sat opposite him and replied that he was talking like he wasn't in danger. Even if his granddaughter was just a schoolgirl, she was different from ordinary people. The young man gritted his teeth in anger and asked the question, "So what?" He crossed his arms over his chest and said that he had told him, idiot, that the best were always and everywhere the strongest. His eyes widened. He looked at him from the likeness and remarked, "This is his granddaughter, if she really died." A scroll unfolded behind the old man. He asked how he dared to say that Kim could have died at the hands of some rabble. A magical tiger jumped over him, and he ordered him not to talk any more nonsense. The monster approached Puck. He bared his teeth. He looked at him and asked him to move away. He could not see his grandfather. The old man looked at him in surprise and noted to himself that he had tried so hard to create this tiger, and he did not even flinch from fright. So young, and such a pungent smell of blood emanated from him. The tiger stood close to him. He gritted his teeth and asked if he could leave. The tiger looked at his master out of the corner of her eye. The old man put his hand out in front of him and thought that the tiger was afraid of him. But he had made him so steadfast, not bending to anyone. This kid was not bad. The tiger jumped to his master. He asked if he was okay. The old man asked what he was talking about. The guy said that he had heard rumors that he was very annoying. Grandfather looked at him with displeasure and noted that his energy did not correspond to his age at all. But did he really think that he could be afraid of him? Puck narrowed his eyes at him and said that it was true. The old man closed one eye and asked why he was staring so intently. An image of the information window appeared. The second image of the information window appeared. The guy looked at him from under his brow and reasoned that he could really fight with such a good idea. Whether there was any point in using something that had been created with such difficulty. The old man exhaled and said that here is a fool. Looking at his face, you can immediately understand what he is thinking. The Jade Goblin clan has a duty to create stronger goblins. He looked at the young man and added that he was a man, so he was not a goblin, but as the head of the clan, he had reached this level. The main character sat opposite him and asked that Kim was definitely dear to him. He asked again what he heard, what he just said. There was no point in talking to him anymore. He looked at him menacingly and noted whether his granddaughter was more important to him, or whether the goblins were better in the world. The old man furrowed his brows and declared that he was sharp-tongued. The guy raised his hand and wondered if Kim wasn't a sword goblin. He would love an ordinary girl, Kim. The young girl was holding a sword in her hand. He noted to himself that the Kim clan existed precisely to possess a creature called a goblin. A stranger would never understand what had been accumulating for years. It was difficult for him to imagine how many years they had been waiting for the manifestation of someone like Kim, but still, it was impossible. He thought that she had everything. And it turned out that it was treated like a thing. The girl was sitting next to Puck. The old man looked at him and noted that he was funny. He wanted to face him once. He replied that he could do it 2 or 3 times. The old man added that he liked his mood. The guy was sitting opposite and said that he would ask one more question first. He looked at him and asked why he had brought Bratislav to Korea, why a man from Slovakia would obey him. The old man was sitting at the opposite end of the table and replied that as many questions he asked, it was not submission. He offered Idia Kim and marry her. The young man opened his mouth and thought that he guessed that he hadn't even asked her opinion, and clarified why Bratislava. He opened his eyes wide and added that for a minute, he had heard that in order to maintain the purity of the bloodline, the Jade Goblin clan did not accept outsiders. Among the possibilities of the Idian of Bratislava, the guy was holding a sword in his right hand. The main character sat on his knees and asked how long he would wait that he would use the Idia. The old man closed his eyes and asked if he knew about his abilities. If she didn't reach the desired level before graduation, then he would feed the goblin to him. But he expected his granddaughter to become so strong that she would be too strong for him. The guy looked at him and realized why Kim was so reluctant to go home, and asked why he was so angry about the Aura Cup. The old man clenched his hand into a fist and said, "Isn't it clear that protect others, she will never achieve the status of the strongest? They have been waiting for the appearance of the strongest goblin for so many years. It is his granddaughter Kim." The guy put his hand on his neck and noted that it seemed impossible to dissuade him. It was clear why Kim wanted to escape. The old man gritted his teeth in anger, and noted that he was getting closer. He looked at the young man and said that their conversation had dragged on because he felt an unusual aura in him. But in the end, he only wanted to say one thing: let him leave Kim behind. He was an inferior creature who was of no use to their lineage. The guy looked at the monsters that had appeared. He opened his eyes wide and replied that he had no intention of helping their lineage. The monsters looked at him in shock. The other monsters opened their mouths in surprise. The old man sat opposite him and reasoned that he was now demonstrating an idia that he had not shown before, a pathetic kid with no abilities, with an incomprehensible origin and idia. He was not suitable for Kim. The guy looked at him angrily. A magical snake opened its mouth on the main character. The old man thought that the pathetic kid was not suitable for Kim. His eyes flashed with red fire. A girl stood in the doorway and called for her grandfather. The magic snake evaporated into the wall. The boy's ominous aura disappeared. She quickly went to the old man and asked why she was with Bratislava and the patrol squad. He looked at her and answered he decided so. She noted that she said that she did not want to. The lady looked back and said that at all. The young man waved his hand to her and greeted her. She looked at him in shock and said what, and what he was doing here. He replied that it had happened. She put her hand on his shoulder and asked him not to make it up. She put her other hand on the other shoulder and added that he had finally decided to propose to her. If he wanted to meet her family, he had to take her with him. The main character explained that now was not the time for jokes. She leaned over to him and asked for forgiveness. She would settle everything right away. She abruptly shifted her gaze to the old man. Kim looked at him menacingly and said that Bratislava was fine, but why did he call park here? The girl's aunt came into the room and said that it was enough. She looked at her and added that she was a goblin of the next generation, so she had to maintain her nobility. Kim looked at her. The protagonist noted to himself, and, this is not a sister, she seems to be no older than 20. The old man crossed his arms over his chest and noted that it was great. He had just finished speaking. Let him take them away. Let them draw their own conclusions. The woman folded her hands over her chest and replied that she understood. If they all heard everything, let them move. The girl looked at her friend and thought that okay, there was nothing to be done, and said that she had to go quickly. He bowed low in front of his aunt. She asked that he was the puck. It turns out that he replied that yes. She added that she could not hope they would not see each other again. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He thought that he was acting exactly like his grandfather, and in general, the previous goblin of the White Jade family. Image of the information window. The second image of the information window appeared. Aunt Kim crossed her arms over her chest. She looked at the girl with displeasure and ordered her to go change her clothes and inspect the 3rd district with Bratislava. She objected that she did not want to. The woman stood in front of her and pointed out that this was not the time for jokes. An hour ago, a powerful idia destroyed Incheon. This was sorted out, but a national alert was declared, and the government turned to them for help. Such is the duty of the White Jade family. A drop of sweat slid down the guy's cheek, and he asked if there had been an attack on Incheon just a minute. She looked at him and said that yes, the combat advisor had sorted everything out, but it seemed that the damage was quite serious. In particular, the psychiatric hospital was almost destroyed. Some patients went missing. The state was searching for the missing. The young man lowered his eyes to the floor and replied that he understood. She stood in front of him and said that he had been so self-confident, and now he suddenly turned pale, because his family lived near Incheon. The main character pursed his lips and said that no one died, just that. His aunt looked at him and noted that it seemed to be his own business, so he wouldn't get involved. Anyway, that's the way it was, and ordered Kim to silently follow the instructions. She lowered her eyes to the floor and replied that it was good. The guy thought that it was the first time he had seen Kim like this. Well, there was nothing to be done. The protagonist looked at his aunt and stated that he had something to say. She stood in front of him and got ahead of him, that there was no place for superfluous people. It was only a matter of the White Jade family. It was better to let him leave. Kim grabbed his arm. He looked at the woman seriously and said that from that day on, he would be patrolling with Kim. There was a sign on the facade of the building. The girl noted that this is what he gave out today. They walked next to each other. He replied that there was nothing between them. She clutched her face and said that she did not expect him to stand up for her in front of his aunt. He scratched his cheek and noted that it seemed more right to him. She put her fingers to her chin and asked what he meant. The girl narrowed her eyes. People passed by them. She asked what he knew that the army doctor was connected to the maestri. He replied that it was not surprising. He seemed quite skillful. She added that he told her to join the maestri, but in a slightly different area. Puck looked at her and clarified that wasn't it cool. She put her hand on the hilt and thought that she could master the sword perfectly, but the guy closed one eye and asked why he should think about it so much. He put his hand out and added that when you learn a skill that can harm others, she also learns to defend herself. The main thing is to understand what she is doing, and the rest is not so important. Let her do what she wants. The girl looked at him in surprise. Her eyes filled with tears. Embarrassed, Puck looked at her. She took his hand and thanked him. Kim smiled broadly at him. He looked at her embarrassedly. A week later, the street lights were on at night. The man noted that nothing came of it. The article about the Heen school they had worked so was barely used. Who would have thought that this would happen in Incheon on the same day? He was holding a tablet in his hands. The man exhaled heavily and added that in the end, the article Hien School vs. School 998 was simply included in the overall summary. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He said that he hadn't thought that digging up information about one textbook would be so difficult. He carefully looked at the papers and thought that such a boy had a turbulent life, that he had survived the incident in the bank, and now his relatives, uncle and wife, were also missing. There were photographs in the album. He added that if this idia belonged to Pact, then the attack on the airport in Incheon. He grabbed his head and said, "He's gone too far, too much, so he's starting to get confused." An elderly woman went to him and asked for forgiveness. She handed him the book, and he asked what was the matter. "My grandmother held it with both hands and asked me to take it." The guy took a book from her and thought, "This has to do with religion, thinks it is worth accepting, and then just get rid of it." He ran his hand over the cover of the book and noted that the cross seemed to be a fairly high-quality cover. The guy opened the book and was surprised that there were even illustrations here. He flipped through the pages and added that the winged lion, the illustrations were of pretty good quality. The man opened the next page and thought that it was the idia that had been seen at the airport. He looked at the page in shock and added what kind of book it was. If he could translate it, he would learn something. The guy jumped up from the bench abruptly and said that he needed to study everything immediately. He clutched a book in his hands. A voice behind him noted that what a pity. The young man lifted his head up. Someone's paw fell on top of him. Park walked through the streets of the city with Kim and noted to himself that from that day on, street patrols began every day, for 3 hours, starting at 8 in the evening. It was strange that only attention, but he was calm about it. The girl picked up the phone and added that it was almost time. She was looking at the screen of her phone. Bratislav came out of the shadows. Kim said that here he was. He went to meet her. She looked at him in surprise and asked why he had come. He stood in front of her and replied that he was glad to meet her. Today she would patrol with him. The girl gritted her teeth and wondered where Puck was, if her aunt had intervened again, and asked if it was all her aunt. Yes. He put out his hand and replied that no, okay for her, let her not be so angry. She continued that then what was the matter. The guy looked down and said that he had asked Puck for a favor. He had to say something. He didn't know how many times he had already tried. Kim looked at him and got ahead of him that she had heard that he had come to Korea to devour her idia, and that she would share it, and he would go back to his homeland. Bratislav stood in front of her and replied that he was not going to return to Slovakia in the near future. She clarified why. He leaned over to her and remarked, "Because for the sake of Kim, he is ready to endure anything." A drop of sweat slipped down the girl's cheek. She said that they had not even met before. The young man closed his eyes and said that yes, he fell in love after watching a couple of videos. Kim, he came to the patrol. She reached for the phone in her pocket. The girl looked at the phone screen and interrupted him to wait and need to check something. A notification was on the phone screen. She asked a question that he also received a message. He replied that yes. She put her hand on the hilt of the sword. The guy noted that it would be okay to figure it out later. She asked what he was thinking about. They ran abruptly down the street. A basketball hoop hung on the mount. The guy entered the gym and said that it was a long time since we had seen each other. "Captain, how were his dates?" Puck turned to look at the student who had entered. He looked at him contemptuously and replied that he was also glad to meet him, but one more joke and he would add 10 repetitions. The rest of the students stood in a plank. One asked what the leader was. He liked to hang out with the idol of all time. The other asked what they were doing late at night. He pointed his finger at them and replied that they patrolled every day, 20 more times. He noted that he couldn't. He was so curious. Backpacks and bags were lying on the floor. The main character was holding a phone in his hand. A guy standing behind him said that he himself teased him for some time, but nothing good came of it. A drop of sweat slipped down the protagonist's cheek. Then he wondered why he was so surprised. Another guy came into the room and said that it was a pity, but today's training was over. They were moving to the parade ground. A message was burning on the phone screen. In the middle of the city block, there was a huge monster. The commander of the soldiers ordered to step aside. They needed to regroup. He looked menacingly ahead in front of him. The latter clarified that it could be idia. Soldiers were standing on the ground below. One remarked that it was a pity. The huge lion looked at them and said that he needed to go north. He did not intend to harm anyone. The soldier ordered to maintain the assault formation from the first to the third row. The ranks from the 8th to the 12th were preparing to intercept at a long distance. He gritted his teeth and repeated that he just had to go north. The commander threw his hand forward and announced that the assault had begun. The shells ricocheted off the monster's body. Broken shells lay on the ground. Lev looked at the soldiers below. The monster stepped on them with his paw. He ordered the evacuation of the assault squads. The masked men marched evenly in line. The old man noted that this was also part of the idia, and thought that it was possible to destroy most of the army. He looked away at his aunt. She stood in front of him, and said that she was listening to him. He walked past her and told her to take over the main work. She needed to deal with the monster, and replied that it was fine. But Kim and Bratislava. A squad of warriors stood in a row. He noted that they were already on their way. Let them not pay attention. He held it in his hand behind his back and commanded forward. The old man opened the scroll. A magical tiger materialized from him. Monsters shove forward down the street. He shifted his gaze to the warriors flying by. Jean stepped on the pavement. The lion furrowed his brows. Her cloak fluttered in the wind. He looked at her and noted that she was unusual. But that was not enough. Let her get out of the way. She looked up at him and asked where his master was. There were other wars on the building above. He replied that his master was sleeping in a distant dimension. He was the only one who came to this cursed world, even if they considered him the first. A horn grew on the girl's forehead. She said that there was a lot of talk about EDI, but he was just a terrorist toy that needed to be gotten rid of. She dropped to one knee. An image of an information window with characteristics has appeared. Another image of the information window with the description appeared. The girl was standing on the asphalt, and ordered him to stop it. He opened his mouth and wondered why she was so stubborn, if she didn't understand him. She snuck out into the street. Jean jumped up sharply. She stared at him and thought that he was big and sturdy, but without sight he was nobody. The ant pushed herself off the ground. Lev looked at her attentively. She said that he was nothing without sight. She opened her eyes wide in shock and thought that he had turned his head right before the blow. As he did, this beast must have its own wild instincts. She flew past the beast. He asked why he was so hungry for pain. The girl pushed off the building and noted that she was attacking from a different angle. She lifted her leg above her. Jean flew over his head. He noted that it was expected. The monsters held out her paw in front of her. She flew into the wall and noted to herself that he had determined the location without looking. She opened her mouth wide in pain and added to herself that this was not just wildness. The girl was falling down. A magical tiger grabbed her, and she said that thanks to him she survived. They dodged the paw abruptly. The tiger threw Jean the other way. She fell in front of the lion's paw. He looked at her and said that it was sad tiger, that he could not overtake him. How annoying. The tiger pressed into the ground. The monster crushed him with its paw and said how sympathetic he was. What a sadness. He raised his paw. The old man looked at the monster and remarked, "What vanity." A warrior was standing behind him. He said that we need to get even with them quickly. Let them help Jean. He abruptly opened the scroll and shouted that his masterpieces should go ahead. Let them protect the Jean. Magical animals flew out of the scroll. They instantly rushed at the enemy, who asked what he thought he could stop him. The old man looked at him and replied that this is nonsense. All means are good in war. Magical beasts surrounded the lion. He lifted his head up. The warriors ran up to Jean and asked if she was okay. Let her go to the head of the family as soon as possible. The old man looked at them and asked if she could move. She stood in front of him and replied that yes, she can. He looked at her and said that he would like to give her time to take a break, but unfortunately the situation is critical. He turned his eyes away and added that this guy would stir things up. The huge lion watched the magical animals and said that they were creatures full of sincerity and perseverance, but this obsession was unattainable for him. He waved his paw and remarked that it was a shame. The old man held the scroll in his hand and said that it was already difficult to resist. The monster looked at him and replied that it was a pity. He stood up to his full height and continued, as he had already said, that he would never just leave. He swung his paw at the old man. Jean jumped toward him. She pushed him from under the lion's paw. Behind the girl's back stood the elder on all fours. She looked menacingly at the enemy. He opened his mouth in surprise. Jean's magic attack unfolded to its full height. She slid a few meters back. The girl pursed her lips. Lev looked at her and noted that it was already better. She asked him to stop fooling around. She was still here. He swung his paw at her and said that no, this was the end. The monster pinned Jean down with its paw. The gloomy old man looked down. He stood in front of the monster. It said, well, there was nothing to be done. This was the end. The lion swung his paw at the old man and added that he was next. The old man cast a blank glance in front of him. He abruptly raised his head up. Grandpa Kim stared at the magic attack. In front of him stood Bratislav and Kim. So out of the corner of my eye, I looked at him and asked if he was all right. The monster narrowed his eyes and said that it was a pity that young souls were dying because of the old man. The old man grabbed the girl's hand and asked her to run as soon as possible. This is a real monster. It is beyond her strength. The guy asked about young souls to himself. A young man approached the elder and added that first he needed to calm down. The girl looked at him and asked where her grandfather and aunt were. Bratislav looked at him. He ordered him to grab his granddaughter and leave. This was his last request. The guy put his hand on the girl's shoulder. She said that if you run away, then together. He replied that you need to leave first. The young man stretched out his hand in front of him. The girl held a sword in her hand and clarified that he thought she didn't understand what was happening. The old man looked at her and noted that it was jade armor. He reached into the inside pocket of his cloak and told him that he had spent his life despising the salvation of others, and finally realized that he had lost Jean. This is truly a beautiful power. He got to his feet and added that the only thing the stupid old man could do now was to confront the monster and protect his loved ones. The guy looked at him. He lowered his closed eyes down. The girl objected that he was doing. The old man was painting with a brush on the roof of the building and asked how he dared to do this to Jean. He would regret it. The lion looked at him with a sneer and replied that there is nothing human about him, old man. An image of a painted dragon appeared. The old man thought that it was the legendary vicious dragon that kills all living things, and the white jade goblin, his daughter. He touched the drawing. A magical dragon flew out of the paper. It thought that this was the strongest combination, but still not worth wasting time. The dragon grabbed the monster's shoulder. He looked at him and remarked that it was pity. He narrowed his eyes and added that it was not enough to rely on fate and legend. His paws and he crushed the magical monster. He grabbed onto the magic dragon. The huge lion snatched him from his shoulder. The old man looked up at him, stunned. He held the brush in his hand and said that he thought he had reached the top. It seemed that he had not made enough effort. The paw flew at him. The monster noted that he was sending him to his relatives. He looked down and added that this rot was too talkative. In the middle of the sports field stood a crowd of schoolchildren. Park approached Sun and asked if he had seen the deputy. It seemed to be nowhere to be found. He replied that he would try to contact him. A new message lit up on the phone. He added, "The phone is fine, it is out of the network coverage area." He replied that indeed, the connection does not catch at all. The guy looked away. The young man noted that it seemed that something was wrong here. He assumed that he thought the connection was deliberately broken. The main character was standing in the middle of the crowd and thought that it was quite possible that a battle had broken out somewhere, hence the noise. Bratislava was also gone. Probably there was a battle with a monster. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He added that they were one of the best. There was no need to worry. But why was he so worried? He lifted his leg and thought that if he didn't have enough strength, if something happened. Suma looked at him and noted that he could not leave his post. He turned to him. The guy said that their squad was tasked with protecting the movement of civilians. This is not an easy task at all. The protagonist exhaled heavily. He crossed his arms over his chest. Pak's mouth was wide open in surprise. He noted that due to the shutdown of communications, several scouts were needed. This was also not an easy task. The guy continued that he thought he was most suitable for this role. He would warn the top, who bowed low to him and thanked him. Song added that let him go quickly, and let him not forget to return and convey the information. The young man saluted. He ran away abruptly and thought that he hoped everything would be all right. The huge lion looked at the old man and asked why this old man was so cool, why the young people were ready to sacrifice themselves. A drop of sweat slipped down Bratislav's cheek. He asked if he could just call him a lion and noted to himself that no one had managed to pierce his skin. It was better to use force in the name of salvation. The roof of the building is engulfed in fire. The guy grabbed the old man. He asked what he was doing. He replied that he would take care of Kim. He squatted down and added that he was sorry. He wanted to prevent the tears of a dear person. A vein on his arm was swollen. He said that he asked him to apologize. He grabbed the old man with his hand. A huge lion opened the train and said that what a pity. Far away in his throat there was a light. He put his hands out to the sides. The guy grabbed his head with his hand. The monster looked at him and said that, as expected, he was just scum, and why, human, weren't the humans the first to attack? He, the lion, lowered her eyes down. He replied not to talk nonsense. It's all fiction. He wondered if he really sympathized with him a little. The guy said that initially he was going to just pass by, deliberately injured people and destroyed the street. The destroyed building was standing around. Lev bared his teeth and noted that he was the only one who got the heart of a person. This deserves empathy. The young man looked at him and replied that there was no place for sympathy. It was just a stupid excuse. He was just garbage trying to make himself look white and fluffy. Over the entire protective dome of the city, he added that the city was now completely isolated. No one would come to their aid, so they would die. The guy did not put out his hand. He opened his eyes wide. The monster added that he would be spared. The guy noted that he did not need mercy. Images of information windows have appeared. The young man clenched his hands into fists. He looked at his hand and said that he thought things were unfolding much better than he thought, although he would have to wait a little. He thought that the ability to extend only to his right hand. The lion looked at him and asked him to leave, not to provoke him. Bratislav grabbed the weapon with his hand. He held on to it with his right hand and noted that such a weapon could be deadly for this bastard. The monster swung its paw. The spear pierced his paw. An image of the information window with characteristics appeared. The guy fell to the ground and realized that all the energy would be needed. Lev looked at him, and he added that he would have to try again. The monster raised his paw and remarked that it was strange that the wounds were not healing. He grabbed the young man and said that he had a rare talent. He thought he knew what to do with it. The young man moved his hands and asked if the promise to spare was still in force. He replied that of course, it was a pity of course. He looked down and thought of Kim. She was holding an old man downstairs. The girl held her grandfather and thought what to do, run. But she can't leave her grandfather. What if everyone dies like that? A tear slid down her cheek. Bratislav looked at the monster and noted that he would like to save someone else. He clarified the one he was looking at there. The monster held him in his paw. He replied that yes, please, let him spare Kim, then he would no longer resist. The huge lion looked at him and asked what it was all about. This woman had nothing to do with him. There was no point in keeping her alive. The young man smiled slightly and said that he was a trash, and thought that for the last time, God help him, he needed a stronger weapon. Maybe it would still be weaker than the holy spear, but it would be 100% incarnate. He held out his hand, and a dagger appeared in his hand. An image of an information window with characteristics has appeared. He looked at it and noted why, Puck's dagger. The monster opened its mouth and said that it really had an extraordinary talent. It deserved to die, despite the promise. It noted that it represented a strong weapon. The lion bit off his hand and declared that he would destroy him. An image of a splash of blood appeared. An image of the information window with updated characteristics, death, appeared. The guy fell to the ground. The girl looked at him and said that it was the fate of a talented person to lose his amazing abilities. The young man closed his eyes and whispered that she would forgive him. He wanted to protect her. The girl's eyes filled with tears. Then he noted that he gave his soul to save her. He sympathized with her. That's sad. Kim pursed her lips and yelled for him to shut up and shut his mouth. The monster looked at her and replied that he couldn't hear her well. Let him speak louder, otherwise he didn't understand anything. She got to her feet and growled that it was all his fault, bastard. A horn grew on her forehead. She bent her foot and thought that she just didn't have the strength. That's the only thing, she needed strength. If she had the strength, everything could be solved, sorted out with the patrol. Her hair was blowing in the wind. She opened her palm and added that she would tear this bastard to pieces to help her aunt, who must be dead. The girl stood in front of the monster. He noted that this was rage, absolutely no desire to retreat. An image of the information window with characteristics appeared. She held out her sword. An image of additional windows appeared. The girl abruptly jumped away from the attack with her paw. She looked at him and ordered him to kneel. The asphalt cracked under her foot. The monster covered himself with his hands for protection. He knitted his brows and thought he could handle it. She flew at him with an attack. Kim attacked him with her sword. She swung her sword. The girl gritted her teeth and noted that he was finished. She swung her blade and added that she would still have it dancing. Her horn cracked. He said that it was really regrettable. If he attacked everyone at once, they would also lose a lot of people. They were too stupid. A huge lion looked at her, and she shouted for him to shut up. The monster added that people gain enlightenment only after cruelty. This time she will suffer from cruelty. Kim swung her sword. Pieces broke off from its horn. The lion threw her aside and said that it would be better for her to sympathize with herself. For her, this senseless fight would end in defeat. He turned at someone's voice from behind. A human figure stood in the distance. He asked why they didn't fight together then. Puck looked at him and added why there was so much chatter in the middle of the battle. The girl looked at him desperately and asked why. She grabbed him by the clothes and repeated why he had come only now. He replied that she had not warned him about anything. A drop of sweat slipped down the guy's cheek. He thought that everything was worse than he thought. So many victims. It would not be surprising if Bratislava died. She was not well either. Kim weakened her hand. He replied that let her ask him, that he was late. You asked again why he came only now. She clenched her hand into a fist and added that it would be better not to come at all. The lion looked at them and noted what an interesting smell. The young man clarified that it was because of him that the city was in such a state. He noted that insensitive people deserved to be cleansed. The Puck stood in front of him and replied that he did not know what kind of nonsense he would take away, but he was not going to stand on ceremony. He opened his eyes wide and thought that first he needed to figure out who he was, what abilities he had. Blood poured from his eyes. The monster opened his mouth and noticed that the smell had become stronger. But what kind of smell it was, he said that he thought it was really idia. An image of the information window appeared. The main character stood in front of the monster. He asked what he was doing, why a similar smell emanated from him. A drop of sweat slid down the guy's face. He replied that he was a mixture of bird and dog, stinked like an animal, did not wash at all. He thought that for the first time he could not study idia. The monster looked at him and told him that he was different from other people. He had an unusual smell coming from his mouth. Puck put out his hand and replied that it was a lie. He actually brushed his teeth both after breakfast and after lunch. The guy looked at the girl. She told him to run. He ran abruptly towards her. The young man caught her. He put it near the car. Tears flowed from her eyes. She held out her hand after him and said no, don't, if he couldn't do it, He clutched the blade in his hand and replied that everything was fine. His eyes widened. An image of an information window with the name of the skill appeared. The guy was standing with the dagger in his right hand. Images of additional information windows have appeared. The huge lion looked at him and said, that's it, stinker. His rank is much lower than those who fell before him. The main character stood in front of him and noted to himself that he did not expect to win without taking risks. He needed more. He clutched a dagger in his hand and added that he wanted even more bloodshed until he saw all the information about this freak. The protagonist put his hands out to the sides. The information windows that appeared announced the characteristics of the skill. An image of a new information window has appeared. A black aura enveloped the youth's body, and he noticed that every time the desire for bloodshed took over a new part of his body, he was overwhelmed with delight. A dark aura rose upwards. It enveloped his upper body. The guy put his fingers to his face. The girl looked at him in bewilderment. He added to himself that he did not want to show his obsession with killing to the commander. Puck clutched a dagger in his hand and said that he was crazy. The roof was moving. The monster looked at him and asked why he didn't give himself complete freedom. He put his fingers to his mouth and replied that because of freaks like him, he had to let go of the last thread that was holding him back. He opened his mouth and added that he just let him do what his soul told him to do. He had already been torn apart by the murderous lust that was bursting out of him 5,436 times. He brandished a dagger and wondered if he saw through it. Yes, he empathized with him, which means he was infuriating. He did not see any way. The monster narrowed his eyes and thought that he was curious. First he wanted to know why this person had such a smell, and if it was related to the second missing person. The lion stretched out his paw to him and said that he would help him get rid of the last threads. Puck held his face and replied that no, he couldn't. He was old, putting his finger out of his paw. He looked down and added that he had said it was not worth it. The huge lion looked at him and noted to himself that the smell made his sense of smell disappear. The young man put his hands in different directions and said that he did not see, but it was not scary. Now murder was not a problem. The monster opened its mouth and replied that it was commendable that it believed that it was capable of killing it. The guy turned his head back. Kim picked up her old man. The young man grinned slyly. The lion looked at him and asked where he was going. He narrowed his eyes. The monster grabbed him into the car and asked if he was ignoring him. The main character turned to the car flying at him. She fell in front of him. He looked at him and asked if he wanted to die first. The lion furrowed his brows. The guy jumped abruptly. He said that he was the one who started the fight. The protagonist attacked with a dagger and replied that it really was. Blood was dripping from the monster's paw. He thought that dislike blocked attacks below a rank, but he was unable to block the D+++ dagger. Blood was flowing on his arm. The latter raised his head to him. He narrowed his eyes and said, "It turns out, the plush toys have blood flowing. A dog." He thought he wouldn't tear it apart. The monster furrowed his brows and realized that a horrible smell was wafting to him again. Puck abruptly appeared in front of his face. He swung his dagger and asked if he knew what he had done to his uncle a long time ago. The young man struck a series of blows to the monster's body. He gritted his teeth and said, "Man, he's really crazy." The main character grinned slyly. Drops of sweat were running down his face. He thought that his head was spinning. Terrible. The thirst for murder was overflowing. His thoughts did not allow him to concentrate. The huge lion swung his paw at him and said that what a pity. He could sympathize with him. He was just mad. He didn't think that he would decide to confront him like that. He walked over his paw and asked if his aunt had ever scratched his shoulders, and made him crawl on 4 legs like a dog. The guy swung his dagger and added what happened next. The dagger entered the monster's body. He ran sharply along his paw. He opened his mouth and asked if he knew why she did this. Let him sympathize with her. The monster looked at him. He attacked again and told him to tremble. Puck fell to the ground with all his strength. He got to his feet. The guy looked down. He noted that no matter how it smelled, it was only a human body. He opened his mouth and added that what a pity. The lion licked his wounds and thought that even if the idia disappeared, he would return to his master and not die, curiously, and asked if he had seen himself. He stood in the middle of the battlefield and added if he had ever been interested in the truth of his nature. He looked up at him and replied that, as someone had pointed out, it was evident that the usual thirst for bloodshed was aimed at one particular person. The lion licked his lips. The guy shouted that damn him, he didn't want to hurt others. He looked at him and replied that in fact, he was only worried about himself now. Drops of sweat dripped down the guy's face. He held the blade above him and asked where he was, the puppy. He was so scared alone, and that he would kill him, he was so curious how it would end. The guys are enveloped in a black aura. The monster asked for sympathy, he understands him. Blood flowed from the guy's eye. He stood with a blade in his hand, and he added that he should take a look at himself. A bloody puppy lay on the ground. The guy reached out to him and told him to forgive him. He died because of him. A man with a bat stood over him and with a woman said if it were not for him, he would not have died. Blood flowed from the guy's eye. He looked at his hands. He remembered all the words that had been said to him then. An image of an abstract protagonist appeared. The monster opened its mouth and thought that the desire for bloodshed was so overwhelming that even sympathy was meaningless. It was directing it at itself. The young man poked himself with a dagger and said that he just wanted to die. Let him kill him. A huge lion came up to him. He waved his fingers and asked if he would kill him or die himself. The monster opened its mouth wide. He jumped abruptly off the ground. From his jump, craters remained on the asphalt. We had our teeth and realized that empathy does not work. A human figure stood in the dust. Puck stood with a dagger in his hands and said that he had decided. The monster instantly swung its paw at him. His paw was pierced by a skeleton, who added that he would die and commit murder at the same time. He looked up at him. The guy plunged the knife into the asphalt. He knelt down and noted that he was using murderous support. The young man looked down. An image of human bones appeared. The huge lion raised his head. He asked what would kill him. Yes. A huge skeleton pressed the lion to the asphalt. He said that this was not his soul. A magical bone pierced the monster's body. The guy asked to kill him first. He sent him. The main character raised his head at him and wondered why he was so evil. He gritted his teeth and asked his name. He replied that it didn't matter. The huge lion furrowed his brows and thought that the desire to die and kill were in contradiction. If he died, he would not be able to kill, and vice versa. In order to overcome the contradiction, he had to direct his thoughts to the desire to die, and repeated that he should say his name and he would help. The guy replied that his name was Puck. The monster raised his head and clarified what his idia was called. He smiled slyly and asked if he wanted to deceive him. The monster opened its mouth in shock. The guy abruptly ran up the bones and said that he knew that his aunt and uncle had already deceived him once. The bones of the magical skeleton pierced his head. He replied that he did not understand what he was talking about. Let him feel sorry for him, he noted so that he could guess for himself. The monster opened its mouth and asked if it didn't want to die. It would have to fight the most dangerous opponent. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. The young man squatted down and told him not to make noise, just accepted his death. Drops of sweat rolled down Leo's face. He thought that it would be great if he could get out of here. He needed to focus on killing. Puck lowered his head and asked if he knew what he had done to his uncle once. He opened his eyes wide and said that he had found it. The guy lifted his big spine and asked if it was too big. He looked at it and noted that it was the right bone. The main character smirked and added that this is not all. The monster opened its mouth and clarified what it was up to. Okay, let it just kill it. Fragments of destroyed houses lay on the street. The girl covered her face with her hand and asked what the hell it was. She stepped on a bone and noted that there was a pile of bones. A bone protruded from the monster's body. Puck held one and told them to look at the ribs. Impressive. The three warriors ran down the street. The woman repeated that there were a pile of bones all over the city. The young man jumped over the lion's head. One of the warriors took off his mask. She looked at him and clarified that it was Park. Two guys turned to her and asked who it was. They knew each other. She thought that it must be a well-known monster, and why it looked like he made all this mess. The main character raised his hand above him and shouted for him to answer if he wanted to die. He opened his mouth wide. The protagonist jumped on the bones. He abruptly rushed to attack the soldiers. The girl put out her hands and said that they would help now. She needed to get rid of Idia. Puck swept past. He quickly ran forward and said that, Master, he would save him from his uncle. She knitted her brows and asked her uncle what that meant. He jumped sharply over her and asked him not to kill her later. The warrior clenched his hands into fists and declared that this petty scoundrel was to blame for all this mess. He swung a large bone at him. He looked at him and asked why so slowly. The guy looked down. He threw the bone in front of the warrior. The girl looked out of the corner of her eye at her comrade in arms flying by. Her eyes widened in horror. The girl looks ahead and realizes that this scene is filled with a premonition of death, and could not believe that this is the current park she knew. The red-haired woman is standing, and someone is calling the squad. Yun used the rebellion, and the system reported that it was an S-rank idia, with C-rank combat abilities, and the wearer's body was recovering after delivering a crushing blow. Someone raised their hand, and the interface added that if the heart or brain is functioning at 70%, then any wound can be healed. A disease that requires medical attention cannot be cured, because every time a skill is used, the user suffers a terrible loss of energy. The man swung for a blow, and someone suggested that it should hurt. The hero blocked the attack. The fighter used a fierce fist. The energy from the rebellion healed the wound. The masked man struck. The protagonist stretched out his hand and explained that it was better not to flinch. The bones grabbed the man, and the system explained that it was a web of bone shackles that restricted the movement of everyone except the skill user. Puck swung and assumed that he had forgotten. The maniac smiled and reminded him that his uncle had once received from him. Blood gushed onto the floor. The hero smiles and shouts madly that he is also crazy, but his uncle was the same, crazy. The girl looks at the protagonist in shock, who asks if his uncle can hear him. Red-haired used the rebellion. The guy looked up. The man turned around and said that he didn't want to feel pain. The hero looked down. A hand grabbed an F-grade rottenwood club, and the protagonist shouted that it was a murderous support. The man blew off his head. Someone knelt. Yun sits in a pool of blood. The foot stepped on the mask, and the man called for the teacher. The maniac grabbed the girl's hand, who tried to understand what she was thinking at all, because he had just killed 2 people. The protagonist pulls the red-haired woman and calls for the furry one. The creature lies on the floor. The blood flows down. Yun turned in shock when she heard that, judging by the fact that he hadn't left a scar on her, then he would stop well for her. Yun closed his mouth and tried to figure out who this idia was. The creature looked down and noticed that it didn't know why it was soaring, but it just couldn't miss the opportunity, because it didn't want to participate in these games anymore, so it had to convince this woman. The hero stood in shock when the monster said that the protagonist was planning to die by her hand. Something flew into the head of the creature, who added that if she wanted to live, it was better not to resist, and his condition was already too deplorable. The bones grabbed the monster that hoped she would succeed. The item fell to the ground, and the system explained that it was in AAA+ grade spine, with A+++ posing abilities, and then added that the spine of the king of all ghosts, when used as a weapon, could cause serious injury. Puck grabbed his head and remembered that the UN was going to discuss with the furry man how to die, and the girl tried to understand why he should die, and what he was up to. The maniac grabbed the red-haired woman by the hand and replied that he was just a crazy child, and the teacher could kill disobedient students. Yun fell to her knees. The hero lowered his gaze and asked if the teacher could kill him. The protagonist strangles the girl. Park picked up the red-haired woman and told her that his aunt had said that useless people were destined to die, so he had to die. The maniac smiled, and someone tried to draw attention to himself. Kim stands with a sword and asks him to stop. The blonde looks ahead and asks to be released immediately. A white aura envelopes the blade. The hero threw Yun out and said that the commander would also come. The protagonist walks towards the girl. The commander closed her eyes and thought that Puck could easily neutralize her idia if he cut off her horns. But if she lost her idia now, she wouldn't get her back. But that was the only way out. An aura enveloped the blade. Kim stands and asks for the horns to appear as soon as possible. His hand grabbed the blade. The maniac holds a sword and says that he found the blade, and this is perfect for a pleasant death. The bloody hand holds the blade, and the system said that it was the idia of 4 deadly swords of grade 4 swords, and then added that this sword, which belonged to Kim Yu-sin, a famous warlord who contributed to the unification of the 3 kingdoms of the Korean peninsula, a true legend has been preserved, will not be destroyed by time and man, and then wrote that only those who possess a rank idia and above can be overcome. The hero bent down and said that he would not be able to handle this sword, which meant that she had to grab it tighter and plunge it into him. The girl pushed him away and assumed that he was crazy, because he wanted her to kill him, which meant that he had to think everything over carefully until he came to his senses. The protagonist got down on one knee and realized that it was difficult for the commander to decide, and then noticed that the blade was long enough to simply pierce and said that this death would not make any difference. The commander turned and shouted for him to come to his senses and stop. Kim looked away. People surround the maniac. The man holds the girl and says that it's a great job, because Shinli will arrive soon, and in the meantime, they will try to gather more information. The hero stood up and asked his uncle what was the matter, and the guy realized that this guy was now the main target, and he needed to start the operation. The red-haired woman turned and shouted that it was better to stay away from him. The protagonist raised his hand and noticed the aunt was also here and wanted to know how she was doing, and someone explained that he was surrounded and had to turn off the idia immediately. Park raised his head and noticed that they had completely forgotten to say hello, and then assumed that they would beat him again, to which the man shouted that if he did not surrender, he would have to use force. Park tilted his head and said that he would have to get rid of them, and said that he should use killer support. A red aura envelopes the maniac's body, and the system has reported that this is 103,637 corridor of the prison. People stand and try to understand what it is, and one of them noticed that there is an idia that can change places. A purple light illuminated the hero, and the interface repeated that it was 103,637 corridor of darkness. Kim looked ahead in horror. The protagonist raised his hands and shouted that he no longer needed his aunt and uncle, because he had managed to do it alone. The commander holds the blade and understands that if this continues, then everyone will die, which means that it must be stopped immediately. Puck leaned over and shouted for them to die. The sword pierced the body of the maniac. Kim pierced the hero. The protagonist looks at the blade. The girl's hands are trembling. Puck turned and said that, as expected of the captain, he believed that he would plunge the blade into him. The maniac touched Kim's face and added that she should have aimed higher. The hero fell to the floor. The girl cries and asks for forgiveness. The hand grabbed the blade, and the commander said that she was sorry. The protagonist's cloak began to crumble. People are shocked. Kim lifted Park's head and assumed that he was already better. The guy looks ahead in horror. The girl touched his face and asked him to say something. The young man is on his knees, and the system has reported that the self-destruct can be disabled, but other effects, including bloodlust, will be temporarily removed. The hero looked down madly. The protagonist turned around, and the girl said that she would help him now, to which Puck tried to understand what he had done. The guy started trembling and screaming that there was a lot of blood in there, but he didn't want to do it. An image of the young man's childhood appeared. The hero lowered his gaze and said that he did not want this. An image of a mad Puck appeared. The girl falls. The guy looks ahead. The commander hugged the protagonist and asked him to wake up, and then called for help. In the sunny palace on Mount Gemsu, a shadow falls on the wall, and a voice notices that he returned first. An unknown person came in and replied that he was convinced that he had returned, and the man with the scar said that he had received information that the opponents from the south had a hard time. Jong turned around and assumed that this was the place where he had been sent to rob, and his comrade tried to remember where it was. The man stood up and shouted that if he did not remember, then no one would remember, because he had been humiliated so much, and in return he had received such an attitude, to which the unknown person apologized and said that at that time he needed to be properly distracted while he was calling the Book of Daniel, and the man with the scar realized that he had been sent just to distract attention. The sectarian smiled and said that this created a misconception that the place where he was sent had some kind of importance, to which the man tried to understand whether he knew who he was, and what kind of attitude it was, to which the unknown replied that this was why he had chosen him. The cloaked man walks in and says that the descent of the third and fourth has been confirmed, which means they will show themselves soon, and Jong wanted to know if this was true. The sectarian turned around and replied positively, and then added that if they waited a little longer, then their era would come. The hero is lying on the bed. Sweat runs down the protagonist's face. The hand holds a scarlet dagger. Puck squeezed his eyes shut. An image of the creature appeared. Blood floods Yuna's image. The guy opened his eyes in horror. The young man is breathing heavily. The hero looked away. Kim sits next to the protagonist. Puck stood up. The guy's face twisted in pain. The girl put her hand on the young man and asked him to rest, and the young man wanted to know how much he had slept, to which Kim replied that it had been 3 days. The hero turned around and said that he wanted to get up. The blonde woman tilted her head and replied that he was not Jesus Christ, but had already decided to be resurrected, so it was better to lie down for now, and the man added that he should listen to his wife, because then the family would be strong. The man is smiling. A hand moved a chair. Lee turned around and asked if he felt better, to which the protagonist replied that he was already recovering. Puck stood up, and the man said that he had something to say. People are standing in the ward, and the blue-eyed man said that the National Disaster Management Information System and the National Crisis Prevention System assigned him the first level of national danger. Lee tilted his head and explained that they had decided that he was a threat to residents, property, security, economy, and many other aspects, and that he had been identified as more dangerous than a hurricane or a terrorist attack. The man turned around and added that only high-ranking officials knew about it, and the rest did not know, and then asked if he understood what it meant. The blue-eyed man sits and says that he has blocked everything. The hero was blown up and tried to understand in what sense. Lee looked to the side and replied that the only SS rank idia in Korea, even he and Ui Yong only had S rank, which meant that he had been hiding quite well all this time. That was understandable. His hand gripped the blanket, and the protagonist apologized, because if he needed to use idia again, he was unlikely to succeed, and the voice confidently reminded him that the world was going through the most difficult times. An image of a destroyed city appeared, and the man said that everything is not so peaceful and calm, because the crime and death rates are growing every day, and problems such as discrimination are also exacerbated. Park looks down, and the blue-eyed one apologizes for drawing conclusions so quickly, but he also needs to know what needs to be done. The hero lowered his head, and Lee explained that this is not just a confrontation with North Korea, because other countries are behaving suspiciously. The man put his hand on the guy's back and said that their country needed his strength. Park burst into tears and clarified that they needed the power of a mad killer. The blue-eyed man grabbed the young man's face. The man stands and reminds him of their first meeting, because he should not abandon himself, because they need people who believe in the growth of souls. The girl turned around and repeated the last words about the growth of souls. Kim made a lunge and remembered that in the family of the White Goblin, they were taught to follow the path of the soul, and she had had to follow her idia all her life. My wife tilted her head and realized that she would no longer allow her soul to dictate terms. The hero looks down. The protagonist turned and shouted that he had the soul of a maniac, and then tried to understand what such a soul would grow into. Lee stood up and asked if he knew the total number of casualties. The man stands and says that there are about 12,000 of them, and the damage to property is estimated at 3.4 trillion won, and ordinary citizens have not even dreamed of such losses. However, he stopped the disaster. The hero sat in shock when the blue-eyed man called him the salvation of the country. The protagonist looks ahead and repeats the words about salvation. Lee leaned over and said that as a citizen of his country, he was truly grateful. People bowed very low to Puck. Tears flowed from the boy's eyes. The hero shook his head and reminded that he was a maniac who killed their friends. Lee stood and retorted that he was defending the city, and if not for him, the settlement would have been destroyed, because it can be said that he saved the lives of everyone who lives here. Lee leaned over and asked him to stop blaming himself and get up. The protagonist looked up. People smile, and Park realizes that he is all sincerely thanking him, and then realizes that this is the first time he has been treated like this. His legs sank to the floor, and the hero thought that it was hard to thank the one who killed his friends. The protagonist stands in front of his comrades and understands that instead of getting angry or swearing, they have stretched out their warm hands, and he will not turn a blind eye to this, because he will not let the guilt break him, which means he will move on. Puck raised his head and said that he had no intention of using idia again. The guy looks ahead and explains that this does not mean that he will stop, because he will continue for the sake of the people he killed. The man shook the young man's hand and said that he was a strong man, and then added that there was no need to worry, because he wanted to ask him not to use idia for a while, because no one but him could stop her. The hero looked ahead and wanted to know what would happen to him now. And Lee said that he wanted to send him abroad for a couple of months, because then, perhaps, the people of Korea would forget about him over time, to which the protagonist said that he planned to finish his service in the battalion, and the blue-eyed man replied that he should not worry, and also thought about a small educational program abroad. After all, he would now be promoted to sergeant, and ended by wishing the hero a rest. The sun illuminates the airport. The comrades gave each other their fists, and then the guy added that Puck should not be lazy while he was not around, because he would give him an endurance test when he returned. The girl hugged the guy and asked him not to forget to call. The young man hugged Kim, who added that he should write every day. Friends look at the plane and remember the hero's words that he will return even stronger. The protagonist walks through John F. Kennedy International Airport. Puck stands in front of his comrades. Bun turned around and said that the scum was almost there, and the guy asked not to call the commander of their battalion's scum. Hua raised his hand and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Dream closed his eyes and greeted Puck. A friend shook hands and said that without glasses, the hero seemed cooler. The guy stands there and realizes that he should have stayed, and then he realizes that he will have to live with these idiots, and the protagonist wants to know if he can communicate with them informally, because he is now a sergeant. Bun turned and asked if he had heard anything about their schedule, to which the young man reminded him that he was the one to take care of it. Ho raised his hand and said that someone had been spying on them since they got off the plane, and his comrades asked why he was talking about it only now. The plump guy leaned over and said that he was the eldest, and the hero realized that he would have to put up with them for more than a month, because they did not get along at all. The protagonist turned when someone suggested that they had finished chatting. The man in the suit pointed his finger at himself and asked to be called Teddy, and he also came from the protection unit. The limousine is driving, and the man said that he himself has been working here not so long ago, but while they are here, he will help with the translation with other small tasks. Because it is time for him to work, there will be no problems with the translation. The car stopped, and the blond man explained that they were there and should be careful with their words. Hands opened the doors. The people turned menacingly. The hero walks and realizes that there are some high-ranking officials and people in military uniform. The guys sat down, and the protagonist noticed that there was a gloomy atmosphere here. The comrades looked up. The man stands and says that there is no time, and their infuriating guests are in place, so they can start. An image of dead bodies appeared, and the speaker explained that just 2 hours ago, a 35-year-old woman died northeast of Manhattan, and the cause was the shock of a blow to the stomach, and this case is similar to a previous murder. The soldier turned, and when asked about another incident, he replied that 4.5 hours ago, something else had happened, because some crazy person in clown guise had asked the victim's body for the river. Gray-haired man tilted his head and added that they had calculated that at least a dozen murderers were involved, and it should also be noted that they used the same methods as other known maniacs, and since they used a lot of idia, it was quite difficult to find them, and although they all had different opinions, they managed to notice one common feature. People are sitting, and the narrator explained that the Thousand Heavens sect from Korea is behind everything, but they have already collected evidence that the sect leader used the Korean language, interfering in several cases. The dream looked ahead and said that it was rumored that the leader of the Thousand Heavens sect was brainwashing his followers with the help of idia, but he thought that the White Jade Goblin family had long since got rid of them. The hero looked down and tried to understand why this cult operated in another country, and then realized that it was better to ask the captain about it. And the voice continued that it turned out that it was not just a crime, but part of some kind of ritual. The protagonist looked to the side and noticed that everyone was looking at them, but this was logical, because people from another country were committing crimes in their homeland, and a couple of teenagers had been sent to watch. The man stood at attention when someone asked to stop attacking these children. The girl raised her hand and asked her to forget. Hua raised his head animatedly, and the hero tried to understand what was wrong with him. The soldiers are talking, and the comrade explained that it is Vladicep. The woman looks to the side, and the protagonist calls her Vladimir, to which the young man clarified that she is Vladicam, a vampire at the pinnacle of power in the United States, and the system reported that her rank is SS. The ghoul turned and said her name. The friend grabbed Puck and shouted that she smiled at them, and the hero tried to understand who she was. Vladi stands among armed men, and the schoolboy revealed that she was a lieutenant general at 28. And then added that she was the one in charge of the Delta, the largest special forces unit of the U.S. Army, known for its covert operations, and because of her combat abilities and charisma, she was recognized as a leader and made the Delta the best unit. The woman pointed her finger at Bun. The guy sits and tries to understand what the problem is, to which Vladdy said that she was annoyed by his faces, and then clarified if he understood what was what. The young man tilted his head and replied that he didn't think that scum like them should do anything at all. And the ghoul noticed that he knew his place well. The general looked to the side and said that if any of her men gave them an angry look, then she apologized on their behalf. But if it wasn't for Li Xian's request, then they wouldn't have had to deal with them. The hero tilted his head and realized that she wanted to draw a clear line between them, and then mentally said that he wanted to test her abilities. An image of a woman appeared, and the system reported that Idia's rank and combat abilities were unknown. The protagonist hit the table. Blood is coming from the guy's eyes. Vladdy approached the hero and wanted to know what he was doing. The protagonist raised his head and replied that he wanted to read her idia. The ghoul leaned over and asked him not to lie and say what he wanted to do, and the puck explained that the difference in strength was too great, so the recoil was too great, so he couldn't see anything but the name of the idia. The woman smiled and madly declared that if he was lying, she would suck all the blood out of him. The hero wiped the blood and replied that he did not oppose it, but he could prove that he was not lying and could name the people here. And he thought that this reaction still made his head ring. Vladdy raised her hand and said that he was so calm that he was even trying to negotiate, and then added that Lee Xin had sent an interesting kid. Someone handed over an envelope, and the vampire said that since different needs were involved in the case, they were unable to find a specific suspect, to which the hero stated that he would succeed. The woman put the sheet on the table and asked to prove it. The protagonist writes something on paper. Puck held out his notes. The characteristics of Idia are depicted on paper. Vladdy covered her mouth with her hand and said that it was amazing, because it could be useful to them, and Puck wanted to know if she was satisfied, to which he received a positive answer. The vampire tore up the notes, and explained that she wanted to teach him a lesson and kick him out, but everything had changed, because she would do something that Lee Xin did not expect. The guys look at the girl and try to understand what this means, to which the general said that from now on they will help them, and it is quite possible that someone will die. The hero raised his head, and when asked what his name was, he replied that he was Sergeant Park of Hyundai Special Training High School. Vladdy turned around and added that he should come to her at 9 p.m. The ghoul began to close the door and said that everything was interesting. Someone lies and begs for mercy. The killer smiles and says that he does not want to. Blood rushed to the sides. The red-haired woman kills a person, and the system says that it is Jack the Ripper, and the rank of EDI is A. The hero knocked on the door. The protagonist peeked into the passage, and the woman told the deceiver to come in. Vladdy waved her hand and added that he could sit wherever he wanted, and then said that he could call her sister, because everyone addressed her like that. Puck turned around and wanted to know why she had called him, to which the vampire replied that she didn't know that he could read Idia, because the information that Lee Xin sent didn't contain a word about his skills. The hero looked to the side and explained that no one knew, because he hadn't even talked about it in Korea, and the woman realized that even Lee Xin didn't know, and the protagonist replied that he might know, or maybe not. The girl smiled. Vladdy raised her head and offered to join her. The vampire leaned over and told him to join the Delta, to which Park replied that he was already in a Hyundai. The woman looked up and reminded him that he was the head of the Delta. Vladdy handed over the paper and added that they could discuss the details in their spare time, but first they needed to deal with the urgent. The hero holds a map, and the vampire revealed that they installed a John Wayne simulator at Kennedy Airport, and a Jack the Ripper simulator in a brothel. The general turned and said that his task was to infiltrate the location and use his ability to identify the suspicious Idia. So let him look for Idia that looked like sharp blades. People are standing in line at Kennedy International Airport, and the hero thinks that everything is quite calm. The protagonist rubbed his eyes and tried to understand how many days had passed, because his eyes had already begun to hurt, and the servant asked why the captain had not slept at least a little, because if he passed out, then the entire operation would go to one place. The woman stands and tells that the leader of the Thousand Heaven sect was seen in the slums an hour away from here, so they continued to conduct reconnaissance and not wander too far. Vladdy raised her hand and asked the interpreter and the deceiver to come with her. The hero touched his head. The vampire raised her hand and said that the deceiver could take a little break, to which the protagonist replied that everything was fine. People are sitting, and when asked if there is news, Park replied that there is no news yet, and then wanted to know how they managed to catch the leader so suddenly. A picture of the building appeared, and the woman replied that she did not know, because she even had to make sure of everything on her own, and their second squad had successfully barricaded the slums, that they would meet again. Vladdy leaned over, and a voice on the radio announced that murder cases had become more frequent in the city, and more than 90% of murderers were committing repeated crimes, and the vampire realized that the information had leaked, which meant that they had enemies. The hero blew himself up from his seat, and the voice added that most of the killers were seen at Kennedy International Airport, and the local police were unable to cope with the situation, and the protagonist shouted that their guys were there. The general raised her head and said that she would deal with everything. The girl picked up the radio and said that the first and third squads should catch as many killers as possible. If necessary, they could use lethal methods, and the second squad would block the exits so that no one escaped. Vladdy looked away. The vampire smiled and said that she was moving out. The hand put the walkie-talkie down. The bats scattered to the sides, and the girl said that she was getting a knife on the back for the first time, so they preferred to work alone. The hero jumped up and shouted that there were bats here. Vladdy turned around and assumed that he had something against it. The vampire smiled when the protagonist replied that she had nothing against it, and the general added that she was glad to hear that. The woman stretched out her hand and said that it was time to hunt, and the deceiver must find the leader of the Thousand Heaven sect, and she would send the fourth squad to him. Puck turned around and shouted that he wanted to go to the airport too. Vladdy's silhouette dissolved. Bats fly to the limousine. People are terrified. The comrade runs away and says that they were waiting for him on purpose, and the dark-haired man asked him to move faster if he can. The guy looked to the side, and someone shouted for him to die, and the system reported that it was a B-rank trajectory. Someone pierced the man. Bun looked at the murderer. The guy turned around and assumed that they would continue to run away. The black-haired man dodged and shouted that they could run away while he distracted them. The blonde man raised his hands and said that he was C-rank scum, why run away, and Dream said that he would have his back. Bun looked sullenly ahead. The schoolboy clenched his fists and shouted for Hua to run faster here, to which the latter stated that he was slow and then said the name of the skill. A red aura enveloped the guy's body, and the system said that this ability called I'm not the only one here is so fat, which increases the weight of the enemy, and also the skill increases the weight of the opponent's combat equipment, and the maximum increase is 20 times. Bune looks at his friend. The guy looked up and said that Ho had done a great job, and the interface explained that it was a B+ rank extraction in battle, which allows you to get anything out of the ground and then use it as a weapon. Yellow light illuminates the stone. Blood gushed over the young man's clothes, and someone shouted that they were heading in that direction. Someone pierced the body of a schoolboy. The dark-haired man turned and called for the leader. Bun pushed his opponent. The blonde man looks down. Stationary sticks out of the wound, and the guy tried to figure out what the hell it was. Someone took off. The young man attacked the enemy. The young man runs and asks the leader to hold on. Bun raised his head and declared that he would not die. Sun used the skill, and the system reported that he turns his hands into scissors. This is a B-rank idia with B-rank combat abilities, and explained that hands turn into scissors. Any wound can be sewn up in a second, but the skill is not able to heal only internal wounds. The schoolboy stepped forward and said that he would heal immediately. The blade approached the wound. The blue energy went towards the injured guy. Stitches appeared on the cut. Sun raised his head and explained that he had sewed up the wound, but there was still bleeding inside, so he should not overexert himself. Unknown people killed people. Bun used extraction in battle and said that it would not be easy not to overexert himself. A young man is holding a stone. The schoolboy picked up a boulder and insulted the enemies, and the dark-haired man wanted to understand why he just couldn't take a break, because he could die. The dream looks ahead and realizes that the opponents do not end. The guy tilted his head and noticed that there was only any rabble left. The young man closed his eyes. An image of a hero appeared who said that there was no point in running. The protagonist turned around and noticed that Sun had a much better EDI than him, so if he made an effort, he could improve it quite well. Someone clenched his fist. A golden light enveloped the young man, who mentally stated that he would try. Comrades fight with the enemy. Bun stands and says that there is no end to them, and someone remarked that this is quite good. Bats surrounded the children, and one of them shouted that he heard voices. People look up and realize that this is Vladi. The girl falls down, and the system reports that she is a vampire with the rank of SS Idia, a descendant of all bloodsuckers who have become a real legend, who has immortality, namely a swarm of bats. Fog and shadows make up the true form of the body. The vampire goes and says that no one would have thought that they would wander among her shadows. Unknown people turned and wished her dead. The girl stretched out her hand and suggested that there were about 300 of them. The bat is flying. A dark something is approaching a person. Vladi appeared in front of the killer. The man smiled and told her to die. Someone hit the vampire. People began to laugh. Unknown people looked ahead in shock. The girl stands and tries to understand what they are doing, and the system has revealed that those who possess a non-human body cannot be injured by humans, and they can only die if another pierces the heart with a sacred spear, or the idea of non-human civilization is used against them. Vladi lifted the man by the throat and said that such suckers could not defeat her. The vampire smiled and said that they would make a good dinner. The general began to suck the energy out of the killer. Empty shells fell to the ground. The girl stands and says that she hoped for the best, but still deplorable. People stand in horror, and Vladi said that it is too late to regret her decisions. The shadow began to take shape. The corpses stood up, and the vampire ordered the dead to rise, and the system reported that the bloodsucker's skill, when used, absorbs blood to raise the dead, and the idea of the dead cannot be copied, but their physical stats are doubled. Zombies are standing, and the girl said that she recently worked with the Mexican government, and their catch was very good, and the interface added that the dead can be collected until they die. People began to die, and Vladi said that they were not good enough to be part of her army, so they should repent. The hero looks ahead and asks if everything is okay at the airport. The man is driving a car and says that there is no need to worry, because Miss is a real monster, and the protagonist suggested that they should join the fight. Teddy turned around and said that they had to follow the instructions, because another disaster could happen if they didn't catch their leader. The sun illuminates the street. Puck looked to the side and said that it was too quiet, to which the escort agreed with him. The radio was standing, and the voice told Delta that Squad 4 and they had determined the location of Vladi's car, and someone wanted to know if this was the right target. The hero is sitting and trying to understand what this target is, and the voice asked to get out of the car and move to the left, because there are about 30 seconds left. The protagonist bent down, and the unknown person added that they would meet on the spot. The car braked. Puck came out and said there was no answer. The man closed the door and said that he had to go back because he had a bad feeling, and the guy replied that the others were fighting with all their might, so they had to do something too. Teddy goes after the hero and asks him to wait. The protagonist lowered his head and noticed that something was wrong, and the escort assumed that he also felt, and so noticed that there were many passages here. Puck looks ahead in horror. The guy ran forward, and the man shouted that he should not go alone. The young man looks ahead and thinks that he knew something was wrong, because they called themselves the 4th Delta Squad. An image of a girl appeared, and the hero realized that they were clearly talking about Vladi, and they called her their target. The protagonist raised his head and shouted that it was a trap. Puck runs and tells the 4th Squad to get out of here. Grey-haired looks ahead, and the hero notices that they cannot miss this opportunity to get rid of the problematic organization, because they have already worked for Vladi. The priest bent down and told the girl that she needed to kill them, and the protagonist realized that it was this experience that prevented them from judging the red hair. The girl takes out a dagger, and the system says that it is Jack the Ripper with the rank of idia, and the overall combat ability is S, and adds that this is a serial killer from England of the 20th century. His influence continues to breed copycats. Puck runs and realizes that the difference is too great, which means the Delta will not be able to cope with it, and then adds that there are clearly much more enemies on the way, which means it's time to retreat. The soldiers surrounded the enemy. The man turned and tried to figure out where she was, and then assumed that she was behind. The killer plunged the dagger into the soldier. Red-haired strikes and asks him to die. Someone touched the girl's back. People swung for a blow. Jack the Ripper smiles and says that he can see through all his movements, and the grinding system that after killing, 1/3 of the physical features are absorbed, and the total number of points is 151. The fighter swung for a blow. The girl hit the guy. The hero runs and realizes that they made a mistake, because if she was the one who emptied the brothels, then even according to rough estimates, she is stronger than 50 people combined, and if she begins to absorb the power of the Delta members, then it will be bad. The protagonist summoned a dagger. Puck took a fighting stance, and the system explained that it was a bloody dagger with Edian rank D++++, and the overall combat ability of B, which was capable of absorbing blood from the victim's body and allowing the user to move the victim's body as long as the body met the minimum requirements, then it would remain under control, and the schoolboy added that he would deal with it himself. The hero is holding a dagger, and the girl noticed that he is the same, and the guy said that there are more enemies on the way, so they need to deal with them and their leader. The man looked to the side. The gray-haired man bent down and thought that there were unknown reinforcements and their leader, as well as hundreds of murders, so he needed to report everything to the captain. The protagonist is standing, and the commander ordered to retreat immediately, because they need to regroup. Park looks ahead and realizes that the worst outcome has been avoided, but only this woman remains. The girl opened her mouth wide. A red sphere enveloped the battlefield. People began to suffocate, and the system reported that with each kill, physical strength increases, and there are currently 152 points, and the effect causes breathing problems. Red-haired spins the dagger, and notices that he is still alive. The hero raised his blade and realized that it was better not to delay this. The man stands and says that Asian boy stood in the way of their plans. The hero looked away. Bloodlust envelopes the protagonist's body. The bald man took a step back and said that he had seen many maniacs, but never so bloodthirsty. The priest raised the Recap and shouted that he would kill him, and the system reported that it was a reversal of the 10 commandments with S-rank EDI and F-level general combat abilities, which contradicted one of the commandments, namely not to kill, and could also put people in a trance who were dissatisfied with society or all of humanity. Those who were completely in trance would be under the control of the deadly idia. The hero turned around and tried to understand what they had done to develop his idia like this, and then remembered that he had to deal with it first. The protagonist rushed to the attack and asked for forgiveness. The blades collided. The opponents exchange blows, and Puck realizes that she dodges every blow. The leg flies towards the guy, who realized that it was starting. The girl pushed the young man away. The hero fell to the ground. The man came up and tried to understand how he was. The priest smiled and assumed that he was losing his former fervor, and the system repeated the properties of his idia. The protagonist stood up and replied that he was always not satisfied with everything, and the priest explained that he had two options, namely to work for him, or to become Jack's funny toy. Park tilted his head and asked what kind of killer he thought he would become. The bald man smiled and realized that he had traced his idia. The hero took a step and said that it was all interesting how he would change. The man smiled and said that it was wonderful. The priest took the protagonist by the hands and noted that he could not take away his potential, which meant that he could overtake all humans, but he only needed to go beyond the moral framework created by humanity. The energy began to concentrate in the hand of the priest, who said that he would help solve all the problems. The bald man grabbed Puck by the face and said that these were the 10 reverse commandments. The guy looks out from under his fingers, and the man shouts for him to kill everyone he wants to get rid of. The priest withdrew his hand. The bald man smiled and called him a poor child. The hero raised his head and realized that this was all he was capable of. The man stands in shock and tries to understand why brainwashing doesn't work, and then suggested that there are people who are free from dissatisfaction with the world. The dead man is lying down, and the protagonist thought that he was full of him, because he was always proud of his strength, but he only caused problems for others, being unable to protect. But he is not sure that he will be able to control the skill of partial killing, because he does not like that he is so doubtful. Puck looked down and said that he was full of dissatisfaction. The man stepped back and began to call for Jack. The priest turned around and shouted that things were not going according to plan, and the hero thought what if he could use the desire to kill to create a physical aura around. The girl looked away, and the protagonist tried to understand if he would succeed. Puck is covered in blood and thinks that if he loses control. The skeleton grabbed the guy by the leg, who said that he was scared. The red-haired woman smiles madly, and the young man understands that there is no other way to get out of here, because if he continues to be afraid of himself, then this woman will kill him. An image of a hero appeared, who realizes that he is not sure what will work out, and then tries to understand if he can control himself. The man shook hands and said that he believed in his hidden potential. The protagonist recoiled and said that he could not trust himself so much yet. Puck's eyes widened. The child is standing in front of his parents, and the guy realized that there is nothing to be done, which means that he just needs to calm down, because mom and dad believe in him. The hero clenched his fists. The protagonist smiled. A dark aura burst out of the protagonist's body. The girl turned and noticed an incredible thirst for murder, and then added that she had a bad feeling. The red-haired woman rushed to attack and realized that she needed to kill him immediately. Dark energy exits Puck's body. Jack stopped and noticed that she was losing her desire to kill, and the man shouted for her to kill the boy, and the girl realized that there was no choice, and a little more, and there would be nothing left of her. Someone fell to his knees. The guy exudes a monstrous death wish, and people say that they are scared and do not want to kill. The hero looks ahead, and the voice tells him to banish the thirst for murder into the world, from his body. The protagonist looks ahead in horror, and someone told him to die. A dark silhouette hugs Puck and notices that there are many victims around, and then asks if he wants to kill. The young man fell to his knees, and the voice said that he should imagine the beautiful fountains of blood from their bodies, and the young man realized that he was again consumed by the desire to kill. The hero gritted his teeth and thought that it was difficult for him to cope with this. The protagonist stuck the blade in his leg. Dark energy rushed into the blade. Light reflects off the blade. Blood gushed from the wound. Puck raised his sword. People look up and realize that the sky is clearing. The guy is holding the blade, and the system reported that it is the 103,673rd destructive blade of darkness, and the rank of idia is A+++, and then added that the darkness has consumed the enemy's killing desire to use it as energy. Any killing intent around the user will have a physical embodiment, and also the blade can absorb any nearby killing intent. And whenever the user attacks, the attack stats are doubled, and whenever the user defends, their defense stats are doubled, and the level of absorbed killing intent increases. The hero looks at the weapon, and the interface notices that it is an omnivore, has the law of immutability, namely, it preserves abilities until the intention to kill appears. The sword began to roar. The protagonist threw away his blade and shouted that the weapon was roaring. A dark ribbon rose from the sword, and Puck noticed that it had absorbed all the killing intent, and now something was emanating from it. Black lines spread across the battlefield. His hand touched the energy. The incarnation took on a sharp form, and the system reported that it was the 103,673rd all-devouring dark blade, an omnivorous that absorbed killing intent turns into spikes that increase attack power, and it can also attack all living beings except the user. The thorn pierced the bodies of his opponents. Dark tentacles kill people. The man raised his hand and shouted that he and Jack needed to get out of here. The hero holds a sword and assumes that he will do it himself, and then tries to figure out what is wrong with him, and later realizes that it is some kind of omnivorous ability. The protagonist looked at the blade and thought that he had a mind and a will and perhaps a part of his soul, which was quite funny, and said aloud that now he would be called an omnivore, and he was glad to meet him. The girl swung for a blow and shouted for the monster to die. Puck turned. The black spike blocked the attack. The young man raised his sword and praised his weapon. The blade began to rattle, and the system reported that the blade could absorb killing intent. Whenever the user attacks, the attack stats are doubled, and whenever the user defends, the defense stat is doubled. The speed also increases with the level of the absorbed killing intent. The hero raised his sword and realized that the blade absorbed not only his death wish, but also the desire to kill all the madmen around him, which meant that there was no better weapon against them. The protagonist raised the blade and asked if Peck had done this, and then pronounced the key. The girl smiled and said she couldn't believe it. The red-haired woman rushed into the cotton wool and noticed that he really thought that he could deflect her blow with the strength of 50 people, which meant that he should become a member of the Thousand Heaven sect. Puck cut off Jack's arm. The girl looked away in shock. The red-haired woman fell to her knees in pain. The hero swung his blade. The protagonist smiled and said that now the tale. Jack is on his knees. The girl raised her head and said that it would be more difficult than she thought. The corpse was lying on the ground, and Puck noticed that the girl was finished. The guy looked away. The man runs away, and the hero noticed that the leader did not run so far, which means it will only be easier for him. Dark energy is approaching the blade, and the protagonist told him to absorb everyone. The priest runs away and shouts to be protected. The shadow is approaching the killers. Puck raised his hand and asked where he was going. The girl grabbed the guy by the leg. The young man looked inquiringly ahead. A monstrous energy fell on the people. The hero raised his head and noticed that the murderous intent was over. The protagonist kicked the red-haired woman. Puck looks at the limousine. The guy took a step forward and tried to understand where he was now, and also remembered that he had to find Vladi, otherwise he was definitely dead. An image of a man appeared, and the hero assumed that Teddy was dead, because first, it was necessary to take care of him, and he ran away. The protagonist lowered his head. Puck shook his head and said that he had to control himself, because this was not the first time. The guy looked at the phone and thought that he needed to find Vladi and report everything, which meant he needed to contact her somehow, and then said aloud that he did not know her number, and did not speak English. The young man looked at the sword and said that he had to think of something, because it would be better than just standing around. A red aura enveloped the hero's body. The protagonist raised his blade and shouted for him to scream with all his might, because then he would feed him well. Let him shout so that Vladi could hear them. Dark energy rushed upward. Puck looks at the spikes. The guy looked up. Something was rapidly approaching the young man. Bats surrounded the hero. A woman appeared in front of the protagonist. Vladi hugged Puck and said that it was good that he was alive. The vampire looked down and said that she was very sorry, because when she heard from the fourth squad got rid of him, she thought that he was already dead, because it seemed to her that everything happened through her fault. The guy raised his hand and replied that everything was fine, and he also needed to apologize, because he could not save the guys, and he missed the leader. The woman turned around and said that she had sent him herself when she let him go. She didn't have much expectation, she was just glad that he at least survived, and then noticed that his idia was quite interesting, because it smelled of a strange premonition, but it was even cute. The hero raised his head and tried to find out what was going on with the airport. The vampire took a step to the side and replied that everything was not very good there. But now the most important thing was to stop the leader, because she was just going there, and they could talk on the way. Puck grabbed the girl's hand and wanted to know what she was talking about, and he thought that the leader of the Thousand Heaven sect had fled, losing many followers, but apparently he was up to something. Vladi pulled her hand away and replied that his interpreter had come back alive and said that he had been attacked, and even described their plan in detail, and the young man clarified that she had just said it about Teddy. The hero stands against the background of a cunning man and understands that she wants to say that the user of an ordinary non-combat idia was able to survive and even overheard the leader's plans. The vampire held out the ring and explained that the translator had given her this ring and also said that with it he would be able to talk to anyone without his help, and the system explained that it was the ring of a killer, a talented pervert, and also the user could talk to anyone. The ring also had an effect on people in the same field. The hero looked down and remembered that it used to look like a translation. The protagonist raised his head and asked where he was now, to which the girl replied that he and his friends were on their way to the prison on Lucas Island. Puck stands in shock and realizes that if they are in prison, then it is very bad. The vampire grabbed the guy and tried to understand what was happening now, and the young man realized that he was trying to use the prisoners. The man took a step forward, and the hero tried to understand how many people are currently serving their sentences. The priest raised his hand, and the girl replied that it was about 13,000. The bald man smiles, and the protagonist realized that if the sect leader succeeds, then there will be 13,000 followers who are ready to sacrifice their lives for him. Puck grabbed Vladi's hand and realized that he needed to stop him, because if this happened, the city would be swallowed up by the sect and turn into ruins, and said aloud that they needed to go to prison immediately. The vampire touched his arm and told him to calm down, because they were already going there. The comrades looked at something that was sniffing. People flee as the Thousand Heavens sect assassins make a fuss while in the forbidden city of Beijing. The child points to the side and asks what it is. Another monster from the Book of Daniel, the third, threatened the safety of the people of Beijing. The monster is standing, and the system explained that it is the monster from the Book of Daniel, the third, with the rank of idia equal to SSS. A guy in an unusual outfit is standing. The Chinese Communist Party has sent the strongest person from the party, namely the owner of the SSS rank idia. Man fights with the creature. He has shown himself to be the strongest fighter. The paw stepped on the ground. Something roars. A fourth monster suddenly appears, which puts everyone in a difficult position. The dragon attacked the leopard. The fourth attacked everyone who came across him and killed the third. The young man falls. Because of such power, even an SSS rank master was forced to retreat. The long-haired man raised his head to investigate. Shaoran summoned fighters from all over the world. The girl looks at the phone and realizes that this is a law adopted by international organizations in case the world faces a serious danger. The requirements for the order of a force summons are strict. The silhouettes of the leaders are, firstly, 80% of the members of the World Crisis Cooperative Corporation must approve of it. Secondly, according to the Idian rank, at least 2 SS rank fighters must die within 24 hours. And thirdly, according to the Idian rank, at least 1 SSS rank fighter must die within 24 hours. And fourthly, special creatures must appear. And at least one must be present. The vampire holds the phone and tries to figure out what condition was met. His hand is holding a phone that says that at the time of sending the message, Shaoran with SSS rank general combat abilities has been killed, and an idia that satisfies the third condition is a serious danger to the world at the moment. Vladi lowered her head, and the hero tried to understand what was going on. The girl stands and realizes that Shaoran was killed, and he was the only SSS rank fighter. The protagonist dropped his hands and assumed that she had received bad news. The vampire looked ahead and turned to Puck. The friends are standing in front of the Statue of Liberty, and Vladi suggested that he wanted to tell her that Teddy was actually a traitor and the leader of this sect could appear in prison, to which the guy added that he could free 13,000 murderers in New York. The girl lowered her head and assumed that the whole of New York would be irrevocably destroyed, to which the hero replied that it was not so serious, and then tried to understand what kind of news she received. The vampire looked ahead and replied that the end of the world was approaching and it was irreversible. The protagonist stands and tries to understand what she means. The girl looked away. Vladi holds the vibrating phone and realizes that it's the president calling, and she's sure he's still thinking about what to do next, and then assumed that he either sent troops to the battlefield where Shaoran died, or he risked national punishment for choosing to stay away. A woman's hand touched the guy's shoulder. Vladi raised her head and replied that she would not be able to go to prison with him. The hero bent down and shouted that he did not understand what was happening, because the traitor was heading to prison and there was no time. The vampire holds Puck's hand and says that she believes him. The girl put the ring in the protagonist's hands and said that she would give him control of the remaining troops, so let him go to prison, stop the leader, and save his friends. The guy turned around and tried to understand what would happen to her, to which Vladi replied that she needed to go to Beijing. The vampire flew up and added that she would be back, as they hadn't avenged the fourth squad yet. The hero raised his head and said that he understood everything, so let him leave the prison to him. The general smiles and says that she understood why Li Xian sent him the way he did. The girl looked down and explained that now their lives were in the balance, and then wished him good luck. The protagonist raised his head and thanked her for her words. The bats fly away, and Vladi shouted that they will see each other again. The sun shines on the prison on the island of Lycase. The hero approached the guard. The man stood up and noticed the protagonist. The soldier turned and explained that Miss Vladi had already told him everything, and Park said that he was glad to meet him and gave his name. The guy held out his hand, and the fighter said that he didn't know why, but she said to continue with the plan when he arrived, and the young man wanted to know what was happening now. The man pointed his finger at the monitors and said that it would be better if he looked at the recordings from the cameras himself. The hero looks ahead. The chapter is coming, and the protagonist realizes that the sect leader is already in prison. The prisoners are on their knees, and Park noticed that they have already been completely brainwashed, but it is not clear why they are praying. The guy looked away. The young man's friends are on their knees, and the hero said that even they began to pray. Teddy hugged Bun. The protagonist looks ahead in shock. Park turned around and said that he was going to jail and then asked what was the fastest way for him to get there. The headmaster approached and suggested that he had some kind of plan, since he had heard that the leader of the sect possessed an EDI capable of mind control. The man raised his hand and replied to the guy's words that he planned to come in himself, that even if it was Vladi's order, it sounded too careless. The soldier tilted his head and reminded them that he was too young, and then asked how they could trust him. The hand grabbed the sword. Black spikes filled the room, and the hero explained that his friends were in danger, so he asked them not to interfere. The man stands there and realizes that it is a murderous intent coming from him. The protagonist looked ahead and stated that he wasn't smart enough to take the leader's place here, so he would leave everyone's roles up to them. The fighter furrowed his brows, and Park added that he asked for forgiveness, but he would act on his own. The guy is coming. The young man came to the door. There is a route that the wards use. This is a short path that leads to the hall of the first floor. The hero opened the door. A dark silhouette stands in the middle of the room. Teddy raised his hands and said it was him. The protagonist bent down and realized that it was Teddy in front of him. Puck looks down and notices that he can't lift his head. The man clapped his hands and said that he liked Koreans because they were so polite. An aura envelopes the guy's body, and the blonde noticed that he looked scary. The young man threw the object to the bearded man and thanked him for the ring. The ring is in Teddy's hand, and the hero called him John Wayne. The opponent smiled, and the system reported that it was the killer's ring, and the rank of EDI was B, and then explained that the killer John Wayne deceived the public with the help of volunteer events and clown disguise, because he usually targeted small children, and the interface explained that clown disguise is a skill thanks to which anyone who is younger than him is not able to subtract his identity. And the perverted killer does not allow him to who is younger than him raise his head. And the overall combat ability from D to A, optional. The hero stands and says that if it were not for the ring, then he would not understand anything, because this is a nasty ability. The man put on the ring and suggested that the ring was a mistake. The protagonist is holding a sword, and Teddy said that he had just decided that there was no need to hide anymore, because everything had already been decided. The blonde man looked away. The thorn attacked the enemy. The hero stands and says that he does not believe that everything has already been decided. The bearded man smiled and asked to wait, because he frightened him, and then added that he had prepared for his visit. The protagonist's friends took a step forward. Puck turned and realized that they were prisoners. The man raised his hands and replied that he just wanted to talk and resolve everything peacefully. The guy bent down and thought that he wanted to resolve everything peacefully, and he took his friends hostage. Puck raised his head and said that he was finished. The blonde man stands with his hands up and says that he just wanted to bring him personally to the leader. A red aura envelopes the body of the young man, who replied that he would find it himself if he died here. Teddy took a step back and asked him to wait. The blonde man showed a fac. The hero rushed to attack. The protagonist's comrades began to die. Dream tries to pierce himself with his blade. Puck looked to the side and realized that Teddy should not have the ability to control, which meant that the leader was watching them, and if this continued, they would be in danger. The guy lowered his blade and asked to be taken to the leader. The bearded man smiled. The blonde man touched Bun and said that they would see each other again. The man raised his hand and added that if he was really so worried about his friends, he should follow him, and the hero thought that he would not be able to stop him until he figured out the leader of the sect. The protagonist leaned over and thought that he didn't care about the lid, because she would take care of it. Puck goes forward. The guy shielded himself from the bright light. Light enters through the window. People are on their knees. The young man tilted his head and realized whose voice it was. The leader raised his hands and said he was glad to meet him, and then asked if he remembered what he had said to him in the slums. The hero took a step forward. Dark energy envelopes the protagonist, who tries to understand why he should remember this, to which the priest says that they just want to free people, because people are free to free themselves through the disclosure of their animal nature. The dream looked up, and the man added that in a healthy body, a healthy mind, because if he died, they would never come to this. The bald man smiled and said that even if not everything went smoothly, they finally got there. The hero raised the blade and asked to close it, because he was finished. The protagonist stands and says that he is confident that the prisoners will be released if he dies. Puck turned around and asked him to get ready, because he was getting a little angry. The leader turned around and remarked that he had no idea why he had chosen this place, to which the guy assumed that he had chosen it to recruit a horde of assassins. An aura of doubt envelopes the young man when the priest said that not everything is so simple, and the hero tried to understand why he was there. The protagonist gritted his teeth in anger, and the man decided to show why he was not afraid of that vampire. Green energy envelopes the antagonist, who declares that the ritual is beginning. A rainbow aura rushed in all directions. Blood drips down to the floor. The guy stands and tries to understand why. The prisoners kill each other, and the hero does not understand why they kill each other. The leader raised his hands and shouted that the killers must all be dead. Someone pushed Bun. The protagonist turned around and realized that he needed to save the guys. Puck stretched out his hand and called for his friend. The opponents surrounded the guy. The spikes protected the young man from blows. Tentacles kill people, and someone shouted that it was food. The hero holds a sword that screams that it is food, and the protagonist thanks him. Puck looks down and realizes that he can't lift his head again, so his vision is limited. The silhouette stands behind the guy, who says that Teddy is somewhere nearby. The killer smiles and thinks that he has been waiting for this moment for a long time, and the system has described his abilities, and the blonde man adds that he wanted to kill him from the first meeting at the airport, and then wanted to imagine what kind of face he would make when he broke his spine, as well as the way he would scream. The man grabbed the hero and said that he would not hesitate any longer, and would mock his body to his heart's content until only pieces remained. The hand accumulates energy. The protagonist grabbed Teddy. The man looked down in shock. Park twisted the killer's arm and assumed that he really wanted to die. The blonde man turned his head and said that the idia was supposed to hide his presence. The bearded man began to fall. The hero plunged the blade into the killers and wanted to know what to do with him now. The protagonist pulled out a blade. The man knelt down and shouted that he had stabbed him. Puck stretched out his hand and remarked that this was not enough, because he would also need to add what he had done to his friends and to him. Something wounded Teddy. The tentacles lifted the blonde man. The spikes began to shred the killer. Blood flows down dark energy. The hero touched his neck and said that no one would die here except the two of them. The protagonist is holding a sword. Puck smiled and told the omnivore to eat to his heart's content. Spikes appeared on the tentacles. The guy is enveloped in huge black appendages, and the system has reported that the absorbed killing intent turns into spikes that increase the power of the attack. The leader smiled and noted that, as expected, there was plenty of killing intent, and all that remained was to unleash it. The hero raised his head and told the omnivore to subdue all the prisoners. The protagonist rushed forward. Friends fight each other. Puck looks ahead and realizes that they only got a couple of wounds. The guy stunned all his comrades and said that he was sorry, but he would have to turn them off for a while. The hero turned and thought that he would move them to the side just in case. The protagonist looked up and noticed that he was coping, and then suggested that it would hurt a little when they woke up, but it was better than dying. Prisoners lie on the ground. The priest bites his nails and tries to understand why it doesn't work. The hero began to tremble. The protagonist looks ahead in horror. Puck fell to the floor. The guy lies there and realizes that he has absorbed too much of the killing intent, because it's too much for him. The young man smiled mechanically. The hero covered his mouth with his hand. The protagonist stood up and mentally asked to control himself, because he needed to control it, concentrate, and also minimize the number of deaths. The man took a step forward and tried to understand why he wouldn't just kill them. The leader looked ahead and shouted that he had to free them. Park turned around and said that the madman was over and he had to surrender. Someone is standing behind the priest, and the bald man told Adam to come out. A massive foot stepped on the floor. The prisoner stands in front of the guy, and the head explained that he never showed why he brought him here, because this is also all part of the cult, and the hero tried to understand what it was all about, as well as what would happen to the prisoner killed. The protagonist stands and understands that some people will not be able to be brainwashed, which means that the murderous intent will be the starting point for the saint, and since it concerns Adam, then he has something to show. The prisoner rushed to attack. Puck drew his sword and spoke the key. The man swung for a blow. The guy intercepted the blade. A red aura envelopes the needles. The young man punched a hole in Adam's body and explained that it was an extension of the key. The hero looks through the hole. The prisoner fell. The leader smiles and says that he killed Adam with one punch. The protagonist holds a sword and says that it's time to end this. The bald man raised his hands and tried to understand how a person with such a murderous intent could refuse to take part in the ritual, and Puck said that if he liked him so much, he would help him take part. The guy stands and asks his opinion on the idea, and the head suggests that he will kill him. The man is lying, and the hero is trying to understand how he is afraid of death if he does such horrors, and then hides behind. The leader raised his head and asked why he would die. The foot pierced the foot of the priest, who began to say that it was his duty to liberate humanity. The guy holds the blade and reminds how many people died because of it. The bald man smiles madly. The leader turned around and said that there is a difference between people who will serve in the name of liberation and those who will enjoy it. The hero raised his blade and said that he still had doubts. The protagonist swung and added that he really grinds a lot with his tongue. The man tries to escape. An explosion rang out behind Puck's back. The plane lands in Beijing, and the girl asked if she could be heard. The sun illuminates the ruins, and Vladdy said that she had a view of Beijing from above, but no one could be seen, and then asked if they understood anything from there. The vampire looked to the side, and the Xian said that he couldn't see anything, but they had to save the survivors first, and the general couldn't believe that anyone had survived, and the man explained that Xiao Liang had done everything possible to save them. The people were pulling out the wounded, and the voice added that it was possible that it was thanks to his abilities, as along with his SSS rank combat abilities, he had also shown himself to be a valiant savior. The girl lowered her gaze and said that she could not believe that he was dead. The plane was flying, and Li Xian noticed that the squad that killed Xiao Lian had disappeared, to which Vladdy asked if he had heard anything else, and the man revealed that according to the report received, the one who killed Xiao Lian had been looking at the sky for a while. The hero is standing in the background, and the voice added that afterward, he mentioned the smell of blood and left the center of Beijing, and the general thought about the smell of blood. The girl tilted her head and said that he was being chased, and the voice asked him to repeat it, because he did not hear. The vampire turned and shouted that he had gone to New York, which meant that the guys who were sent there were in danger. The hero closed his eyes because of the dust. The protagonist turned around and tried to figure out what it was. The unknown entity looks down and says that he has a curious killing intention, and then asks that he didn't pay attention and continue, because if he doesn't continue, it will kill them all. The priest smiled and greeted the something, for he knew it was coming. The leader fell to his knees and said that everything happened exactly as he said, because murder is the only way to reunite with God. The man smiles and says that humanity will move to a new level. The bald man stretches out his hands and asks God to come here and give them enlightenment. The monster looked down. The paw reaches out to the priest, who shouts that he will move to a new level. The creature crushed the man. The hero looks at this scene in shock. The dragon turned and tried to understand that he was talking nonsense, because if he was not going to resort to violence, then these 4 would be enough, and the protagonist wanted to clarify about 4. Puck turned, and the 4th noticed his instant reaction and asked him to show him true cruelty. The creature bent down, and the guy said that he had already killed the first one, so he would rather get out and save his life. Something laughed, and said that even though he was weak, there was no way he could have killed. The light illuminates the head of the creature who said that he was the 4th monster from the book of Daniel, namely the creature revered for cruelty, and if he really killed him, then let him prove it with his cruelty. The prisoners are lying on the floor, and the hero said that he has strength and cruelty. The protagonist raised his head and said that he was tired, so they had better endure it for another time. People stood in horror when the monster said that in this case they would have to finish off everyone. The claws slid along the wall, and the creature declared that they would have no future if they were unable to be violent. The prisoners escaped from the 4th. Puck looked up. The young man looked down at his fist and thought that he would still have to use his skills, because he had not found a chance to release his energy. The hero turned around and said that he refused, and then suggested that there should be another way out. The monster looked down. The creature raised its hands and declared that in this case, they would all be subjected to its cruelty. The 4th used the skill of soil movement. Park raised his head and shouted that he was crazy. The guy stuck his sword into the floor and shouted for the omnivore to devour everything and protect the people. The debris began to fall. Dark tentacles emerged from the blade. The hero looked down and thought that he would succeed. Dark tentacles destroy stones. Smoke enveloped the protagonist. Puck looked up. Corpses lie under the rubble. The light illuminates the crippled tentacles, and the guy said that he asked to cover all the prisoners. The young man collapsed to the floor. The hero wearily looks ahead and realizes that he does not have enough energy to support the idia and the omnivorous, and also cannot stop him, because even after unleashing more killing intent, fighting in such a state is simply unrealistic. The protagonist raised his head and realized that he had saved his friends, but the others were dead. The monster looks down and notices that he resists his cruelty, which means he is not bad. Puck clutched his chest and said that it hurt terribly to breathe and assumed that it was the work of the creature. The 4th approached the hero and said that compared to that boy from China, he was still a child, but it was quite exciting to watch him. The monster looks ahead and says that as he grows up, he will cultivate even more cruelty. The creature turned around and stated that it would let him live, but there would be no mercy next time. The fourth looked down and told him that he would go where there was more cruelty, for he wanted to see the apogee of dishonor before meeting the Lord. The hero raised his head and realized that he was going to repeat all this. The protagonist got up and realized that the guys would not be able to cope with him, because he barely managed to save his friends. Puck looks at the departing enemy and thinks that all this cannot be left like this. His hand took out his phone, and the guy said that he was not a hero to save people. The protagonist put the phone to his ear. Puck looks down, and the voice on the phone wants to understand why he decided to call. The guy closed his eyes, and the interlocutor said that he would see when they would live in different continents, she would raise the children, and he would pay alimony. Tears flowed from the young man's eyes. The girl raised her hand. Kim stood up and tried to figure out what was wrong with him. The hero sits and says that he just wanted to hear her voice, and he himself noticed that after hearing her, he understood something. Kim closed her eyes and said that she felt like he had grown up a bit, but he thought she would turn a blind eye to the fact that he hadn't called her all this time. The protagonist smiled and realized that he didn't want to be a hero. Puck looked up and said that he understood something after hearing her voice. The girl looks away, and the guy realized that he just doesn't want to be someone who can't risk himself. The young man looked ahead and said that he was hanging up. The hand holds the phone, where the voice screams that it does not understand what it is about, but he must stay alive. Opponents look at each other. The monster looked down and realized that he wanted to use cruelty against him. The hero began to exude a colossal amount of aura. The monster leaned over and suggested that the man wanted to use cruelty against him. The protagonist looks up and mentally tells Kim that he needs to be at least at his level. Puck narrowed his eyes and realized that he could not miss him. Red energy filled the guy's eye sockets. A black aura exits the young man's body, and the system reported it to the SS rank self-destruct, and later added that the total combat skills of the abilities had risen to SS and SS plus ranks. The monster blew out red smoke and tried to understand how he managed to summon such soul power before him, because this smell is very familiar to him, because it is the aroma of cruelty. The hero smiled and assumed that they were friends with the dog he had killed, and then added that the creature did not have the strength to kill him. The antagonist leaned over for a roar, and the system reported that this is the fourth monster that reveres absolute cruelty to the point that he is willing to crush 3 other monsters in his path, as he can move freely where there is the most violence, and then added that the suppression skill is activated depending on the level of idia, which means that souls below the rank cannot activate their idia in his presence. And weaker creatures simply lose their strength, and the interface also showed that the opponent has the addition of Earth, which, depending on the strength, an area with a diameter of 666 meters folds in half and crushes everything inside, and then added that any creature capable of contemplating true power sees all physical indicators halved. The protagonist tilted his head. Puck smiled madly. The guy released a monstrous amount of aura and shouted that he was finally going to die. The opponent raised his head and noticed that this was cruelty mixed with madness, but he still preferred ordinary violence. The hero swung for a blow and asked to kill him as soon as possible. The tentacles attacked the monster. The creature spat out blood. The appendage began to bend questioningly. The protagonist unleashed many blows on the enemy and tried to understand why he was not doing anything, because he wanted him to kill him. Puck turned around and said that he was just a small dog who could not kill him. The guy made an attack. The young man smiles and remembers that his uncle said that the untalented are destined to die. Smoke spreads on the ground. The hero is standing, and the antagonist's voice has noticed that this is an amazing form of violence. A purple aura envelopes the paw, and the monster said that it was enough. The energy tends to the body of the being. The opponent began to raise his head and said that in terms of strength, he was not even close to him. The antagonist took up a combat stance, and the system reported that the overall combat abilities were now SSS rank. The protagonist smiled and tried to understand what he was saying. Fist approaches Puck, who yells that if he doesn't kill him, he will die himself. Appendages appeared in front of the guy. A series of blows fell on the tentacles. The monster swung for a blow and said that this was the violence for him. The young man looks up. A golden aura envelopes the fist. A monstrous blow fell on the hero. The creature raised its paw and told the little man to rise. The stone was lying, and the enemy noticed that he was still alive. The protagonist stood up, and the antagonist decided to answer him. The monster leaned over and assumed that he understood everything himself. The creature looked at its paw and declared that cruelty was always suppressed by a much larger callousness. The ground began to crack under Puck's feet, and the opponent said that this was the folding of the earth. The boulder approaches the guy. The young man stands against the background of tentacles. The appendages try to stop the stone. Silhouette turned and assumed that he was finally going to die. The hero lowered his head. The protagonist looked up and said that he didn't think his end would be like this. Park started swinging his sword and shouting that he wanted to die. Red cracks began to spread across the boulder, and the guy shouted that he really wanted to die and they didn't understand why he was born. The monster stands and realizes that it was clumsy, but there is something in it. The young man flew up and tried to understand why he wasn't dying. The hero looked ahead and asked why he didn't just finish him off. Flames enveloped the earth. The protagonist swung for a blow and said that then he would die. The creature laughs and yells that it is taking back its words, as it is simply shocked. Puck jumped back and said that now it was his turn and they would change. The opponent raised his head and said that he was terribly pleased, so he had to show everything he was capable of, and then said that he was using assistance in the kill. Clouds flowed across the scarlet sky. The guy turned around and tried to understand why there was nothing. The adversary smiled and asked him to indulge in his cruelty as soon as possible, and the young man assumed that his end was here. The hero put his hand on his chest and shouted that he should give the dog a bone, because he is a good and obedient boy, and then assumed that no one hears him, which means they are asleep. The protagonist looks at a pink star. The monster tilted its head and tried to figure out what it was. Puck stands there screaming that he wants him dead, and the creature has stated that there is nothing else to look at. The guy turned around and shouted that he had to die, because he had decided so, not him, so he would kill everyone, absolutely everyone who wanted him dead. The monster used the addition of earth. The young man grabbed a sword and said that such tricks no longer work, so let him come up with something new, but it won't work either, because everything is useless. The opponent smiled and realized that he was not the same. The antagonist raised his paw and pronounced the folding of the earth. The hero looks ahead in surprise. Hellfire surrounds the monster, which repeats the composition of the earth over and over again. The protagonist smiled and asked if he wanted to kill him, or if he wanted to die himself. The creature lowered its head and said that it might not even try to defend itself. Puck looked up. The antagonist turned around and stated that he didn't even have to try to defend himself, because he would show him true cruelty. The earth began to move, and the monster added that it was a rigidity that swept away everything in its path. The wave hit the building. Water flows down the street. The tentacles fight off the attack. The guy used the doppelganger skill. The red ball approaches the young man. The monster raised its head. The creature bent down and tried to understand how he dared to do such a thing. The opponent raised his head and explained that he had neutralized his skill. The hero parried the attack. The antagonist lost his balance. The monster looks ahead and tries to understand what is happening. The creature clenched its fists and assumed that all of its abilities had been sealed, and the system reported that it could not activate idia and use some skills. The enemy knelt. The antagonist turned around and tried to find out what he had done to him. The protagonist put his hand on his chest and said that he did not want to die, and at the same time he wanted to. The monster looks away, and Puck explains that he will kill and be killed himself. The guy raised his head, and the system said that it was a self-destruct skill, a doppelganger that lifts the spirit, and more powerful than the skill user himself, to a similar level, and if the object is damaged, then the user takes the same damage, and then added that it is limited to 3 uses. The young man smiled and said that it was not bad. The creature looked down and realized that he had used violence against his ability. The opponent stands and says that this is amazing, but let him not think that he is able to change anything. The hero raised his hand and explained that violence is powerless in the face of even more violence, and then said that support for murder was needed. The blade began to emerge from the portal, and the system reported that it was a replica of the blade that sliced through demons, whose rank depended on the ability, as it could weaken an idia above a rank, depending on the wielder's abilities. The hand grabbed the sword, and the interface explained that this sword belonged to General Kim Yu-sin, who played a significant role in the unification of the 3 kingdoms of the Korean peninsula, and this legendary item had survived the test of time. The protagonist swung his sword, and the system revealed that it was a self-destruct, namely a demon-slashing blade with the rank of SS Idia, as well as the SS overall combat abilities. The monster lowered his head and noticed that it was as if the whole world was on his side. The guy turned around and said that he had more, and the system, and the interface added that this blade increases the wearer's energy by 3 times, and the purpose of the enhancement is the intention to kill. The purple light unlocks the weapon. The young man held out a black sword. A white light envelopes the dark blade. The hero stands with 2 blades. The creature looked to the side and tried to understand what kind of monstrous sword it was, because it reeked of something familiar. His hand grips the hilt, and the protagonist notices that he has a good grip on himself. White and black tentacles rushed forward. The appendages grabbed the enemy. Wounds began to appear on Puck's body. The guy lifted his leg. The silhouette of a guy stands on a tentacle and offers to play and see who lasts longer. The young man swung and said that they were starting. The tentacle attacked the paw, and the hero decided to start with his feet. The protagonist leaned over in pain. Blood flows out of the shoe. The antagonist leaned over and realized that it was scarring in the same places as him. Puck lifted his leg and said that it hurt, and the monster asked that he had limited his strength, and now he thought he could win. The guy smiled and realized that the opponent was afraid, but he did not want to stop. The creature straightened up and shouted that trying to resist violence was also violence, so let him continue. The tentacles grabbed the antagonist, and the young man asked if it got better. Appendages enveloped the monster's legs. Singing a song, the hero strikes a lot of blows. Traces of blows appeared on the hand. Blood gushed from his leg. The protagonist swung. Puck spat out the blood. The guy stands in surprise. The monster leaned down and noticed that he was already on his feet. The young man smiled. The hero jumped and said that he was still quite holding on. The tentacles grabbed the owner's leg. The appendages lowered Puck. The protagonist looked to the side and asked why he wasn't helping. The dagger began to disappear from the hand of the guy, who said that he no longer needed it, and the system reminded him that this dagger allowed him to absorb blood from the target, allowing the user to move with effort, and if the minimum conditions were met, it could be used continuously. The hero swung for a blow. The blade stuck into the monster. The protagonist stands on the creature's face and says that it hurts. Park looks at the sword and says that he doesn't want to die yet. The enemy stared intently ahead. The guy stands in shock and tries to understand what he said. The antagonist laughed and called the young man a fool. The monster turned around and stated that there was no place for regret and violence, which meant, as expected, he still had a lot to learn, to which the hero realized that this was the moment of climax. The protagonist jumped away, and the creature said that it would survive if it stopped immediately. Puck swung and shouted that he would aim right at his heart. The guy hovered in the background of the sun, and the creature shouted that he was much more normal than it thought. The enemy looked up and hoped that they would meet again. A huge black tentacle struck the antagonist's chest, and the system explained that it was a blade that cuts demons, possessing a blow that splits mountains, and then added that he should split the mountain of evil and strike one by one, and again, because then all means of defense defined as demonic are ignored. The monster lowered his head and said goodbye. Blood gushed out of the hero's body. Puck began to fall down against the background of the sunset. Lightning thunders against the blue sky. Jeong smiles and says out loud how amazing the weather is today. A man in a raincoat stands. A man with a scar notes to himself that this day is similar to the one when he met the boss. A hooded guy declares that he will become Satan. An unknown person in a cape is sitting in the middle of sheets of paper and candles. The man says to himself that at first he thought about what kind of nonsense the skinny toothpick is carrying. The man in robes repeats the words about what he remembers. A man with a scar leans against the wall with a tray in his hands, says that then he caught the plague, after which he asks if he can eat. He makes a surprised face. An unknown person in a cloak is in the middle of a dark aura. Jeong mentions to himself that the atmosphere has changed. A sign is shown on which it is written about distorted enlightenment, as well as that it is possible to change the idea with the consent of the subject, but the elements related to the essence of the soul cannot be changed. The cloaked man takes Jeong's hand and declares that his name is Satan and adds that the beginning was pathetic but will still be ahead, then claims that he will turn this world upside down. The man with the scar walks with a smile on his face and reflects on the fact that it has been 15 years since everything was entrusted to him, then adds that he feels the promised time approaching. Satan in his garment turns around. His eyes glow golden. Many animals hide in the shadows. An unknown person stands in the middle of the red eyes of the beast in the darkness and declares that, from now on, the standards of good and evil will be reversed. He is in front of 3 huge monsters and adds that evil will become good, and vice versa. Satan smiles surrounded by large monsters and claims that hell and heaven will switch places. A system window is shown that talks about the red dragon of Revelation, as well as about the monsters from the Book of Daniel, after which a window is shown that describes the action of the idia of distorted enlightenment. A man with coffee in his hands raises his head. Someone says that something needs to be found. A man in a jacket asks what these sounds are. A woman with a child looks up and repeats the words of an unknown person. The boy in her arms says that he has strange sounds in his head. The voice again declares that something needs to be found. Pingyang Chosukken. A large building is shown. Satan stands in front of 3 huge monsters. The lion raises his head and regretfully declares that the second was cursed, the first monster, compassion. The 3-headed tiger furrows his brows and claims that it is time to rule and be ruled, then asks the Lord to grant him power. Dominant monster, third. The big red beast looks down and asks to be quiet. The monster of violence, the 4th. The two monsters look at the cloaked figure. He says to himself that he was originally supposed to be discovered when the fourth arrives, but the second one disappeared and he missed everything, then adds that because of this, he failed to reveal all of his abilities. Satan grabs the cape, saying that the time has come. He removes his hood. Zhong bows to him and asks if he has arrived. The man with the scar raises his head with a smile. Satan calls him the first monster. The subordinate lowers his head and with a smile announces that he has gathered 2.5 villagers on order and adds that he is handing it over to the white-haired man. Satan strokes the head of his subordinate and tells him that his whole body will now turn into the first. Red symbols appear on any Zhong. They spread throughout his body. Behind the man with the scar, a burgundy haze appears. A window is shown that talks about the red dragon of Revelation. Satan turns around. The subordinate asks where the second monster went, to which the white-haired man replies that he does not know, then adds that it is closer to Zhong and has such a free spirit that he would not take part in anything. A lot of people clutch at their mouths. Satan adds that he does not exist at all. Black nails grow on his red feet. The white-haired man smiles and declares to the residents that the time has come. A lot of people look up in horror. A man with a cloak stands in front of them and claims that the city is now his holy abode. Civilians are screaming, grabbing their throats and shouting that they cannot breathe. A black haze flies around the crowd. Someone shouts that his hand is evaporating. Cries for help are heard. Satan smiles broadly and praises the birth of the dragon. The sun is surrounded by dark energy. A window is shown that says that the worst demon has created a hellish city. A white symbol appears in the sky. Monsters scream from their mouths. A window appears that says that all protected creatures will increase their combat strength with each step into the designated area. The giant lion looks at the tiger and asks the brothers if they feel this power, to which the yellow monster agrees and adds that it has been granted power. Satan raises his head to the white symbol in the sky and declares to the Almighty that it is time to start the second round, after which he clarifies that it is a Jade Emperor. The white-haired man opens his mouth wide and loudly declares that it's time to forget about the humiliating past, then adds that it's time to rebel. The monsters stand next to each other. Satan asks the monsters to protect the holy city, to which they agree in unison. The cloaked man turns to Zhong and orders him to look for the revelation, to which Zhong replies that he understands. Satan claps his hands and reads a prayer. A white sign in the sky turns red. The white-haired man laughingly declares that a holy war is beginning. Hospital equipment appears. Yun heals the puck. Lee watches the girl's actions and asks if the hero is okay, to which she responds with uncertainty and wonders how the guy managed to survive. The man puts his hand on his face and says with a sigh that it looks like the protagonist fought back, and adds that everyone was furious about demanding to bring him here. Puck lies on the ground with a shining earring. The man with the scar states that when he saw him, he was half dead. The red-haired woman claims that even now he uses the idia, but the destroyed part cannot be restored. Lee turns to her and is surprised that even with her powers, she replies that this disease cannot be completely cured. The man touches her shoulder and declares that he will do everything possible to keep officials from other countries and asks to let him know when the guy wakes up. The man with the scar smiles and says he's heard about the guys who were with Puck being okay too. Yoon looks at him and replies that they are safe. The man claims that she did a good job. The medical equipment beeps behind the woman, who claims that Kim was there before Mr. Lee. The man with the scar on his face turns around and says that first he needs to apologize to the guys. Puck grabs his arm. He claims that they are outside. Lee turns around in surprise. The hero looks at him and calls him by name, after which he declares that he will talk to them directly. The man with the scar raises his eyebrows in amazement and asks the protagonist if he recognizes him. The guy frowns and agrees, after which he calls Lee by name, to which he asks to be careful, because the young man is not in the best condition. Puck's palm is in bandages. He is surprised at the weight in his hands. The hero lifts a limb in front of a man with a scar and is mentally amazed that it is bandaged, because the nurse applied the treatment. Lee's face hides a shadow. He tells the protagonist that they will talk when he returns. The guy stretches out his palm and declares that he also wants to go. The man turns to look at the young man who is falling. Lee puts his hand under Puck. He holds Puck and calls him by name. The man with the scar looks at the hero's legs and asks if he can get up. The protagonist leans on a cane in the middle of the corridor. His legs are shaking. He says to himself that he should also come to the meeting that Lee mentioned. The man with the scar turns around and declares that it is better to rest for now. Puck's face turns pale. He thinks that he does not want to waste time. He stumbles. The guy falls to the floor. Kim watches as he tries to get up. She supports the young man with her hand. The girl picks up Puck. The lady looks at him. The hero thanks her, to which she asks where he is going. The protagonist makes a surprised face and says Kim's name. Puck's comrades stand in front of him. They call him Captain with tears. The hero shifts his gaze to the girl and thanks God that everything is fine with the guys. He walks past the corporal and says that they will talk later, because he needs to go. Kim blocks his passage, saying that he will not allow it. The young man frowns. The girl spreads her hands to the sides. Puck says that he is fine and will be back soon. Bun watches them and apologizes. The young lady turns around and notes aloud that even the head is against, to which he wonders what it is. The hero looks at the blonde man and calls him the leader of the squad, to which he refuses, noting that this is not said to the goblin, but to the one behind. The three guys make surprised faces and wonder aloud that they mean them. Byun picks up Puck and says he's talking about them. The black-haired guy makes a startled look and replies that they have only recently come to their senses. Kim approaches Byun and the hero is surprised. The blonde calls the three guys lazy. The girl asks the leader of the squad if he is joking. The protagonist shifts his gaze to the young man in red hoodie and asks what is wrong, to which he asks to close his mouth and notes that his mouth stinks. Puck laughs and states that he just couldn't brush his teeth, to which the blonde shuts him up and demands to tell him where to go. The hero wonders how he can talk with his mouth closed. Kim looks at the young man sadly. She puts her hand on the protagonist's back. The guy looks at her in surprise and calls her by name. The girl blushes and hums. Puck smiles and thanks her. Someone stands in front of the stricken trio. Lee squints his eyes. The hero calls him by name. The man stands in front of the young people. The protagonist states that he thought he left. He replies that he was waiting, then praises the young man for getting up. Puck makes a happy face and replies that of course. The man with the scar turns around and asks if they will go or not. The light illuminates the white door. Lee stands in front of the trio and praises the hero for coming this way, then adds that he will check everything and inform the others. The protagonist turns around and tells his friends that he will be back soon. Byun calls the young man arrogant. The guy smiles. He walks up to Kim and apologizes for saying goodbye first. The girl frowns and replies that she will kill him later. The young man waves his hand and declares that he will be soon. He walks through the door with Lee. They enter a large room with many people. The two men turn around to look at those who have entered. Puck sweats and mentally notes that the atmosphere is tense. The blonde man and the dark-haired man turn back. The blonde wonders what kind of child it is. The hero and Lee watch their dialogue. The brunette offers to end the conversation that they started earlier, then adds that it is necessary to deal with the group. The blonde is surprised aloud that the Asian coped with it himself, after which he adds that he will never believe it. The dark-haired man declares that the group is an important matter, but they also had a common goal so-and-so. Lee points his finger at an empty seat. Someone is loudly amazed that he was offered to look for himself, then demands that they look for it themselves in their country. The man with the scar invites the hero to sit there. They sit down. The protagonist declares that everything is not at all as he expected. The man with the scar apologizes. The young man mentally notes that he is the only one in the country without a president. Lee frowns and says to himself that this so-called international cooperation organization is simply trying to protect its interests. The building is shown in flames. The man notes to himself that after Zhao's death, the events in Beijing began. A wave of water covers a high-rise building. A man with a scar thinks that after the strike on New York, the position of the United States of America has been shaken. People in jackets surround the land. Lee notes to himself that now is a rare opportunity to seize world domination. Someone taps their palm on the map and states that plague members scattered throughout the northern hemisphere are gathering in North Korea, then adds that they should launch a raid immediately. Puck raises his bandaged hand and apologizes. The men turn to him. The hero says that everyone here is so sure that they can defeat the monsters from the Book of Daniel. He opens his mouth and claims that the rank of the troop is higher than SSS. The protagonist watches those present in the hall. They are loudly surprised by the statement of the young man. Someone is loudly amazed that Korea hid the fighter at the highest level, then adds that this is a violation of an international agreement. An unknown person notes aloud that the boy could have lied. Lee stands up from his seat and is indignant at the last sentence. He frowns and claims that the situation is extremely serious and should not be taken lightly. Puck lowers his head. The scarred man adds that the organization was there to fight monsters. The hero takes a pen in his hand. He writes something down on a sheet. Someone asks Lee if he thinks that he needs to look for something in the prophecy. The unknown says that this is stupidity and adds that they themselves are unable to fight back, then continues that the first two monsters appeared on their territory, so they want to save the national troops. The man with the scar looks at those present in the hall, and then asks to divide at least the roles. Vladi looks at Lee, who reflects on what they didn't even consider, then adds that they are full of ideas about starting a war and seizing all the best near the troop-torn country, and then adds that in the face of international catastrophes, everyone cares only about their own interests. The blonde frowns. The man declares that he is probably glad that he did not appear in her country, to which the girl calls his name. Lee makes a doomed face with thoughts that Korea's infrastructure is too glorious, then asks himself how much longer they will have to endure. Blue Eyes opens his eyelids in surprise at Park's words that the man won't care if they lose the lands of North Korea. The hero holds a sheet of paper in his hands and loudly calls those present fools. He stands up. Lee makes a startled face and says the protagonist's name. A young man approaches a man in a jacket. The earring on Puck's ear glows red. He throws a leaf with a smell. The paper hits the man's face. The hero declares that this time he is convinced of the strength of the army. The protagonist shows the middle finger and asks to keep this in mind. The gray-haired man takes a leaf in his hand. He smirks and thanks him for the information he provided about the fourth, then says that, however, there's no place for children here. Park sighs with a smile. The man declares that Korea will pay for the fact that it suited the young man. The hero turns around. Someone shouts that it is forbidden to use idia in the conference room, then adds that Korea will be punished. The protagonist leaves. An unknown person asks where he is going, and then asks to look at this rude man. The guy turns around. He looks at those present. Park smiles and thanks them for attacking their country during the global crisis like a pack of wolves, then asks them to be careful during the attack on the plague, and asks them not to die there. The gray-haired man makes an indignant face and loudly asks what the hero has just said. Lee makes a surprised look and calls the protagonist by name. Vladdy with his hand to his mouth is amazed aloud. The young man closes the front door with the words that if they do not understand anything in Korean, then let them score in the interpreter, then he withdraws everyone. The scarred man furrows his brows next to the blonde and calls out to Puck. The hero turns around in fright and calls out to Mr. Lee. Blue-eyed catches up with the protagonist with a question about what he allows himself to leave. The protagonist lowers his head. The man declares that this is a very serious place, to which the young man apologizes and says that they laughed at them. Lee replies that he should not even think about doing it again. Park's face sweats. He reflects on the fact that he shouldn't have gone at all, but insisted and got permission, then adds that in the end he only caused problems. The hero opens his eyes in surprise at the man's words that, this time, it was awesome. The protagonist raises his head in amazement. The man with the scar makes a joyful face and says that this is what is needed. Vladdy claims that the young man is cool. The ceiling of the corridor is shown. Puck sits in front of the vampire and Lee. The blue-eyed man states that they must have fully anticipated this situation after the incident with the CID. The man with the scar looks at the hero and reveals that they probably realized that he was a potential threat, then adds that those people simply could not ignore Korea anymore. The protagonist makes a surprised look and declares that they are just sneering. The man laughs. Lee frowns and says that this is a global crisis and an excellent chance to gain world domination. The flags of the countries are on the roofs of skyscrapers. The blue-eyed man says that even if those people decided that they could get rid of the amount by force, it would not be without losses, and they know this. Then he continues that the main thing is to get as much as possible with less damage, then claims that there is a real struggle to preserve talent in the war with the group. Lee kneels in front of the Pope and reveals that this time the squad will hear about his abilities. The hero turns away. Blue Eyes looks at him and declares that he doesn't have to tell everyone, only the squad. The protagonist closes his eyes, thinking about how to explain to him that his crazy idia breeds in him the desire to kill, then notes that Mr. Lee also did not ask about all the details. The young man raises his head and says that he will tell so much that it is clear that he is able to withstand any battlefield. The man puts his hand on Puck's shoulder and replies that it must have been difficult to decide. The man with the scar stands up and adds that, to be honest, he was even a little sorry that the hero gave out information about the fourth, to which the protagonist claims that they can face each other 2 more times. Lee frowns at the boy's voice and wonders if he might die. The man puts his hand on the young man's hair. He agrees. The blue-eyed man says that it seems that Park was very lucky this time too. The man with the scar looks at him and advises him to take a break. The hero jumps up from his seat with the words that the first and fourth are still alive. Lee puts his hand in front of him and declares that it is enough. Blue Eyes puts his hand on the protagonist's shoulder again and reveals that he did everything he could and asks him to rest and recover. The young man looks indignant. The blonde says that she understands what he likes, then adds that fighting in such a state is just stupid. The vampire frowns and reveals that if he can't use all his power, he will simply become a burden to others and adds that they already appreciate his contribution. Vladdy touches Puck's face and claims that there is no need to take responsibility for everything. The hero's face turns red. The blonde flutters his hair and laughingly reveals that it is leaving, to which the protagonist agrees. The woman raises her hand from the young man's head and claims that America is not happy right now, after which she adds that they are going to learn more about sleep. The boy looks at the adults and asks what it is about, to which Lee replies that they mean a dream that says to find something. Then he asks the young man if he had it. He states that he did not dream anything. The man turns to Vladdy and asks if she has heard of similar cases, to which the girl says that there has been no similar information, then adds that it is quite interesting. The man in the shadows stands not far from the trio. The man with the scar says that the Secretary of State can deal with this. The vampire asks where such formalities come from, to which the blue-eyed man says that he wants to say something else. Lee furrows his brows and asks Park if he can train the people he wants to work with. The hero makes a surprised face with a question about whether he really needs to prepare a squad. The blue-eyed man and the blonde woman leave. The man replies that he already has a rough idea, but still asks to make a clear choice, then says goodbye. The protagonist stands silently in the middle of the corridor. He lowers his head. Kim opens her mouth and calls out to him. The young man looks up. He covers his face and asks the girl why she hasn't left yet, and where she came from so suddenly. The young lady looks at him and says that if it's so hard for him, then let him just cry, after which she asks him not to make a stone out of himself. The guy wipes away his tears and asks why he would cry. Kim grabs him by the cheeks. She hugs him. The girl hugs him and praises him for his good work. Moisture flows down the hero's face. They hug in the middle of the hallway. The protagonist reveals that the truth did his best and he tried very hard, to which Kim replies that she knows about it. The young man states that it is all in vain anyway. The young lady claims that everything is fine and she will listen to him. The plane flies through the blue sky. Park calls out to Ho and Sung. The hero smiles and asks them if they will join his squad. The guys look at him silently. Chubby makes a sad face and asks if they weren't already a team, then adds that hell makes you cry. The protagonist waves his hands and states that this is not the case, and he simply offered to go over to his side. Park smiles and adds that it is in order to work together. He is told that Kong will get angry. Ho makes a satisfied face. The hero asks where this man went, to which the guy with the teddy bear on his chest replies that he went to train with all his might, then adds that he was a little angry that he was defeated. Dream laughs and says that he is flattered. Two guys look at the protagonist and declare that if they unite, it will definitely not be now. Park sadly lowers his eyes and says that he is sorry to hear this. The hero's friends smile. Ho asks not to worry, as they will see each other often. Sun says that he will make sure to cross paths more often, then adds that he will get to such a level that he will be able to help the protagonist on his own. A dark-haired young man makes a startled face. He smiles broadly and tells the guy not to get lost there. The plane flies through the evening sky. Dream laughingly replies that Puck should take care of himself and not let them catch up with him. A week later, South Korea. A city street is shown. An old man in glasses picks up signs that say about faith and mana. He shouts to passers-by that the world is being destroyed and only the worship of magic will save them. Men in uniform are running. A girl nearby says that everything has become sharply more expensive. A dark-haired guy replies that this is even worse than during the Great Depression. A man in uniform is running. A woman next to him says that it has not been safe on the street lately, and adds that a nearby store has been robbed and you need to be careful. Two schoolchildren look at the military in gear and say that it is scary to watch them go everywhere, and wonder aloud if the war could have begun. Park walks along with a satisfied Kim. The two guys add that they are still protected by a jade goblin and everything should be fine. The hero claims that they seem to want to ask for the support of the public. The girl replies that the citizens are worried, and they walk the streets and show that they can sleep peacefully. A young lady bows to a passerby who thanks her for her work, to which she greets him. Kim looks back at the hero and apologizes that everyone thinks that she was defeated by the infantry, and not the protagonist, to which he replies that it's okay. The guy sweats against the background of the news about the victory of a white jade goblin over a high-ranking monster, and states that he would also hardly believe that some loser high school student could defeat Pecht. He shifts his gaze to the interlocutor and asks where it is today, to which she says about the orphanage. The young man looks at the departing Kim, who tells him that it is not far from here, then demands to hurry up. Puck sighs. He runs after the girl and asks her to wait. A lot of children, running to the hero and the goblin, shout about the beautiful aunt and that they know her. A young lady sits in front of them. The boy asks if she was shown on TV and asks what she is doing here. The protagonist looks up at the building and says that he did not expect to be here again. The young guy looks at Puck and asks who this strange uncle is. The hero points his finger at himself in shock and asks again. Kim brushes the young man off with a smile, saying that the children are afraid of him and asks him to leave, to which the protagonist is surprised aloud. The girl stands up and asks the children if they want to play, to which they shout happily. Park makes a blank look and declares that he is not an uncle, because he is not even an adult yet. He watches Kim play with the children. Little girls and boys play with each other, system windows are shown, in which the children's orders are described. The hero smiles and declares in surprise that they are better than their soldiers. He lowers his head down on the top of someone's head. The girl stands in front of the protagonist and asks why he is standing there, then asks if he is a voyeur. The guy makes a startled face with a question about how she knows this word. Chin points his finger at himself and introduces himself. The dark-haired young man stretches out his hand and says his name, after which he says that he is glad to meet him, then asks why he thinks he has voyeurism. The girl walks past him with a sigh and states that it's because all he does is watch from the sidelines, to which Park replies that he does. The child sits down against the wall. The hero claims that he was just looking at them and adds that this is not voyeurism, to which she agrees and calls him a concerned uncle. The protagonist sits down next to her and wonders aloud at her words. They watch Kim play with the children. Puck makes an admiring face and says that the girl gets along well with the guys. Chin asks the anxious uncle what kind of relationship they have with the goblin. The hero looks sad and states that he is not what she called him, to which she replies that the young man is lying and asks if Kim is his girlfriend or just a friend zone. The girl makes an angry face. The protagonist wonders how she knows such words, to which she repeats the question and notes aloud that the guy's face is red. She stands up abruptly and says that Kim likes Park and would like to date her and asks if he has ever confessed his feelings and if they have joined hands, then adds that they most likely have never even had dinner together. Chin looks at the hero with a question about whether she is right. The protagonist hits her on the head. He makes an indignant face and says that it is forbidden to mock adults and adds that he is not obliged to report on his relationship with the first person he meets. The girl with her hands on top of her head asks if it was necessary to beat her. She turns away and declares that she will go to Kim and tell her that her uncle beat her, to which he is surprised out loud. Park grabs Chin's hand and yells at her to wait. The girl turns around and claims that she is in pain, to which the young man apologizes and asks who she is. The young girl looks indignantly at the hero and says her name, to which he replies that she is right. The protagonist looks at her and asks if she controls the mood of the children in the orphanage. Several boys smile happily. The protagonist mentally notes that the children capture the mood of the adults very clearly, and adds that no matter how popular Kim is, the guys are acting too joyful, then continues that this is most likely Chin's ability. The girl makes a happy face and asks how the dark-haired young man found out about this. A window is shown in which it is written about bipolar disorder given by God, as well as the fact that this idia allows you to control the mood of the object with his consent. Puck looks at the girl and reveals that he was also in the orphanage before, so he knows Chin is surprised by this, then wonders how he realized that it was she who did it. The protagonist's face turned pale. He looks away and reveals that he has read it, and apologizes and says that he is a bit concerned after all, and likes to spy on others. Chin furrows his brows and is surprised that the pervert has powers, to which the young man replies that it's too much. Park scratches her head asking if she's going to be yogurt. A young girl rises. She grabs the guy's finger. The girl asks the hero if he accidentally needs a daughter. Chin looks at the protagonist and declares that he does not demand anything big and asks to just get her out of here and adds that he already has a girlfriend, and he doesn't care about the girl and it's just perfect. Puck wonders what she is talking about. Chin puts on a resolute face and claims that he wants to fight. The young man watches and repeats her wish, to which she replies that she will fight the monster that killed her parents. Chin says that she was very happy when they were told that a jade goblin was coming here and adds that, although it is not convenient for the others, her life in the orphanage has come to an end. The protagonist grabs her by the shoulders and asks how old she is. The girl looks at the young man and replies that she is 11. She shrugs off Puck's hands. He is surprised that she is in the 4th grade, and already wants to fight monsters. Chin yells for him to let her go and adds that he can say anything to her, because she doesn't care. She shifts her gaze to Kim and claims that she has already decided everything. The hero leans over to her and calls her name. From the protagonist's clothes, the phone rings. The guy smiles awkwardly and apologizes, then tells what he needs to answer. He puts the phone to his ear and says that he is listening. The voice asks the young man if he is next to Kim. A lot of medicines are shown on the shelves. Yoon looks at the silhouettes of people with a pipe to his ear and asks Park to come to the medical office, adding that Pecht has secretly sent messages to various countries asking for negotiations. International Crisis Cooperation Agency. A man in a jacket frowns. The white-haired guy smiles and declares that he is glad to meet you. A lot of people in suits are sitting at the table. The man in the cloak smirks and introduces himself as Pecht. Images of politicians appeared on the screen with conversations about who was standing in front of them. The scaled monster smirked. He spread his arms to the side and said that he, as the head of the meeting of minded organizations, wanted to make people an offer. The negotiators, with their mouths open, said that they would not negotiate with the terrorist. The interlocutor, smiling, laughed. He froze in place with a grin. His image appeared on the other side of the screen. The monster's eyes flashed. He said that the humans were also supposed to receive a revelation. The silhouette of a man froze against the background of the screen. The man in the robes, with his mouth half open, declared that he was Lucifer, the morning star, Satan, the adversary, the red dragon, the old dragon, and the father of sin. The screen shows an image of people in costumes. Lucifer, frozen in front of the screen, said that he was an opponent of all the gods that people believe in. The man on the other side said that he was just sick. The white-haired dragon raised an eyebrow and explained that this was a threat disguised as a proposal to deny the revelation they had already received, so befitting the humans. The shadows of the negotiators that appeared on the screen say that Satan is crazy, he is indignant. He closed his eyes slightly. The old dragon flew up to the ground and added that something would have to be changed. Thousands of lights flashed on the ground. The Peck thought that he had to kill the god. A stone tower has grown from the ground. Kill the god, the red dragon of the apocalypse. The rank of the EDI and the overall combat ability are unknown. The Tower of Extinction summons extinct animals. A gray brick tower appeared in the middle of the street. Summons extinct animals in order. After the death of the last creature, the tower acquires the absolute power of the deceased creature. Feathers protrude from the tower's windows, and anyone trapped in the tower is unable to escape until they die. The advisor runs to the president saying that something terrible is happening in Chile now. The screen shows several presidents of many countries, all of them talking about the fact that towers have appeared in many countries. Peck grinned. He stands in front of the monitor and says that this is just a threat. A mech sticks out of the tower. The inexplicable fear that people feel, a strange phenomenon that has burst into their normal lives, will quickly escalate into an emergency and destroy the world. The politician, opening his mouth, asked what Satan wanted. The latter, raising his eyebrows, replied that he demanded that all the relics that existed in the world be brought to him and go to any of the towers. Among them one would surely be with a revelation. The interlocutor, frozen on the monitor screen, said that the pact was completely crazy and they would rather fight. He pulled his hand aside and said if this was their choice. Several monsters appeared on the screen. The red dragon smiled and said that if the people wanted to attack, he had the strength to crush them. His hair is flying in front of his face. He added that if people change their minds, they can accept his offer at any time, no matter what tower. He will give them 7 days. On the road lies a huge seed, a Pect, who said that if people clear the tower, then he will not become a relic for the rest of his life and will live in Pyongyang without leaving it. The hero leaned the phone to his ear. He is standing in front of the door to the tower. The protagonist knocked on the door. The negotiators say that they have no confidence that the Pect will keep his promise. The children are frozen on the road. Satan adds that the people know about the revelation. It definitely exists somewhere. It is possible that this very existence is a revelation. The politicians are indignant. The revelations are given for the sake of people, so he said to bring the relics to the tower. Pack, leaning the phone to his ear, said that it was possible to find out the identity of Idia. The girl near the door asked the guys to move away from the door. The hand holds the handle of the door. The negotiators say that it turns out that among the relics that people will bring, there may well be a revelation. The probability of this is higher than if the relics are found by demons. The Peck said that they are smart. No matter who exactly seems to be that person among the 6 billion, if people want, they can get a revelation. The children, opening their mouths, said that the door had opened. The man in the suit frowned and said that he accepted the offer and if they brought the relics to the tower, when would the countdown begin? A boy with gray hair turned to the side and said that he needed to go through the door. The children rushed to the door. Kim tells them not to run there. Peck grinned. A screen appeared with the faces of the official. Lucifer explained that some children had already entered the tower. He would start counting down right now. The children crawled into the silhouette of the door. The hand grabs the child's shoes, shouting for them to wait. Kim grabbed a child's sneaker and thought it was dangerous and didn't know what was in there. She felt it was dangerous inside. The girl puts the shoe in her pocket. The partner of the main character, rushing forward, told him that she was going to pick up the children. She walked through the door. The warrior's face was shocked. Air currents swirl around the door. The protagonist lowered his hand with a mobile phone. A voice from the phone speaks to him. Puck leaned the communication device to his ear. The hero froze in place and said that the commander had entered the turret. A drop of sweat slipped from the protagonist's face. He says that the girl rushed there with the children. The man is standing in the office. The pack said that no one is coming out. He will come in and check. Yun looked away and explained that it hadn't been long since they didn't know what's inside. Black lines enveloped the guy's body. He said that he had to wait for the Kim first. The girl takes the man by the finger. She looked up and turned to him. He opened his eyes. The girl holds the hero's hand. He concludes that this is a cool feeling after touching, whether she is trying to calm him down. Park put his hand on the head of his interlocutor and said that thanks to her he felt better. He picked her up in his arms and apologized. The protagonist, throwing it on his shoulders, said that it was better to be here inside, much more dangerous. She blushed and said that she wanted to go after her friends. If he went there with me, he would only get in the way. She grinned slightly. The girl kicked the hero in the chin. Chin ran to the door and explained that she could help too. She wouldn't just wait like mom and dad. She lit up and added that she would save everyone. The guy grabbed her by the scruff of the neck. She, resisting, tells them to let her go. The hero looked at him and asked the girl to listen to him and be there. They froze against the background of the tower. Puck said on the phone that there were only 23 people, including the commander, and his connection, perhaps, would be cut off inside, so he warned in advance. Jean grabs the guy's hand. Yun said that you can't go into the tower. An urgent decree has just been issued. He replied that he will try to return quickly. The phone screen lit up. The girl on the wire explained that the interlocutor should stop. She shouts into the phone. A wooden door appeared in the opening. People are walking down the hallway. 36,525 Reptile Tower, the beginning of the first day. Kim gathered a group of children around her. The hero called out to her. The girl turned around and was indignant why the protagonist came here with a child. He raised his hand behind his head in shame. My partner froze with a sword in her hand and said that first let the guy check if there is a connection here. Their phones do not work. It seems that there is some interference here. The hero looked at his mobile phone and concluded that the device did not work. He turned around and asked what was wrong with the door. Kim replied that the door would not open. A multifaceted handle is nailed to the door. The dark-haired guy, opening his mouth, asked if his partner had a weapon with her. She confirmed its presence. Kim's clothes transform. White Jade Goblin. The warrior froze in his sword stance. She inflicts many blows. The art of wielding the goblin sword. The handle moved from the attack. Kim raised her blade for another strike. The art of wielding a goblin sword. The handle does not hang without scratches. The white-haired warrior opened her mouth slightly, and was surprised that even an A+ rank attack didn't work on the door. She grabbed her sword and said that she would see who won. Kim grabbed the pen with her fingers and said that if she couldn't break it, then she would open it. The girl's eyes turned red, to Ashin mode. The protagonist's partner pulls the handle, White Jade Goblin, to Ashin mode. Her pupils enlarged. His hands turned white after the ability. Kim grinned in anger. A man in a cloak and armor slammed on the door from the exit. The foot met the wooden surface with a blow. The girl tries to ram the door with screams. The hero stretched out his hand to her and explained that enough was enough. The girl turned to him. The protagonist turned back. Chin looked away from the dark side of the tower. A large number of lizards appeared in the room. Puck opened his mouth and was surprised at such a sight. A guy in a tracksuit called his partner. She turned. The dark-haired fighter looked away to the left. Kim froze in place. The lizards merged into one big red pile. The children are crying. The guy thought that they did not open the doors, and lizards climbed out of the walls, and also children who need to be protected. The hero frowned and realized that even if they got rid of the lizards, there was a high probability that other stronger ones would appear. Puck looks at the reptiles and concludes that there are too many of them. Now he can't even install a protective barrier. A dark aura enveloped him. He said that it was time to work. Black stripes wrap around it. He peeks out from behind them. The lines are covered with a green tint. The children ran up to the Kim and said that they were scared. Dark whips hit the ground. Children shout that they want to go home. The girl clung to the armored girl. Her hair twitched. She said, bipolar disorder granted by God. The child is crying. She raised her hands. The warrior in the dark suit glowed with a red aura. He smiled, and the girl called to him. She put her hand on his shoulder. The hero turned his head back and replied that he was on the phone with the young man, and they would take action. The children wipe away their tears. The protagonist said that he was uncomfortable in front of them. Maybe he should have destroyed all the lizards at once. Kim looked at the girl in yellow clothes and said that everything was fine and thanks to the rank, everyone calmed down. The girl raised her hand and said, Kim, hello stepmother. She was indignant. The protagonist turned around. A child with abilities says that Pak is a perverted uncle, and now he has become a murderer. In general, this guy called her daughter. The hero grabbed her by the shoulders and asked what she was talking about. The Chin herself asked to make her his daughter. She replied that she did not even give her consent. The girl's eye lit up. She turned to her husband. A guy in a tracksuit fell to his knees and turned to the commander. She said that next time such important issues as adoption should be resolved after a conversation with his wife. Puck stood up and said that he understood everything. Kim smiled and said that they would try to get out of here. The walls are smeared with blood. The defender says that he saw all the reptiles in the crowd at once, iguanas of cobras. The crocodile opened its mouth. The Puck added that he had also seen a crocodile. The pressure on the protective barrier was growing more and more. The protagonist sweated and realized that the time had already passed 3 o'clock in the morning. Why no one came? The girl asked if it was possible to scare the lizards. A warrior in a tracksuit, opening his mouth, said that he had tried it and it did not help. It was the first time he had applied such a skill to animals. The hands of the clock have moved. The guy thinks that there are 4 minutes left. The slash reached the monster, and the pack concluded that they had found out that the beasts continued to spawn non-stop for an hour, and then for 10 minutes they rolled back. The reptile comes out of the rays of light. The protagonist adds that then the reptiles begin to appear again, but this time more terrifying than the previous ones. Kim picked up the blade. Dark stripes levitate above the ground. The strength leaves the hero and he says in his head that it's good that there was a break, because he was already at the limit. He turned around and thought that the Yun must have some kind of problem. What to do if reinforcements did not arrive in time? Kim put her left hand to her waist. The protagonist realized that she looked tired and the guys were also exhausted. The guy smiled slightly. Dark whips rushed into the air. Puck wondered how long they could hold out in this tower, protecting the guys. The black stripes condensed into a cocoon. The black hill lit up. Puck sits on the stone floor. He picked up his mobile phone. His eyes closed with fatigue. The guy woke up. A man in a sweater rubs his eyes. Kim, kneeling, asked the guy if he was okay. Her partner stood up and spoke about the protective barrier. The girl grabbed him by the shoulder. She pointed her finger at herself and said that he had done a good job and now it was her turn to make an effort. Puck blushed. He stepped forward and said that he could still cope. The commander came up to him and said that they had to hold out until the support came. Now it was her turn to fight. She strokes his hair and tells him to go get some sleep after a hard day's work. He said he would only sleep for 1 hour. The white-haired girl pointed to her husband and asked one of the girls to give the hero a little fatigue. She agreed. He fell to the floor exhausted. Kim smiled. She approached the sleeping warrior. The woman kissed the guy on the cheek. A green aura enveloped her. A worker in a helmet shouts that all the towers have been destroyed. The soldier runs forward. The man in front of him thinks that a whole day has passed. He needs to go as soon as possible and save the protagonist and the others. All human resources have already been spent on protecting the territories and destroying the towers. A woman gets into a white car. A guy in a mask concludes that for people it is possible joy, but for the hero it can be a living hell. The door opened ajar. The soldier in uniform froze with his hands behind his back and asked if everyone was there. The short-haired guy opened his mouth and said that he needed to go quickly to save the commander, together with the zombies. They could be useful to him. Another soldier from the crowd, rubbing his forehead, told him to shut up and not interfere. The soldier girl raised one of her eyebrows and explained that the others were too noisy. Yoon, opening her mouth, said that she was grateful to everyone who gladly agreed to help. She froze in front of the crowd of fighters and asked what they knew about the towers. A soldier with gray hair, looking ahead, replied that nothing was known until no one had returned from there. The red-haired woman looked down and said that from the information they had just been given, all the search parties that had been sent by different countries were completely dead. Bird claws stick out of the tower. An employee of the military unit adds that there are countries that have lost about 80% of their troops, and this is only within a day after the appearance of the towers, which means that the task is very dangerous, and there is very little information. The tower breaks out of the ground. The employee says that they know that the tower gets higher when some time passes. These intervals do not exceed 1 hour. The woman put her hand on the victim. Yun says that most likely whoever is inside is dying, the tower shrinking to its original size. A soldier with short hair, raising his hand, says how much the tower that the Puck entered has grown. The girl in the jacket, lowering her head down, replied that from 30 to 40 floors approximately. The guy standing next to the speaker says that the hero is one of them. The red-haired employee, looking ahead, said that the guys could refuse the task. The place where they had to go was deadly. A guy in a sports uniform, opening his mouth, declares that they have gathered here, knowing about the risks. The interlocutor replied that the warrior can still change his mind. The military boot bangs on the floor. The Yun explains that it was decided from above to define the bashing as idia of the level of natural disasters. They are more dangerous even than the SSS rank. The fighter stepped forward. He looked up and said that there were many who had lost their families. A girl from the crowd raised her hand and said that when the lions were hovering over the city, there was one schoolboy who looked like a soldier from the battalion, thanks to whom their families were kept alive. Yun leaned forward and replied that she understood their feelings, but it was really dangerous in the towers. The guy in the middle of the line, folding his hands behind his back, said that they no longer want to lose loved ones. They are going there, not to die, but to save their families. A bright light enveloped the soldier. He turned around and said that they would start preparing with the advance. The woman in the suit clenched her fist and thought that everything would be fine. She had already said a word in another place. Everything must be fine. A crowd of people is walking towards cars. One of the warriors turned to a guy with black hair. He turned around and replied that they needed to join forces, not just try to hurt him. The interlocutor asked why the other did not come. The dark-haired soldier turned around and said that their operation was not carried out only in their battalion. The blond man, throwing his hand behind his neck, said that he had asked the song to call them. The hero sleeps on the floor. Chin cries and asks the guy to get up. The latter, getting to his feet, asks how much he has slept. The girl wipes away her tears and tells the protagonist to forgive her. Puck opened his eyes completely. He threw his hands to his sides and asked why everyone was crying. Chin, opening his mouth, says that his mother asked not to wake him. He replied that it is better to tell everything, and not apologize. The hero staggered. Kim said that her daughter was not to blame for anything, since she herself asked not to wake up her husband. The commander sits on the corpse of a lizard and says that if the guy scolds the child, then he is finished. He looked up and turned to the girl. She froze with her sword in her hand, and the Puck asked how many hours he had slept. The phone shows the time of 6 a.m. The hero, frozen in place, concluded that Kim had been protecting them for 10 hours straight. His gaze swept forward. The protagonist hugged Kim. The girl's hand lies on the guy's clothes. He opened his mouth and concluded that he had slept too long. Kim, slightly closing her eyelids, replied that the Puck did not need to look at her with such eyes. She put her hand on the Puck's chest and explained that she had asked him to entrust her protection so that he could sleep. His partner replied that he needed to wake him up. Kim closed her eyes. The guy said that it was necessary to wake him up before it was too late. She asked him to be quiet, as it was already hard for her. The guy holds the protector in his arms and says that he does not swear. The girl says that she wants to rest. The children crowded around them. She lost consciousness. My partner is lying on the brick floor. The lizard's foot stepped on the ground. The big dinosaur roared. Puck was shrouded in black stripes. The lizard's tail cuts through the air. The whip parried the blow. Tyrannosaurus Rex opened its mouth. The hero has closed in with his ability. The protective dome is damaged. The protagonist says that half of his strength was spent on maintaining the wounded body, so he can no longer attack. He leaned forward and addressed the girl. Chin was embarrassed and crossed her fingers. The hero's hair moved slightly. He asked the girl to change his mood to extreme discontent. A dark aura covered the Puck. The monsters struck the dome several times. The guy opened his mouth. The girl put her hand forward and asked the guy if everything would be fine. He was a pervert. He said that everything would be fine. The girl's palm lit up. The hero sits in a black substance. He resists her. The guy's silhouette froze in place. Chin touches the boy's shoulder. He grabbed her hand. The protagonist, without taking his hand off the child, told her to do everything in one jerk. She agreed. Dark waves of energy burst out of the pack. His face is covered with a shadow. The hero's eye flashed red. Emptiness appeared. Hair is flying on the guy's head. His eyes were running. He thought that everything was quiet inside, as if his soul and body were separated. Red stripes cover the space. A warrior in a tracksuit looks at them and concludes that this is an unpleasant sight. He stretched out his fingers towards the red energy. The man clenched his fist and said that he was by everything, industrial murder, the rank of idia SS+++. Reason with its clear objectivity froze even the will to kill. A wave from the ability went down the hero's spine. His limbs turned red. The girl pulled her hand away from him and said that he was very cold. Black particles come out of the guy's mouth. The soldier bent down. His eyes turned red. The protagonist, putting his hand on the child, thanked her. The guy put his hand to the wall. Dinosaur bites the dome. The monster bares its fangs. The spikes grow abruptly out of the protective cover. They pierce the reptile, the kraken mode, the attribute of cold. The black whips disbanded. The children, raising their eyebrows, asked if the monster was dead. The hero answered, looked to the side and thought that if the tower was also an idia. A window appeared with information that the tower summons reptiles in order, starting with recently extinct species. Chin stretched out her hand to the fighter and asked if this was the same person. He thought that there were 13 times left to reach the top, at least 2 hours, and maximum 13. Dark streaks stopped near the owner of the ability. He turned back. Kim is lying on the floor. The child looks at the guy who is leaving. The protagonist, looking ahead, orders the whips to guard the children and the commander. Several bones grow from the ground. The warrior says, help in killing, a web of bone chains. A mountain of bones appear near the hero, a web of bone chains, the king of all ghosts, a barrier of Bihenran bones, restricting and restraining the movements of all creatures except the skill owner. The guy grabs one of the bones. He pulls a rib out of the ground. One of the many ribs of the king of all ghosts becomes 2 times sharper when hit, becomes 2 times harder when defending. The fighter pointed the bone in the direction of the wall. His hair was closed, hanging down to eye level. The hero strikes numerous blows on the tower. The guy froze in place. A crack has formed on the wall of the tower. The breach in the wall is growing. Premeditated murder. I see you. The wounds that the owner is looking at do not heal and become wider. The tail wraps around the surface of the tower. A purple glow covered the inside of the building. Half of the monster's face appeared from the wall. Puck swung the bone and ordered the monster not to approach. The severed head lies in front of the hero's feet. The walls are covered in blood. 13 reptiles remain to the top. The bricks shimmer with a black and red hue. There are 8 left to the top. The boot stepped on the severed limb of the lizard. 5 remain to the top. The protagonist, lowering the weapon down, tells the tower to surrender. Pointing the bone blade forward, he thought that the building would give away the key: industrial killing, all physical abilities changing according to the killing lust. Clothing hinders the movements of the fighter. The tip of the weapon has become sharpened. The protagonist mentally says that with the help of a web of bone chains, acceleration is doubled. With the help of an edge, the force of the blow is doubled. The guy's eyes lit up. He said that he would definitely get out of here. The shock wave spreads from the walls of the tower. The man grabbed the wrist of one of the soldiers. A guy in a bulletproof vest grabs his comrade. He advised him to go in for sports. The girl in glasses, opening it, said that everyone needed to look where she was. The blonde guy raised an eyebrow and asked what kind of shitty tower it was. A soldier with gray hair, carrying a young man on his shoulders, is perplexed by the appearance of the tower. The structure is covered with scales and yellow eyes. One of the fighters said, "Is this really the last stage?" Gritting her teeth, the girl asked if Park had already reached the stage of cleansing, to which the young man asked what she was talking about. Looking at the structure, she thought that the towers that had appeared in other countries and reached such a level had returned to their original state. No one had ever managed to survive in them. Lowering her gaze, Yun said that she had to hurry. It could speed up twice. Seonho looked at her and replied approvingly. People went forward. The guy froze when he heard that he was there, near the tower. He pursed his lips. Turning around, the young man asked that it was him. Blue particles appeared in the air. The hero stretched his hand forward. He looked up, hearing that it was not clear why he was here. The man was going down the stairs. As he walked forward, the knight said that he could not understand. Looking at him, the protagonist turned. He began to skin the knight. Looking around, the man said that the location was unknown, to which the MC appealed. Standing in front of him, he asked that he was the top of this tower. A web of bone chains appeared around Isaac. He looked away. A spider's web bound his body. He heard that these bones he knew. Looking at him, Puck heard that he wanted to know the place. Let him tell him. Putting his hand to his face, he asked what the place was. Why should someone who was about to die know the place? Holding the weapon in his hands, the hero added that let him grab it. Suddenly he took a step forward. The protagonist jumped up and shouted that he should die. He swung his weapon sharply. A blow flew to the knight's head. MC's eyes widened in surprise. Looking at him, Isaac said that he was not dying. Puck gritted his teeth when he heard this. Stretching out his hand forward, he addressed the omnivorous. Clenching his fist, the hero added that let him connect. The bones began to break. Bends appeared on them. The knight stood still. Waving his hand, the protagonist said that he should wrap it. Tentacles flew around the bones. A black sting appeared. Holding the weapon in his hands, the MC exclaimed. He swung his sword and cast the ability. The sting suddenly stopped, and it sounded that the man was incredible. Looking straight ahead, Isaac said that he admitted. A glow appeared on his body and he added that however, suddenly the knight repelled all the attacks. The bones fell to the floor. A phrase flashed by that this was the end. He would not die. Looking straight ahead, the armored king said that he should tell me the place. Puck raised his eyebrows and thought that he was ignoring physical damage. He was used to putting pressure on his opponent in battle, and then said that he knew it. A memory from past events appeared. Smiling broadly, the hero thought that thanks to this he managed to make calculations. Standing in front of him, the knight asked why he was smiling. The protagonist's eyes lit up and he wondered what a brutal murder was planned, and then replied that yes, if there was time, there was no one in his path that he could not kill. The armored king stared at him silently. Stretching out his hand forward, he turned. Isaac looked at me angrily and said that he remembered. Standing in front of him, the MC heard that these bones, he knows, he took the bones, he locked them, to which he replied that it was not his, he borrowed. The boss's eyes lit up and he said that he was very angry. Bright particles appeared around it. It was heard that they had been expelled. Pieces of cloth were flying in the air. The knight stood at attention, and a notice of a change in temperature appeared. Puck shuddered when he heard that it was pain. Let him feel it too. Frowning, he activated the skill. Raising his hand up, the boss said that he would not allow it. The hero opened his eyes in amazement. A bright glow appeared in front of him. Suddenly he jumped up. The protagonist smiled mischievously. Stretching out his hand forward, the monster spoke of freezing. MC jumped to the side and exclaimed. Ice appeared on his leg. Isaac lifted his leg up. He grabbed the hero by the neck. Puck gritted his teeth when he heard the question what kind of place it was. Let him speak. Grinning, he asked why he should know. Looking at him, the boss said that he could not get out. Cracked walls appeared. It was heard that well then, since he couldn't get out anyway, he could die beautifully. The armored king froze in bewilderment. Holding the hero by the neck, he called him a useless creature. The hero lowered his head and exclaimed. His hands began to tremble. The protagonist let go of his hand. It was said that he was getting weaker. The hero's legs hung in the air. A phrase flashed by that he was finished. MC sighed heavily. Then he smiled broadly. The boss shuddered in surprise. Looking at him, he asked why he was smiling. He was laughing at death. With his eyes wide open, Parks said that he had stood up. Standing in front of him, the armored knight said that he did not understand him, to which he replied that he was waiting for all his abilities to be revealed, the percentage of probability rising if he saw it personally. Grabbing the weapon, the hero used the skill. The spiral rushed towards the creature. She bit into his body. It was heard that it would not help him. Smiling, the protagonist asked that he had risen again. Raising his hands, Isaac asked what the blood was, but from where? A wound appeared on his body. He looked down in amazement. Holding the sword in his hands, the MC said that the wound was aching, to which the knight replied that his scales were strange. Frowning, he asked what was coming out. The result of his efforts was a few scales. His eyes lit up, and Park added that this was quite fine with him. Red rays flew around the monster, and he said that it hurts. Standing in front of him, the hero said that he should just follow his plan. People were standing in front of the tower, and a thought arose that at the same time, Lee, after learning that the students of the Hyundai school had gone to rescue the people trapped in the tower. The man turned his head. It was said that he asked for additional support from the United States and China and found another way to get into the tower. He entered the room, and the hero was thinking about the fact that a special squad consisting of fighters above the S rank broke into the insect tower. Sitting on the floor, the young man asked that they were rescuers. Looking at him, Lee asked that he was the last survivor, to which he replied that it was too late. He raised his hand as he heard that it would be good if he died as well. There would be a reset of the level. The agent frowned when he heard that he was so afraid, because then the death of his comrades, to which he replied that he was great, let him entrust the rest to them. Lee closed his eyes. He knitted his brows. The man took a step forward. Stretching out her hand to the side, the girl said that they should not lose vigilance. The girl grinned. The thought arose that this was a child. That is, this creature was the boss of the insect tower. Pursing his lips, the man thought that she had brutally killed 200 S-rank people on her own. Turning to the squad, the girl shouted that everyone should prepare for battle. The agent shuddered in surprise. Lyak opened her mouth wide. He froze in bewilderment. The insect queen stared at him. Holding the sword in his hands, the swordsman said that he had sworn to heaven by 3 rulers, and the mountains and rivers trembled blue, and it was enough to swing the sword once, and the blood would turn the mountains and rivers red. The monster smiled as she looked at him. The man furrowed his brows. Waving his weapon, he said that she was still. The head was cut in half. A bloody spray flew from the sword. It was said that the left sword strike, with one swing of the mountains and rivers, the blood stained, the water he touched hardened into sharp thorns. The creature's head flew to the side. Smiling, the girl said that he was good, and the young man added that it seemed that they were not needed here. He turned his head and added that he could have one alone. The creature sat on the ground, and the people asked what it was. Lee looked at me in surprise and asked why it continued to move in this state. Frowning, the vampire said that they should keep their weapons ready. Suddenly, someone swept behind her. The insect queen attacked the reinforcement squad. The agent froze, wondering how fast she was, unable to catch her movements. Standing in front of him, Lyak said that this was not enough. Waving her scythe, Vladdy asked what she was going to. The bats scattered to the sides. They began to attack the monster. It was heard that let him act. The swordsman jumped up. A lot of beams appeared in the air from the blows. Holding the weapon in his hands, the man asked that she was fine. Looking to the side, the vampire said that it was not a human. The monster's body trembled, and she exclaimed. Looking at her, Lee said that they should not give her a chance, she should continue to advance. Stretching out her hand to the side, Vladdy said that they should stand up. The agent rushed forward. He swung his weapon. Looking at him, the insect queen smiled. She dodged the attack, the thought that she had become even faster. The man gritted his teeth tightly. The creatures attacked her. She heard that she could not stop. Zombies began to attack. Turning his head, the agent said that she had saved them, to which Flatty replied that she should not relax. Like looked at them snidely. Suddenly she waved her hand. Stretching her hand forward, the vampire shouted that she would hold her, and he should hurry, to which Lee replied that he understood. The monster looked to the side as she heard the skill being used. A ship appeared above her. The girl looked up. Suddenly she repelled the attack of the battleship. The man looked at me in surprise and asked again. The body of the armadillo was destroyed in half. Standing still, Lyak exclaimed. The young man looked frightened and said that they were wrong. White rays appeared around the queen, and someone shouted that what were they worth? Let them quickly drive her into a corner. She dodged their attack. Flying into the air, Vladdy thought that the devil, fear and confusion had destroyed order in the ranks. They were all threatened with death. The man grabbed the guy by the clothes. Suddenly he waved his weapon. The monster's eyes widened. She lifted the building up. Turning around, the girl shouted that she would try to detain her by turning into a flock of bats, and let him turn off the idia. Smiling, Lee asked that they were so inferior to her that she asked for the idia to be turned off. He took a step forward. Standing in front of the queen, the agent said that this battleship, which she was holding in her hand, was a very valuable thing for him. Let him give it to him. Ducking, the vampire said that she had to disperse and try to defeat her with numerical superiority. One-on-one would be too dangerous. This was not the sea. Turning his head, he replied that it was a good idea, so if there was a sea here, everything would work out. Vladdy looked at me in amazement and asked again. A glow appeared around the man and he said that not everyone knew that he was an ordinary sailor. Clenching his fist, Lee added that but he had never given up. He believed that he would someday become like a great general. He believed and tried his best. Standing at attention, he said that in the end he was able to break the limits that this world imposes. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he would become what he is now. He smirked and added that he was General Lee. Lowering his head, the agent said that now they would try to fight properly again. Raising his hand up, he used the war diary skill. Looking down, the girl said that it was the same thing, to which the swordsman replied that if he used this skill, it would immediately become clear what he was doing and where. He did not want to resort to it, but there was nothing he could do. Looking straight ahead, he added that he asked her to take care of the others. The bats flew aside. It was heard that it was good. Let him leave everything here on her, and get down to business. Opening the diary, the soldier said that he should go out. A paw appeared from the book. The bear's eyes lit up brightly. Closing his eyes, he said that it smelled delicious who had eaten meat, to which the swordsman replied that he had better watch out for what was under his feet. The beast looked down and exclaimed. The insect queen clung to his paw. Raising his head up, the bear shouted that he had been bitten by a bug. Slamming the ground, he added that he hated bugs, and the vampire said that it was a bear, to which Lee replied that it was a good idea to get one. Looking to the side, he added that he would tell the details later. After all, she trusted him. If she did not trust, she would not have come with him. Stretching out his hand to the side, the man said that then let him prepare not to drown. The bat rushed forward and replied approvingly. Frowning, the general said that he should spit out the sea. Closing his eyes, the bear said that he hated bugs. Suddenly, water poured out of his mouth. The man exclaimed as he looked at her. Turning her head, the girl said that she should sit here. The insect queen began to drown. Raising his hand, the beast said that now he was even more hungry. Standing on his paw, the man said that on land, he couldn't use his power since they were at sea. How about he meet up with 11 ships? Suddenly he stretched out his hand forward. Black smoke rose in the air. Frowning, the guy turned. Looking at him, the student asked again. Gritting his teeth, the young man asked what kind of blood it was. Yoon and Seonho watched them. Looking at his hand, Sun wondered why there were no people from White Jade. She said that she would send help, and who were these people behind? The guy frowned and said that he should answer quickly. They don't have time. Standing in front of him, Yoon asked that he was Dream. He didn't happen to see those who were here. They promised to go with them. The young man raised his eyebrows. The corpses lay on the ground. Closing his eyes, the disciple said that he had killed them all. Looking at him, Bun asked when they had last seen each other. He took a step forward, hearing that why he was looking so frightening, to which he replied that he should speak vividly. Holding the object behind his back, the young man said that today was the first time since America. The guy looked at me in surprise and asked again. He froze in bewilderment when he heard that they had not seen each other for a long time. Glad to meet him. To which he replied that they had seen each other 3 days ago. Standing in front of him, Bun shouted who he was, that he was quiet. Smiling, Sun replied that it was like that. well, they would see each other inside. The young man looked angrily and shouted that they should seize this freak. The detachment rushed forward sharply. The insect queen exclaimed in amazement. The ships were heading in her direction. A cannon could be seen from the ship. Suddenly, a shot rang out on command. A crushing explosion thundered. Like was in the midst of the flames. Gray smoke was flying in the air. Waving her hand, the monster screamed. Stretching out his hand, the general shouted that they should continue firing until all the sea water was dry. Flames broke out near the ship. The creature was lying on the ground. She rested her face on the floor and wheezed. Looking at her, the man said that her end would be like a fiery moth. The ship was approaching towards the monster. The weapon headed in her direction. Lee flinched when he was asked that he didn't feel sorry for this little girl. The man grinned and turned around. The bats rushed forward. It was heard that he should leave it to her, and take care of the insects himself. The squad rushed forward on command, to which the monster said that there were also bats. Suddenly he jumped up. Turning his head, the guy said that since so many insects were dying, the symbols were flying around the animal, and it seemed that they had no particular reason to fly here. The young man looked at his hand in amazement and asked again. Suddenly the ship stopped in place. Raising his head up, the bear said that the body was strange. Red rays flew around the battleship. Looking up, the man turned to the beast. The beast waved its hand, and a question was heard as to what was happening. A blow flew to the ground. The vampire jumped to the side, thinking that he had really got super skills, and someone shouted that why Idia was attacking him, could not control. Landing on the ground, the girl shouted that they should block the Idia. Suddenly someone kicked her. Standing behind her, Jong said that they had a hard time because of these creatures. It is such a deceptive force that people cannot kill them. Smiling broadly, he added that he should crawl in front of him. The thought arose that after the appearance of this strange creature, she had ceased to control her Idia. The people behind him were fighting. I heard why he was attacking him. The ships flew up, and someone shouted that it was not him, it was himself. Gritting his teeth, the general said that this would not work. Frowning, he added that let the bear go back, and the armadillo too. The diary suddenly closed. The swordsman landed on the ground. Half-ruined walls appeared. Looking down, Lee thought that when he fully recovered, problems would begin. The insect queen was lying on the ground, and he added that when that happened, his fire would be of no use. Turning his head, the swordsman said that if he hadn't appeared, he might have killed, and then asked that he was using the skill of psychic manipulation. Putting his hands behind his back, the head of the terrorist organization said that he was so impatient, we had not seen each other for a long time, he had come to talk to him, to which the general replied that he was always trying to prevent him. Was he really so eager for his own death? Smiling, he asked what he still felt like that. Lee gave him a vicious look and asked why he had decided to kill him, even tattooing himself all over his body. The guy looked away. The creature rose from the ground. The thought appeared that it seemed to be half restored. Symbols appeared above the man's hand. A sword appeared in his hands. Grinning, Zhong said that this was it. He swung his weapon sharply. Raising his hand up, the head smiled. The agent looked at him in amazement. Suddenly, the young man stuck a knife into the monster. A glow appeared behind the hero. He rushed forward abruptly. The protagonist began brandishing his weapon. Beams from the blows appeared, and Isaac asked if he had anything to do with this field of bones. Smiling, the MC replied that he said he didn't. He frowned upon hearing that he was very similar, scared, but him off, to which Park asked what he was proposing. The tentacle wrapped around the sword, and someone said that he had caught it. The hero stretched his weapon forward. Suddenly the weapon broke. He heard that he was also him off. The protagonist froze, looking at the sword. He turned his head. Sitting on the ground, the girl turned. Looking straight ahead, the armored king asked what it was. He was hiding something. Frowning, the MC said that he wasn't hiding anything, to which he replied that he was weird because he didn't like people. Looking down, Park asked what the idiotic theories were. Did he know it? The boss's eyes lit up and he turned. The girl looked away when she heard that he would be sad if they died. The hero opened his eyes wide and said that he would die anyway. Wouldn't it be better to die faster? Looking at him, the armored king replied that he was infuriating. He checked everything. The child looked frightened. Suddenly the knight rushed forward and said that these would be killed. The protagonist lifted his leg up. Gritting his teeth, he said that he was a freak. MC kicked the ground. Bones arose from the ground. Looking straight ahead, the boss said that he forbids it. The children opened their eyes in fright. Stretching out his hand to the side, Park shouted for support for the killing. Suddenly, a cloak appeared in front of the knight. Looking at him, he said that it was the same. Clenching his fist, the boy asked what it was, to which he was told that he did not know, but it seemed to protect them. Standing in front of the cloak, the monster said that he had seen it. Stretching out his hand, he added that he remembered. Suddenly, a lightning strike flew through his arm. Isaac froze and shouted that nothing was working. Blood dripped onto the floor. Standing behind the boss, the hero said that he should shut up. Lightning flew around his arm. Lowering his gaze, he thought that 1, 2, and yet the probability had noticeably decreased. Lifting his cloak, the protagonist added that he had to tear one of the two. Stretching out his hand, he said that he should come out. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked that it was all over, to which she was told that it was no, it was her turn to put an end to everything. Looking away, Jin asked. Clutching his chest, the knight said that he was in pain. Waving his hand, the MC said that it was the last part of his plan. Taking her by the shoulder, he added that he was asking for her. Jin's eyes widened. Gritting his teeth, Puck thought that he should forgive me, he was already at the limit. The girl turned to him. Lowering his gaze, the hero said that she should tell him as soon as possible. Frowning, Jin said that it was red. He smiled when he heard this. The girl fell to her knees, and the protagonist said that she was great. Suddenly he rushed forward. The sword was thrust into the monster's body. The general looked at him in amazement. Putting the weapon on the ground, Zhong heard what he was up to which he replied that he had already said that he had come to talk. Standing in front of him, Li replied that he didn't care what he wanted to talk about, let him move away. Frowning, he added that they needed to leave here urgently. Throwing the weapon over his shoulder, the guy said that he didn't care where he was in such a hurry. It wasn't by chance because of Puck. The man took a step forward. Looking at the chapter, the man thought that he knew everything this way, and he said that it seemed to be true. Putting his hand to his face, the young man asked what he thought, and why his master had ordered an attack on the tower. Lowering his head, the general asked that gentleman, he meant that Satanist. A view of the tower opened up. It was heard that this was a wonderful discovery. Once you took possession of it, and people would no longer be able to resist them. Grinning, the terrorist said that, however, standing in front of him, Lee asked if it was Puck, to which he replied that it was true that it was impossible to leave alive the one who defeated the strongest. Placing the knife with the point down, the man said that his master had said that he would be a great hindrance in the future. Looking straight ahead, the swordsman said that he was now inside the tower. He still managed to get there. The entrance to the tower appeared, and he added that it was all the way to the center of Korea. The hero swung his weapon, and someone said that he was not the only one who was going to install a partition. Suddenly his eyes widened. Red lightning flew around the sword. A bright flame broke out. The protagonist coughed up the smoke. He froze, holding the knife in his hands. The guy, looking straight ahead, said that what was the matter, this was the perfect moment. People stood behind him. Grinning, Jones said that he thought he had already met his master. The young man raised his hand and asked what the prediction was. Standing in front of the head, the swordsman said that this was impossible. If he had already taken action, the World Crisis Response Organization would have taken action. To which he asked that Hannon he said he would go before being here. He had come up with 2 plans. Raising his finger up, the guy said that he was the first when the old man was fighting the second bear. The general asked again in bewilderment when he heard that he was aware that there was an army there. To be more precise, the second one destroyed everything and was in a mental hospital. Grinning, Jones said that he had kidnapped Uncle and Aunt Park, to which he asked what he had done. The man looked surprised when he heard that dream. They came up with an excuse, so he ran after them like a dog. Looking at the head of the organization, he heard that this was their second plan, to which he replied that his words did not yet prove that he had gone to him. Lowering his head, the guy said that he had too much to protect. It was impossible to be responsible for everything alone and protect everyone. Holding the weapon in his hands, he added that his role was to stall for time, and now it was time for him. Taking a step forward, Jones said that they had already won the moment. He used the second. With his eyes wide open, the general shouted that he should wait. There was a glow in the air. I heard that it was already. Bun looked at him in amazement, and asked what was wrong with the owner of this person. The young man grinned and replied that he was sharp-sighted. Grabbing his face, he added that he had killed him and taken only his face. The scalp fell to the floor. The man smiled and said that he should not worry. Smiling, Peck added that since he had been reborn, he would all be blessed. Standing behind him, someone said that it was Leather. The red dragon turned around when he heard that they were of the same race. They would not be able to get out, but their descendants remained on Earth. Frowning, he said that he should not compare him with some reptiles. Suddenly, the creature's eyes lit up and he said that he was the one who started the war with the god, to which Isaac shouted that no, they were of the same race. Suddenly, a glow appeared around the hand. Standing in front of the knight, Peck said that he was going to kill everyone anyway. He thought it was possible to turn these thoughts into reality right now. Taking a step forward, the armored king replied that he should not approach, he would not resist. Stretching his hand forward, he added that he knew what he had done, someday it would help them. Looking to the side, he added that okay, he was in a good mood today, after all, he found the relic, so he asked for it. People smiled when they heard that there was a vision of who would destroy everyone along with the monsters from the book, so he tried to restrain himself. The hero gritted his teeth when he heard that in the end it turned out to be a battle on Isaac's level. A glow appeared around the creature's leg. Pac smiled and said that he had found it. Suddenly he grabbed the girl's hand. The protagonist's body trembled. His legs bent at the knees. He fell to the ground. The monster stretched out his hand in front of the book. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes and she asked for help. She heard that she should use her skills and pull out the hidden side of this relic. Closing his eyes, the young man shouted that he should let her go. Standing at attention, the armored king said that this was a historic moment. Stretching out his hand, he added that he allowed them to witness this moment. The student lowered his head down. Throwing the girl aside, Pac said that he had won. Chin looked at the book, and someone said she knew what she needed to do. Taking her by the head, the red dragon said that she also knew what would happen if she didn't. He saw how she used her skills on Puck, let her do the same. The hero slowly crawled on the ground. His hand trembled, and the thought arose that he had to move. The protagonist gritted his teeth tightly. He raised his head up. Smiling broadly, the man said that he had not seen each other for a long time. Crouching down to the man, Yun wondered that it was his uncle and aunt, but what were they doing here? The girl was lying on the ground, and she added that it meant that someone had intervened when they went missing in Incheon. Closing his eyes, the guy turned to the commander. The man lifted his leg. Suddenly he kicked the young man with his foot. Stretching out his hand forward, the student shouted. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the young man said that he should wait. Frowning, he said that it was impossible to go there. Looking at the boss, the squad member thought that it was dangerous. He wasn't sure that even that red-spiked monster could stop them. The man was kicked. It was heard that this time he could not speak. Smiling broadly, the woman said that their son could not get up. Looking at the hero, the man said that he remembered the moment when his son broke his ankle. The protagonist looked at them in amazement. Stretching her hand forward, Chin shouted that she had stopped hitting him. Tears flowed from her eyes. Placing his hand on her head, the monster said that he should look carefully. The girl's eyes widened. Grinning, Peck said that he should not dare to turn away. His eyes lit up and he added that it was because she didn't want to use her skills. Covering his head with his hand, the MC hummed. Chin looked at him. Sitting on the ground, the red dragon said that it was all because of her stupidity. The hero was hit by a kick. Wiping away her tears, the girl turned to her, to which she was asked what was wrong. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that damn, and someone asked why he had such a face. Turning his head, the student turned to the commander, and Seonho apologized, to which Park asked what to forgive for what. Frowning, Kim shouted that who they were, she wouldn't just let them go. It was heard that he shouldn't look, he didn't want her to see him like this. Why should his friends, who were not guilty of anything, apologize? Gritting his teeth, the hero asked why he had to endure all this. His eyes lit up and he added what kind of feeling it was. The protagonist lowered his head and thought that he did not know, however. Grabbing the rope, he added that it was illogical. MC held the dagger in his hands. He looked to the side and said that enough was enough, he would let him go. Smirking, Park added that it would be the end of his confrontation with his killing lust. He let go of the rope. The hero began to fall down. Holding a knife in his hands, he said that he wanted to kill everyone. The protagonist grinned mischievously. When kicking, the man said that their son was smiling, then they had to press harder until the smile disappeared from his face. The woman lowered her head and shouted about her leg. The girl looked at her in surprise and said that it was so, and Kim shouted that she was not. MC's eyes lit up. Isaac looked to the side and said that it was the image. Suddenly he jumped up and asked what he was doing here. Puck suddenly turned to look at him. Waving his hand, the armored king shouted that he should die, they remember. Suddenly, a blow flew to him. The hero smiled broadly. The monster's head began to fall to the ground. Frowning, the young man thought that this was their chance. A red glow appeared around the person. Stretching out his hand, Seonho said that he had a hard time. Let him come here, he would heal him. The protagonist waved his hand and laughed. The guy looked at him in amazement. Standing behind him, Yun shouted that he was dangerous now. Wide-eyed, she added that this way. Suddenly the girl grabbed the young man's hand. Healing him, Yun said that he should get up. A member of the squad closed his eyes and turned. MC stood still, and it was heard that he was now attacking the sergeant, almost hurting his head. Jin looked at her in surprise and said that the outside of the tower had disappeared. Frowning, the red dragon said that the first beast comes when it hears a sound, to which Zhong replied that he had finally summoned it. Puck stared at them silently. Grinning, the guy said that he had not seen each other for a long time. Pointing to the side, he asked what he had done, had become dumb until he saw him. It was the Lord who had done it to him. The hero was smiling, standing in front of him. He took a step forward. Peck looked at him in surprise. Stretching out his hand, he shouted that they should kill him as soon as possible, and then set everything on fire. Swinging his bat, the man shouted that he would rather die like his parents, and Zhong asked if he really thought so. Xianhe looked at him angrily and shouted that he should not let the past take possession of him. Suddenly, the MC began to brandish a dagger. It was said that the killing wish had become a habitual state, the source of the killing wish and the cause of this feeling. People were hit. A bright glow appeared around him. Frowning, the young man shouted that he was a bastard. He raised his hand up and used the skill. Comets began to fly from the sky, and the girl shouted that they should find a place to hide, deploy a protective idia. Several explosions thundered in the city. An inverted cross appeared in the air. The members of the squad crouched in pain. Standing in front of the hero, Zhong turned. The protagonist smirked when he heard that he should tell me who he was. Placing his hand on the boy's shoulder, the red dragon said that he had studied all the information that existed to become Satan. However, he had never seen anyone like him. MC tilted his head to the side. Lowering his head, Peck asked what you mean. He would not speak. Okay, it doesn't matter. The young man looked up in fright. Stretching out his arms to the sides, the demon said that he had won anyway. The inverted cross lit up brightly. The monster smirked slightly. The beast suddenly rushed forward. It was heard that the monster from the book was summoned. The creature's eyes lit up. Looking down, the first monster of compassion said that we hadn't seen each other for a long time, even a pity. Standing in front of the hero, he added that he had reached a stage with which it was no longer possible to agree. Suddenly the beast stamped his foot. Raising his hand, Park exclaimed. Looking at the creature, the beast said that he had taken the position of master, that he was messing with some kind of ant there, to which he replied that he should seal it as soon as possible. The hero opened his eyes wide. Suddenly, a blow flew to the ground. Watching what was happening, the red dragon spoke of a revelation. Taking the girl by the hand, he added that it was all because of her. Burning houses appeared, and it was heard that a fiery rain had fallen from behind it. The creature looked angrily, and the demon said that the monster had appeared. People were dying because of it, and now let him try to use his ability. He pushed the girl in front of him. Chin closed her eyes and turned to her uncle. Red particles appeared around the leg. The guy looked away in surprise. Standing behind the demon, he said that he had to do it. Peck turned his head silently. As he sat behind her, he wondered that revelation must voluntarily affect the Old Testament in order to prevent future interventions by the deity. Lowering his head, the red dragon said that it was excellent. The beast looked away in surprise. The demon smiled, looking straight ahead. Suddenly, the creatures screamed loudly. The girl clutched her head. She suddenly froze and turned. Chin fell to her knees. Peck began to cast a spell on her. Stretching her hand forward, the girl said that heaven and hell. She froze before the Old Testament. Pages were turned on the book. The girl looked up. The thought arose that the inside and outer shell of the book were turning over. The monster smiled and said that she was finally perfect. An image of a dragon appeared on the book. Suddenly it opened up in the middle. The devil took the book in his hand. Looking straight ahead, he said that he had finally got everything. Stretching out his arms to the sides, the red dragon said that he had now become a perfect devil. No one on earth could compare to him. The creature's eyes lit up. He was standing behind the devil. Getting down on one knee, Abaddon said that he recognized him as the master. The devil smirked when he heard that, however, to which he said that he should speak. The creature's eyes lit up, and the question was heard that he had brought these savages with him. The cavalry moved forward. Turning his head, the Locust King said that they were disorderly scum with no leader. The rider looked away. Looking at the monster, Abaddon asked what he was doing there. Lowering his head, the dragon said that he would be useful to them now, and he had better call his subordinates here. Looking up, the creature asked why they should do this. The monster looked at him angrily and asked him that he wanted to die. Let him bring them here as soon as possible. Suddenly a blow flew to the ground. The beast took a step forward. He gritted his teeth tightly and exclaimed. Suddenly, the hero flew up. He landed on the monster's body. The protagonist rushed forward abruptly. Stretching out his hand in front of him, Abaddon said that he should protect his master. MC was rapidly approaching him. Suddenly he struck, and someone shouted that they were worth something. Let them gather in the center. The devil looked angrily. The creature lowered its head, hearing that if there were no notes, he could start leaving them right away. Let him write down his appearance, to which he replied approvingly. The subordinates rushed towards the hero. Holding the book in his hands, Peck said that now he would begin to check everyone who was on this earth. A glow appeared around the book. Looking at her, the devil said that they would judge themselves. In the middle of the city, a bright beam suddenly struck. A glow appeared on the planet. It was heard that there were no exceptions. All life on Earth would go to hell. The guy opened his eyes wide and shouted. Pink particles appeared on the book. The red dragon furrowed his brows. Puck stretched out his hand in front of the glow and shouted. Suddenly, his body began to disappear. The devil, looking at him, said that he wished for a pleasant journey. The man was holding a weapon in his hands. The swordsman stood in front of the elf. It was said that a long time ago, there was someone who was born a mutant and killed devils and villains. He absorbed their power and became stronger. It was the 103rd god of darkness. He was the demon king. The bones were lying on the ground. The thought arose that he had killed even someone who was half human, half demon. He was fearful and dangerous. The people looked frightened when they heard that he was dead. The one who protected them was dead. They would be next, because he would kill them all. A phrase flashed by that they fled out of fear, becoming his target. Raising his leg, the child turned. Sitting on a rock, he asked why they had to run away all the time, why everyone hated them. The boy furrowed his brows when he heard that he had killed bad people before, to which he asked that killing villains was not a good thing. Putting his hand on his head, the swordsman replied that everyone was afraid that he too would be killed, and so it was with villains. The vampire smirked when he heard that he couldn't understand why villains were walking everywhere, and they had to run away. With his eyes wide open, the child said that he was the apostle of justice. It was said that those who were afraid of him decided to set a trap for the god of darkness, and he was the bait in this trap. Tears poured from his eyes. The thought arose that the fruit of the love of the god of darkness and man, the child of a demon. Stretching out his hand, the devil shouted that they had finally managed to get rid of the monster. Sitting in the bushes, the boy asked how it was. It was heard that there was no justice in this world. The one who survived by killing another became right. The man stretched out his hand forward. A phrase flashed through his mind that the death of his father had caused that child to want to kill. With his eyes wide open, the demon child said that then he would kill everyone and stay alive. Looking to the side, the creature shouted in fright. It was said that in the grip of murder, it had destroyed 80% of the people. The devil waved his weapon, hearing that he should not kill him. A phrase flashed by that the armored king Isaac, Lyak and even those who occupied the upper positions were in the dungeon. He took a step forward, and the hero thought that the child had always grown up in fear of death, but he was called the demon of death. Standing on one knee, the angel said that she could no longer look at this. The thought arose that it would not be enough for him to rule on earth, and he began to look at heaven. The man scratched his beard. A phrase flashed through his mind that when the Jade Emperor found out about this, he directly called him the source of his death wish. A red glow appeared around the devil, and the protagonist reflected on what made him the number one murder weapon. This is the record of the devil of death, which was erased from this world. The man took a step forward. MC looked frightened and thought that he had been in this hell for 1,000 hours. Swinging his fist, the guy shouted that this is the criminal who turned the city into hell. Waving his weapon, Park asked that he had to kill him. Understood. Suddenly he stopped, and the thought arose that no, he shouldn't. He dodged the blow. The hero smiled. Wide-eyed, he asked what he was going to stop. The protagonist turned his head when he heard that he was dangerous in such a state. His eyes lit up and he said he wanted to stop. MC dodged the attack and thought he was asking to stop. Puck froze. He had already spent 43,799 hours there. His body was lying on the ground. The question arose as to how long. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought about what he had to do to get out of here, to which he was told that nothing. He opened his eyes in amazement when he heard this. The protagonist froze in bewilderment when he heard that life is freedom, let it be free, to which he asked. Pursing his lips, he said that he had no problem. Tears appeared in his eyes and the MC said that it was too hard to control his idia. He turned his head when he heard the address. Looking at him, the man said that there is a healthy mind in a healthy body. Putting his hand on his side, he asked if he had forgotten what they were talking about. Clutching the weapon in his hands, the man said that he had said that he would overcome himself, that he would personally determine the boundaries of his soul. The girl's braid appeared. It was heard that once he understood what he wanted, everything else would be unimportant. Smirking, Kim asked why bother? Puck looked at him in surprise when he heard that he should do as he wanted. He crumpled his t-shirt and mumbled. Tears poured to the ground. A paw touched his leg. The hero looked down in amazement and turned around. He was standing in front of his body. The man was holding a knife in his hands, and the protagonist thought that he did not want to admit that he existed only for the sake of killing. He looked at him in surprise and added that he tried with all his might to deny his essence. Taking a step forward, MC thought that he just wanted to save himself. He rushed forward, thinking that he wanted to get out of this hell. His hand reached out to the light. Puck hugged the boy and thought that he had been consumed by a killing lust. His gaze froze in place, and he added that he had forgotten what he was like and did not even try to look at himself. Hugging the guy, the hero apologized. He looked at him in amazement when he heard that they were one. Smiling broadly, the protagonist thanked him. Pink smoke flew around his head. MC raised his hand in the air, contemplating what was the most powerful and first weapon of a deity that had broken through the law of causality to stop the end of the world. Standing still, he added that the hammer of the god who restrained the evil was the divine vicegerent who killed in his place. Smirking, Park said that he hadn't felt so light in a long time. He took a step forward. His feet burned red, and the thought arose that in order to save humanity, the deity had descended to earth to fulfill his will and punish evil. A cloak appeared on his back. Looking to the side, the hero asked what was so, where should he go now? He was standing in the middle of the road. It was said that he had escaped from hell in 3,800 hours. A ruined city appeared, and the hero reflected on the fact that the code of laws governing hell that Satan had unfolded. After all mankind had disappeared because of the code, the earth was defiled with inexhaustible filth and fire. The guy looked at the monster in fright, and he added that when the first person who managed to get out of hell returned to earth, the planet had already been taken over by creatures that had mutated due to pollution. The creature crawled on the ground. The thought arose that despite the fact that most people returned from hell within a year. Turning his head, the protagonist asked what had happened here. It felt like he was still in hell. Holding the jacket in his hands, he added what and where all the people had gone. Looking to the side, the MC said that there were traces of human haste, but there was not a soul in the area. He turned around when he heard a strange sound. The creature flew forward. On his knees, the guy exclaimed, to which Park shouted that there was a person there. Looking at him, the hero asked that he was fine. Looking at his wounds, he wondered what had happened to him. There were huge holes all over his body. He didn't know what it was, but it seemed that he was left alive on purpose to suffer. Putting his hand on the hero's shoulder, the young man said that these are freaks. He frowned and added that the bank. Closing his eyes, the man said that his wife should not leave. Sitting next to him, the hero turned and then asked what happened here while he was in hell. A view of the building opened. The girl ran swiftly forward. She landed abruptly on the ground. The girl struck a blow at the man. The animals raised their heads up and shouted. She fell to her knees when she heard that this time the victory was hers again. Stretching out his hand to the side, the rat said that since they were asking for it, he would show them how tenacious humans could be. The creatures looked at me happily, shouting that he should start quickly. The girl lowered her head when she heard that she should get up. Standing in front of the cage, the rat said that only today. Drool was flowing from the man's mouth. It was heard that their owner had brought a man who was under the influence of drugs. Suddenly the bars opened. The man shouted furiously. The girl cried when she heard that, so let them make their bets, whether he could resist the girl and stay alive, to which she replied that she didn't want to anymore. Looking at her, the beast asked again. Kicking her, he said that he should get up. Raising her head up, the fighter said that she could no longer fight. Smiling, the rat asked that it was all because of her husband, that he had run away. She knew. She clenched her teeth tightly when she heard that the master was very angry. Raising his leg up, the beast said that so, what they were all waiting for. Holding the microphone in his hands, he shouted that the show was starting. Looking at him, the protagonist asked that he should wait. This one is definitely here. Turning his head, the host asked again. The creatures looked sadly when they heard that it was all monsters, some even in the tales of Idia. They also served the devil. Rat clenched his fist, hearing that they were not monsters, to which he asked who he was. This time he was chosen as a victim or something. The man looked at him in bewilderment. Frowning, the MC asked what they had done to the person. Swinging his fist, the fighter exclaimed. Smirking, Park said that he should back him up. Suddenly he stopped the man's blow. Tentacles wrapped around his arm. The presenter looked at him in amazement, and asked that he had stopped him with one hand. The hero frowned when he heard that it was Cool, who was fighting with whom today, and what was it that came out of his ears? The tentacles of an octopus. He needed to make new bets. His eyes suddenly lit up. Looking to the side, he said that he would also fight. Let him introduce himself, to which the rat asked that his master had really sent him. Giving a thumbs up, the protagonist replied that of course, to which the beast said that okay, he thinks there will be no problems. Smiling, he shouted that today they had prepared a surprise for them. Probably their owner decided to surprise him, and so, they would make new bets. Let them start. Looking at the hero, the girl thought who he was. Suddenly, the man rushed forward with a shout. MC dodged his blow. His eyes lit up and he apologized. Suddenly, Puck struck with his fist. Black tentacles appeared around the arm. The soldier spat out the blood and wheezed. A red glow appeared around the hero. He looked away. The creature's eyes lit up. The protagonist turned towards the girl. Looking at her, he said that everything was fine, let him run, to which she asked what he had learned from. Stretching out his hand to the side, the MC said that he could use idia. Grinning, he added that everything was fine. The fighter began to cry. She clenched her fist tightly. Rushing forward, the girl shouted that he should forgive her. She began to run around the hero. Turning his head, Puck heard that this is what he understands, the champion, he is finished. Looking at him, the lady apologized. A dark-haired girl looks ahead. The main character caught up with the girl. A young woman runs forward and thinks who this person is. The protagonist runs next to him and says that she is very fast, and the girl argues that the guy is not inferior to the champion. The lady turns her head back and says that she is still faster. Park looks at her and asks why. If she's so fast, she's living locked up. The girl raises her hand and says that as soon as she tries to get out of here or destroy the barrier, her body stops, and the main character clarifies that, if this is all because of the abilities of the organizer, the interlocutor confirms what she said. The monsters look away, and the protagonist asks if there are many other people here. The dark-haired girl replies that she doesn't know for sure, and if she is not mistaken, there were several dozen people in Isamboshi's room, and the guy asks again who she is talking about, and the girl continues that she is talking about a monster who is almost the owner of this place, keeping them here with the help of idia or some spells. Puck looks at her interlocutor and asks if there are monsters in this place. The young woman turns her head and asks where he came from. The monster turns its head and says that it bet on it. The second replies that nothing can be seen here, but it only relies on the guy. Puck runs next to the girl and says that this speed is enough for a start. The protagonist gives a finger up and says that as soon as he counts to 10, she should tear down the bars at speed, and clarifies that she understands this. The rat is holding a walkie-talkie in his hand, and Puck is surprised that even rats are using walkie-talkies now. The girl lowers her gaze and says that they can't get out of here and can only fight. The rat looks up, and the protagonist muses that he sees another beast, and it is Isamboshi, and the monster asks if the man who came here himself is fighting. The dark-haired girl opened her eyes wide. The guy runs quickly, and the rat continues that because of him, you will have to kill another one. Park shifts his gaze to the girl and asks her if she is ready to kill. The young lady speeds up, and the main character begins the countdown. A woman clenches her teeth. The protagonist opens his mouth wide and commands to start. The monster's eyes widened. The dark-haired girl withdraws her hand. She looks forward. The monster looks at the girl and says that the grate is destroyed and they escaped, and muses that this is also some kind of event from Isamboshi. The girl's footsteps on the ground. The monster is looking from above. A young woman pushes the bars with her foot and asks if the monsters were having fun. She breaks the bars. A dark-haired girl makes a jump. A young lady lands on the ground. The woman tilts her body forward. The rat leaves. The girl turns around sharply. She is rapidly approaching her opponent. The palm rushes into the rodent's face. Isamboshi raises his head and orders him to stop. The rat looks at the girl's hand. The young lady's eyes widened. She glances at the rat mana and says that she will kill him. The monster squints his eyes and asks the main character who he is, and Puck clarifies who the interlocutor is addressing. The rat angrily opens its mouth and replies that it addresses him, because there is no one else nearby. Isamboshi stares at the protagonist, and he replies that his opponent will believe that he is a secret inspector sent by the god himself. Rat pokes a stick at the protagonist and says that he is talking nonsense, and Park replies that he understands that it sounds strange, but it is true. The head of the monster's eyes narrowed and he said that he would straighten the guy's brains. The rat snaps his fingers. The dark-haired man clenched his fists. The girl looks ahead in amazement. A tear runs down her cheek. The monster approaches her. The young lady stands still. Puck lowers his head. Drool flows from the monster's mouth, and the main character asks what is the only thing that him off now, and continues that there is a possibility of killing the rat. The guy straightens up and says that even if there is no way to kill the opponent, he will still do it. The protagonist looks forward. The spirit of murder, the intermediary, he wears the clothes of a person who strictly follows orders. The wearer of these clothes is recognized by the world as having the right to kill. The main character puts his hand in his pocket and thanks for the permission. Park looks thoughtfully ahead. Isamboshi is a 10,000-strong rat monk who appears in Korean folk tales as one of the monsters who loves to torture and kill humans and other monsters with various magic. Rat shifts his gaze to the young man and asks about his clothes. Mental connection. Anyone who enters Isamboshi's workshop must follow the monk's orders. Misunderstanding is reinforced by the Giga's code. Forced reinforcement ratio, 100%. The leader of the monsters opened his mouth. The girl turns her head, and the rat monk says that for a guest like Puck, the mind-binding spell is suitable. The rat directs its gaze to the opponent. Isomboshi pokes the protagonist with a stick and squeaks that he may kill himself. The main character lowers his head, and the monster continues that he uses his body for experiments. A tear rolls down the cheek of the dark-haired girl. Isomboshi raises his hand and shouts that he is the god here. The rat opens its mouth, and Park says that even he has not yet seen the face of the god. The guy shifts his gaze to the monsters and casts a spell. Magic ropes rush towards rivals. Ropes bind monsters. They wrap around the arms of a dark-haired man. Isomboshi looks around in bewilderment. The rods are lying on the floor, and the rat monk discusses what is the reason why the spell does not work. The main character hits himself in the face with his hand, and the rat conjures him to hit himself in the face until he dies. The monster leader opened his mouth wide and chanted spells several times. A dark-haired girl looks at the protagonist and thinks why the Isomboshi technique doesn't work on him. The protagonist raised his hand and said that all this is useless. The spirit of killing, against all kinds of killing, ignores the mental attacks of those who possess a lower-rank killing spirit. The leader of the monsters raised his hands and said why he didn't obey his orders. The main character raised his hand. The monster stands in a stance and says that the opponent should not approach. The guy is holding a stick in his hand. He looks at the rat and wonders if he remembers who he is. The opponent bares his teeth and says that the opponent is talking nonsense. The protagonist looks away and asks if he remembers who he was before he became Isomboshi, and adds that the other monsters remember what happened to them before they became like this. The monster opens its mouth wide. The leader of the monsters puts his hand forward and says that he has no memory of what he did 10,000 years ago. Isomboshi is currently strengthened by the Gigas code. The coefficient of force reinforcement is 100%. Puck looks up and says that they weren't always like this, and speculates that Satan probably forcibly gave them idia, though it's unclear how he did it. The rat opens its mouth and shouts so that the guy does not make him laugh. He waves a stick and remarks that he is Isomboshi himself, who has been a monster for 10,000 years. The main character looks up and says that the opponent is just a mean rat, and they are all just pathetic animals. The monster opens its mouth and yells that they are much stronger. The protagonist closes his eyes and thinks that if there are so many anomalous beasts here, then Satan is able to reach different corners of the earth, and continues that there are enough problems without him now. The main character directs his gaze to the monsters. Rat turns his head, and Puck says that the visible problems need to be solved first, and thinks that the enemy looks dangerous, and it is better to get out of here as soon as possible. The noose wraps around the monster's hand. Isomboshi raises his hand. The rat looks attentively at the guy, and he asks if it is possible to return those whom they have drunk with poison to their previous state. The monster squints his eyes and says that he doesn't see anything wrong with the fact that they used humans for experiments. The protagonist lowers his gaze thoughtfully. Tears roll down the face of the dark-haired girl, and the main character continues to say that he understands that there is no way to return people to their previous state. The rat jerks his hand and replies that it is. Puck grabs the enemy's clothes. The guy lowers his head and says that in this case he will be retribution for him. The cloak flutters in the wind. Isomboshi looks ahead. He opens his mouth and shouts for him not to dig in, because they may die. The main character unfolds. The rat looks away. A huge paw treads on the ground. The monster turns its head. Tigroster is a giant monster from the cat family, lures children with a human voice and devours them. The more it eats, the larger it becomes. The guy is standing in front of the monster. He carefully examines the fangs of the monster. The wounds on his body bleed, and the protagonist remembers that he realized where the wound came from a man he met on the way to the bank. The main character looks at the tiger and asks what, after all, it was he who bit the man. Isomboshi raises her head and says that the guy is finished. The monster opens its mouth, and the rat says that this guy has never missed his prey. The guy is standing in front of the monster. The monster closes its mouth. Park raises his head and says how dare he open his mouth in front of him. The protagonist strikes. The spirit of death, the representative, provides a similar level when facing a stronger opponent. The main character looks down. Pain envelopes the knee. The scroll absorbs half of the damage, and after releasing the representative, it returns twice as much. The protagonist looks away and muses that with the help of the spirit of death, he managed to reach the level of a tiger beast, but it is not free. Puck rests his hand on his knee and thinks he wants to test how big the risk will be this time. The main character kicks. The guy pushes off the ground. It rushes upwards. A young man looks at his opponent. Puck stands on Tigrosver and asks Isomboshi why he fed him 199 men, and the rat is surprised that he is superior to the enemy. The main character raises his leg. The guy's pupils are filled with blood. The protagonist kicks hard. The head of the monsters looks at the young man and yells at the monster not to stand still, but to repay for the food he gave him. Puck shifts his gaze. Dronzer opens its mouth, and the monster monk yells for him to grab the boy. The monster clenches its teeth. The protagonist holds him with his foot and yells at him to spit out everyone he has swallowed. The main character abruptly raises his leg and expresses that if he does not spit it out, he will not be able to do anything else at all. He strikes. The guy's leg hits the opponent. Dronzer opened its mouth. The guy is standing in front of a defeated opponent. The bell falls to the floor. Isamboshi looks up in surprise. The protagonist pushes off the ground with his foot and says that it is his turn. He goes to the monster. A finger drags an unknown person by the ring, and someone asks him to let him go. The hero leads the creature behind him and asks him to shut up. The protagonist stopped. The girl turned around and tried to figure out who he was and where he came from, and then wanted to know how he had managed to capture the Isamboshi. Park tilted his head and asked if she was there with her husband, because she should have brown hair, drooping corners of her eyes, and he thought that this was not the wife he was talking about. Darklova smiled and replied that it was her, which meant that he was her husband's. The creatures fly around the guy and tried to find out why Isamboshi does not resist, and someone also added that the tiger's well is dead. Now it's their turn. The young man looked ahead. The hero clenched his fist. The monster began to fidget and shout for him to let them go, because they were only to blame for just watching from the sidelines. The tentacles gripped the monsters, and the protagonist said that they were not just watching. Shadows fall on the bird. The appendages tore the creature. The crack creeps across the floor. Puck stands there and realizes that there are no corpses left of them. His hand was holding a mouse, and the guy thought he would find out later. The woman was standing, and the young man ordered Isamboshi to remove the spell at her, who asked why he should do this. The hero looked away. The protagonist turned and recalled that she had asked how he had known about her husband. Park lowered his gaze and revealed that he had met him at a nearby mall and his entire body was injured. The girl stood in shock when the guy noticed that he was torn up, as if he had been bitten by a tiger. His wife lowered her head and said that she would kill him. The young man stretched out his hand and said that he would help take revenge. The young man picked up the dark-haired woman. Bare feet step on the floor, and the creature tries to understand what it is doing. The monster turned around and asked where he was dragging him. The hero opened the door and noticed that his tricks only worked in the bank, and the rat tried to understand how he knew. The protagonist smiles, and the system explains that Isamboshi is a mind-binding technique, and a person who falls under the influence of this technique unconditionally follows all commands. The creature began to fall. Puck put the girl on her feet. The woman clenched her fists. The monster looks at the guy who said he had to go back. A paw stepped on the floor. The mouse ran and asked him not to leave him here alone. The young man turned around and replied that Isamboshi was capable, so let him see if it worked on her or not. The door slammed shut, and the monster asked him to listen. The woman bent down and assumed that he was going to run. Violet energy enveloped his wife's legs. Tears poured from the eyes of the dark-haired woman, who shouted that she would not forgive Isamboshi. The hero leaned against the wall. The protagonist sits and realizes that he is a little tired. Puck lowered his head and thought that he had behaved too emotionally, and then added that it was not worth forcibly increasing the strength of the tiger beast. The guy looks down and says that half of the damage is so strong, and if you turn it off, he will get twice as much. The tentacle appeared from behind the young man, who noticed that it was scary to turn off the skill. The hero exhaled. A red aura enveloped the protagonist's body. A bone broke in Puck's leg. The guy closed his eyes in pain. The young man is lying on the floor. Dark energy envelopes the leg, and the system has reported that the blade has gained its own will and uses the master's killing intent, and the killing spirit allows the killing intent to be used as a material substance, a source of life, or energy for action. The hero sits and realizes that he is in pain, but he can move his legs, and the interface said that this is an omnivorous ambulance, because it is a tool that has difficulty spending energy every day, has become more skillful than the owner, who always spends energy recklessly. And if the owner's body is not damaged to the point that it cannot move, then it can be made to move, using the killing lust. The protagonist turned around and realized that it was done by an omnivorous, which means he did a good job. The tentacle pushed Puck, who doesn't understand what it means. The door opened behind the guy. The girl is standing in the aisle. The woman looked down and explained that was it. The young man began to rise. The hero stretched out his hand, and the dark-haired woman thanked the protagonist. The wife handed over the object, and the system explained that it was a mouse heart, and the level of idia was unknown, and then added that despite the distortions in memory, it was the essence of tens of thousands of years of history, so that only Isomboshi was true, because it is a mixture of various types of sorcery and magic, which enhances the energy of the person who uses it. And also this crystal is programmed to constantly strengthen the body, therefore, it needs special care. The protagonist picked up the objects and tried to figure out what they were, to which the dark-haired woman replied that it appeared when she killed Isomboshi. A dark aura envelopes Puck, who realizes that the item has appeared as in the game, and the bodies have begun to disappear, which means something has happened to this world. The girl looked down and said that as soon as she looked at the artifact, it infuriated her, so she decided to give it to him, because if it wasn't for Puck, she wouldn't have taken anything out of it. The guy raised his head and said that he would deal with this crystal himself. People bowed to each other. The dark-haired woman walked forward, and the young man remembered that she had asked him what he intended to do. The man's body is lying on the ground. The wife hugged her dead husband. The hero replied that he wanted to find the owners, and he hoped that they were still alive, and the girl said that she wished him to survive and certainly find them. Heavy boots tread on the ground. The protagonist looks at the map and remembers the woman's words to go to the cricket hunter zone, because there are many different people there, and for this he must follow the sewer drain to the south. Puck looked to the side and tried to understand how the sewers could be cleaner than the earth, and then realized that the world was heading for destruction. The arrow points to the exit, and the guy assumed that according to this scheme, he should go straight. The young man goes and says that he was surprised that all the ranks were being checked, and the rank of the idia had suddenly changed. An image of the system of angelic ranks appeared, and the hero tried to understand what this title was, because there was a feeling that he was reading a holy book. The protagonist sniffed and noticed that there was no smell of sewage at all. Puck looked to the side and realized that it was even cleaner than on the surface. Water burst out of the ceiling, and the guy said that the water seems to be clean. His hand touched the waterfall. The hero lowered his gaze and thought that this energy and smell were inherent in seawater. The protagonist turned around and noticed that there was something nearby. Puck runs and hears someone asking him to take it quickly. The guy raised his head, and the people above were talking about the captain and the fact that he had gone in the other direction. An image of people appeared who said that the commander did not want to bet on ice cream, because the one who won would pay for it. The young man gritted his teeth and realized that these were the guys from the zombie squad, which meant they were alive. His hand grabbed the ladder, and the hero hoped that they must be alive. The protagonist climbs the stairs and thinks that they will probably start grumbling because he is so late, which means they need to hurry. Puck stood up and mentally said that he missed them. The guy looks forward in shock. The creatures are standing, and the system said that they are Abaddon's locusts from the ground messenger system, whose class is equal to archangels of the 8th rank, with a total combat ability of 100A, and it is also a locust army under the command of the Yellow Beetle King Abaddon, and then added that they do not have other abilities, and the more they number, the stronger the fighting skills. And they also multiply quickly. As soon as they appear, they begin to multiply at a tremendous speed. The young man raised his head and shouted that they should not run away and stick together. The hero stands and tries to understand what is happening. Someone took a step and shouted that he had to jump into the hatch. The girl turned around and said that they couldn't do it now, because they had almost managed to summon seawater to hide the passage, and the dark-haired man tried to understand what she wanted to offer, because at this rate, they would all be finished. The protagonist tilted his head and offered to help them. Mac looked at Puck and assumed that he had been sent by the commander. The hero is standing, and the guy explained that he came out of the sewers. The soldiers look at him in shock. The monster smiled. The warrior looked up and realized that they had been spotted, which meant that the sewers were now under threat, and the girl said that they had been so careful. The protagonist scratched his face and assumed that he had made a mistake. The hand grabbed the sword. A colossal amount of red aura enveloped Puck, who did not know what was what, but he thought that it was enough just to pay back the debt. The creature is looking down. The protagonist jumped up. The protagonist flies and says that he has not seen them for a long time, and he does not even know those who were born recently, because they also reproduce.